This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 732. Pretending to sleep. G-Fan Tavern. At dusk, the tavern was bustling. The drinkers sat in the hall, chatting and waiting for the bard to appear, talk about something new on the island, or tell a great detective story. In a private room on the second floor, the weather was a bit hot and humid, but in order to isolate the noise outside, the doors and windows on the inside were still closed. Sisters, this is what happened. Are you interested? Siska stood in the middle, looking at the people sitting around, with a serious and solemn face, surrounding the surroundings, except for a few bards. Most of them were maids and prostitutes on the island, all gathered here. If it was placed before the successful adaptation of the stage play Blushing Maid Bernie, Siska might not have such a high prestige to gather so many women together. But now that the stage play is successful and has been valued by the island owner, she has naturally become a representative figure among the maids on the island. It has become much smoother to gather these people here. Mrs. Siska, I have a few questions. A seductively dressed woman suddenly spoke up from the front seat. The woman did not look young, but it could be seen that she had a pretty good appearance. You say? The woman cleared her throat and said, Sisters are all here to make a living. You can tell what a man wants at a glance. The island owner took the initiative to bring up this matter. Does he have any other requirements? All the women turned their heads and looked at Siska. Siska smiled and said, Sisters, let me say something that is degrading. The island owner does not look down on our bodies. If he really has any purpose, he will not discuss it with us. It is nothing more than writing a notice to capture and kill us. We also have to eat on weekdays, when we go to rehearse movies and stage plays according to the island owner. Won't we lose our income? Another much younger woman said softly. Siska looked at her again. Do you want the island owner to feed you? He will arrange everything for you. If he can feed me, of course I am willing, the woman said shyly. There was laughter all around. Siska continued. According to the island owner, movies are much more difficult than stage plays, and the script needs to be rewritten. Anyone who has this talent can give it a try. The second point is the number of people. Movies need a lot of people to cooperate. Maybe supporting roles, or a passerby in the atmosphere. So as long as everyone wants to participate, there will be a place. And there is no need to worry about being busy in the end and getting nothing. The last point is that as long as we can shoot it, the movie will be broadcast automatically. And we can get the money as long as we stay at home. And the island owner will help us with the sales and broadcasting. In fact, it can be said that the island owner has fed us food. We just need to open our mouths to receive it. I'm afraid that you are used to eating it stuffed in your mouth. And you are not used to eating it. So just feed it into your mouth. Siska made dirty jokes. And the women were not shy, but laughed instead. The woman who asked the question at the beginning asked again, We all make money by lying down. Can you write the script you mentioned? Siska continued. If we can't write it, we can ask someone to write it. Ask a bard. Ask a scholar. Anyway, this thing must be done. For the trust of the island owner, and for ourselves. The sudden strength and determination made the others stunned. No wonder she can lead a group of people from relying on men to becoming the captain of the current drama troupe. She is indeed more courageous than most of them. Seeing that no one spoke, Siska raised her voice. Okay. Those who are willing to change and fight for themselves come to me to sign up. If you have any special skills, tell me yourself. It doesn't count if you coax a man. The women stood up noisily, walked to Siska's position to sign up. Deacon's mansion. The magic circle condensed in the courtyard, and Wu Hung figure followed. Come here. Sure Yali has prepared dinner. Not far away. Shi Logui was looking at him with a smile. This is waiting for him here in advance? Wu Hung also smiled. I'm so embarrassed to always treat me to dinner. Shi Logui rolled her eyes at him. Let's go. If you're embarrassed, just eat more. The two walked into the house together. In the restaurant, Sure Yali, wearing a light blue home outfit, was serving dinner to the table, smiling and saying, You came just in time. The last one is just done. Your cooking skills are really good. Wu Hung praised. What can I do? I have a sister who wants to be a hero, but she can't do anything except training. Sure Yali said, and then said, Sit down. You can eat directly. Wu Hung sat down on one side, and the two women found their own seats. One on the left and one on the right. and sat down on both sides. Try this. You didn't eat it last time. Shiryali recommended several new dishes to Wu Hung. She logically glanced at her sister, her face full of reluctance. Wu Hung, on his side, tasted the various dishes sent by the other party carefully, and praised them repeatedly. Shiryali cooking skills are really good, at least not worse than the skeleton chef in the island owner's mansion. And the taste is fragrant. Try these nectar wines. Shiryali filled Wu Hung's glass with wine again. The after effect will be stronger. Don't drink too much. She logically reminded softly. Shiryali also noticed her, and filled the glass and said, "What are you afraid of at home? Drink a little with Wu Hung." She logically looked at the filled nectar wine, and followed it to drink it in small sips. I see another building under renovation in the central area. What is it for? Shiryali asked casually, resting her chin on her hand. The cinema. The movies you have seen will be shown there in the future, Wu Hung said softly. Shiryali continued. Will it be shown to the public? Yes. You can watch the new ones first in the future. If you feel good, then show them to the public. That's a good idea. Shiryali smiled and nodded, and her eyes swept over him and Shilagwi, asking, "How far have you and my sister progressed?" Ahem. Shilagwi had just put the food in her mouth and started to cough violently. She looked at Shiryali in surprise. "Why are you saying this?" Shiryali looked at Wu Hung. "How many women do you have?" Wu Hung felt a little embarrassed and hesitated. "A few." "Those maids?" "Yes," Wu Hung answered, and carefully glanced at Shilagwi beside him. The other party's eyes were also full of curiosity, but there was no strange expression when mentioning maids. After all, Shilagwi knew about her relationship with Minnie and the others in advance. If she resisted, she would not be on good terms with me. You don't have to be so careful. With your current status, it's not strange for some maids to take care of your daily life, Shiryali said with a smile. And then said, "Will you reach level 18? Wu Hung looked at her with a serious look. "Is level important? We have long lifespans, and your high level will allow us to spend more time together. So level is still more important," Shiryali explained. Shilagwi looked at her sister in surprise. When the two were alone, she said that Wu Hung would definitely reach level 18, and said a lot of good things. "It sounds a bit harsh today," Shilagwi whispered. "Don't be too stressed. I don't care about these." Wu Hung glanced at the two girls. There was some expectation in their eyes. "Don't worry. Level 18 is not difficult," Wu Hung said confidently. "I said you are confident," Shiryali said with a smile. Wu Hung glanced at the two of them and changed the subject. "Do you think that showing a pirate movie will cause a bad trend?" "What do you mean by a bad trend?" Shilagwi asked. "For example, some people on the island think pirates are cool, and they go back to their old jobs and become pirates again." Wu Hung gave an example. "It's possible." As they ate and talked, the atmosphere became lively again. The nectar wine tasted more like fruit wine. But after a while, the after effect gradually came up. The three people's faces were a little red. After eating and drinking, the three people cleaned up the table. Shiryali continued. "What's the point of just chatting? Let's play King's Command." "Wu Hung, do you know how to play?" Wu Hung frowned. "Game? Wait a minute." Shiryali stood up, walked to the side, took out a deck of cards, and selected 3 cards from it. Directly said, "The game is very simple. Each person draws a card. The king can give orders to the commoners, and the commoners must obey. The rules are quite simple." Shilagwi glanced at it and added, "You can play, but the orders cannot be too excessive." "Okay. Draw the cards." The 3 of them drew the cards and put them in front of them. "Okay. Everyone look at the cards. Let's see who will be our king today." The 3 of them turned over the cards in their hands at the same time. Shiryali suddenly raised the cards in her hand excitedly and shouted, "I am the king. Shilagwi is the commoner." Shilagwi first looked at Wu Hung, with some helplessness in her eyes. Shiryali smiled and said, "Civilian, I order you to stand up and dance for us." Shilagwi frowned. "How can I dance?" "Wu Hung, do you want to see it?" Shiryali looked at Wu Hung. "I want to see it." Wu Hung nodded seriously. "Wu Hung wants to see it. Just dance a few times." Shilagwi had no choice but to stand up, gently swing her waist, and start dancing. After the end, the 3 continued to draw cards. Still King Shiryali and Wu Hung the commoner. The 2 looked at Shiryali at the same time, And the latter smiled and said, I order the commoners to imitate Shilagui and dance again. Exactly the same. Damn it! You're going too far. Wu Hung said. Shilagui's eyes lit up. I jumped to follow the rules. Wu Hung hesitated and stood up to imitate Shilagui's movements. He began to twist. And the two sisters laughed. After playing a few games, they lost interest. The nectar wine became stronger and stronger. And Shiryali leaned on his shoulder. Shilagui just glanced at Shiryali's intimate behavior. And didn't say anything more. And leaned on the other side. The two leaned on his shoulders. One on the left and one on the right. Wu Hung had a high physique. And only felt his cheeks hot and a little drunk. Shilagui's melee profession has reached a high level. It also has a high resistance to abnormal conditions. But for Shiryali, she was a little drowsy and started to talk nonsense. I'm so dizzy. I need to lie down for a while. Shiryali said softly. Shilagui came over from the side. I said the alcohol is strong. But you insisted on drinking so much. And you can't drink much. Shiryali was laid flat on the carpet in the living room, covered with a thin blanket. After settling Shiryali, Wu Hung and Shilagui sat down facing the window. Shilagui leaned gently on his shoulder. And the two looked at the night outside the window. I will leave in 2 days. And you will be in charge of the island when I leave. Wu Hung said softly. Shilagui paused. Where are you going again? There are some things outside. Not dangerous. I will be back in 2 days. Wu Hung said calmly. It's so dangerous outside recently. It's better not to take risks. Shilagui was still a little worried. I know. Wu Hung reached out and stroked her cheek. And the two looked at each other, looking at the red lips. He approached little by little. Shilagui pushed his face away. Shiryali is here. She's asleep. I just give her a gentle kiss. Wu Hung coaxed softly. No. Just once. Gently. The time is over. Wu Hung said again. Shilagui couldn't resist him. So she slowly took her hand back and let him kiss her. It was just a gentle kiss. But it turned into a long and delicate entanglement. Shilagui's eyes were full of vigilance and fear, constantly scanning at her sister lying beside her. Lights? Shilagui muttered. Wu Hung waved his hand casually. And the slippers beside him hit the switch. And the room instantly fell into darkness. Only the window reflected a little light. In the darkness, Shilagui was no longer so shy. Her arms hung on Wu Hung's shoulders. And gradually forgot about it. The two fell to the floor in each other's arms. Wu Hung lifted the other's clothes. And Shilagui was also shy, reaching her hand into the other's clothes, carefully and timidly touching the muscles. Amidst a rustling sound, the two hugged each other tightly and lay on the floor. Suddenly, Wu Hung felt that he was being watched. His sight passed Shilagui, who was hugging him. And in the dim space, a pair of bright eyes were looking at him. Shiryali was wrapped in a thin blanket, with a drunken blush on her face. She just looked at them straight. Damn! Her body was shaking. Don't move, Shilagui whispered in her ear. Wu Hung's body froze, holding the delicate body in his arms. And Shiryali, who was less than a meter away from him, just stared at him. Just when he was about to explain, Shiryali smiled, stretched out her white fingers, and slowly stretched them over. She stroked his lips gently, then put it into her mouth. Wu Hung's eyes widened, not daring to move. And she didn't know what she was going to do. Shiryali took out her finger and put it into her mouth. What's going on? Is she asleep or awake? Is she sleepwalking? The plot is not going well. It's so weird and a little exciting. Shilagui still leaned against her arms tightly, not knowing that the person behind her had woken up and whispered, move. Damn. How can I move in this situation? At this time, Shiryali slowly closed her eyes, as if she fell asleep again because of drunkenness. Wu Hung moved subconsciously, and Shilagui followed with a soft moan. Shiryali opened her eyes again, pulled up one of his hands outside, and interlocked their fingers. Late at night, Wu Hung walked out of the room. Shilagui sorted out her clothes and followed him out. I still have to take care of Shiryali. I can't leave you here. Shilagui helped him straighten his clothes and said softly, I know. When there is a chance, we can go live with me. Wu Hung gently touched her cheek. I will see you off when you leave Treasure Island. You see me off. Doesn't everyone know I'm leaving? I will be back in a few days, and I will come to see you then. Wu Hung said softly. Shilagui thought about it, and it made sense. I have to go back. And I still have to take care of Shiryali. I don't know why you drank so much. Wu Hung smiled stiffly. Zalogwi returned. And he also used teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. Returned to his bedroom. Wu Hung simply washed up and returned to the bedroom to lie on the bed. Recalling the scene just now. His heart beat violently again. What's wrong with Shiryali? Shiryali just looked at the two of them and completed the whole process. Some fear. Some excitement. Also because of being watched. And with Zalogwi's biological sister. This experience ended a little too early. When he left, he also glanced at Shiryali. The other party closed her eyes again. But he could feel that she was pretending to sleep. She did it on purpose? She asked him to have dinner, prepared nectar wine, and got drunk first. No matter how he thought about it. All this was arranged. Even if Wu Hung didn't feel it, the two sisters would like him. But in the current situation, he could feel that Shiryali had an exaggerated feeling for him. Actually, Shiryali is pretty good too. I just don't know if Zalogwi can accept this relationship. The next day, early in the morning, the family sat in the restaurant. And Philippa also came early to eat. Wu Hung said, "Today I will go to Rentam City. And Ware will still be in charge of the island's affairs." "Okay, master." And Ware nodded. Wu Hung continued to look at Philippa. "Stay a few more days. And take the island's magicians with you when you leave." "Okay." Philippa continued. "Where is Jan Vito's skill book? If I don't take it back, the old man will definitely be angry." Wu Hung took out 2 skill books. Tell him that Treasure Island plans to build a magician institute and invite him to live on the island. "Okay. I tell him then." Philippa put the books into the space ring. And then said, "When can you take me to Rentam City to have a look? I haven't seen orcs. Minnie and the others don't count. Maybe there will be a chance in the future," Wu Hung said with a smile. Then, he looked at Minnie and the others and said a few words to each of them. After breakfast, he took some items that Minnie had prepared for the journey. He put on the train conductor's hat directly, waved goodbye to the maids, and boarded the train to leave. Wood Elves. The Parliament Hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with smooth marble floors and long, light green carpets with vines, curlicues and other patterns, leading to the depths of the hall. In the front, on the high steps, there were many chairs placed in a semi-arc shape. The chairs were not full, and 4 wood elves in different styles of brocade robes were sitting scattered. An older wood elf said, "Treasure Island has brought news that Wu Hung wants to buy the formula of plant growth potion." Another wood elf said, "What is there to discuss? Just like treating other countries. Just refuse. He is not qualified for us to make an exception. Don't rush to refuse. Take a look at this." The older wood elf waved his hand slightly. Several newspapers flew in front of the other people. The older wood elf reminded, "Just read the great detective story in the lower left corner. And go back to read the others." Everyone watched again with concentration. Their brows also frowned. The headquarters investigation team was attacked in the kingdom of Yeko. They only knew about this when they saw the newspaper. "What do you mean?" Another person spoke. The older wood elf said calmly, "The city lord has established trade with our guild. He is level 16. Wu Hung was able to kill him alone. His level and strength are higher than we expected. Do you want to agree to him? It's already an exception for us to let him and Shannara go." Someone reminded him. Another person agreed. "We can sell them the potion concentrate. There's no need to give them the formula." The old man shook his head and said, "Of course we won't sell it to him now. I just think that our tribe hasn't had a hero for a long time. Do you think a person who is close to level 18 in his 20s can become a hero?" Everyone raised their eyebrows and instantly understood what he meant. It's also a help to cultivate a hero from another tribe if there is a hero in their own tribe. Especially since the two sides were pretty good before. Shannara has a deep relationship with the other party. Are you sure he can become a hero? Once the formula is sent out, you can't control where he goes. No. Wait until he proves that he can reach level 18. Everyone nodded in agreement. The door opened. Wu Hung got off the train with 2 skeleton attendants and released 3 ghosts at the same time. "Confirm the direction of Rentam City," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao flew up to the sky, looked around, and flew down quickly, pointing to the distance. "Uncle, the city is here, and a skeleton cavalry is running over from behind." "Skeleton cavalry? What about over there?" "Go this way. There is a road." Wu Hung passed through the bushes and saw the road leading to Rentam City. And behind the road, a skeleton cavalry was galloping from afar. raising a cloud of dust behind him. Wu Hung! Don't go out. Someone is approaching. And the target seems to be that skeleton cavalry. Glinda's voice also rang in his ears. Xiao Xiao also said, there are people. 5 people. About level 10. Crossing over. The 2 ghosts said. When the skeleton cavalry approached, a group of people dressed like mercenaries rushed out directly. The leading warrior held a shield and hit the horse's belly. The people behind him also began to prepare for the battle. Chapter 733. Enemies outside the city. The warriors rushed forward with shields. The skeleton knight pulled the reins, and the skeleton horse rushed forward, barely avoiding the side collision. But several people rushed out one after another, blocking the road ahead. The skeleton knight looked at the shield warriors behind him with his empty eyes, and then at the people blocking the road ahead. He slowly drew out the long sword at his waist. The skeleton horse also kept stepping on the spot, ready to charge. In the distance, Wu Hung saw the skeleton knight avoid the side collision. He said, control them. 3 ghosts flew out directly and rushed towards the people blocking the road. When the ghosts drilled into the body, the team that was ready for battle suddenly stiffened. Fear appeared in their eyes. One person threw his weapon aside and punched his nose. Crack! The bridge of the nose was deformed and blood gushed out. The other turned around and kicked his companion in the crotch. The warrior holding the shield threw away the shield in a terrified cry and hit the tree next to him. The skeleton knight, who was ready for battle, looked at the enemy who suddenly became confused. He tilted his head. He flicked the reins, and the skeleton horse jumped over several people and went away directly. Wu Hung came over with the skeleton attendants. The few people who were tormented by the ghosts looked at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared vigilantly. You did it? The warrior with a bloody head stared at Wu Hung. Tie them up. Wu Hung said to the back. You are looking for death. The thief in the front jumped up instantly, holding 2 short swords in his hands. Bang! While in the air, he was kicked in the abdomen by Caxiu and flew 4 or 5 meters away. He vomited bile and blood. The rest of the people were also shocked. High-level professionals. Sir, there are some misunderstandings. We are just passing by. Wu Hung was too lazy to listen to their explanation. Tie them up, and break their limbs if they are not honest. Caxiu and Karamu quickly stepped forward. In the hands of the 2 skeletons, the 5 people who were already injured had no ability to resist. They were tied up in a ball. Wu Hung casually opened the mansion technique. Take them in, and you stay inside to watch them. Don't destroy the equipment. Seeing a space crack suddenly open, the eyes of the 5 people widened instantly. Even if they have no knowledge, they know that this is definitely not an ability that ordinary professionals can release. It's over. I'm in trouble this time. Sir, spare my life. We want to rob some things and go to the city lord mansion to exchange for some wine money. Wrong. Give me a chance. No. No. I don't want to go in. Among the 5 people, 4 of them begged for mercy loudly, and the other one was vomiting blood. The 2 skeletons carried several people and went directly to a corner of the mansion, keeping a distance from the electromagnetic gun equipment. After everyone went in, the mansion was closed directly. The cries and begging for mercy disappeared, and there was silence all around. Uncle, they don't look very smart, Xiao Xiao said on the side. Maybe they are from the local gang, and there are few illiterate people, Wu Hung said. Grinda asked on the side, don't you ask them about their purpose? After returning, Ledwin Manshao asked. She is responsible for the affairs of the skeleton army. If you ask in person, you can also arrange a new delivery route, Wu Hung said. That's right. Grinda nodded. Wu Hung took out the motorcycle from the space ring. After straddling it, he sped towards the direction of Rantam City. The 3 ghosts also flew quickly. While flying, they chatted. Soon they approached the outer area of the city. Wu Hung put away the motorcycle, put on the hood, mixed in with the crowd, and walked directly in. When they reached the wall of the outer city, the search became strict. All people entering and leaving had to show their identities. Residents of the city or foreign caravans. Wu Hung had the emblem of the association, so he passed in easily. The search was quite strict. After all, it was a time of war with the city of Rantam, so there was no danger. Wu Hung walked all the way into the inner city. There were not many changes in the city, and people did not feel nervous about the war. Arrived at the city lord mansion and walked in. Master, you are back. The housekeeper Hartel, wearing a black housekeeper's uniform, pushed her glasses, and walked over quickly. "Where is Wenman Shah?" Wu Hung asked directly. "Madam is in the hall. And the skeleton knight just sent the information," Hartel said. "Are there any others?" Wu Hung walked into the building from a side door. Hartel stepped forward, helped him take off his coat, and hung it aside. "No. Only the lady herself. And has not summoned other commanders yet. Take me there. I also saw this skeleton knight on the way," Wu Hung said. "Master, please come this way." Hartel took him directly to the hall, and saw Wenman Shah sitting on the city lord throne. And below was the skeleton knight he had just seen. Hearing footsteps, Wenman Shah turned back in confusion. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, surprise flashed in her eyes. "Master, Wenman Shah is in good condition, and it seems that she has recovered well after giving birth. With a rosy face, she is wearing a beige embroidered long dress, like a lady enjoying her time." "What news did you send?" Wu Hung asked. "Two news. The skeleton army encountered an enemy who planned to take a detour and killed all of them. But it is not ruled out that a small team will come around to attack Rantam City. The second news is that the skeleton army is about to arrive at the Sedded Fortress. Some scattered intelligence indicates that the army of the Yeko Kingdom is likely to gather there, waiting for a decisive battle with the skeleton army," Wenman Shah said slowly. "The number of enemies who came around is limited, and it is actually difficult to threaten Rantam City. There should be more assassinations against the leaders. I happen to be in Rantam City, so I didn't worry about Wenman Shah's safety. The second point is the Sedded Fortress, where the Yeko Kingdom's troops are gathering to fight the skeletons. In other words, the kingdom's army's retreat before was not a blind escape, but an adjustment and gathering of troops, intending to use this fortress as the decisive battle point. Stop the skeleton army." "Can this fortress stop the skeleton army?" Wu Hung asked. Wenman Shah pulled him to sit down on the city lord seat and said, "Sedded is the name of a person. In the early days, the kingdom fought with the orc tribe. At that time, the orcs launched a large-scale attack. It was the General Sedded who led the human race to defeat the orcs with this fortress and established the current dividing line. Later, this fortress was named Sedded Fortress. For the people of the Yeko Kingdom, this fortress also represents a kind of will. It can repel orcs and repel undead. Of course, it is indeed a position that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The skeleton army went all the way down, and humans retreated step by step. It really needs a reason to revive the decline." "I understand." Wu Hung nodded. "Master, didn't you hear about this fortress when you were in Blackstone?" Wenman Shah asked with a smile. "No one told me. And I'm a necromancer, so I'm not very popular there," Wu Hung said helplessly. "In Blackstone, I was a member for more than a month, let alone this fortress. I left Blackstone without even knowing how to explore it. Besides, I was also the focus of attention in Blackstone at that time. So who would mention this to me?" Wenman Shah thought for a while and said, "Do you have any plans?" "Just continue to follow the plan. I'm here mainly to send you ammunition this time," Wu Hung said directly. Wenman Shah nodded. "Hartel, go get the letter paper." The housekeeper brought the letter paper, and Wenman Shah wrote down the plan for the rest. "The main thing is to stabilize the existing occupied cities first, and then consider attacking the Sedded Fortress after the supply of ammunition is delivered. Is it okay?" Wenman Shah looked at Wu Hung. "I have no objection. I don't know much about fighting. You can arrange it," Wu Hung continued. "By the way, I just came here and saw a team of skeleton knights intercepting the letter delivery. Is it dangerous to deliver the letter along the way? What's going on? Where?" Wenman Shah's expression immediately became serious. Wu Hung immediately told what he had encountered when he first came. "I have brought back the 5 people. You can interrogate them later." "Where are they?" Wenman Shah asked. Wu Hung walked down the platform and opened the mansion technique casually, revealing 2 skeletons and 5 tied-up figures. "Bring them out." The 5 people were dragged out by the skeletons. He sat on the ground, looking at the surrounding environment in horror. When he saw Wenman Shah, he looked up and down. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Wenman Shah said, "Don't rush to deliver the letter. Take these people away. I will interrogate them later." The housekeeper waved, and several guarding skeletons came in and carried the people on the ground out. In the hall, there were 2 people left again. "Where's my daughter?" "She's taking a nap upstairs." "I take you to see her." Wenman Shah smiled and took him upstairs. The two of them walked into the room quietly and saw the child in the crib. And in the room, there were 4 skeleton ghost ladies guarding the side. She's sleeping soundly. With so many skeletons playing with her every day, she must be sleeping soundly when she's tired. When Manshaw whispered, "Aren't you afraid of skeletons?" "Just like Dad. I'm not afraid at all," When Manshaw said with a smile. "I was a little scared before, but not now. That daughter is braver than her father." Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Gently kissed the child's fair face. "Let's go. Don't disturb her rest." When Manshaw nodded and told the skeletons guarding next to her, the two walked out of the room again. "Master, I will interrogate those people. Give me the ammunition you brought later. Arrange a time, and I will have someone send it out." Standing in the corridor, When Manshaw said, "I go to the radio room to say hello to Minnie and the others. And then I come find you," Wu Hung said. When Manshaw nodded and walked downstairs quickly, Wu Hung went to the radio room. When Manshaw radio was placed in the room next to the bedroom, Wu Hung walked in, asked the skeleton standing by to get up, and sat down in his original position. Picked up the microphone. "Go call Minnie over." Not long after, Minnie's voice came from the other side. "Sister When Manshaw? It's me. Master. You're there." Minnie's voice also rose a lot. "We're here. Is everything okay at Treasure Island?" Wu Hung asked. The journey was too far, and it took several days to travel every time. After coming out, I was still a little worried about the safety of Treasure Island. Nothing happened. Philippa took the island's artificer to the city of Natalia. The day before yesterday, the movie theater on the island was released to the public. The whole island has started a new topic. It's very lively, Minnie said with a smile. "Is there any problem with security?" "No problem. Deacon Zalagui is in charge. She came over yesterday and had afternoon tea with us. After becoming close to Zalagui, she also started to get in touch with several maids in the island owner's mansion. This is also a good thing. Wu Hung also hopes that they can have a better relationship. It's good that everything is fine," Wu Hung said. "Okay, Master," Minnie agreed, and then said, "Master, there is a new movie translated by Skeleton. Can we watch it first?" "Let's watch it. Call Zalagui and Macintosh and others." "Okay," Minnie said excitedly. The cheers of Robert and Annette came from behind. "Okay. Let me know if anything happens. I'm going to get busy now. Goodbye, Master." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung called the ghost back. He went to the zombie world. "Listen to Li Yahong's report on the situation here. Nothing important happened in the few days I was away. The skeletons to be trained have been sent to the main station, and the alchemy potion is still being made into pills. But there is no result yet. In short, nothing has changed much." Wu Hung sat with Li Yang for a while, and then returned to the other world. Come down from upstairs. When Manshaw was sitting in the hall feeding her child. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, she took out the other side and raised her eyebrows. "No, thank you." Wu Hung declined, sat down and teased the child, and then asked, "How is the interrogation going?" "It's not a gang member in the city. You need to ask the corpse to confirm it later," When Manshaw said softly. "What happened?" "Hartle, you tell me." When Manshaw gently stroked the child. "The housekeeper," Hartle said. "We interrogated the 5 people separately and finally concluded that they were active soldiers of the Kingdom of Yeko. Their mission this time was to intercept the skeleton horse that was delivering the letter and confirm the content of the letter. They really were from the Kingdom of Yeko." "How did they determine the time and route of the skeleton night?" the housekeeper continued. "According to what they said, they calculated the time of 2 days and stayed nearby. Recalling the appearance of these people when I saw them, they really ran from a distance. The warrior rushed to the horse with a shield, which was also a bit hasty." "Where are these people now?" The housekeeper glanced at When Manshaw and replied, "Dead. Let's ask about the corpse later." Wu Hung nodded. "Soon." The baby spit out the pacifier and burped. When Manshaw handed her to the skeleton ghost woman beside her. "Play with her for a while. Then let her sleep." The ghost woman immediately cast a spell, and her appearance immediately changed to When Manshaw. She took the child and wandered around gently. Shapeshift. The skill that the skeleton ghost woman retained. An illusion-like ability that can be seen through by high-level professionals, but can only transform into the image of a woman. The ghost woman picked up the child and walked upstairs while wandering gently. "It's really a good idea. A natural confinement nanny," Wu Hung followed when Manshaw and walked outside together. Dungeon. Then, he saw 5 corpses covered with straw mats. Compared to normal interrogation, it feels more humane to kill and interrogate the corpse. Think about what you want to ask. And then just ask directly, Wu Hung said. Okay. Wu Hung released talking to the dead. And the first corpse suddenly sat up. And the straw mat on his body fell to the side. Wu Hung took a half step back and signaled to Wen Manshaw that it was okay. When Manshaw asked directly, what are your real identities? The corpse replied, members of the 4th Light Infantry Regiment of the Yet Kingdom. As expected, the information obtained at the beginning was the same. They were from the Yet Kingdom. When Manshaw then asked, what is your purpose here? According to orders, to create some chaos in Ratam City and carry out tasks. By whose order? The commander of this operation. There is still a commander. The two looked at each other. When Manshaw asked again, where is this commander? The corpse pondered for a moment. I don't know. The last question. Is this commander in the 3 districts of Ratam City? Yes. After answering the 5 questions, the corpse lay back on its back. When Manshaw's face was also a little serious. And she said, it seems that many people have come here one after another. Asked the other few. Wu Hung released talk to the dead again. And the second corpse sat up. When Manshaw followed and began to question. The corpses were questioned one after another. The situation was basically understood. It was similar to what they guessed. These people bypassed the skeleton army and gathered around Ratam City. In order to keep the operation secret, they will wear blue hoods and red belts into the city. At that time, someone will determine where they will stay and use trained animals to give them tasks. The skeleton knights in the attack route were also passed down in this way. As for who was in charge and whether there were other people, there were no clues. Unilaterally issued tasks. It is really difficult to find the other party. Order a citywide search? When Manshaw looked at Wu Hung thought for a while and then said, no hurry. The noise is too loud. The city may be in chaos first. And it may also remind them that they have been discovered. Do you have any good ideas? When Manshaw continued to ask. The blue hood and red belt are a favorable clue. Arrange someone to pretend to be this image to enter the city tomorrow and see if we can find clues. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Then do as the master says. When Manshaw smiled. Go back to eat first. I asked someone to make a very sumptuous dinner. Let's go. Returning to the city lord mansion. When Manshaw went upstairs to see the baby. And the housekeeper went to see the kitchen dinner situation. Outside the city. In the grocery store. A figure walked in quickly and looked around. He approached the counter and said in a low voice, the team that went to kill the skeleton knight has disappeared. Let everyone hide. All previous identification features will be cancelled. Notify them immediately. If you cannot notify them, do not contact them again. After that, he turned and left. Chapter 734. Like a magic scroll. Waited in the study for a while. 3 ghosts flew back from outside one after another. Xiao Xiao said, I didn't find anyone with a blue hood over there. But I saw 2 orcs fighting. And their teeth were knocked out. Benny said, I didn't find anyone dressed like that in the area I checked. Both ghosts had no clues. Wu Hung continued to look at Granda. The 3 ghosts were responsible for different areas. Granda had a high level and high attributes. So he was responsible for a larger area. I noticed the gaze coming over. Granda said, I found a person dressed like that here. A swordsman. Living in the innermost room on the 2nd floor of the Giant Tail Tavern in the outer city area. Sure enough, I got some clues from Granda. Will there be a beast trainer who will pass on the message to this person? Wu Hung asked. It's useless to find these people. The main thing is to find the commander hiding in the dark. Granda shook his head. I watched over there for a while. But I didn't see any traces of the beast tamer. Nor did I find that he received any information. I take a look at the situation. Wu Hung said. Granda got into the body. And the shared picture appeared in his mind. Blue hood. A red cloth hanging around the waist. Not a belt. But it should be the target. He visited several stalls along the way. And then went straight back to the tavern. There were 5 people in the room of the tavern. Sitting in the room silently. Chatting about some discoveries they had just made here. And then waiting. Until Granda left. He didn't find that these people received any news or intelligence. The shared picture ended. And Granda took the initiative to fly out of the body. Are you going to catch them? Granda asked. It's not very useful to catch him. Wu Heng glanced at the dark window and said, "You guys work hard. One of you stays to keep an eye on the City Lord Mansion. And the rest of you take turns to monitor those people. If there is a beast trainer delivering a letter, follow the beast trainer to find the person who posted the message behind," Glinda said. "Xiao Xiao stays and protects your uncle. And Benny follows me to the outer city area." "Okay." Benny nodded. Xiao Xiao patted her chest and said, "Leave it to me. Don't worry." After that, 2 ghosts flew out. Wu Heng also stood up. "Xiao Xiao, leave it to you. I'm going to rest. When I'm free, can I go see my sister?" Xiao Xiao floated beside him. "Sure, but don't wake her up. It will be troublesome if she cries," Wu Heng said. "Okay. I just watch from a distance." Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Heng waved to her and walked directly to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Wen Manshaw was wearing a red lace dress. Lying on the bed, the fabric hanging on her body, showing an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, she put the documents in her hand aside. "Master, did you find anything?" Wu Heng got on the bed and gently held the other person in his arms. "If you find someone dressed like this, let the ghost keep an eye on him. If you find someone sending a message, you will follow up and investigate. Having the master here gives people a sense of security," Wen Manshaw said softly, and her hands began to reach into his clothes and touch randomly. Wu Heng continued, "There are not many of them, and it is unlikely that they will cause danger to you and the city. It should not be difficult to find them." Wen Manshaw nodded and lifted his clothes. "The master will arrange these things. What you need to do now is to comfort your little maid." Throwing the clothes aside, she smiled charmingly. "Don't you want to teach a lesson to the evil gangster sister-in-law? The boss's wife? Buff. Ah. What did you say?" Wu Heng pinched her chin and patted her cheek. "It's okay. Turn around." Wen Manshaw turned around slowly with a charming look. Early morning. After breakfast, Wen Manshaw went to the hall to give tasks to officials in the city. Wu Heng also walked out of the City Lord Mansion and called a carriage to the commercial street in the inner city. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of a prop shop. Wu Heng, wearing a human skin mask, opened the door and got off slowly, followed by 2 accompanying skeleton attendants. He looked up at the plaque above. It said Wheeling Prop Shop. 5 words. After confirming that this was the place, Wu Heng walked in directly. There were several customers in the store looking at the goods around. A clerk immediately stepped forward and said, "Customer, what type of props do you need? Daily life or combat defense? I can introduce them to you." Wu Heng said, "I was introduced by Miss Hartel, the housekeeper of the City Lord Mansion. I have already greeted your rune master." Hearing that it was someone introduced by the City Lord Mansion, the clerk's attitude became more respectful. "Mr. Malcolm has already explained it. Please come this way." Wu Heng nodded, followed the other party through the hall, and walked to the room behind the store. After knocking on the door, the clerk said, "Mr. Malcolm, the guest introduced by the City Lord Mansion has arrived. Let him in." "Guest, please." The door opened and Wu Heng walked in. The interior area was about 30 square meters, surrounded by shelves filled with various items. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was sitting in front of an old wooden table, fiddling with a ring. It looked like he was repairing a broken prop. What prop is broken? Repairing is risky, and it is likely that the repair will not be done well, which will also affect the possibility of subsequent repairs, the man said directly. Wu Heng sat down and said, "Not repairing something. I have an item here. I would like you to help me take a look." "Look at the item?" The man turned around and looked up and down, and said, "What is it? Let me see." Wu Heng took out the talisman and placed it on the table between the two of them. "Yellow paper?" The man looked a little puzzled and looked up at Wu Heng. The man was introduced by the City Lord Mansion. Judging from his attire and appearance, he should not be here to play tricks on me. "What do you need me to see?" "I got this piece of paper by chance. It can protect ghosts." "Can you find the reason?" Wu Heng said directly. "The purpose of this trip is also very simple. I came to the city to look at the Rune Master's talisman. It is not yet certain whether the effect on ghosts is due to the pattern on it or the material used." The middle-aged man frowned even deeper, picked up the light yellow paper, and carefully unfolded it. The mark on the talisman appeared in front of him. "Props? Or strange objects?" "Not sure. If you break it down, neither of them should be appropriate." The other party turned around, took a few tools from the operating table behind, and placed them on the table. Pour a potion or some liquid into a copper basin. Then pick up the talisman and move it slightly closer to the copper basin. The ink inside, as if driven by energy, slowly spreads out into the distance. It really works. The man was a little surprised, and then said, "The effect is too small. Basically useless." As he said that, he put away the copper basin and potion. He put on the magnifying glasses again and began to carefully examine the patterns on it. Then he said, "It should be a strange object. A very low-effect strange object. And it basically has no significant effect on ghosts." Strange object. Wu Hung was not very satisfied with this result, and then asked, "Is there any way to experiment and see if it is the material that works? Or the pattern? Do you suspect that this is an engraved magic scroll?" said the middle-aged man. Chapter 735. Let them come out. Wu Hung's eyes lit up. Relatively speaking, this kind of thing drawn on paper is closer to a magic scroll. However, a magic scroll is much larger than a talisman and needs to be unfolded when used. Is it possible? These two strokes can have the effect of blocking ghosts, which is really not simple. It may be the work of a master. The middle-aged man continued. If you want to verify the material, you need to get some of it, and it is likely to destroy this thing. It's okay. The effect is so small. It's okay if it's broken. The middle-aged man nodded, took out a carving knife, and gently scraped off a layer on the drawn pattern. Then he turned around and started the experiment. The material does have an effect. It may be a strange thing, or it may be an experimental product of a master scholar. The middle-aged man said without looking back. What does this figure say? Wu Hung asked again. There is obviously a purpose for drawing this kind of pattern. Otherwise it would be easier to just pile up the materials. That makes sense. The middle-aged man put the thing in his hand aside and continued. This yellow paper has a good effect, but the effect is too low. If you are willing, I can take out 2 silver coins to buy it as a collection. This item is absolutely unique in the current environment. Whether it is a strange object or a master's experiment, it is actually not important. It is already a rare item with great research value. Wu Hung smiled and said, No, this is also my collection. I just came to ask. The price is easy to talk about. If you tell me a price in your mind that is not exaggerated, I will consider it. The other party spoke again. I don't have the idea of selling it. I will sell it to you when I have the opportunity to get the second one. The middle-aged man wanted to say a few more words, but he held back. The other party doesn't look simple, and he was introduced by the city lord mansion. If he doesn't want to sell it to me, there is nothing I can do. That's a pity. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. I am willing to pay 100 silver coins for it. As he said that, he handed the talisman back, put it into the space ring, stood up and said, Thank you. You're welcome. After leaving the backyard, there were still many customers in the front hall. The previous clerk walked over quickly and respectfully escorted him out of the store. Walked out of the store. Wu Hung did not leave immediately. Walked along the street for a distance and walked into a tavern on the side of the road. There were not many customers at this time. On the steps built of wooden boards, a human bard was loudly telling the great detective story in the newspaper. The city of Rentam was also selling newspapers and publishing great detective stories. But the progress of the story was one version slower than that of Treasure Island. And it was still at the stage of the second case. Lord Wu Hung is so smart. I feel like I'm falling in love with him. Stop it. We orcs and humans can't get along. I don't care about that. I can accept him being a little ugly. Wu Hung looked up at the female orc who was talking. She was nearly 3 meters tall, with green skin and huge fangs. He gulped down the wine glass as thick as a bowl. The muscles on his arms were almost as thick as his maid's waist. He was as strong as a bodybuilding coach handing out flyers. My goodness. The aesthetics of orcs and humans are really different. He retracted his gaze and didn't pay attention to the orcs chatting on the other side. He opened the panel and took a look. Level 19, 598537/355000. Reputation, level 19, 13837/66,000. The experience points are almost doubled, and the reputation has just reached 13,000. The reputation that was added later should have been contributed a lot by Rentam City. But there is still a long way to go before upgrading. So I have to keep thinking of ways to improve. He drank the wine in the cup, left the tavern directly, and called a carriage to return to the City Lord Mansion. Back to the City Lord Mansion. When Manshaw was still in the hall, giving tasks to the commanders in the city, Wu Hung did not disturb her. He said hello to the housekeeper and went upstairs directly. He coaxed the child in the baby's room for a while, then returned to the study and took out the talisman. Today I went to the prop store to ask about the talisman. Although I didn't figure out the matter, I still gained something. It confirmed that the materials used have certain effects. The pattern on the talisman is very likely to be matched. When the time comes, I will ask someone to contact the front desk to ask what materials are used to draw the talisman, and then study it. The second point is the inspiration of the magic scroll. Compared with the rune array pattern, the magic scroll mentioned by the middle-aged man is closer to the talisman, both of which are recorded on scrolls or paper in the form of drawing. I should ask a scholar who specializes in magic scrolls for advice. No, I'm a member of the Hongwen Society, and I'm going outside to ask for advice. After thinking for a while, he opened the door and walked downstairs. In the side hall, the housekeeper Hartel was directing Skeleton to move some furniture outside. Last time I came, there were still a few maids in the City Lord Mansion. But this time, the City Lord Mansion has been replaced by Skeleton. Master, Hartel saluted. Wu Hung said, Hartel, go get a piece of letter paper and envelope, and send it to the study. Okay, Master. Wu Hung returned to the study, and sat at the desk, and waited for a while. Hartel knocked on the door and walked in. Master, the envelope and letter paper are ready. Wait for me for a moment. I will send it to the association later. Yes, Master. Hartel stood upright aside. Looking over here, Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while, then began to write a letter. The letter was written to Claudio, the leader of Hong Wenhui. He first reported the recent development of Treasure Island and thanked Hong Wenhui for giving public classes on the island and helping the islanders improve their careers. Then he mentioned the magic scrolls and career scrolls. He was more interested in this aspect and wanted to borrow some books to broaden his horizons. At the end, he wrote that he would return to Treasure Island and that letters could be mailed directly to Treasure Island. This would prevent him from leaving Ratam City and mailing them directly here. After writing, Wu Hung rechecked the contents above. After confirming that they were correct, he sealed them with hot wax. Hartel. Wu Hung looked up and saw the housekeeper looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Hartel immediately reacted. Master, send it to the association and have them mail it directly. Yes, Master. Hartel picked up the letter and left quickly. Afternoon. Granda came back and said, Benny is still watching over there. But so far, no one has contacted them, and no intelligence has been sent. After a day, these people still have no intelligence. Are there any other discoveries? Wu Hung asked. Granda thought for a while and answered. There are only two possibilities. One is that there is no mission assigned to them, and the second is that the killing of the 5 people has been exposed, so no mission will be assigned. It is basically the same as what Wu Hung thought. These people must be arranged by the Kingdom of Yek. There is no doubt about this. The rest is the reason why there is no contact behind the scenes. Wu Hung continued. The second possibility is more likely. Why? Granda asked back. You searched such a large circle in the city, and only found this small team. The number is too small. They should know that we are investigating this matter again. So they changed their original characteristics. Wu Hung said. What about the few we are watching? Maybe we didn't have time to notify them. Or they may have been released for us to catch and kill. Wu Hung said directly. It's possible. Glenda nodded. Do we still need to keep an eye on these people? Keep an eye on them first. If there is still no clue tomorrow, we will find a way to lure them out. Okay. I will keep an eye on them with Benny and notify you when there is news. Thank you for your hard work, Wu Hung said with a smile. Glenda smiled at him. We don't feel tired. After that, he turned and walked away. He continued to sit in the study, thinking about how to find these people. At the door came the voice of Hartel calling him for dinner. He got up and left the study and walked out directly. During dinner, Wu Hung and Wen Manshaw talked about this again. The city began to gradually strengthen patrols. Wu Hung was also trying to find the other party. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the ghosts kept an eye on the few people they had found before, and also searched for other suspicious targets in the city. But the other parties seemed to be completely non-existent, and no useful clues were found. In addition, in order to create an illusion that they did not know the existence of these people. They did not dare to let the guard search extensively, so as not to alert the enemy. 2 days passed like this. Late at night today, when there were no pedestrians on the road, a convoy escorted by more than 10 skeletons slowly left the city from the east gate. After passing through the outer city area, it took a detour and began to rush towards the direction of the Yek Kingdom. And just after this convoy left the outer city area, figures came out from the surrounding buildings. After identifying the direction, the teams of 5 people left the city one after another and followed the direction of the convoy. Go this way. Those skeletons took a detour. We can stop them if we rush over. Hua la la. Everyone crossed the woods directly and chased the position of the carriage. Soon, they saw the convoy that was not moving fast. Kill! A roar was issued. Everyone rushed out of the dense forest and pounced on the skeletons escorting the goods. After a killing, all the skeletons fell to the ground, and one of them lifted the oilcloth on the carriage, revealing the arrows and some leather and grass underneath. What are they transporting these for? Who cares? Burn them, and then we go back. Soon, a big fire rose up, and there was a crackling sound all around. Let's go back. Fearing that the fire would attract the guards, everyone left quickly. The city lord mansion. Wu Hong was sitting in the study, and Benny flew back from outside. He said directly, those people really followed them out of the city. Lady Glinda secretly killed one of them, took over the body and left. Okay. Chapter 736. We decide how to play. Wu Hong felt relieved when he heard that Glinda had already joined the team. Everything was going according to plan. Wu Hong said, keep watching, and notify me in time if there is any news. Okay. Benny turned and went through the wall. Wu Hong took a sip of the teacup, opened the door, and walked downstairs. In the hall, when Manshaw was sitting on a chair, and the housekeeper was rubbing her shoulders. Seeing him coming down, when Manshaw asked, how is it? It's going well. We will arrange another operation tomorrow. As long as the commander dares to use the tamed beast to pass the message, he can be caught. Wu Hong said directly. Fortunately, the master is here. Otherwise it would be difficult for me to handle this matter. When Manshaw also showed a relaxed smile. Okay. Let's go back and rest. Hartel should rest early, and the rest of the things will be left to the skeleton. Wu Hong said. Yes, sir. The housekeeper saluted. When Manshaw took his arm intimately and returned to the bedroom together. Outside the city, a large number of skeletons began to move quickly on the streets. Although they did not search every house, the dense footsteps, the friction of bones, and the sound of weapons colliding still made the residents panic. They were afraid that something would implicate themselves in a house. It's okay. These skeletons did not choose to search. They probably don't want to make a big deal. One person looked out through the crack of the door and said at the same time, after the guards outside who were looking for the wheel went away, he walked back and sat down at the table. Around the old wooden table, there were 5 people sitting around. A regular 5-person team configuration. The person who came back said softly, this operation went smoothly. The level of the skeletons being escorted was not high. The person on the left followed up and said, it looks like a test. There are not many supplies transported, and they are not important to the army. It's normal. They rely on skeletons to fight, and they don't need heavy supplies. It doesn't matter. As long as we create some chaos for them from the surroundings, we can delay the delivery of supplies. That's right. It's good to delay their progress. Several people chatted in a low voice. At this time, the person who had just explored the situation outside the door looked up at the silent swordsman on the side and said, Oliver. How do you feel? Oliver? Oliver! After shouting several times in a row. When the others looked at the swordsman reacted, much better, but a little dizzy. The others also frowned and looked at him. Where are you hurt? Why don't you talk all the time? Someone asked. Headache. How can I have the energy to talk to you about this? The swordsman replied. The others still looked at him, their hands reaching for their weapons. It seemed that they were not satisfied with his answer. The swordsman frowned. What do you mean? The others still looked at him, and looked at each other. They always felt that something was wrong with Oliver, but they couldn't tell. Just as the room fell into silence, when everyone was thinking about what was wrong, there was a slight knock at the window. One person stood up and opened the window a crack, and the gray-brown bird's beak clamped the note and sent it in. He took the note and unfolded it, reading softly, "Leave tomorrow morning. Wait for other teams 2 kilometers away, and let them change clothes." After saying that, he put the paper ball on the candle and burned it out. "Oliver, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, someone asked. A few people looked back, and Oliver's body fell limply to one side. He fell to the ground. The people nearby came forward to check, and their bodies suddenly stiffened, saying, "Dead? Dead?" Everyone widened their eyes. The gray owl, under the cover of darkness, entered the sky above the outer city. After dodging 2 waves of patrolling beasts, it swooped down and got into the open window of a shop. In the dim room, a tall and thin man in a wide robe took out dried meat from the space ring and fed it to the owl, saying, "Well done." The owl did not respond, but just swallowed the dried meat handed into its mouth. Across the room, another bloated man whispered, "Sir, will killing the transport team cause chaos in the city? Since the battle outside, when Manshaw has become more and more ruthless, what we want is for them to be in chaos. As long as they can't find our location, we have the final say on how to play." The tall and thin ranger sneered. "Compared to these people, the real headache should be the woman sitting in the city lord mansion. If they are pushed to the limit, they will cause some trouble in the city, or set fire to the densely populated residential areas outside the city. These are all things they cannot bear. Of course, these things are also plans for the future, and will be implemented one after another. I will follow the adults' arrangements." The fat man said immediately, "It's over. Today's matter is over. They can't find anything. You can go back and rest. Tomorrow will be normal. Open. Open." The thin and tall man's words suddenly got stuck. His face flushed, and the veins on his neck bulged. The owl on his arm suddenly stood up and flapped its wings to leave. But he was grabbed by the neck, and with a click, his head was twisted off. The bloated man's eyes widened. "Sir, you are?" Before he finished speaking, the thin and tall ranger's neck turned 180 degrees with a harsh click and looked at him again. Only the neck was twisted like a twist. The bloated man's face was full of fear, and he fell to the ground and turned around to run away. The next second, his body froze in place, and his neck rotated a circle under an uncontrollable force, and his heavy body fell to the ground. There was a muffled sound like a drum. The room was quiet again. Only the passing patrol team could hear the footsteps outside. Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the ghost that floated in. Glenda waved. Wu Hung looked at the sleeping Wen Manshaw, carefully pulled out his arm, and followed him out of the room. He walked into the study next door. "How is it?" Wu Hung asked. Glenda said, "I found the person behind the scenes." "So fast?" "This guy just passed the message to the team I sneaked into, and I found out the other party's location. He was hiding in a shop in the outer city," Glenda said directly. "How is the person?" Wu Hung took out the armor and put it on directly. "If you are afraid that he will run away, just kill him directly, and you can collect the body." With Glenda's level, she is a novice village in Rentam City. No one can resist her possession. "Let's go. Take me there." After putting on the armor, Wu Hung opened the door and walked out directly. Go down the stairs. When they arrived at the second floor, the housekeeper's room opened a crack, and a pair of eyes looked over vigilantly. Seeing that it was Wu Hung, Hartle, who was wearing a loose nightgown, came out, bowing. "Master, are you going out so late?" The loose drooping collar showed her proud bust. Wu Hung said, "I'm going out for a while. If when Manshaw wakes up, she will say that I went out to catch someone." "Yes, master." Hartle nodded immediately. Wu Hung didn't say much, and walked downstairs quickly with the skeleton. Left the city lord mansion. The street was empty. The doors and windows of the houses around were also closed. A skeleton patrol team passed by, and Wu Hung immediately stopped them. "You follow me." The skeleton team stopped and followed Wu Hung. "Auntie, didn't they find you?" Xiao Xiao asked. "I have some doubts. After all, I don't know what their names are. I just control that body." Grinda replied. "Why did they suspect you?" "It seems that the tone of voice or accent of the person possessed me and I are different. Anyway, they started to suspect me when they talked to me." Glinda thought about it and said, "Originally, I was doing well in this team. But after saying 2 sentences, the whole team obviously felt something was wrong." Xiao Xiao continued to ask, "What happened next?" "Before I found anything, the tame beast sent a message And then I went to chase the tamed beast. It doesn't matter whether they find it later, Glinda said casually. Auntie, you didn't kill them. Aren't you afraid that they will run away? I'm afraid that I will lose the tamed beast. And the streets in the outer city are full of patrolling skeletons. If they chase them out, they will be caught and can't run away, Glinda said confidently. Oh! Under Glinda's guidance, Wu Hung came to a shop in the outer city. He checked the doors and windows of the shop and found that the window was open. He let the skeletons in through the window, opened the door, and rushed in with a large number of skeletons. The shop was dark. There were 2 human corpses on the ground. Chapter 737. Humans will win. Glinda said, the thin one is the commander behind the scenes, and the fat one should be the owner of the shop, or one of his subordinates. Where's the owl? Xiao Xiao came over. The owl is his tamed animal. There's no need to ask about the owl. Wu Hung looked at Xiao Xiao. He always focused on strange places. You have to be careful to solve the case. Uncle, the murderer is your aunt. What case is there to solve? Wu Hung said, and said to the skeletons, check the room upstairs. You two go find some sheets and wrap the body. The skeletons began to act. Some skeletons went upstairs to search, and 2 of them found sheets to wrap the body tightly. Wu Hung put it directly into the space ring, standing at the door and waiting for a while. He made sure that there was no one else in the shop, closed the door of the shop again, and returned with the team back to the City Lord mansion. The sky was bright. When Manshaw also changed into a set of armor. In the courtyard was a skeleton army that had gathered. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, he took 2 steps forward. Master, how is it? The man has been killed. Let's go outside to ask about the body. They walked to the courtyard together, and Wu Hung took out the body. The sheet was opened. When Manshaw frowned. I know these 2 people. No. No. Not no. I have met them once. When Manshaw continued. This man is the owner of a shop in the outer city. And this man is a foreign businessman. I met a business representative once before to ask about their development plan. And he also asked some questions. Wu Hung frowned. That is to say, he entered the city a long time ago. Yes, but I didn't expect him to be in this identity. When Manshaw sighed. Take off his space ring. The skeleton stepped forward and took off the ring on the man's hand. Wu Hung explored it and took out all the items one by one. Weapons, props, some daily necessities, and certificates of shops and real estate. He really looks like a businessman. Ask the corpse first, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw nodded. Talking with the dead after being released. The tall and thin man sat up directly, looking at this side with a pair of empty eyes. When Manshaw looked at the corpse. Who is your highest commander in Rentam City? The corpse replied. It's me. Sure enough. This time, they did not find the wrong target. When Manshaw continued to ask. Why are you so persistent in attacking Rentam City? The corpse replied. According to the plan. We need more funds to fight against the army of the Great Prince. When Manshaw suddenly looked at Wu Hung. Against the Great Prince. This is not the Great Prince's people. Seeing that Wu Hung also looked puzzled. He asked. Which prince do you support? The corpse replied. The second prince. The army attacking Rentam City is only the troops that the second prince can mobilize personally. It does not represent the entire Yek kingdom. No wonder they did not show much combat effectiveness. And their cohesion is not strong. They were beaten back by the skeleton army. Wu Hung said, when Manshaw asked the location of other people in the city first. When Manshaw nodded and asked the corpse, report the location of all of you in your city to me. The corpse was silent for a while, and began to tell the location one by one. The housekeeper took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the places mentioned. From the hiding place, these people hid in the taverns and some houses in the outer area of the city. A small number of them sneaked into the outer city. When Manshaw took a step back and said, Master, there is one more question left. Do you have anything to ask? Wu Hung thought for a while and asked, tell me about the current situation of several princes and princesses in the Yek kingdom. The corpse paused again, and then said, the eldest prince occupies many areas in the southern part of the kingdom, and the second prince occupies several cities in the north. There is no definite news about the other princes and princesses. Some should have their own cities and teams, and some have died, but they can't compare with these 2 people. After speaking, the corpse fell back with a bang. From the corpse's words, we can still get a lot of information that we haven't collected before. It was the second prince who attacked Rantam City. But the other party obviously overestimated his ability. Not only did he fail to occupy Rantam City, but he also lost so many cities in the battle. And he didn't have the confidence to compete with the first prince. He was gradually closed by the skeleton army. And with the army of the first prince in the south, maybe these two teams will eventually sandwich the second prince's army in the middle. Speaking of which, the second prince is also unlucky. He couldn't beat both sides, and they both became enemies. There was another corpse, and Wu Hung still released talking with the dead. The bloated body sat up and looked over here, when Manshaw asked a few more questions, and the corpse answered them one by one. This person obviously didn't know much, and the role he played was just a shop owner, helping him to cover up, or collecting some information in the city. As for who is in the city, and where they are, this person doesn't know any of them, and can't tell. The body lay back down. When Manshaw said, "Throw the body out and bury it," Hartel mobilizes the guards to arrest people according to the address. Those who resist or escape during the arrest will be killed. "Yes, sir," Hartel replied and left with 2 teams of skeletons. She will go to the guards, mobilize the troops, and start arresting people according to the list. The master is still efficient. They were caught so quickly. When Manshaw took his hand and returned to the residence together. "It's all thanks to the ghost. If there is a chance, introduce us to each other. I haven't seen the master's ghost yet." When Manshaw glanced around, Wu Hung smiled and said, "Next time, I will also ask for their opinions." "Okay. I have someone prepare some breakfast. After we finish eating, we can rest for a while. Let Hartel take care of the arrest," when Manshaw said, calling the skeleton chef to prepare breakfast in advance. "What do you think of Hartel? What aspect? Besides me, let her accompany you. They all have good figures and are trustworthy." When Manshaw smiled. "Accompany yourself? Why do you suddenly think of saying this?" "I just thought of it suddenly." When Manshaw smiled. "Let's eat first. After breakfast." When Manshaw went to feed the child, and Wu Hung waited until it was a little brighter, and went to the radio room, picked up the microphone and said directly, "Minnie? Are you there?" After waiting for a while, Minnie's voice came from the other side. "Master, I'm here. The radio station of the island owner's mansion is guarded by the skeleton. When there is news, Minnie or other maids will be informed downstairs. So usually, the maids will come over after a while." "Is there nothing going on in Treasure Island these days?" Wu Hung asked. "Nothing. But Deacon Zalagui came yesterday and used the skeleton prophet to catch a wanted criminal on the island. It seems that he is a second-level meritorious person," Minnie said while recalling. "Second-level meritorious person is a 15th-level professional, which is not a low level. What did you do on the island?" "Killed a wealthy businessman. Good guy. The business environment that was created with great difficulty actually dared to go to the island to kill people. Let Zalagui pay attention to this matter, and at the same time strengthen patrols on the island and investigations of people who come to the island," Wu Hung said directly. "Understood. I go talk to the deacon later," Minnie said, and then said, "By the way, Master, Deacon Zalagui also brought a piece of news, which is to report to the headquarters that the cult gathered in the kingdom of Yeko." "Ah, what news?" "The headquarters has arranged personnel to go to the kingdom of Yeko. I heard that there is a hero who will pass by Treasure Island and may go to the island to take a look." "Hero?" "The second hero entered the kingdom of Yeko. It's going to be a big fight." "Which hero?" "I heard it's called Shungwi something." "Shungwi Arbitration." "Yes, that's the name." "Damn. Religious leader. Go contact Zalagui and tell him to talk to you on the radio at night," Wu Hung said immediately. "Okay, Master." Fortress of Set. The earth trembled, and the dense army of skeletons rushed towards the iron gray fortress. Dense arrows shot down from the top of the wall, crackling and hitting the shields raised by the skeletons below. Crossbow arrows, as thick as arms, shot down from the top of the wall. The skeletons that were hit were instantly shattered, and the scattered magic affected the surrounding skeletons. The skeleton archers also entered the range and began to shoot at the top of the wall. Bullets crackled and hit the top of the wall. After a round of shooting between the two sides, the bottom of the city wall was already covered with bones. Seeing that the siege was hopeless, the skeleton army began to retreat, like the receding tide, leaving the battle area. The skeletons have retreated. The human race will win. Cheers rang out on the city wall. Chapter 738. I'm likely to go to the island. After confirming the call time with Minnie in the evening, he hung up the call. Wu Hung sat on the chair and began to think about the intelligence he had just received. There is a level 15 wanted criminal killing people on Treasure Island, which may have some impact, but it's not a big problem. Before leaving, he adjusted the skeletons on the island. All of them were replaced with skeletons above level 10, and many important positions have reached level 15. In addition, the skeleton team is equipped with a certain number of hot weapons, not to mention catching a level 15 criminal, a level 18 wanted criminal. As long as the target is found, the ending is only a dead end. The zombie world is like a leveling field. High-level skeletons appear in batches, and it is not a problem to defend several treasure islands in terms of quantity. What he cares more about is the hero arranged by the association headquarters. The religious leader seems to be prejudiced against me. Saint Light Arbitration Sidhu Livingston, the leader of the Orthodox Church, is the only human hero among the heroes in power at the headquarters. It seems reasonable for him to investigate the matter of the Kingdom of Yeko. After all, they are all human beings, and many sects are involved. But for Wu Hung, he does not have a very good impression of this leader. The last time, his first level reward, Immortal Holy Light, was a religious wonder. It must have come from the religion. It looks like a reward, but it is more of a deterrent and warning. Wearing this wonder can protect the spirit and summon a light knight. The side effect is that the sinner will spontaneously combust. Give it to a necromancer, and he will be lucky if he doesn't die. He will pass by Treasure Island and then go to the Kingdom of Yeko. Why is it him? The Treasure Island is full of skeletons. It is hard to say whether this Orthodox leader will find fault when he sees it. There is also the Kingdom of Yeko. It is actually not bad for him to deal with those gathered sections. He can deter and attack those sects. The main skeleton army in Ratam City is also attacking the Kingdom of Yeko. Will he come to pay attention to the battlefield here after investigating the cult? We still have to pay attention to him, so that we can adjust the battlefield. At least he can't find faults. Is there a god in this world? If there is a god, it's not easy to kill this religious leader. The legend of the gods is still quite scary. I don't know how the power of gods is defined. No. The sorcerer is also related to the gods, and the association will put the offenders on the wanted list. It seems that they are not afraid of the threat of the gods behind them. I can't figure it out. It's better not to conflict with the other party. If there is a god, it's better not to attract the attention of the other party. My space ring and the zombie world should be kept secret. After thinking about the matter, I gave the position to the skeleton investigator and got up and went downstairs. I didn't see Wen Mansha, and I didn't go to find her specifically. I stood in front of the gate and looked, and walked towards the back courtyard of the City Lord Mansion. There are some flowers and plants planted in the back courtyard of the City Lord Mansion, probably because they were afraid of any danger. The plants they planted were relatively low and would not block their sight. Wu Hung found a warehouse and used the gate to open the boundary gate. 3 skeleton dragons were transferred over. The skeleton dragons stood in the courtyard, shaking their heads and tails, knocking over the rockery on the side, and trampling down the flowers and plants in the flower bed. The sound of destruction immediately attracted new skeletons. And when Mansha, who hurried over behind her, when she saw the 3 hideous and huge dragons, fear instantly appeared on Wen Mansha's face, and she stepped back subconsciously, trying to hide behind the skeleton team. And the next second, she saw Wu Hung standing in front of the huge monster. It seemed that he was scolding the monster, and his tail knocked over the rockery in the courtyard. Master, this is... When Mansha leaned over and asked in a low voice. After calming down a little, she also reacted. These skeleton dragons should be the undead soldiers of her master again. But this size is much bigger than the previous undead soldiers. Wen Mansha, come here. Wu Hung waved his hand. Wen Mansha walked over carefully and hugged his waist. Are these dragons? Skeleton flying dragons. Stay here to protect you in the future. Wen Mansha explained softly. Skeleton flying dragons? It really is a dragon. A terrifying monster that often appears in stories. Now he is using it to protect himself. You? Is this your summon? Well, the skeleton flying dragon is about level 13. And its characteristics are flying and carrying weight. In the future, letters and special supplies will be delivered with it. And you can also ride it to escape or travel. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders and introduced. Wen Mansha whispered. Use it to protect the master. This kind of undead must be very rare. It is very common over there in the Emerald Sea. I brought it here to protect you. Wu Hung explained and said to the skeleton dragon, follow her orders from now on. The skeleton dragon stomped on the spot and crushed a large area of flowers and plants again. When Manshaw looked at the messy back garden, took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said, then I will stay. Then, looking at the 3 skeleton dragons, you go to the open space over there. Don't move. I will find a place for you later. The dragon went to the open space on one side, but still shook its head and tail. When Manshaw felt a little distressed for the flowers and plants that she had planted with great difficulty, the skeleton dragon stopped walking around. The 2 returned to their residence. At noon, Wu Hung looked at the baby and when Manshaw arms, stretched out his hand and gently touched the white cheek. She eats really well. 3 meals a day. When Manshaw wandered around the child and said with a smile, more than 3 meals. Sometimes she drinks several times a day. It's okay. Your mother has a thick foundation. Enough for you to drink enough. When Manshaw rolled his eyes at him, I have to feed the big baby at night. No matter how thick it is. It's not enough to feed you too. Don't destroy our father-daughter relationship. What's wrong with drinking a little? The baby is willing to share with daddy. Right. Wu Hung continued to tease the child. When Manshaw pouted and smiled at the child, the 2 coaxed the child together. And there was a knock on the door. Then the voice of the housekeeper came in. Master. Madam. The commanders who went out to catch people are all back. Wait a moment. When Manshaw said softly. Yes, madam. After when Manshaw fed for a while, the skeleton ghost changed back to when Manshaw appearance and continued to play with the child. The 2 walked out of the room together. Butler Hartel was still waiting at the door, bowing slightly. Master. Madam. Several commanders of the city defense are waiting in the living room. Wu Hung said. You go. It's best not to let too many people know what I'm doing here. When Manshaw nodded and said, okay. I report to you then. After that, she followed the butler downstairs. On the way, the housekeeper whispered, Madam, there are a few more dragon-like skeletons in the backyard. Don't worry. The master arranged them to protect us. Okay, madam. Wu Hung did not show up, but he still used the God's Presence feature to descend on a skeleton guard in the hall. God's Presence is a feature unlocked at level 15. You can let your own consciousness descend on the attached summoned creature. Previously, this ability was used to control skeletons and take some suicidal actions. For example, using the evil sword Jing Blade. After successfully landing, the scene in the hall can be seen through the vision and hearing of the skeleton. In the hall, there are 4 leaders wearing different armors. 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of them were seen by Wu Hung, and they were the backbone of the gang under Wen Manshaw. The remaining 2 were not familiar, and it was not sure whether they joined later or were originally members of the gang. At this time, when Manshaw and the housekeeper came back from the back, they sat down in the front position with great momentum. They were much more imposing than the gangster sister-in-law, like a queen with high power. Have they all been caught? When Manshaw said coldly, City Lord, we started to arrest the people on the list according to the city area. More than half of them were killed, and the rest were also captured. One of them stepped forward and said, what about the casualties? Due to the enemy's resistance, we lost some skeletons. Probably more than 10. When Manshaw nodded with satisfaction, and then said, this incident can be regarded as a reminder for us. Let's talk about what to do next to prevent the enemy's spies from entering Ratam City. The 4 people pondered for a while, and one of them continued, we can add checkpoints along the way and arrange to increase patrol teams. Wu Hung listened to the conversation of several people through the perspective of the skeleton. After confirming that all the spies were caught, Wu Hung also lifted the spiritual presence state and returned to his original body. Go upstairs and return to the study. And the 3 ghosts of Granda also told them that all the enemies were caught. After all, they were all involved, and they had to know the results. After dusk, Wu Hung sat in front of the radio and recontacted Treasure Island. Looking for me? The voice of the elf butler Zalagwi came from the other side. Well, I miss me, Wu Hung asked with a smile. Ahem. Let's talk business. She Lagwi coughed lightly, her tone serious. It seems that there are other people in the room opposite. Wu Hung said directly, is the headquarters going to arrange heroes to go to the kingdom of Yek? The headquarters sent a letter in advance, asking Treasure Island to send more supplies. And the leader is the hero Saidu. Is it the religious leader? Yes. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. Are there other people? No. It is possible that only the leader will lead the team, and will bring some professionals around level 18. Or there may be other leaders following. But they have not been announced. Shilagui added, the second possibility is unlikely. If we are just dealing with those sects, we don't need so many leaders. It is really the religious leader who leads the team. Wu Heng then asked, will he go to the island? Shilagui said, he will pass by here, and there is a high possibility of going to the island. After all, Treasure Island is still very famous now, especially in the headquarters. If he passes by here, he is very likely to go to the island to take a look. Chapter 739. Setted Fortress. Damn it! After listening to Xilagui analysis, it feels like that religious hero will definitely come to the island. With the current reputation of Genie, anyone passing by here must come up and take a look. Join in the fun, and see the new things in the newspaper with your own eyes. Xilagui smiled and said, are you worried that he will come to the island to cause you trouble? What you said is true. My family is all on the island. How can I not worry? Wu Heng's tone was helpless. Xilagui continued, when he comes to the island, I will follow him a little, and then let the skeleton show less. The Yet Kingdom is waiting, and he can't stay on the island for too long. Don't let them get close to some important locations, such as factories, island owners' mansions, and power plants. Just say that I told him to do so. Wu Heng thought about it and said it. Okay. I will pay attention to this. Xilagui agreed. There is actually no good way to deal with the religious leader. The other party represents one of the ruling heroes of the headquarters, has a lot of power, and is only passing through Treasure Island. There is no reason to refuse him to go to the island. If they are really stopped from going to the island, it will arouse the other party's curiosity. Just like Xilagui said, compared to going to the island, the kingdom of Yek is more anxious. At most, they will stay for 1 day, and there is no time to find any problems. Besides, there is nothing to check on Treasure Island. By the way, I wrote a letter to the Hongling Club of the headquarters. The reply or something will be sent to Treasure Island. Please pay attention to it for me. Xilagui asked casually. What did you write? I asked about some knowledge about engraved scrolls. You started studying magic scrolls again? What are you going to do this time? The voice of Shiryali suddenly came from the other side, and the tone was much higher. You scared me. Shilagui complained and asked into the microphone, what are you going to do this time? In the eyes of the two elf sisters, Wu Heng is not a qualified necromancer. He doesn't do any experiments, nor does he study magic or read books. On the contrary, he has developed amazing products in strange machines and arrays. I don't know whether I should say that he is not doing his job properly, or that he chose the wrong profession. Now he is studying engraved scrolls again, which makes people wonder what new things he is going to do. There is still some expectation in my heart. Wu Heng said, I can't tell you yet. At present, these are just some ideas. I will tell you when I am sure that they can be put into practice. Mysterious. Shilagui muttered. Wu Heng looked at the time and said, I won't chat with you anymore. If there is any news, remember to notify me. Okay. After hanging up the call, Wu Heng also opened the door and walked out. When he went downstairs, dinner was ready. Wu Heng sat down at the table, and the dinner was served. When Mansha asked, who did you talk to for so long? The butler of Treasure Island asked about the situation there. That female elf? When Mansha looked up at him and asked, does the master have some feelings for her? What do you mean by also? It seems like a lot of things. When Mansha then asked, will she be our wife? It hasn't come to that yet. She has a sister, and I always feel that something is wrong with her, Wu Heng said while eating. When Mansha seemed to have heard some secrets, and her eyes lit up. Tell us, what's wrong? Wu Heng told the other party everything. Of course, he didn't say that when he and Shilagui were together, the other party had some small actions from behind. After listening to her, when Mansha put down the tableware and said softly, she must like you too. If you look good, you can be bolder next time. She will probably not reject you. This is probably a bit of a gamble. Women's intuition. What's there to be afraid of? If she disagrees, you can say you recognize the wrong person. Anyway, they are sisters and look alike. When Mansha said with a smile, Good guy. You have thought of a reason for yourself. Wu Heng glanced at her. Forget it. You are enough to keep me busy. You are really easy to satisfy. Those wealthy merchants have more women than you. The next day, early in the morning, Hartle came down from upstairs with some packages in his hand. Master, the luggage and some necessities are all ready. Wu Heng nodded and put the things into the space ring. After staying in Rentam City for a few days and letting the ghost confirm that there was no danger in the city, he planned to leave today. When Mansha held the child in her arms, her voice somewhat frustrated. When will the master come back next time? I will come back to see you when I have time, Wu Heng said. When Mansha smiled gently and shook the child in her arms. Goodbye to daddy. The baby in her arms stared at him curiously with big eyes. Wu Heng touched her cheek with his hand. Goodbye, my dear daughter. Grow up quickly. Then, he kissed Wen Mansha on the cheek again. I'm leaving. Master, come here earlier. Hartel, and I will serve you, Wen Mansha said directly. Wu Heng was stunned and glanced at the respectful housekeeper beside him. Her face flushed, but her body remained straight. She subconsciously pushed her glasses. You talk nonsense every day. Wu Heng pinched her face. He walked out of the hall and put on the train conductor's hat in the courtyard. The ghost train appeared, waved goodbye to Wen Mansha, and got on the train directly. Disappeared from sight. Late at night, the sky was dark. Fortress of Set. The skeleton army surged like a tide. Siege ladders were placed on the city wall, holding shields, and began to climb along the wooden ladder. Whoosh! Kerosene poured down the wall, forming a dazzling waterfall of flames. The climbing skeletons and the skeletons gathered below were covered, forming a large sea of fire. On the top of the city wall, the human defenders kept lowering their heads to avoid the bullets, taking the time to look down, and then throwing stones and rolling logs, or hot oil and bombs. The entire battlefield was covered with thick smoke. Curses, the commander's orders, explosions under the city wall, and the crackling of bones burning in the flames resounded throughout the area. The battle lasted for a while, and the skeletons' offensive began to slow down. And then they retreated little by little with shields in hand. The skeletons withdrew again. On the city wall, cheers broke out again, and humans also showed joy. On one side of the wall, the white-bearded commander glanced at the retreating skeletons and walked down. Don't let your guard down. Be careful of the undead attacking again. Yes, the soldiers replied. Then, several commanders followed the old commander down together. Someone said, they are just a bunch of brainless skeletons. They just keep rushing forward. How many waves are they in? When these skeletons are almost consumed, we can counterattack and take down Rentam City in one fell swoop. Don't be careless, the old commander said. But he also smiled. These undead are just like that. Then he continued, let those who have fled here go outside the city to pick up arrows and dropped weapons. One person said, Sir, a group of people died last time, and those people are unwilling to go out. Unwilling? No one can survive if the undead break into the city. Everyone has to go out and pick up enough before letting them in. Yes. Outside the fortress, the coalition forces of Rentam City stood in the distance, looking at the towering fortress in the distance. It stood between the valleys like a towering boulder, unbreakable. At this time, the gate of the fortress opened. The hunched and timid figures were driven out of the city gate and began to disperse to pick up arrows and crossbow bolts on the ground, as well as some stones that could be reused. What should we do? Let the cavalry charge. Forget it. Let them pick them up. The ones driven out are women and children. What should we do next? No longer paying attention to the crowd picking up arrows, someone led the topic to the current situation. The smoother the previous battle was, the more difficult it is here. Moreover, the current military strength is constantly decreasing in the repeated attacks. Hasn't Mrs. Wen Mansha order come yet? Continuing to attack in this way will only consume our military strength. Go and talk to the skeleton general and stop fighting for now. Yes. Take a detour. It will only take a little longer, but it is better than being deadlocked here. Chapter 740. No way to explain. Everyone thought that continuing to forcefully attack the fortress would only increase casualties. The best way is to take a detour to attack the city behind. There is no need to consume too many troops in a place where you have no advantage at all. Jeffrey, go and propose to the president to let the skeleton take a detour, so that you can explain to the Lord of Winmancha later, someone said immediately. Jeffrey is the commander of the army, responsible for some coordination and communication issues. The others are not in a good position to express their opinions, and they are not qualified to make any suggestions to the president of the skeleton. But Jeffrey still has certain rights. Jeffrey pondered for a while and nodded. Okay. I go and mention it to the president. If it doesn't work, I write a letter to the lord of the city to tell him about the situation here in advance. The others also nodded and agreed. Then, they walked towards a building in the back together. Standing in front of the building, knocked on the door lightly, then pushed it open and walked in. The building was dark, with only the open door letting in the silvery moonlight. A skeleton wearing a noble dress and a sun hat was sitting in the room, with its empty eye sockets looking at the door. Jeffrey and the others forced a smile. Mr. President, we have something to report to you. On the other side. Damn. Where did this come from? After getting off the train, Wu Hung looked at the dark woods around him. There were rustling sounds from both sides from time to time, as if there were some beasts running through the jungle. After boarding the ghost train from Rentam City, Wu Hung filled in the itinerary to go to Fortress Set. After all, some ammunition and supplies from Rentam City needed to be delivered by himself first. But when he got off the train, it was all pitch black. There was still some psychological pressure. Release a dancing light technique surrounding him. Wu Hung released the ghost. Wow! The food is glowing. Oh! It's Uncle! Xiao Xiao exclaimed. What are you talking about? Wu Hung looked at her and said, I've never heard of it. Grinda looked around. Have you arrived yet? Wu Hung said. We should have arrived at the fortress. The train has not missed yet. Xiao Xiao. Fly higher and identify the direction. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed, and his figure rose directly and looked around. Grinda and Benny explored the jungle on both sides. They confirmed that the rustling sound was just some small animals. There was no danger. Then, Xiao Xiao flew down from the sky and pointed in two directions. Uncle, there is a city over there, and the fire should be the fortress you mentioned. There are dense beams of light over there, which should be the skeleton army. Well, let's go! Wu Hung dispersed the dancing light technique, took out the flashlight, and rushed to the location of the skeletons. Seeing the location of the skeletons gathered in the distance, he put on the faceless mask and changed his appearance into a fisherman with brown hair. Inside the house, Jeffrey sat on one side and said seriously, President, we are the only one who has been losing troops in the attack on the fortress these days. The other side is also taking advantage of this and intends to consume our troops. Since we can't attack it, we can choose to take a detour. The biggest advantage of the skeleton army is that it doesn't need too much baggage. We can go around it. Jeffrey put a map on the table and gestured with his hands to indicate the detour route. From the map, the detour is considered to be half a circle. The distance and consumption are definitely increased exponentially. But there is no way. This city is already very famous, and the skeleton army can't attack it. The skeleton president, with his empty eyes, just glanced at the map, stretching out his bony palm, waved it at the door, indicating that they could leave. Jeffrey and his companions all looked ugly. After hesitating, they still said, please consider it. You can also report the situation here to Rentam City first, and listen to the arrangements there. The skeleton still waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Several commanders still frowned, but there was nothing they could do. They looked at each other, stood up and walked out. Squeak! As soon as they reached the door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man with brown hair and rough skin walked in with two followers. Who is it? Several commanders immediately asked. The person who came in was Wu Hung, who had changed his appearance. He glanced at the people in the room and said, I came from Rentam City, bringing orders and supplies from Lord Winmancha. You? It was all skeleton knights before. Why did it change to you, now that they are fighting with the Echo Kingdom? Except for the original team of the Spike Gang, some humans are rarely assigned any important duties. Why did a stranger come to deliver orders and supplies? Several commanders questioned, and the skeleton president in the room, who was wearing a long skirt and a sun hat, pushed away the people in front of him and let Wu Hung sit in his seat. Then, like an obedient servant, he gently rubbed his shoulders. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, looking at it in horror. It wasn't just the skeleton rubbing his shoulders. There was also a feeling of disbelief. How could this skeleton leader with particularly strange behavior be so obedient? It was like seeing a ghost. Facing the skeletons rubbing his shoulders, Wu Hung was also a little uncomfortable. But it was also obvious that the skeleton's action let the people in front of him believe in his identity. It was considered to be free of nonsense to explain. Wu Hung asked directly, "Who is Jeffrey?" "Hello. Sir. I don't know what to call you." Jeffrey stepped forward. "I am the inspector appointed by Lord Winmancha. Tell me about the current situation," Wu Hung said in a flat tone. Jeffrey nodded and continued. "The skeleton army has been attacking for several days, and has lost a lot of manpower and weapons. At present, it seems that only our side has lost personnel. Is it difficult to attack? This fortress has been well prepared, and the walls themselves are tall and solid, and there are a lot of equipment on it. The current attack method of the skeleton army makes it difficult to attack it," Jeffrey said directly. "Then," he continued to add, "we want to take a detour, and are discussing this with the president." "Take a detour? Do you have a map?" Wu Hung looked at him in confusion. Jeffrey took out the map he had just put away and drew a route with his hand. "You can take a detour here to avoid fighting with the fortress and directly attack the city behind." Wu Hung glanced at the map and asked, "Why didn't the orc army take a detour back then?" Jeffrey turned and looked at the orc representatives behind him. The orcs scratched their heads. Looking confused, Jeffrey replied, "It should be a problem of baggage and time. Taking a detour will increase the consumption of baggage." Wu Hung nodded. "How many skeletons are left?" "About 20,000. Jeffrey replied. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "Okay. You go down and rest for a while. I will tell you what to do later." "Yes." Everyone turned and left. Before leaving, Jeffrey hesitated and stopped near the door. "Inspector, if the skeleton soldiers are consumed too much, the other side will definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. If it is serious, I am afraid it will threaten the city of Ratam, and I will not be able to explain to the city lord. I will consider it." Wu Hung still said. Jeffrey did not say anything more and left with the others. Chapter 741. "What kind of weapon is this?" After the others left, Wu Hung said to the skeleton, "Well done. You have pushed it here in such a short time." The skeleton lifted the hem of her skirt and saluted slightly. These high-level skeletons have their own personality background, and their behavior can also show what they liked before they were born. Wu Hung motioned the skeleton to sit aside first, and then said to the air, "Go to the fortress to see the situation. What are the levels of the high-level professions? How are the troops? Are there any defensive measures or dangers?" "Okay." The three ghosts agreed and flew out directly. Wu Hung then looked at the map on the table that he didn't take away. The detour mentioned by Jeffrey was also an idea that arose because of several failed attacks. But here, he didn't consider this matter at all. If he wanted to occupy this fortress, there were actually many ways. It just depends on how to choose. After sitting in the room for a while, he casually praised Bone Demon number 2. Xiao flew back first. "Uncle, I checked the location of the city wall. There are many strange instruments on it, and many people are moving things." "Let me see." Xiao got into the body, and the picture was also shared. Above the towering city wall, torches were connected, and a large group of workers were carrying bundles of arrows and items similar to oil barrels. On the city wall, there were crossbows, and oil pans. After looking at the city wall, Xiao continued to fly a distance into the city. Many people were using the arrows and equipment they collected to exchange for some food. The scene was a bit like the zombie world, a refugee area waiting to receive food. After the shared picture ended, Wu Hung released Xiao again. Following, Glenda and Benny also flew back one after another. Glenda said, "The president of the city is a level 17 professional. Judging from the weapons he wears, he should be a swordsman. There are some ordinary commanders below. 3 of them are level 15, and the rest are around level 10. So many high-level ones." Glenda continued. "They all retreated from the north. They all ran away from the cities they attacked before. So it's normal for them to gather here." "That's right." "Benny, what about you?" Wu Hung looked at Benny. The latter said, "I walked around the city, and the conscription team was arresting people for conscription in the middle of the night. Ordinary people who escaped here can't change their fate of being pushed onto the battlefield. It's better for these people to escape. The skeleton army will not harass those who stay, as long as they don't make trouble. And those who escape will be forcibly conscripted to join the battle against the evil undead. Of course, from the perspective of humans, if the skeleton army attacks the kingdom, Anyone will run away. I also ran away. After reporting the situation of the investigation, Grinda asked, "What are you going to do? What else can we do? We attack later, and take the city tonight." Wu Hung said directly. "What do you need us to do?" Grinda continued to ask. Benny nodded. "After the war, Grinda will kill several commanders in the city. Benny will spread some panic news. And Xiao Xiao will protect me." Wu Hung quickly assigned tasks. "Okay. Understood." The ghosts nodded and quickly dispersed. Wu Hung took 2 skeleton attendants and Bone Demon number 2 in a lady's skirt and walked out the door together. Hua la la. Tens of thousands of skeleton armies began to move. The sound of bones rubbing and weapons colliding resounded throughout the area. Jeffrey and his men, who had just found a place to rest, hurried out of the room with their clothes on. Looking at the army that had gathered again, the eyes widened a little. Still want to attack? Isn't this just suicide? We have persuaded those who should be persuaded. If Lady Wenmanshaw really blames us, it has nothing to do with us. After all, there is the island owner behind us. If we really attack Ratam City, the other party cannot ignore it. Well, we just need to take care of our own affairs. Several people sighed, as if they had already determined that the progress would fail. Wu Hung looked at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The sky began to brighten a little. And it was also the most exhausted time for living beings. Even those who could endure the first half of the night began to lose their energy at this time. He looked at the fortress at the farthest distance and directly opened the mansion technique to reveal the sophisticated equipment inside and the thick barrel of the electromagnetic gun. At this distance, the entire fortress was like a miniature model. Aim at the wall in front and fire a shot to test the accuracy, Wu Hung said. The skeleton shooter in the mansion technique loaded the shells and adjusted the angle of the electromagnetic gun. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the city wall in the distance exploded instantly. Boom! The loud noise was like a tsunami, spreading from the city wall to the fortress, and the whole earth was shaking. Everyone in the city was awakened by the loud noise, their faces full of fear. The city has been breached. Run quickly. The city wall has been breached. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Suddenly, shouts came from the street. I couldn't see who was shouting. Only the sound spread on the street. The city has been breached? The roar just now was the city being breached. Damn it! Everyone began to pack up their belongings, rushed out of their homes, and rushed to another city gate. In the fortress, the combat meeting room, the roar sounded, and the chandelier above the head also swayed violently. Several commanders in the meeting stood up suddenly, looking outside with suspicion and vigilance. It came from the direction of the city wall. The skeleton army really chose this time to attack again. Someone outside shouted that the city had been breached, and quickly sent someone to stop it to avoid causing panic. President, let's go to the city wall, he whispered here. But the president was slow to speak. Everyone looked back and saw the president sitting stiffly on the chair. His face flushed, veins popping out on his neck. His teeth were clenched tightly. We surrender. You let me go. The president squeezed out these words in his throat. Surrender? Let him go. Everyone was shocked. The president has been disturbed. Use the sacred scroll. Before the voice fell, there was a click. The president's neck suddenly turned 180 degrees. The body fell on the conference table with a snap. In the conference room, all the commanders and captains opened their eyes in horror. The president, who had the highest level and the most combat experience in the city, died in front of them. Damn it. It's the method of the undead. Get out of here. The president was dead, and they had no power to resist. Someone shouted, and the rest of the people in the room immediately reacted and began to flee to the door together. But then, one after another, their bodies began to stiffen, crashed into the wall beside, or had their necks twisted. Soon, everyone in the room fell to the ground, covering the ground. Tap, tap, tap. A team rushed from the city wall, rushed into the room and shouted, President, it's bad. The city wall is. It's. The words were stuck in his throat, in his eyes. He looked at the scene in the room with horror. The president and the commander were lying all over the room. The twisted necks proved that these people were afraid they would not survive. Damn it! All the high-level officials were killed. The city could not be defended. Outside the city, the shells penetrated the top of the city wall and penetrated directly. Sand and gravel splashed. and the whole city wall was shaking violently in a way visible to the naked eye. But only the location that was hit collapsed, and the city wall still stood in front. Wow! It's so powerful, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Mansion technique inside. The skeleton continued to load the second shell, and then readjusted the angle of the barrel. Wu Heng released a summon arrow rain towards the electromagnetic cannon. Then he said, "When you are ready, fire!" Boom! The deafening roar sounded again, and the shells left a dazzling light mark in the air under the impetus of electromagnetics. Then, the summon arrow rain effect took effect, and one shell changed into countless shells, like a shotgun, dense and fast. Boom! 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 The shells hit the city wall densely, penetrating through craters and holes. In the shroud of smoke and dust, the city wall barely supported for a few seconds, and then, like a fragile sand castle, it quickly collapsed downwards, raising more smoke and dust that covered the sky. Crash! The skeletons on standby began to charge. Like a surging tide, there was no formation, no match, and it spread out in an instant, rushing forward wildly. The city wall has collapsed, and the only obstacle no longer exists. The rest is even simpler, and it is also a battle that the skeleton army is more adept at. And behind the skeleton army, Jeffrey and others widened their eyes. The fortress of Set collapsed. This fortress that resisted the attack of the orcs in the early years. And this time, it was attacked by the skeleton army for several days in a row and failed to be captured. It just collapsed under our noses, like a wall of stones. So unbearable. Damn. Who did the sister-in-law invite over? It seems that the Spike Gang has climbed to an amazing position after the death of the original boss. The city has been broken, and the army has entered the city. Glenda and Benny flew back. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go. Let's go into the city. Under the escort of the army, they stepped over the ruins under their feet and entered the city directly. Under their feet were scattered skeletons and dead human soldiers. Once a war starts for some reason, it is destined to end with countless lives. Where is Jeffrey? My lord. Jeffrey rushed over from behind. Send people down and tell the residents in the city that the army will not harass them, not to attack the skeletons, not to leave their homes, and accept the surrender of the kingdom's army. Wu Heng said directly. Yes. Jeffrey immediately sent them down. Several human soldiers immediately ran down and began to shout slogans loudly. Wu Heng looked in the direction and asked in the air, "Is there an association here?" "Yes. I just saw it. But it seems that there are no people inside." Glenda pointed in a direction. Wu Heng nodded and walked towards the local association. Chapter 742. Where is the second prince? On the roof of the association building, several tame beasts were staring at the approaching figures. Wu Heng stopped at the door. A small voice came from his ear. "Uncle, there are a lot of people inside. The guards of the association are near the door. Many of them are holding crossbows. They should be businessmen inside. They all look rich. There are indeed many people hiding in the association. Generally speaking, a riot in a city will not affect the association. The people in the association have some combat power. And secondly, there is the investigation of the headquarters. It is not a good thing to attract the attention of the association headquarters." "What is the highest level inside?" Wu Heng asked. "Level 14. Xiao Xiao said softly. "Well, I know." Wu Heng agreed and glanced at the skeleton following him. "Go knock on the door." The skeleton stepped forward, raised his fist, and knocked on the door twice. Wu Heng shouted to the inside, "The battle is over." It was quiet for a few seconds, and then a deep and serious voice came out. "The association does not participate in any power struggles. You can handle it yourself." This is also a statement of attitude. The representatives have nothing to do with the fortress. No matter which side wins, the association will not care. It seems that the other party is still quite nervous. After all, it is an army of undead. It is not surprising that they really killed the association together. Wu Heng said, "Come out and talk. I can guarantee that I will not threaten you. Besides, you can't be locked up in there all the time." The building fell silent again. Now that the undead have occupied the city, can they still hide in it for the rest of their lives? It is better to take this opportunity to talk to the person in front of you and see his purpose. After a short silence, the door opened a crack, and a middle-aged man in silver armor walked out. The sun shone into the building, and you could vaguely see a group of crossbows behind it, facing the direction of the door. The man looked around and said in a low voice, What's your name? Wu Hung said. Harry Bogo. Laowen. The local deacon. The man also introduced himself. Wu Hung continued. Who are the people in the building? Not only your association. Right? The deacon said. Merchants in the city. And some members' families. Have nothing to do with the city's army. I can guarantee that. Wu Hung nodded. And continued to take out a document from the space ring and handed it to the other party. This is a report submitted by Ratam City to the association headquarters. It records the repeated harassment of Ratam City by the Kingdom of Yeko, as well as the time and details of the army's attack. You can take a look. The man raised his eyebrows. The war provoked by the Kingdom of Yeko. This is a little different from the declaration of war on the undead that was announced in the city. He took the document and looked at it. It was stamped with the seal of the Ratam City Association. So it should be correct. This is a matter between you two, and it has nothing to do with us. The other party continued to say. Let you know the reason. The man nodded. Do you need us to do anything else? The local association can't change who is right or wrong in the war. Besides, the undead army has entered the city, and all they can do is to ensure the safety of their own people. Try not to have conflicts with the other party. Wu Hung continued. The association can open the door normally, but it is best not to go out to perform any tasks in the next few days. And don't make any moves to attack the skeletons. Otherwise I can't save you. That's it? The man glanced at the other party and said. What will happen to the residents in the city? Ordinary residents will not be in danger, and the army will not disturb them, provided that no dangerous actions are taken. Well, I will arrange it according to your instructions. The man nodded. And those family members and merchants who are taking refuge, also restrain them. I will. Wu Hung didn't say anything more, and turned around and left with the skeleton. The local deacon also returned to the building. After the door was closed again, people gathered around, including association members and merchants and dignitaries in the city. Deacon, what did that person say to you? Will it not affect us? Someone asked impatiently. The deacon said, we should not go out these days, and do not conflict with the skeletons outside. Try to avoid them. It seems that the skeletons will not harm us. I was somewhat relieved. The association is still the association, and it also has deterrent power over the undead. Will the skeletons occupy this place forever? When will they let us leave? Why did the undead attack the kingdom? These damn undead, damn necromancers, actually killed so many people. There were questions and curses all around. Then, more and more curses were heard, denouncing the undead skeletons for killing so many people, cursing the necromancers as the most evil profession, and cursing the city lord behind the scenes for attacking when the kingdom was unstable. The deacon glanced out the window and saw the angry people. He handed the report with the seal of the association to the assistant beside him. Posted on the notice board. If you want to die, go out and curse. Don't implicate others. The assistant posted the report on the notice board. People also looked over curiously and looked at the content carefully. After carefully reading the content and the seal on it, there was an incredible look in their eyes. The Kingdom of Yeko attacked Ratam City many times and gathered troops to attack. Did the kingdom attack the other side first? It forced the other side to rush and attacked all the way here. And so many people died. Why do you do this? It's so chaotic inside. But you still want to attack outside. It's rotten. Because of them. So many people died? The deacon posted the report, and people started to curse the kingdom. Benny chased up from behind. It seems that he knows what he should do. Wu Hung said. Yeah. Benny nodded. Xiao Xiao also floated over and hung on one of his shoulders. Uncle, what are we going to do next? Let's go to the city lord mansion. Leave the outside to the skeletons and the commanders. Wu Hung said. This way. Glinda said, pointing to one side. Wu Hung led the skeleton and the three ghosts to the direction he pointed. Along the way, a large number of skeletons ran and gathered on the road. And the living soldiers of Ratam City kept shouting that the skeletons would not attack actively and ordinary residents should not go out. Following Glinda's guidance, they came to a building. This is called the Commander's Mansion, not the City Lord Mansion. Glinda said, the front is where the commanders meet, and the back is the residence. I have explored it before. Some of them look like an association, with offices in the front and the leader's mansion in the back. Wu Hung walked in with the skeleton. As soon as he stepped into the gate, he saw several corpses on the ground. Granda continued to explain. The one who died inside was the president. And those outside are ordinary commanders or captains. Wow. And he is so amazing. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in admiration. You can do it even if your level is not high, Glinda said to Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng walked in, took a look at the president's body, and then took off the space ring on his hand. A simple inspection revealed weapons, daily necessities, and some letters. Wu Heng took out the letter and looked at the contents. His eyes narrowed slightly. All the letters left were written to him by one person. Arrange the next move, as well as the mobilization of troops and personnel. It seems that it is very likely the second prince mentioned in the previous questioning of the corpse. And the troops to the north of the kingdom are basically loyal to the second prince. Take off their equipment. The skeletons began to take action, taking off all the equipment of the corpse and putting it aside. Wu Heng released talk to the dead to the nearest president's body. The corpse sat up suddenly, looking over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Heng asked, Do you have any troops to support the said fortress? The corpse replied, 3 days later, an army of 3,000 people will arrive at the fortress with supplies. Sure enough, there are more troops to support. The other party probably didn't expect that this indestructible fortress would suddenly fall. Wu Heng then asked, We want to ambush them. Is there anything we need to pay attention to? The corpse replied, I will confirm the situation in the city in advance, and I will personally receive the supplies. It seems that the people in the fortress cannot be released yet. At least we have to wait for this batch of reinforcements to arrive with supplies. Then, the third question. Who do you pledge allegiance to? His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Where is he now? The corpse pondered. I don't know the exact location, but judging from the transmission speed of the letter, it is probably in several towns near Buju City. Chapter 743. Building a church. Wu Heng wrote down this location. The second prince is different from the first prince. The first prince is related to the association and colluded with the sect to kill the local deacon of the association. Later, he solved the case and investigated it himself. This second prince has been keeping an eye on Rentam City, which is his private property. It is a personal vendetta. The last question. Wu Heng asked, Are there any high-level professionals around the second prince? Yes. I guess he may have reached level 18. After saying this, the body lay back on its back. Another level 18 professional. How come high-level professionals appear one after another? The first prince has the support of the sect. And in the chat with the fifth princess, the main ministers and generals in the kingdom also support the first prince. Where did this second prince find so many high-level professionals? Are they also from a sect? Or some other force? Why didn't these level 18 people participate in the Battle of Rentam City? I'm afraid there is some missing information here. Perhaps if we catch the second prince directly, we can find out the answer. After asking the president's corpse, there is nothing to ask about the rest of the corpses. Dead corpse battlefield release. All the corpses turned into skeletons and stood up. Wu Heng said, Put on your original equipment and guard here. The skeletons began to put on their equipment, and Wu Heng took the ghost and his personal attendant to the mansion behind. Let's go. Let's see if there are any good things left inside. Benny said, I just checked. There is no one inside. But nothing was taken away. It's okay as long as nothing is taken away. Treasure Island. Port. Look. What fleet is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd around also looked at the sea. On the vast sea, the sun was high, and a fleet made of dark wood appeared in everyone's sight. The sun shone through the clouds, casting golden light, as if putting a sacred coat on the fleet. Then, the fleet gradually approached, with the sails hoisted high, white as snow, and embroidered with a huge emblem symbolizing religious beliefs, rustling in the sea breeze. Is it the fleet of the Holy See? Are they going to attack Treasure Island? The Holy See can't defeat the maritime defense force of Treasure Island. Think about the pirates at that time. The island owner was appointed by the association. Why did the Holy See attack Treasure Island? They didn't even think about it. This scene must be the high level of the Holy See. Will it be interesting for the Holy See to go to the island and see all the skeletons? Now that you put it that way, I'm a little looking forward to it. People gathered at the port, speculating on the identities of the Holy See personnel and discussing the purpose of going to the island. It would not be strange to see the ships of the Holy See anywhere. But coming to Treasure Island would make people curious about the other party's purpose. After all, skeletons can be seen everywhere on the island. This kind of undead army that the Holy See would shout and kill Ta 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 ta. At this time, footsteps sounded behind me. Zalagwi rushed over with many people from the association, looked at the approaching ships, and said, "Evacuate the crowd, and coordinate with the ships docked at the port to allow the ships of the Holy See to dock." The members of the association responded and began to get busy. The people evacuated and made way for the road, and the ships congested in the port also made way. The ships of the Holy See slowly docked. A neatly dressed and gorgeously dressed Holy See team slowly walked down the bridge and stood at the port. Then, a figure that seemed to be made up of holy light appeared in front of people. It was difficult to see the appearance, but it was vaguely recognized that he was wearing a crown, a gorgeous robe, and a dazzling halo around him. Zalagwi came forward with the deputy deacon, the city hall and other personnel, and saluted slightly. "Chief Saidu." "Well, you must be Zalagwi." "In the golden light," Saidu said calmly. "Yes, Chief." Hiragwi's tone became more respectful. Saidu spoke again. "Where is Wu Hung? Isn't he here?" Hiragwi lowered her voice and said, "Chief, the island owner Wu Hung is not on the island. The letter has been sent out, and he should be back in the next few days." Saidu didn't care. "I'm just passing by the island to take a look. There's no need to wait for him to come back. I leave in the afternoon." "Chief, please come this way. The carriage is ready." Hiragwi gestured. Saidu nodded, followed him in the carriage, and rushed to the center. Around, among the isolated crowd, there was discussion again. "Who is that? The whole body is glowing. Elemental clone. At least a level 18 priest. This ability is much more useful than a street lamp. Treasure Island is also proud to let the level 18 church come to inspect. What you said is not that the level 18 island owner has never killed before." Everyone was still talking. The Vatican staff, accompanied by Zalagwi and the city hall, visited the cinema, exhibition center, and pen and watch stores in the city. Everything went smoothly along the way. Zalagwi and others were secretly relieved. It seems that they are just curious about the island and come to visit, not to find trouble. It will be easier to explain to Wu Hung when the time comes. On the way back, the carriage passed through the central area again. The carriage stopped. Saida got off, and Zalagwi and others followed from the carriage behind. "What is this building for?" An official from the city hall said, according to the request of the island owner. "It is planned to build a building for the Mage Research Institute." Saidu ignored the official and said to his side, "Go with the city hall and buy this place." "Yes." A priest nodded and went directly to the city hall to handle the procedures. Zalagwi felt something was wrong and asked, "Chief, do you like this place? I asked Wu Hung to arrange a residence for you." Saidu shook his head slightly. After a while, the priest who handled the formalities came back and said, "It's been handled." Saidu glanced casually and said, "You stay here first and convert this place into a church." "Yes." The people from the Holy See nodded. Zalagwi and others' eyes widened instantly. "Chief, this..." Saidu's body turned into a stream of light and returned directly to the direction of the port. Zalagwi and the others were all shocked. "Treasure Island? Build a church for the Holy See? It's over. When Wu Hung comes back, he will fight with the Holy See sooner or later." Fortress of Sed. Wu Hung assembled the radio station. "Pick up the phone and contact Ratam City." "When Mancha? Can you hear me?" "Soon." When Mancha voice with a smile came from the other side. "Master, do you miss me so soon?" Ignoring the other party's mischief, Wu Hung leaned on the chair and said, "The Set fortress has been taken down. Do you have any plans?" "So soon? You took it down?" When Mancha shouted in surprise. When in Ratam City, she also explained to Wu Hung the significance of this fortress and how strong it was. "I planned to station troops first and then attack after a certain degree. But Wu Hung said that he had already taken it down after he left for one night. When I got here, I happened to catch up with the skeleton attack. So I helped out." Wu Hung said. "Master is really amazing." When Mancha said blankly, and then asked, "How do you plan to arrange it? Let me hear your plan first." When Mancha paused and said, "Continue to attack downwards. The Setted fortress can be used as the nearest resource point to provide material support more conveniently." Wu Hung also thought about it. "I think I can rest first and use the railroad tracks here. Master wants to stop the attack? Now that the fight has reached this level, it is difficult for both sides to make peace." When Mancha said softly, "Both sides have been fighting until now. and they are angry. Now the Yek kingdom is in chaos, and it is impossible to focus all its energy here. In the future, when the kingdom stabilizes, anyone who sits on the throne must first consider taking back the lost land. Whether the second prince covets the city of Rantam first or for some other reason, we'll start a war. It is unrealistic to want to stop the war. Wu Heng knew about this, of course, and said, "That's not what I meant. In a few days, the religious heroes of the association's headquarters will come to the Yek kingdom. They are prejudiced against the undead. Let's suspend the attack for 2 days. The second point is to connect the rails to the nearest location to Rantam City." After a slight pause, he continued, "Let's see the situation first, and then continue to attack downwards." "Hero?" Hearing Wu Heng mention heroes, when Manshaw exclaimed in doubt, "Heroes. The world's highest fighting force is actually coming to the Yek kingdom. If we continue to attack, we are not afraid of the Yek kingdom. But being targeted by heroes may be more troublesome." Chapter 744. Yeko Transport Team. "Come for us?" When Manshaw's voice was flustered. After all, their side is the undead army, and it is hard not to suspect that the church will favor humans if it gets involved. If that is true, it would be too aggrieved. No one cares when the Yeko kingdom attacks them, but a church hero comes to fight back. And, to go deeper, if a religious hero comes to take care of this matter, it also represents the attitude of the association headquarters. Before the war, this matter was reported to the headquarters through the local association. Arranging heroes to intervene is to curb their side. Hearing the uneasiness in the other party's tone, Wu Heng said, "It's okay. It's not against us. Didn't the city of Nitalii kill a local deacon? This matter involves the great prince and the sect, and they are going to investigate this matter." "Huh? Master, you are annoying. You scared me," when Manshaw said coquettishly. "Even if it is not against us, we should avoid being noticed by the other party," Wu Heng said, when Manshaw also understands this truth. After all, it is the army of the dead, and they have occupied so many cities along the way. "Okay, then do as the master says, and stay in the fortress of Set first, and discuss the next things after the hero leaves. Rest for a while to avoid being noticed by the religious hero. This time can also be used to readjust the entire front line and restore the railway to be unobstructed for the transportation of supplies." "Yes," Wu Heng also agreed. "Master, do you want to stay there?" when Manshaw asked. "I still have a lot of things to do, and can't stay here for a long time," Wu Heng replied. When Manshaw thought for a while, and said softly, "I can't go there. After all, the baby still needs to eat. I will let Hartel go to take over first. You wait for her for a few days, to avoid problems in this city. Let her come over. Arrange more guards on the way, and pay attention to safety. I will arrange for her to leave today," when Manshaw confirmed. "That's it for now, and we will contact each other if there is anything," Wu Heng said. "Okay." After hanging up the call, Wu Heng stood up and gave his place to a skeleton. "Let him receive the radio. It seems that we have to stay here for a few days and wait for Hartel to come." Walk out of the room. Then I saw Glinda directing a row of skeletons to carry wooden boxes down. Glinda smiled and said, "We found a treasure house with a lot of coins and jewelry. This president is quite rich." Wu Heng opened the box carried by the skeleton and took a look. There were piles of gold and silver coins, and some gold and silver jewelry. With such great power, it would be strange if you didn't get anything. Wu Heng put away all the boxes and then said, "Look for it again. Maybe there are some good things. Xiao Xiao and Benny are looking for it," Glinda said with a smile. "I just contacted with Manshaw. We will stay here for a few days and wait for her to arrange people to come. We will leave here," Wu Heng said directly. Glinda nodded. "It's up to you. We have no objection." Wu Heng continued to walk to the first floor and asked casually, "Do you think there are really gods?" "Of course there are. Why are you so sure?" Glinda floated aside and said, "Some professions need the blessing of gods, and the church is also recognized by the association. There seems to be nothing to question about the existence of gods." "Then why doesn't the church override all forces?" Wu Heng asked again. Granda's tone was choked. "And after a long time?" he said, "I don't know these. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to reach level 20. So I can't give you an answer." After a slight pause, he added, "Maybe there are some restrictions on gods. Otherwise, there would be no pagans and undead like us." "It's possible," Wu Hung nodded. God may be different from what we have understood before. Wu Hung had thought about this before, and summed up two possibilities. One is that gods are not as powerful as the legend says, but just higher-level professions with special abilities, called gods. The second possibility is that God is very powerful, but cannot directly affect this world. Otherwise the divine power would have been above all powers, no matter which one it is. It also represents the current world. God needs the priests and believers of the church to help him deal with most things, and cannot intervene directly. Walking down the first floor, there was a voice in the front hall. We want to see the inspector. Either let us in, or you go find someone. Why don't you understand? You skeleton. Grenda flew over invisibly and took a look, then came back and said, the commanders who accompanied them. Wu Hung nodded, put on a human skin mask, and walked out directly. Walking to the doorway connecting to the front hall, he saw the commander of the army, Jeffrey, and two orcs standing in the hall waiting. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, he immediately saluted. Inspector, is there something going on in the city? Wu Hung walked over and sat down. The few people looked at each other, and Jeffrey said, we came here to report the situation to you. Go ahead, Jeffrey said. The last rebels in the city have been wiped out. Some people who took advantage of the chaos to escape may have hidden in the homes of residents. We need to search for them later. Are there any prisoners? There are more than 200 prisoners. What do you think should be done with them? Jeffrey asked again. Wu Hung thought for a while. Check their identities. If they are forced residents, let their families come to pick them up. If they are originally from the army, let them clean up the collapsed city walls and arrange more skeletons to guard them. If someone causes trouble, just kill them directly. I arrange it later. Jeffrey nodded. Wu Hung continued. Increase the number of patrols in the city and guard several city gates at the same time. No one is allowed to leave the city. Grain stores and daily necessity stores need to open normally tomorrow. Understood. Jeffrey looked up at him and asked, Sir, are you still marching and preparing to attack the next city? No hurry. Camp in the city first. Miss Hartel will come in the next 2 days. Everything will be handled after she comes. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. We got it, Jeffrey said. Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, I will not be here these days. You just handle the city's affairs normally. I will find you when I come back. Yes, sir. Go. The few people saluted again, and left the hall directly. Granda reappeared. It's okay for you to reveal your appearance, and the news won't reach the association. Be careful. Wait until we become heroes. At level 20. It's still a bit difficult for you to improve your reputation. You can first upgrade Xiao Xiao and Benny to level 20. And then the three of us can provide greater help. Granda suggested again. Granda's current position is more like his own advisor. Make up stories to improve his reputation, and discuss some important matters with her. In terms of strength, after reaching level 20, the lethality of ghosts is also terrifying. Level 17 professionals can be directly possessed and killed. If there are 3, the combat power that he can show will be greater. Xiao Xiao still has some restrictions. You can upgrade Benny's level in the next few days. Wu Hung said. Granda said, Xiao Xiao, you should also think of a way. We have all been upgraded, and she is the only one left. She will be sulking again. I am also looking for a way. Don't worry. We will comfort her when the time comes. Wu Hung smiled bitterly. While talking, Xiao Xiao flew down excitedly. Uncle, we found some good things. It is too troublesome to move the skeleton away. You come and collect them. Wu Hung and Granda looked at each other. With Xiao's personality, he might not feel disappointed because of the late upgrade. What good things? Here, follow me upstairs. Xiao Xiao flew up first. Wu Hung followed behind and went upstairs. Xiao Xiao rushed into several rooms, pointing at paintings, sculptures, swords inlaid with gems, and various exquisite jade carvings. As long as they looked valuable, they were all collected in the space ring. Some large items were put into the luxury house technique. It can be said that all the valuables were collected. Don't need beds or anything like that. People will need to stay there later. Wu Hung said. Then you can leave some for them. Xiao Xiao said. This president is really rich. He is more like a local tyrant here. Looking out the window, Wu Hung said, everything is packed up. You come back first. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay. The 3 ghosts agreed, and went straight into the body. Wu Heng was setting up the radio room. Opened the door and went to the zombie world. Walking out of the boundary gate. It was still the dormitory in Xinfu City. Push open the window to let the air in the room exchange. Then pick up the intercom that was charging next to it and press the call button. Li Yang. Are you at the base? I'm here. Come to the conference room. Got it. Wu Heng released the ghosts and acted on his own. And went out to the conference room. As soon as he walked to the corridor of the conference room, he saw Li Yang walking in from the other side with her little owl. Both of them smiled and entered the conference room. After sitting down on both sides, Li Yang took out a form and said, "This is a statistical list of some factories in each city. The ones recorded in the form are all factories with relatively intact equipment." Wu Heng took it and took a look. There were quite a few factories recorded on it. Food processing, tool and supplies manufacturing, as well as some auto parts, agricultural machinery and other factories. Some of the factory names were familiar to him. Wu Heng said, "We will count the survivors who are familiar with production, and then let them teach the skeletons how to use the machines, and then gradually resume production. We are already counting, and we will also mobilize the survivors of the relevant types around a few points. We will arrange for them to go to the factory to train the skeletons." Li Yang said, "Counting the factory and teaching the skeletons to use it is not uncommon." Li Yang also knew the purpose of Wu Heng doing this. When counting the factory, he had already found the corresponding survivors. Not bad. Wu Heng praised, and then said, "I will go back to the Shanfu port base later." Going back today? So anxious. Li Yang's eyes flashed with disappointment. Wu Heng waved his hand, and Li Yang came over and leaned on his arms. "There are still things to deal with urgently over there. You really miss Chi Han Kai. I would not let her into our house if I had known," Li Yang said angrily. "I remember that you asked her to bring it in last time," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Humph. I regret it. You like her more." Li Yang tilted her head. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Now there are planes, and the distance is not far. I will go first, and you can come over in 2 days." Li Yang looked at him seriously. "It's agreed. I will really go." "Well, you can come anytime you want." "Okay then." Li Yang nodded. Wu Heng also said, "I will go to the cafeteria with you to eat something, and then go to Yantong Airport." "Let's go!" "The cafeteria is already open. I will take you, the leader, to check the cafeteria," Li Yang said with a smile. The two got up and walked towards the cafeteria. The food in the base cafeteria is a bit ordinary. There are few types of meat, mainly noodles, dumplings and the like. Wu Heng ordered a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, and because of the leader, he put 2 pieces of luncheon meat in it. Li Yang said while eating, "Last time you said that the medicine that can speed up the growth of food has been made? It should be almost done. I will give you news in the next 2 days. If it doesn't work, we will study fertilizers," Wu Heng said while eating noodles. "Also, can you ask other bases if there are any livestock that can be bought and bred? You can see that we basically have no source of meat," Li Yang continued. "I will go back and find a way." Wu Heng was indeed considering the animal aspect. It's not just providing livestock for the zombie world. The other is the cultivation of corpse cores. Okay. After lunch, the two did not stay any longer. Wu Heng and Li Yang said goodbye and went directly to Yantong City Airport. It took about 3 hours by plane to land at Sanpu Airport in South Korea. When getting off the plane, Chi Han Kai and some people from the base were already standing at the airport waiting. Chi Han Kai smiled and said, "Chief." The others also saluted. "Chief, let's go. Let's talk while we walk." Wu Heng led a few people and walked outside. The convoy had already gathered at the door. Wu Heng sat in a truck and Chi Han Kai sat in the driver's seat. "Is Sister Yang okay?" Wu Heng replied, "Very well. A lot whiter than before." Chi Han Kai looked at him. "I thought she was pestering you and would never come back. You two are always jealous of each other. When she comes over in a few days, you will be jealous in front of her," Wu Heng said unhappily. "Who's afraid of who?" Chi Han Kai puffed out his chest, started the car, and then said, "Go back to the base?" Wu Heng thought for a while. "No. Let's see if there are any places nearby where zombies have not been cleared. Let's go and clear the zombies." Chi Han Kai nodded, opened the map and took a look, determined the route and said, "This is a county town. The skeletons didn't go to this place, so there should be a lot of zombies. Take all the skeleton troops. The convoy doesn't need so many people. Let them go back first. Okay. Shi Honkai picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders. Half of the convoy returned to the base. The rest of the people, escorted by the skeleton team, rushed to the location on the map. The dusk reflected a sunset glow in the sky. The convoy stopped far away in a safe area, and Wu Hung led the skeleton army and moved forward all the way. Not long after, 3 ghosts flew back from different directions. Uncle, there are no special zombies. I don't have any either, Benny said. I have a second-level zombie here. A big one. If it's a big one, it won't be a big problem. Wu Hung looked aside and said, arrange a skeleton to lead the zombies over, and Benny will prepare to absorb the residual souls later. Okay. Benny nodded. When Benny reached level 18, unfinished business did not appear, because Wu Hung had completed all her unfinished wishes in advance before. When she reached level 18, she only increased her level, and there was no restriction. This time, I also planned to upgrade her level first. Walala. A skeleton dog walked out of the team, and ran quickly to the front. As soon as it approached the range of the zombies, the hideous zombies immediately found its traces, and roared like waves. The zombies gathered into a black tide. The magic circle of soul-catching jade shone down from the sky. And at the same time, the zombies also crashed into the skeleton army formed into a spear formation. The two sides fought together in an instant, and the residual souls also floated into the sky. Benny, you go! Benny nodded and flew out directly. Wu Hung and Grinda looked at Xiao Xiao at the same time. The latter was looking at her with hope. She noticed the gaze and asked curiously, Uncle, Aunt, what's wrong with me? It's okay. Where is the deformed zombie? Wu Hung asked. Give me the evil sword. I will kill it directly, Grinda said. Wu Hung handed the evil sword to her, and Grinda flew over directly with it. Uncle, Sister Benny, can you reach level 20 today? Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. How can it be so fast? It will take at least 4 or 5 kills of the zombies to be almost there, Wu Hung said, and then asked, wait for Xiao Xiao to lift the restrictions, and we will go to level up immediately. It doesn't matter. My level 18 is enough to protect Uncle. That's right. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the battle between the zombies and the skeletons was gradually coming to an end. The skeleton army continued to advance, and cleared all the remaining zombies. Benny came back after devouring the residual souls, and Wu Hung also collected all the corpse cores. Then, Shi Honkai drove over with the convoy. Do you want to go back? Shi Honkai asked. Wu Hung said, you just pack up and go back first. I will rest in a nearby building for 1 night, and continue to clear the zombies tomorrow. Are you in such a hurry? It will save you from running back and forth. Wu Hung replied. Let me help you clean up the room. The two found a hotel, and Shi Honkai helped to clean up the room. After the others searched the surroundings, the convoy began to return, and Wu Hung arranged for the skeletons to guard, and then return to the boundary gate. Return to the Seted fortress. Walk out of the boundary gate. Wu Hung appeared in the study of the commander's mansion. Looking out of the window, the whole fortress was unusually quiet and dark, like a dead city. After all, it was normal for the city to be dead silent after the battle. Wu Hung released the ghost and found a bedroom to rest. Lying on the bed and thinking for a while, sleepiness came, then fell asleep. The next day, Wu Hung ate something, just when he was about to go to the zombie world to continue to upgrade Benny level. Glinda flew back first. Said, the commander named Jeffrey is here again. In the hall, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Let's go and take a look. Put on the mask and went downstairs directly. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, Jeffrey was delighted and said, Sir, the reconnaissance team found a transport team from the Yeko Kingdom approaching this side. Transport team? It was the logistics team that the general commander brought to transport defense supplies. Chapter 745. Where is the second prince? The transport team. When questioning the corpse, the president did mention this matter, but the Set fortress was destroyed, and this transport team didn't get the news? Still transporting supplies here? Wu Hung turned his head to look at the sky, and the ghosts around him flew out directly in the invisible state. He looked at Jeffrey again and asked, how many people? Where did you see them? Jeffrey replied, about 40 people. 5 carriages. 2 kilometers outside the South City. The ranger brought back the news, and it is estimated that they are almost at the fortress now. 5 carriages? Given the importance of said fortress, it should not only send this little bit of supplies in peacetime, the first batch of supplies, or is there any other purpose? Wu Hung asked. Did they not receive the news that the fortress was breached? Jeffrey continued. It is possible that they did not receive it. When the city was breached yesterday, the other 3 gates were not opened in time before the battle began. It is very likely that the news was not leaked out. The gates were not opened. No. The fortress is different from Rantam City. Without the order of the president and the commander, the gates are not allowed to be opened. The skeletons killed all the way, and it was too late when they wanted to open the gates, Jeffrey explained. The senior officials in the fortress were wiped out by Granda, so there was no chance to issue any order to open the gates. Now it seems that the fortress was like a cage at that time, trapping everyone inside. When they found that the city wall was really broken and the skeletons killed them, it was too late to open the gates. So, the transport team did not receive the news and was still delivering supplies. Wu Hung said. Yes. Jeffrey continued. Sir, give me a skeleton team. Take them out to kill those people and bring back the goods. No hurry. Wait a minute. Wu Hung motioned him to sit down and wait for a while. Jeffrey was a little confused, but he still sat down. But his eyes were a little anxious. After a while, the people in the transport team arrived at the fortress. Wu Hung was still waiting. Soon, Granda, who went out to explore, flew back from outside and went directly into the body. Following that, a picture was shared. On the road south of the fortress, a team appeared, wearing the uniforms of the Yeko Kingdom Army, escorting 5 carriages. Ajax, the fortress is really gone. Are we going to die if we go there? They are deserters. They must say that the fortress is broken. Otherwise they will be the first to be chopped. In front of the transport team, 2 soldiers on horseback were talking in a low voice. Glenda flew closer and listened to the 2 continue to talk. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? You've been touching women too many times recently. There are so many refugees escaping. You're catching women every day. It's strange that you're not cold. Fuck. I'm not that cold. The man who spoke cursed, and then said, What should we do if the fortress is really gone? The other man glanced behind him. What do you think our team does? If there is danger, we will ride back and send the news back. The commander asked us to explore the way. What do you think? Hearing this, Grenda didn't listen anymore, and his figure rose directly, looking into the distance along the road. At a distance from this team, more level light columns can be vaguely seen, moving forward at a slow speed. Seeing here, the picture ends. 2 waves of transport teams. The first wave is fake, acting as bait. Once someone attacks or finds that the fortress has been breached, they will rush back immediately, pass the message to the real team behind, and then retreat. And what Jeffrey said about the gates being closed and no one escaping was not accurate. Some people still escape from the city through some methods. After all, there are professionals in this world, and it is not impossible to climb the city wall along the rope. These people fled along the road, met the transport team, and told them the news. But the people in the transport team obviously didn't believe it too much, and planned to see the situation here. He looked up again and looked at Jeffrey on the side, saying, Go and choose a few people. Change into the uniforms of the Yeko Kingdom Army, and then follow me. And don't talk nonsense. Ah? What do you mean? Jeffrey asked in confusion. And the next second, his eyes widened. His body suddenly stood up and stepped back a few steps. I saw the person opposite. His appearance began to change. From a man with brown hair and rough skin, he became an old man with a lace beard, who was the president of the fortress, who was killed before, and whose body was carried away. You? Jeffrey was a little alert. Wu Hung said, This is an illusion. Don't make a fuss. The transport team is divided into 2 groups. The first group is fake. Once they are attacked, the ones behind will turn around and run away. Really? How do you know? Jeffrey was even more confused. He was the one who came to inform about the transport team. How did he know about the first and second groups? Go and prepare. Gather at the south gate in 10 minutes. If you are late, I will report to Lord Winmancha and withdraw your command. No. No. I will prepare immediately. Jeffrey turned and left. South gate. A transport team consisting of more than 40 people and 5 carriages appeared on the road. After the team marched for a distance, They did not continue to move forward, but just looked at the city wall in front of them from a distance. Looking up and down, the flag of the kingdom of Yeko, and the human soldiers guarding it. No problem. There is no sign of being breached at all. The cavalry waved to the back, and some people escorted the carriages to the bottom of the city wall. Without waiting for shouting, the city gate opened. Wu Heng, who was disguised as the president, came out with several people dressed as soldiers of the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng looked at the people in the transport team with indifference and seriousness. Mr. President, seeing the fortress president come out, the cavalry on horseback immediately dismounted and saluted respectfully. The rest of the soldiers also saluted. Why are there only 5 carts? Wu Heng asked solemnly. Sir, someone spread a rumor that the city was breached. Our commander asked us to come first, and the rest of the supplies are behind. The cavalry answered immediately. Let the team behind speed up and kill the person who spread the rumor that the city was breached. Wu Heng said. Yes, Commander. I will take the news back immediately and ask them to send it over quickly. The cavalry said immediately. Go! The cavalry saluted again, got on the horse and left. The rest of the people transported the carriages into the city gate, and then the city gate was closed. Groups of skeletons rushed up from all sides and killed all the people in the transport team. Granda's voice came to Wu Heng's ears again. The cavalry who brought the news didn't find anything, and the second team came. Not long after, the second transport team arrived. This time Wu Heng stood on the city wall, and the people in the transport team below saluted him slightly. The city gate opened, and Wu Heng waved. The transport team also entered the city immediately. After the last carriage entered the city gate, the gate was also closed. Wu Heng ordered, kill them all. In an instant, gunshots rang out all around, and dense bullets were fired at the transport team that did not react. The soldiers of the Yek kingdom fell to the ground in an instant, and the smell of blood floated in the air. Jeffrey said, Sir, they are all dead. Send the supplies to the warehouse. Check the city wall to see where people can get out. Wu Heng ordered. Yes, sir. Jeffrey led people to pull away the carriage and supplies. Wu Heng asked the skeletons to carry the body of the leader of the transport team away, and the rest of the bodies were transformed into undead skeletons by the skeleton wizard and stood up again from the ground. Presidential Palace. Wu Heng took out the body he brought back. Talking with the dead released, the body suddenly sat up, looking over here with turbid eyes. Wu Heng asked, What will happen if your transport team doesn't go back? The corpse replied, We should arrange for someone to come and investigate and confirm the reason. Wu Heng then asked, How many troops do you have left? Not sure. What other plans do you have for the skeleton army in Rentam City? Not sure. Wu Heng thought for a moment and then asked, Where is the second prince? The others didn't know where the second prince was, but the one who was responsible for transporting materials to the surrounding cities might know something. Not sure. Damn. I thought too much. There was only one question left, and I didn't think there was anything special to ask. So I asked, Where do you think the second prince would be? The corpse replied, Near Ali City. Chapter 746. Obvious targeting. After answering, the body lay back on its back. Wu Heng used a human skin mask to record the face in case there was any need later, then let the skeleton throw the body out. At this time, Jeffrey also came back from outside. Sir, the supplies have been delivered to the warehouse and are being counted now. Okay, the rest is up to you. Let me know if there is anything. Yes, sir. Jeffrey left, and Wu Heng still sat in his seat. The fortress was occupied, and the news was not spread too much. It looks pretty good. Next, it depends on the attitude of the second prince. On my side, I definitely plan to wait until the association finishes investigating the Yek kingdom before continuing to attack. But the second prince is still looking for something, so it's hard to say what will happen. If we can find the location of the second prince, we can get rid of him first. Wu Heng thought in his heart. Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back from outside. What happened? I heard gunshots. Xiao Xiao looked around in confusion. There was a fight just now. Where were you? We went to see the city wall being repaired. Who fought whom? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. A transport team from the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao nodded, then asked, What is a transport team? Benny explained softly. It's a team that transports supplies. Express delivery. Your understanding seems to be correct. Tap tap tap. While one person and 3 souls were chatting, footsteps sounded from upstairs. The skeleton in charge of guarding the radio station hurried down and pointed to the location upstairs. There was news from the radio station. Wu Heng got up and went upstairs, following the skeleton into the radio room. The notebook said, "Master, there is something important to report to you. Please reply after receiving it." Pick up the microphone and Wu Heng asked, "Is someone looking for me?" "Master, it's me. Minnie." Minnie's voice came over. "It seems that he is still guarding the radio." "Minnie, what's the matter?" Wu Heng asked. Minnie represents Treasure Island. He began to wonder what went wrong on Treasure Island. Minnie said, "Master, Deacon Zalagwi is here. She will tell you." "Wu Heng, Lord Saidu came to the island yesterday." Zalagwi's voice came over. "Saidu is the religious hero. He really went to the island. How is it? Did you find any problems on the island?" Wu Heng asked. "He didn't cause any trouble. After he got to the island, he went to the exhibition, the opera house and some other famous places on the island, and then left in a hurry," Zalagwi said softly. Wu Heng was a little surprised. "It seems that he is a hero and doesn't care about me. A little necromancer. I thought too much." "Not really." "Huh?" Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "When he left, he had someone by the building where you stayed to do magic research, and planned to build a church on the island." Zalagwi's voice also became serious. "Church? On an island managed by a necromancer? This is more insidious than going to the island to find fault. Tell me about it," Wu Heng said. "Okay." Zalagwi told him what happened after he came to the island. After he came to the island, he took him to visit the island. But when Zalagwi and others thought that he was just visiting and was about to leave, he had someone buy a store in the central area of the island, and left people to renovate it, and used it as a church on the island. Wu Heng did not speak, sitting in a chair and thinking. The other party did not check and search everywhere, but wanted to build a church. No! He is a hero, with more abilities and props. Maybe he has searched the island, but he really didn't find anything. So he built this church and planned to monitor the island all the time. Very likely. I'm sorry. I should have been tougher, or told the city hall not to sell the building to the church." Zalagwi's tone was somewhat self-blaming. Everything happened a little too fast at the time. When she reacted, the other party turned into a golden light and left. She didn't have time to do anything she wanted to do. Wu Heng also recovered from his contemplation and said, "It's not your fault. If he wants to do this, you can't stop him. If the house is not sold to him, he will think of other ideas. It's better to know his purpose like now. The other party is a hero, and the authority he can use is far greater than that of the people on the island at that time." Even if Zalagwi refused strongly, she couldn't stop the other party, but might do something in secret. Zalagwi then asked, "What should we do now? How long will it take them to build the church?" Wu Heng asked back, "I don't know. I heard that the statues and some arrangements need to be transported from the church. It will probably take some time." Zalagwi said, "It's okay. They can do whatever they want with the decoration, as long as they don't do anything wrong on the island. Don't worry about them," Wu Heng said directly. Zalagwi said, "Okay. I got it." "Okay, Master." Anvir's voice came from the other side. "It seems that everyone is listening on the other side." Wu Heng then asked, "By the way, what is the attitude of ordinary residents towards the Vatican coming to the island?" Zalagwi replied, "The people on the island don't have any thoughts about the Vatican. After all, the indigenous people on the island just maintain an attitude of not believing in and not offending. It's almost the same as Wu Heng thought. Treasure Island is a pirate island. It's good that there is no cult. Even if you are a believer of the Vatican, you can't be a pirate. This is good. The Vatican has no foundation." Wu Heng then asked, "Are there other things on the island?" "No. Everything is normal on the island. Since the hero appeared on the island, I heard from Macintosh that some thieves and sorcerers on the island left overnight," Zalagwi replied. Wu Heng was a little surprised. There is such an effect. Well, it is estimated that there will be no wanted criminals coming to the island for a long time, Zalagwi said with a smile. That is actually true. Whether he admits it or not, the island run by the Necromancer will be subconsciously considered to be less disciplined. Some special professions, criminals and wanted criminals may go to the island to take a look. The heroes of the Holy See came to the island. even if they did not know they were heroes. So many masters of the Holy See showed up at that time, and they had to run away. That makes sense. Wu Heng nodded. Shi Logui continued. This is what I want to tell you. So we will do as you said and ignore them for now. Don't worry about it for now. Let's see what happens later. Wu Heng decided. When will you come back? This sentence is Shi Yali voice. Wu Heng calculated in his mind. In a few days. If there is nothing else, I will go back. I have learned a few new dishes. I will let you try them then. Okay. After chatting for a while, he hung up the call. Wu Heng still sat in the chair, thinking about what Zalogui had just said. The church is indeed hostile to him. A level 20 hero went to the island in person and confirmed that he would build a church. It is a bit too obvious to target him. Religious hero. It is really troublesome to kill him, and there is no reason to fight him. He is a hero. And there are other heroes in the association. Wu Heng muttered. I also have some connections in the headquarters. Vampire leader Lilith. Leader of Hong Wenhui Claudio. Can I win these people to stand on my side? If necessary. I can see if I can get these two to help me. At least I can limit the other party. When I reach level 20, maybe there will be a new turn. This old ding is very bad. Uncle, what is old ding? Xiao Xiaopia asked on the side. Glinda and Benny also looked at him. It's not a good word. Don't learn it. Wu Heng said. Is it a curse word? Forget it. Wu Heng stood up and stretched, saying, let's go to the zombie world and upgrade Benny first. Strength is the hard truth. That's right. Sooner or later, we will attack the association headquarters. Let your Aunt Glinda attack the association headquarters. It's too dangerous for us to go. Boring. Glinda rolled her eyes at him and got into the body. Xiao Xiao and Benny also followed into the body. Wu Heng opened the boundary door on the side and walked in. Walking out of the boundary door, it was the hotel he chose. There is nothing to clean up. A convoy will come to search for it later. Wu Heng released the ghost again and walked out of the gate directly. Outside the gate, there were dense skeletons surrounding the surroundings. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, the convoy of the base is searching for supplies over there. Don't worry about them. Let's continue to move forward to clean up the zombies. After that, he said to the big-headed skeleton in charge of command, let's go. Continue to move forward. Hula la. The skeletons around immediately took action and continued to move forward. All the way forward. When the army walked out of the cleared area, scattered zombies began to appear in the distance. Skeleton dog. Go and attract the monsters. The skeleton dog ran out directly. As soon as it approached, it attracted the attention of the zombies. And then the zombies gathered into a torrent and surged from a distance. The soul-stealing jade opened, and the zombies rushed into the skeleton army. The sound of fighting rang out. One after another, the residual souls floated into the sky. Benny flew out directly and began to devour the residual souls all over the sky. Dusk. The battle between the skeletons and the zombies is coming to an end. Benny has reached level 19, and her experience has reached 3/5. After 2 more zombie cleanups, she can level up. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Heng put the corpse cores into his backpack and began to transform more skeletons. The sky was getting darker. He found a random shop nearby and let the skeletons guard it. Return to the other world. Fortress of Set. Wu Heng walked down from upstairs. He saw a figure sitting on a chair in the hall, holding a document and looking at it carefully. A slim black butler suit with a white shirt inside. The long hair was neatly tied up behind the head, into an elegant bun, and from time to time, he used the black framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He heard the footsteps coming down the stairs and looked up. Master! The butler stood up and saluted slightly. Chapter 747. The plan for the future. Hartle has arrived. He is dressed in a professional suit, giving people a solemn and capable feeling. Wu Heng walked down. When did you arrive? Just arrived in the afternoon. Hartle answered respectfully. Unlike Minnie on Treasure Island, Hartle behaves more like a professional butler. Minnie, who was born a slave, doesn't know much about these things. They are all learning while taking care of the island owner's mansion. What are the plans for when Manshao later? Wu Heng sat down on the chair and asked casually. Madam said that if you want to leave, I will temporarily take over the Set fortress, and the army will be stationed in the city temporarily. Wait until the headquarters has a result before making the next plan. Hartle answered seriously. He and Wen Mansha discussed this matter together. It seems that nothing has changed. Wu Hung continued. Do you know about the transport team this morning? When I came, I saw Jeffrey, and he told me about this matter. Hartle answered. Well, we killed the people in the transport team. We may arrange people to come and investigate later. Pay attention to this. Yes, sir. Hart nodded. After talking about the matter, Hart will be in charge of this place in the future. Have you eaten? Not yet. I haven't eaten either. Prepare some food, and we will eat together, Wu Hung said. Hart glanced at the skeleton guarding the door leading to the residence in the hall. Wu Hung also reacted and said to the skeleton, Don't stop her in the future. The skeleton guarded the entrance of the hall and the residential building to prevent someone from breaking in when he went to the zombie world. Hart was sitting in the hall and was also stopped outside. What do you want to eat? Sir? I asked someone to prepare it. Hart asked. Just something casual. It doesn't matter. Okay. I arrange it now, Hart said, and was about to leave. Wu Hung reminded, from now on, the management of the fortress will be handed over to you. Don't let outsiders know that I'm here. Yes, master. Soon. Dinner was ready. Due to Hater's status as a butler, the food was pretty good. Sit down and eat together. I don't have so many rules here. Wu Hung looked at Hater who was standing by. Master, eat first. The butler has his own rules. Hater's voice was flat. Wu Hung didn't say anything more. He ate casually and continued. Are you originally a resident of Ratam City? No. My family is from a small city in the kingdom of Yeko. I followed my husband to Ratam City. Hater looked straight ahead. How do you feel? Life in Ratam City? Very good. Better than before, Hater said directly. Wu Hung continued. This place is different from Ratam City. There may be some dangers. When you go out, bring more skeletons. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Sir. Wu Hung nodded, stood up and said, I'm done. You should rest early after you finish eating. Sir. The bath water is ready upstairs. You can take a bath first and then go back to your room to rest. Well, you should rest early too, Wu Hung said and walked upstairs. After taking a bath, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom. There is no electricity here at night, and the illumination of the light stone is still much worse than that of electric lights. The whole room is also dim. Wu Hung lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, thinking about what happened in the past 2 days. The first one is the establishment of a church on Treasure Island. There is no rush to do anything about this matter. After all, the other party just said that he wanted to renovate it and did not show any malicious behavior. It is not easy to turn against him directly. The second one is the matter of reputation improvement. The original plan was to let the 5th princess participate in the battle of the Yeko Kingdom, find opportunities in it, and spread her reputation. But the current development has obviously exceeded the plan. The headquarters investigation team entered the territory of the Yeko Kingdom, and many sects gathered. The heroes of the Snake Emblem group and the headquarters religious heroes also went to the interior of the kingdom. In particular, the heroes of the Snake Emblem group are recognized as the strongest heroes, and the headquarters religious heroes and I don't like each other. No matter how I think about it, it's not suitable for me to participate. It's easy to get myself into this muddy water, not to mention getting benefits and spreading reputation. Now it seems that the line of the second prince is more suitable for me to play. The city of Ratam has been fighting with the territory occupied by the second prince, and has occupied a lot of land. As long as some order is restored, the reputation can be spread. Moreover, it was the Yeko Kingdom that took the initiative, and there was a legitimate reason. Being able to occupy the territory occupied by the second prince is enough for me to upgrade. He muttered and opened the panel to take a look. Level 19, 785351/355000. Reputation, level 19, 15244/66,000. Reputation is only 15,000. Compared to upgrading, it is still far behind. The transport team said that the second prince is likely to be in Nilali City. I wonder if there are any masters around him. If he can be taken down, the battle in Ratam City can be resolved, and there will be enough territory for me to collect reputation. Wait until Benny reaches level 20, and see if there is any chance. Then, he thought about the scattered things again. Sleepiness came, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung opened the boundary gate and went to the zombie world. When he walked out of the store where he lived, he saw a convoy parked on the roadside in the distance. A large number of survivors, with skeletons, searched for supplies, electrical appliances, tools, and those that could still be used and had a certain value were moved to the base by trucks. The efficiency is still very high. ZZ. The intercom on his waist made a slight electric sound, followed by Chi Honkai's voice. Chief, I brought the copies you need. Wu Hung looked in the direction of the convoy and saw Chi Honkai waving from afar. Bring it here, Wu Hung said through the intercom. The skeletons surrounding the building made way for a road, and the truck drove directly to the door of the building. Chi Honkai jumped off the car and said with a smile, You got up quite early. I'm here. You came too early. Don't work so hard to loot things, Wu Hung said. As a leader, you are leading the team to kill zombies outside. It would be unreasonable for us, who are responsible for logistics, not to be more diligent. Chi Honkai said seriously. Arrange your time well, and don't get tired. Chi Honkai smiled. Walk to the back of the truck. Open the green canvas. Take a look at the printed list. Okay? In the truck, there were piles of bundled paper lists. Wu Hung pulled out a sheet and glanced at the contents. It was written with words from another world, part of which was about the attack of Yeko Kingdom on Ratam City, with the seal of the association. The other part was the follow-up plan and the promise not to harass the people and only attack the invaders. Wu Hung asked Chi Honkai to print these, and they will be posted in the occupied cities and towns later. There were hundreds of bundles on the truck, enough to distribute to the occupied cities and villages. Is it okay? Chi Honkai asked. It's good, as long as the handwriting is clear. Wu Hung put the sheet back and put it all into the space ring with a wave of his hand. Chi Honkai put the canvas down again. What's written on it? The words from the Middle East? No. It's also for those Westerners to see. Wu Hung explained vaguely. Oh, is the food here okay? How about I pick you up? Go back to rest at night, and come back during the day. Chi Honkai stared at him with big eyes. Wu Hung pinched her cheek. It's too troublesome. The journey will take most of the day. It will be done in a few days. Don't worry. Chi Honkai nodded and continued. I brought you some clothes and quilts. The things here are not clean. I will take them back to wash them. As he said, he took some packed bedding from the co-pilot. Wu Hung didn't say much and put it into the space ring. Chi Honkai continued. I have two things here. One is that the Korean headquarters wants to invite us to kill the Corpse King. But the distribution of spoils is too vague, and it feels like a pie in the sky. I rejected it first. Also, the bases of several countries in the United States and Europe have contacted us through the radio station, wanting to exchange supplies for food. Chapter 748. Second Prince. Looking for me to kill the Corpse King. It is very likely that they intend to use the skeletons as cannon fodder to reduce the number of corpses controlled by the Corpse King. The second thing is that more national bases have begun to contact me. This is nothing strange. Gold and silver are exchanged for food. In the current situation, they will choose to exchange. Ask about the location of the Corpse King, and then we will kill it ourselves. The food exchange can also be agreed. After discussing the transaction method, I will prepare enough food at that time. Wu Hung said. Understood. Chi Honkai agreed, and then said, Then I will go back and lead the team to plunder supplies. Also leave me a truck. This side is almost cleaned up, so I can drive back then. Wu Hung said. Then leave this one here for you. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. Chi Honkai waved goodbye, and went to the convoy, arranged a skeleton to drive, and continued to move forward with the skeleton army. After walking a distance, zombies began to appear in front. The skeleton dog ran over to attract the zombies, and the skeleton group and the zombie group collided with each other. Benny also flew out directly and began to devour the residual souls. When night fell, the battle was over. Wu Hung found a building on the roadside and returned to the setted fortress. Commander's mansion. Radio room. Wu Hung held the microphone, and Shannara's voice came from the other side. You are not in Treasure Island. No. I am handling some things outside. Wu Hung replied. Why are you running around again? You don't look like an island owner. And the situation outside is in chaos now. Shannara's tone was serious. Wu Hung was speechless. Why did this tone sound like a mother scolding her child? Are you taking advantage of me? I know. There is no danger here. I will go back in 2 days. Wu Hung said, and then asked, "How is the situation in Nidal City?" "Everything is normal. The construction team of Treasure Island has started construction. And the mechanics are also building a power plant. Brittany seems to rely on you a little, and always asks when you will come," Sanera said with a smile. Wu Hung ignored the topic of the fifth princess relying on him and said, "Take care of the mechanics. There are only a few of them on our island. This group of mechanics have all learned modern knowledge, and spent a lot of time to train. If they die outside, it will be a heavy loss. Especially there is a ghoul mechanic who can communicate." "Don't worry. I know," Sanera continued. Elder Tapani asked Philippa to pick up the fleet. "It seems that the headquarters has arranged some big shots to come. Do you know who it is?" "Big shot? The religious hero has arrived," Wu Hung said. "Saidu. A religious hero. He's here? Do we need to avoid the skeletons in the city?" Sanera said in a surprised tone. "No. He has already gone to Treasure Island. And he wants to establish the church on the island." "The church? On an island governed by a necromancer?" Sanera said in a serious tone. "Yes. Before Zalagui and the others could react. The other party had already decided on this matter," Wu Hung said helplessly. Shannara said, "Whatever he wants to do, Zalagui and the others can't stop him. If they really stop him, it will affect her. When Saida returns to the headquarters and transfers Zalagui away from Treasure Island, it will be more troublesome." "I think so too. Tell them not to worry about it for now, and wait until I get back," Sanara continued to instruct. "Don't be impulsive. What you need to do now is to reach level 18 as soon as possible. When the level is up, many things will be solved naturally." "I know. I won't do anything openly," Wu Hung agreed. It's better not to be caught by them," Sanara said. Wu Hung continued. "I ordered a batch of plant growth potions from the Wood Elves. If you have time, please ask me where they are. Please also order a batch of food for me. It doesn't matter if it's more. I will send it to Treasure Island when the time comes." "I ask tomorrow," Sanara replied. "Okay." The two chatted for a few words and hung up the call. Wu Hung got up and left the radio room. He went back to the study and sat for a while. Knock. 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 "Master, dinner is ready." There was a knock on the door, followed by Hartle's voice. "Come in." The door opened, and Hartle came in with dinner and placed it on the desk. Then he stood aside respectfully. When Wu Hung started to eat, Hartle spoke softly. "Master, all the shops in the city have opened. Some shops are empty, so we arranged for our people to temporarily go in. The city hall is also open, but there are still some staff shortages. The cleanup of the collapsed city wall is expected to be completed in 5 days, and then it will be rebuilt. Over the border, the extension of the railway to Ratam City has started, and most of the people used are skeletons, so the construction speed should be faster." After Hartel came, everything started to go smoothly. After all, Wu Hung didn't have so much time to deal with the fortress. More energy was still focused on improving the ghosts and himself. With Hartel in charge of management, many things became much simpler. "Have the residents in the city changed their attitude towards us?" Wu Hung asked casually. "At present, there has not been much improvement," Hartel said calmly. Wu Hung wiped his mouth, took out all the flyers in the space ring, and said, "Post these notices in the city we occupied." Hartel picked up a leaflet and looked at the content on it. And he knew Wu Hung's intention. Making the reason for the war between the two sides public can also show that it was the Yek Kingdom that took the initiative to provoke trouble. Reduce the resistance of ordinary people. "Okay, sir. I will arrange it tomorrow morning," Hartel said. "Yeah." After dinner, Hartel took away all the tableware. Wu Hung also returned to the bedroom to rest. Another day passed. Zombie world. The zombies surged and collided with the skeleton army. Benny rushed into the sky and began to devour the remnant souls in the sky. As she devoured, the system prompt also emerged from her ears. Ghost level increased to level 19. Agility +1. Perception +3. Intelligence +2. Benny has upgraded. Wu Hung looked at Benny in the air. His body was a little more solid, and the speed of devouring the remnant souls was also faster. The next step is to prepare for level 20. Wu Hung looked ahead. The zombies and skeletons were still fighting, but at this time, the location was also at the end of the town, and the zombies in the whole town had been almost cleared. It was also fortunate that he reached level 19. Otherwise it would take some time to find a new upgrade location. Seeing that the battle was still going on, Wu Heng walked to the back, the truck that Chi Hankai left behind, and used the radio to say, calling Shanfu Base. This is Shanfu Base. Please speak. I'm looking for Deputy Chief Chi. Please wait. The other side said something. And Su? Chi Hankai voice came over. I'm Chi Hankai. I'm done here. I need to find a new location. Chi Hankai recognized Wu Heng by the voice and immediately said, okay. I go there tomorrow morning. There's one more thing. There's news about the first thing mentioned yesterday. The first thing? The matter of the Corpse King. Come over tomorrow and talk. Okay. Hang up the call. Wu Heng got off the car and continued to wait for the end of the battlefield ahead. Yeko Kingdom. Nilali City. In the dim mansion, the light stone reflected shadows. In the main seat in the middle sat a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes and a short ponytail behind his head, wearing a blue brocade robe with exquisite patterns embroidered with gold thread on the collar and cuffs. He was leaning on his seat at this time, but his face showed some fatigue, and the dark circles under his eyes were very clear. Clifford, the second prince of the Yeko Kingdom, and around the seat, some ministers were sitting. Everyone. What should we do next? The handsome man in the main seat spoke. An elderly man, but dressed in luxurious clothes, stood up, bit slightly and said, Your Highness, there are some rumors recently that the Set Fortress has been lost. I feel that I should confirm this matter first. Lost? That fortress? The Orc Coalition army back then could not break through. How could it be possible with only the city of Rentam? The second prince said disdainfully, holding his forehead. Although the previous battle failed, the Set Fortress would never be lost, unless the defending soldiers open the city gate. Surrendering to the undead skeletons is even more impossible. I feel that we should arrange a team to check it out, so as to show your concern for the frontline generals. The old man continued. The second prince nodded. Since you are worried, arrange a team to go there and ask what supplies are needed. Okay, Your Highness. The second prince continued. Let's talk about the traitor Ditalio and what we should do next. Chapter 749. Does she know about us? Zombie world. The battle between skeletons and zombies is gradually coming to an end. Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to move forward, and the dense spear formation began to advance forward to kill all the remaining zombies. Then, the skeletons automatically dispersed to clean up the battlefield. The evolved zombies and the deformed zombies were all dragged together, and the bodies of ordinary zombies were also piled into small hills. Sister Benny, you are level 19. Xiao Xiao looked at Benny, who flew back. Level 19. Thank you, Wu Heng. Thank you, Mrs. Glenda and Xiao Xiao. Benny smiled happily. Level 19. This is something she didn't dare to think about before. In Blackstone Town, a level 12 deacon is a big master. Now she has reached level 19. And in Wu Heng Plan, she will be promoted to level 20 in the next few days. The same level as the legendary hero. If she hadn't really died, she suspected that all this was a dream she had. We are a family. Why are you being so polite? Wu Heng said with a smile. Xiao Xiao also said yes. We are a gang. A family. Team. Wu Heng corrected immediately. It was originally a combination of necromancers and ghosts. And with the word gang, the sense of substitution is quite strong. Oh, it's a team. I said it wrong. Xiao Xiao continued. Next, Sister Benny will be upgraded to level 20. And I will also be level 20 in the future. So we will be invincible. Right. Auntie. Grinda glanced at her. Ask your uncle. I dare not say. Invincible in the world. Lonely and seeking defeat. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao also shouted. Seeking defeat. The battlefield was cleaned up. Wu Heng looked forward, and the bodies of evolved zombies and deformed zombies were lying on the ground alone. As time went by, the proportion of evolved zombies in the corpse group was still increasing. Even the number of deformed zombies was increasing. This is a disaster that continues to grow for ordinary survivor bases. It also forces the surrounding shelters to merge or seek refuge in larger shelters. Similarly, with the increase in the number of evolved zombies, the chance of obtaining corpse cores is also increasing. Dead corpse battlefield. After releasing, the flesh and blood of corpses began to fall off. Wu Heng asked the skeletons that stood up to find their own corpse cores. Then they were all put in a plastic bag and put into the space ring. I have been out for so long. Treasure Island should have a new third-level corpse core potion. If I have time, I should go back and drink the potion first, and then go out to play after improving the attributes. After the transformation of the evolved zombies was completed, Wu Hung continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, and the skeletons stood up one by one. The sound of bones rubbing resounded throughout the area. Wait until the entire battlefield is dealt with. Glinda. Xiao Xiao. Benny. Stop talking. We are going back. Wu Hung shouted. 3 ghosts flew back from a distance and drilled directly into the body. Wu Hung found a building on the roadside and used the door of the second-floor room to go to the other world. Walk out of the gate. Release the 3 ghosts to move freely. Wu Hung opened the door and went downstairs. Hartle had prepared dinner, and Wu Hung ate while listening to him introduce the situation in the fortress. It has been a few days since the fortress was occupied. Residents have been going out to buy necessities. Master, the deacon of the association came once during the day and wanted to let the people in the association leave the city. Hartle said again. Association deacon? The figure of the middle-aged deacon appeared in Wu Hung's mind. At that time, the other party was quite cooperative. At least he could recognize the situation, and did not want to say anything more with the identity of the association deacon. Wu Hung asked, What are you doing out of town? Hartle replied. He said he wrote a report and wants to send it to the association's headquarters. Wu Hung thought for a moment, then said, Just say you can't make the decision and have reported it to him. The main thing is to delay him for a while. Okay, sir, Hartle replied. After dinner, Wu Hung picked up the tablecloth and wiped his mouth, saying, Let me install a prop for you that can communicate with Rattan City and directly contact with Man Shah. Hartle's eyes lit up. With such a prop, the time spent on sending letters was saved. Thank you, sir. Just install it in my room. Let's go. The prop still needs to be installed. You can't do it yourself. Wu Hung stood up. This way, please. Hartle led the way in front and went to her room together. The two pushed the door and entered Hartle's room. The room was very clean, with light blue sheets and a white plush carpet on the floor. On the bedside dressing table, there are several books and glasses of the same style. He has 4 or 5 glasses, like a glasses collector. Master, just install it on the bedside, Hartle said softly. Wu Hung glanced at the room. Don't put it in the master bedroom. When you are not here, it is best to arrange a skeleton to guard the radio. Can you rest well if you put it at the bedside? Hartle was stunned. He forgot this point. When he went to sleep, a skeleton sat there and stared at the radio. It was a bit scary to think about it. You are right. Then put it in the next room. The two went back to the next room. Wu Hung assembled the new radio and adjusted it to the frequency band connected to Rattan City. You should be able to use it? Yes. Wu Hung instructed. This prop is very precious. Take it with you when you leave. If there is really danger and you can't take it with you, just destroy it directly. Hartle said seriously. Okay. Sir, I will protect this prop. Well, try to contact with Man Shah. I go back first. Wu Hung waved his hand and walked out of the room. Hartle sent him out, looked at his room, and then looked at the back figure going upstairs. Or he returned to the radio room and tried to contact with Man Shah. Wu Hung just walked upstairs. Benny also flew down and said, The skeleton of the radio station is looking for you. Someone must have contacted you. I go and see. Wu Hung went to the radio room and looked at the record book. It was the radio station of Treasure Island. Hello. Soon. Zalogwi's cautious voice came from the other side. Wu Hung, what are you doing? Zalogwi came to the island owner's house again. Just finished dinner. Are you alone? Wu Hung asked, listening to her cautious tone. It felt like she was alone in the room. Zalogwi's voice was still very low. They are watching a movie. I feel bored, so I asked Minnie to take me to the radio station to chat with you. Minnie went out first, so I'm alone. Good guy. It's sneaky. You missed me. What do you think? Zalogwi continued. Didn't you say you would be gone for a few days? Why did you stay away for so many days? Just a few days after confirming the relationship with Zalogwi, he left Treasure Island. We really weren't together for that long. Wu Hung said, I will go back after I finish my work here. Don't worry. I'm not in a hurry. You should be careful. The kingdom of Yek is still in a mess. Come back if you can't. Treasure Island is not enough for you to be busy. Zalogwi nagging. Okay. I know. I'll be back in a few days, Wu Heng said immediately, and then said, Do you miss me? Miss you. It's okay to miss you. You are also a part of me. Are you sick? She loudly said, and then said, Last time, Shiryali found out about us. Huh? Last time when we went to my house to drink, Shiryali drank too much, and she woke up in the middle of it, she loudly explained. Chapter 750. Superpowers are ours too. She even woke up in the middle. This guy watched the whole show for free. Wu Heng felt that she was not drunk at all. She was just pretending to sleep. But he couldn't say it himself, because she was awake at the time and had completed the handover with Shilagui. He could only say, I don't know. You probably don't know. She was so devoted at the time. And it seemed that Shiryali also liked you. Shilagui muttered. You don't have to be jealous of your sister. That's right. She's my sister anyway, Shilagui said. At this time, Minnie's voice came from the other side. Deacon, there's a new one. Do you want to watch it together? Shilagui's voice immediately became serious. Wu Heng, this is all the information about Treasure Island. I notify you if there's any new news. Oh, okay, Wu Heng replied. Then, the other side hung up the call. Probably to go to the movie. What's wrong with Shiryali? What is she thinking? There was nothing else to do. So Wu Heng walked out of the radio room. He chatted with the ghosts in the study room for a while, and then returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, a city occupied by skeletons. A new notice was posted on the notice board, and a bard stood on a wooden box and read the content aloud. A letter to all residents of the city. Ratam City has always maintained peaceful coexistence with the border of the Kingdom of Yeko, and there has been no crossing of the border to harass the border of the kingdom. However, after the death of the old king, the kingdom began to become turbulent, repeatedly crossing the border and frequently invading Ratam City. Half a month ago, tens of thousands of troops were assembled, crossing the border to attack Ratam City and attacking the residents in the city. Their various bad deeds have repeatedly ignited the border beacon fire, and the people are panicked. Hereby, the city of Ratam has assembled troops to drive the enemy back. All this has nothing to do with the residents and merchants in the city. Wherever the army passes, it will not harass the residents or rob their property. This is hereby announced to show the reason. The bard finished reading aloud. The surroundings fell into silence again. As they approached, a discussion began. It says that the Yeko Kingdom attacked first. Is that true? It's stamped with the seal of the association, so it should be true. Isn't that a buffer zone with the orcs? What's there to attack? I heard that there's a lot of money there. Damn it. Which general gave the order? So many people died? The kingdom is a sinner. After the discussion, everyone knew what happened. The undead invaded the country, but it turned out to be a counterattack. They were the bad guys. And they were the bad guys who started the war, but couldn't win. The crowd quickly dispersed and spread the news. The same notice was posted in all the cities and towns occupied by the skeletons. Whether people believed it or not, it caused a lot of heat. Blackstone Town Association. The door of the deacon's study was opened. Yuri rushed in directly. Aunt, there is a notice posted in the city. I took a copy. Slater, who was handling the documents, raised his head and said, Let me see. Yuri handed the document to her, sat down beside her, and said casually, These guys must have seen that Ratam City is rich and wanted to rob it. They are not worthy of pity at all, compared to the outside world. Slater and Yuri knew more or less about the situation in Ratam City. After all, the Golden Cat's industry is there, and the Yeko Kingdom tried to infiltrate and arrange people to make trouble in the city more than once. However, now that this notice was posted, it was known that the Yeko Kingdom had mobilized troops to attack. When Manshaw used the skeleton army to fight back and pushed all the way into the kingdom. The Yeko Kingdom is a bunch of stupid things. Slater also cursed. She is now extremely disappointed with the Yeko Kingdom. The cult killed the villages and towns around Blackstone Town, and no one cared. Instead, so many troops were mobilized to attack the cities outside. In the end, not only did they fail to conquer the city, but they were beaten into this state. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are idiots. Yuli leaned forward and said with a smile, Aunt, so we are now in Wu Heng territory. I don't want to be the captain anymore. Tell him to let me be the city lord. I will take all our people over. Slater rolled his eyes at her. What should we do when Yet Kingdom calms down and counterattacks? Do you think this is just playing house? Whoever grabs it will own it. I don't think it's possible. I will write a letter to Wuhan later. I want to be the city lord. Yuli cheered excitedly and ran out jumping. Slater glanced at Yuli's leaving figure. Sighed softly. Zombie world. Shanfu Port Base. The skeleton army escorted the truck slowly into the base. Wuhan got off the car, and Chi Hankai walked over from a distance with several backbones of the base. Leader. The people behind him also saluted. Leader. Wuhan nodded. Let's go to the conference room. They went to the conference room together. Several technicians reported the training of skeletons on the island during this period, as well as some changes in the base. Wuhan listened and asked them to continue to maintain it. Everyone saluted again and left the conference room. Only Wuhan and Chi Hankai were left. Tell me about the news of the Corpse King, Wuhan said. Chi Hankai nodded and said, yesterday, I mentioned this matter to the Korean rescue team again. After all, we need to arrange troops. I asked in detail about the location of the Corpse King and the time of the march. Then I came back and asked again, and I almost knew where the Corpse King was. The idea is pretty good. It is estimated that the Korean rescue team did not want to hide it. After all, it is not a bad thing for the Corpse King to be killed by this side. Is it far from here? Chi Hankai took out a map. About this location. Wuhan took a look and it was indeed not close to the base. But the territory of South Korea is so large. It won't take long. The distance is okay. Chi Hankai continued, there is one more thing. The skeleton army has been advancing all the way. Almost half of Korea is ours. The Korean rescue team has been talking about this. It feels like some conflicts will happen sooner or later. What do you mean? What is the matter? Chi Hankai reorganized his words. It means that this is their country. Thank us for helping them recover the land. And we'll give compensation later. Wuhan suddenly realized. It means that we are helping them to conquer the land. Yes, that's what it means. It also says that your supernatural power comes from a Korean god, saying that you have Korean blood and want you to go over. Damn. Even I am not spared. Wuhan used his profession. Not a supernatural power. At this time, he is still talking about this. Chi Hankai laughed, as if he had expected his reaction. Wuhan said, don't worry about their land. After the rest of the land is recovered, we will incorporate them. The land of Korea is small, unlike our own country, which covers a large area. Once the skeletons have finished cleaning up the entire country, this CGT and rescue team will be surrounded. The only way out for them is to join me. There is no other way. This is probably why they are anxious. Okay, I understand. But we need to be more friendly on the surface. Many skeletons are still learning about satellites there, Chi Hankai said. Wuhan also nodded and said, just you can handle it. I will go to the location on the map tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether the zombie king is there or not. Let's clean up the zombies first. I go with you. No. The skeletons can drive. I notify you on the radio if there is anything. Chi Hankai pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. The two chatted in the conference room for a while, and Chi Hankai took him around the base. Then Wu Hung returned to the dormitory and said something to Hartel through the boundary gate. He returned to the zombie world and waited for Chi Hankai to come. The next day, the skeleton army escorted the truck all the way to the location on the map. The team left the main road and headed for the side road. After all, the skeleton army was marching on foot, and the trucks could not go too fast. It was close to dusk. The convoy began to slow down, and zombies could be seen wandering on the road ahead. Wu Hung said to the skeleton in the driver's seat, you stay in the car. The skeleton did not move. And Wu Hung also jumped off the truck and slowly approached with the skeleton army. At the same time, he said to the ghost beside him, you go check first to see if there is a zombie king here. Okay. Okay. Uncle. The three ghosts nodded immediately and rushed forward. Nidal City Association. In the spacious meeting room, the atmosphere was a little tense. On the inside were a group of religious personnel wearing religious costumes, and near the door were the fifth Princess Brittany and the Wood Elf Shawnera, who had just entered. Meet the hero Saidu. Meet the lords. Brittany saluted respectfully, with caution and doubt in her eyes. When the religious hero arrived at the port, she, as the manager of the city, also went to greet him. But she didn't expect that the other party would be the first to see her alone. She didn't belong to any religion or association. in front of a group of clergy. The hero Saidu wore a gorgeous sky blue gold-threaded robe and a crown on his head. After the other party finished saluting, he showed a gentle smile. "Brittany, you have grown up so fast." "My lord, you are still as shining and great as a star," Brittany praised softly. For this answer, Saidu seemed to be quite satisfied, nodded, and then said softly, "I heard about the things in Netale City. You did a good job. If you are willing, you can be given the status of regional bishop, and your city will also be protected by the Holy See." His voice was deep and magnetic, echoing in the hall, as if it carried a kind of magic. It was a magic that made people unable to refuse and excited. Following behind, Shannara's eyes changed instantly. This hero wanted to recruit Brittany. You should know that the city was built by Treasure Island from the beginning to the later stage. If she became a member of the Holy See, then the ownership of the city under her feet would become a controversial issue. Not only did they build a church on Treasure Island, but they also came here to poach people. They really bullied Wu Hong for not having a backer. Time seemed to stand still, and Shannara's heart began to pound. She wanted to open her mouth to remind Brittany, but she found that she couldn't open her mouth. At this time, Brittany, who had been thinking, responded softly, "Thank you for the leader's love and concern, but I shoulder the fate of the Yeko Kingdom. I respect the Holy See and welcome the Holy See, but I can't join the Holy See." The room fell into silence again. The clergy looked at each other, as if they had not expected this little girl to refuse the invitation of a hero. For anyone else, it would be a great opportunity. Saidu nodded, his expression still kind. "You have indeed grown up and are very responsible. This is a good thing for the kingdom of Yeko. If you have any difficulties, you can still seek help from the church." "Thank you, hero. You go out first and let Tapani and the others come in." Brittany and Chanela saluted and left the meeting room directly. Chapter 751. Evolution of Zombies. "Uncle, I didn't find a zombie king." Xiao Xiao came back from the investigation and shook her head. Wu Hong said, "Share the screen. I see what's going on inside." "Oh!" Xiao Xiao agreed and went straight into the body. The shared screen also appeared in his mind. Xiao Xiao flew forward all the way, with a dense group of zombies below, flying all the way, passing through several buildings in succession. He didn't find the figure of the deformed zombie. Indeed, he didn't see the light column of the zombie king level. Release Xiao Xiao again, floating aside. "No, I'm so good to you. How can I lie to you? I'm afraid you're careless and didn't see it." "Humph! Uncle is careless." With a big heart, Xiao Xiao muttered aside. One person and one soul said, and Grinda and Benny also flew back. "I didn't find a zombie king here," Grinda said. Benny also said, "I didn't find it here either." "Didn't the three ghosts find it?" Chihonkai analysis was wrong? "Uncle, did we find the wrong place?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously, lying on his back in the air. "Not necessarily. It could be hiding somewhere that we didn't find," Wu Hong said. "Modern cities are much larger than those in the other world. The ghost search is also a rough search in the vicinity. If a large number of zombies are found, they will enter the building and search carefully. Now there is no trace of the zombie king, nor a group of zombies gathered to guard the building. There is indeed a greater possibility that there is no zombie king here. Share the picture with me," Wu Hong said. Glinda and Benny got into the body and shared the picture. After Wu Hong finished reading it, he released the two ghosts again. Said, "There is a problem." "What's wrong?" Glinda asked. "I watched the shared screen of the three of you. The zombies here are dense, but the number of evolved and deformed zombies is small. This shouldn't be the case." Wu Hong said his doubts. "As time goes by, the number of evolved zombies is increasing. The zombies here are more like ordinary zombies in the early outbreak period. Now that you put it, it seems to be true," Grinda recalled. Bernie said, "Then let's look for it again." "No need to look for it. Anyway, we have come here. Kill the zombies first. If the zombie group behaves abnormally, it proves that there is a zombie king. Let's look for it carefully," Wu Hong said directly. "Okay." The three ghosts nodded. After determining the next plan, "Let the skeleton dog go," Wu Hong said. Walala. The skeleton dog rushed out of the queue and ran wildly towards the distance. When approaching the zombies, the city in the distance instantly boiled. Dense roars and roars sounded, and the zombies gathered into a dark tide of zombies, rushing towards the side. Huh? The arrows of the skeleton archers fell from the sky. And the spear skeletons also lowered their bodies, waiting for the impact of the corpse tide. At the same time, the skeleton pigeon with the soul-catching jade tied to its chest flew to the roof of one side. The magic circle of the jade was reflected below. The next second, the zombies crashed into the spears like waves, and the sounds of roaring, grabbing, and stabbing resounded throughout the area. And in the battle zone, a series of residual souls also floated into the sky. Benny, you go and devour. Okay. Benny nodded and rushed up directly. The zombies are starting to change their route, Glinda said in the air. Wu Hung frowned, immediately released God's presence, and cast his consciousness on the skeleton pigeon on the roof, looking at the zombies in the distance. Behind the zombies, they have begun to disperse and enter the back of the surrounding buildings, using these high-rise buildings and buildings as cover, and rushed over here in a roundabout way. As expected, there is a corpse king. After removing God's presence, Wu Hung said, go find the corpse king. They will definitely let some zombies guard the place where he is hiding. Okay. Okay. Uncle. The two ghosts agreed, one on the left and one on the right, and flew out directly. Wu Hung continued to say to the skeleton, close the intersections on both sides to resist the roundabout zombies. The team began to adjust, and the skeletons behind closed the intersections on both sides. Soon, dense footsteps sounded on both sides, and zombies rushed over from the forks on both sides. Paw paw paw! A burst of cracking sound sounded, and a large number of zombies broke through the glass from the upper floors of the buildings on both sides and smashed into the middle of the skeleton team. The axe-wielding skeleton among the skeletons quickly moved, chopping at the zombies that jumped in. Wu Hung still looked at the battlefield in the distance, waiting silently. Soon, Granda flew back. We found the corpse king. A corpse king with a deformed head and a human body. Where is it? In the tall building over there. There are some guards gathered around it. Give me the evil sword. I will go and kill it, Granda said directly. Before Wu Hung could speak, Xiao Xiao also flew back from the other side and said excitedly, Uncle, I found the zombie king? Huh? Wu Hung and Granda looked at each other. Xiao Xiao also found the zombie king. Where is it? Wu Hung asked. In the community over there. Xiao Xiao pointed to the other side. 2 zombie kings. And the range of their appearance is so close. Xiao Xiao looked at him and Granda and asked curiously, what's the matter? Is there a problem with the zombie king? Glinda said softly, I also found the zombie king. Which means there are 2 zombie kings here. Wow. I can kill 2. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. And then said, by the way, Uncle, the zombies are gathering in the community I scouted. And it seems that they are also going to take action. At this time, Granda flew into the sky again. Said, they have already started to move. There are still quite a few of them. But they are not targeting us. They are rushing towards the zombie king I found. Wu Hung was stunned, and released God's presence again, using the perspective of the skeleton pigeon to look into the distance. From the left side, a group of zombies rushed directly to the position where Granda found the zombie king. The zombies of the other side also began to come back for support. The number of zombies facing the skeleton side instantly became much less. They really fought. Removing God's presence, Wu Hung frowned and looked forward. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. Zombies will also fight among themselves, knowing to take the opportunity to attack their enemies. Good guy. Uncle, let's take the opportunity to kill them, Xiao Xiao said. Let them kill first. Otherwise they will be too scattered, and it will be difficult to gather the residual souls, Wu Hung said, and said to the big-headed skeleton, let the skeleton pigeons go above the zombies to open the magic circle. The skeleton pigeons landed on the roof and flew to the top of the zombie group fighting in the distance. Standing on the roof of a tall building, a circular magic circle was projected in the battle area. Groups of residual souls flew into the sky. Benny looked back at the side, then flew to the location where the zombies were fighting and began to devour the residual souls. Uncle, what should we do now? Watch the fight between tigers from a mountain. Oh, is this an idiom? Xiao Xiao said. The sky was shrouded in darkness. The fighting zombies had a winner. The zombie king that Xiao Xiao discovered was obviously more powerful. The zombies he commanded successfully overwhelmed the opponent's zombies, and continued to attack the building where the opponent was. There was no large-scale battle. Benny also flew back from the battle location. There are quite a few residual souls today, Wu Heng said. Well, I'm so busy. I'm afraid that if I move slowly, these residual souls will disappear by themselves, Benny said. Wu Heng opened Benny panel and took a look. The experience value reached 1/3. And it was indeed absorbed a lot. Soon, you will be level 20 in a few days, Wu Heng said with a smile. Thank you. I will protect you then. Okay. Let you and Granda attack the headquarters together. Hate. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back directly from the opposite side. He said anxiously, Uncle, a zombie king won. And it ate the corpse core of another zombie king. It feels like it is going to evolve. Evolution? Level up? It seems so. And Granda asked me to inform you. She is watching over there, Xiao Xiao said anxiously. Let me take a look first. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the shared screen came again. In the dark and humid room, two different types of deformed zombies wrestled together. One was a zombie king that looked like a rhinoceros beetle, and the other was a zombie king in human form with a deformed head. The two zombie kings were entangled tightly, grabbing and biting each other's rotten flesh. Dark red sticky blood splashed. As time went by, the battle became more and more intense, and the items in the room fell all over the place. Suddenly, the insect zombie hugged the enemy tightly, broke the glass, and fell downstairs. Pa! The two zombie kings fell to the ground at the same time. The insect zombie king bit the opponent's neck, biting and shaking it tightly. He bit off the opponent's muscles and tore off the head directly. The insect zombie king let out an ecstatic roar, put his hand through the mouth of the death zombie king, and took out the corpse core. He looked at the corpse core, put it into his mouth with rotten meat and blood, and swallowed it whole. Then, the original body of the zombie king seemed to be pulled by a force, and the bones made a crisp sound of crackling. The muscles squirmed and became tighter and tougher. The corpse king roared outside, and the scattered and broken zombies around moved towards this side and protected the building again. The corpse king returned to the building and endured the pain of changing his body in the corner. The picture sharing was completed. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao again. Uncle, is the corpse king evolving? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. It seems so. Wu Heng felt the same way. He had seen the devouring of other distorted zombies several times before, but this kind of enhanced body was the first time. Just like Xiao Xiao's novel, it seemed to be evolving to a higher level. In other words, the two zombie kings were planning to devour each other to improve their own strength. The appearance of Wu Heng team just gave the other party an opportunity. Uncle, go kill it quickly. Otherwise it will evolve successfully, Xiao Xiao reminded him. Let's see what it can evolve into first, Wu Heng said, but still gave the order for the army to enter the city directly. As he walked, Wu Heng released Dead Skeleton Battlefield, and skeletons stood up from the ground. The whole army became more and more, filled all the streets around. As soon as they approached, the ordinary zombies surrounding the building and the zombie king inside noticed the movement. The zombie king stood at the window on the first floor and roared at the marching skeleton team. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the corpse king fell back into the building. Wu Heng put away the sniper rifle. Shoot with a machine gun. Kill the zombies outside. Two tall skeletons raised machine guns and fired at the ordinary zombies guarding the building. After a hail of bullets, the remaining zombies were all crushed. Kaxu, Karanmu, see if you can catch them alive. If it's hard to catch them, just kill them directly. The two figures behind him rushed into the building in an instant, and then a fierce battle sounded. Soon, the battle was over. The corpse king, which looked like a rhinoceros beetle, had his limbs broken and was dragged out alive. He kept roaring angrily from his mouth. Puff! Karanmu stabbed down with a sword, piercing the corpse king's mouth, making him shut up and unable to make any sound. You want to study it? Glinda appeared on the side. Well, I just need an experimental subject. By the way, what level is he? Wu Heng asked. It's level 19. When I found it before, it was only level 18. After absorbing the corpse core, the level light is more intense, Glinda said. Eating corpse cores can really increase the level of zombies. Wu Heng took out a few chains and handed them to Kaxu. Tie it up. Tie it tightly. Kaxia stepped forward and tied up the zombie king tightly. Wu Heng released bone service on the dead zombie king, and the transformed skeleton was still level 18. But there was no corpse core. The remaining ordinary zombies were also transformed through Dead Corpse Battlefield. After everything was over, I chose a building that looked pretty good. I went through the boundary gate and returned to the Seted fortress. It was late at night here. Wu Hung did not disturb the butler Hartel. After a simple wash, he went back to the room to rest. Lying on the bed, thinking about today's discovery in his mind. Zombies can complete the level upgrade by swallowing corpse cores. According to Xiao Xiao, it is evolution. In that case, can I cultivate a group of level 20 zombies in this way? And then kill them and transform them into skeletons? No. It's just an improvement in attributes. And the effect is not good. The fighting style of zombies is more like relying on instinct. Even the zombie king in Wu Hung hands is acting as the commander of the skeleton army. The fighting power is not as strong as the skeletons transformed by professionals. Caxu is level 18. And he can beat the level 19 zombie king in a single fight. He put his hands behind his head. He thought for a while and said, it is possible to cultivate some level 20 zombie beasts, which have an advantage in size. The size of the deformed dog has increased several times, and the increase in animals is still significant. Reaching level 20 seems to be more effective than reaching level 20 for humanoids. It seems that I have to go back to Treasure Island first to settle the mass production of corpse cores. After thinking in his heart, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, the radio room. Wu Hung sat in front of the radio, and Shannara's voice came from it. Saidu has entered the city. He met Brittany last night, and wanted her to join the Holy See and become the local bishop. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. This old guy went to Nettle City to poach his people again. What did Brittany say? Not yet agreed. Chapter 752. Bullying by Power. What do you mean you haven't agreed yet? It sounds like this is a bit weak. Sanera sighed softly, feeling that there was not much confidence in the other party's words. Sanera said, Brittany refused decisively. But the church has a certain influence on humans. And it was the church leader who personally proposed it. So she might compromise in the future. Brittany was helped by Wu Hung. He also arranged skeletons to guard the city, helped to restore damaged buildings and build power plants. And it can be said that he has been tied to Treasure Island. However, from the current comparison between the two parties, Treasure Island is not as good as the church. And Wu Hung is not as good as the high religious leader. If it were other princes and princesses, I'm afraid they would be happy to agree to the proposal of the church hero. Any suggestions? Wu Hung asked. Chanela said, it's nothing more than making Brittany think that relying on you is the best choice. This little girl is also easy to deceive. And you are good at this. Don't spread rumors. Chanela smiled and continued. The most direct way is to improve your strength. If you can also reach the hero level, all problems will no longer be a problem. In the final analysis, everything depends on strength. As long as you show enough strength, external threats and the choices of allies can be solved well. I have reached level 19. Considering my age and the time of job transfer, I am already a genius. I am afraid no one doubts that I can reach the hero level in my lifetime. Level is my trump card. It is also a dangerous signal. After revealing it, in addition to causing a sensation, it also makes the enemy more afraid of me. Just like the Vatican hero this time. Building a church on Treasure Island and recruiting Brittany is also a kind of suppression. After all, the outside world rumored that I was just a young genius who reached level 15. Although they are rare, there are still a lot of them. It is hard to say whether they can reach level 18, let alone threaten him as a hero. Arrange some local bishops or level 18 professionals to deal with him. But if they know that I am level 19, it will increase the possibility of a direct confrontation between the two. It will be difficult to survive and level up at that time. Wu Hung pondered for a while and said, I will try to level up as quickly as possible. You should also give Brittany some promises. I will help her sit on the throne instead of a bishop. I will convey it to her. Shannara said in a flat tone. Wu Hung asked again, is the hero still in the city now? I led the team to the capital of the kingdom of Yeko this morning. I contacted you when I came back. Shannara replied. It's good that he left. I wish he went there, met the sect, and fought with the hero of the Snake Emblem Consortium. Chanela yawned and continued. It's time for the second medicine auction. Let's hold it at Treasure Island. We need to warm up in the next few days. I will write to the dignitaries who left messages last time. And you can arrange for Treasure Island to publish the news in the newspaper. You can just use the radio and tell Anweer. You can tell me. My words are not as effective as yours as the master. Chanela's tone was slightly teasing. Wu Heng also smiled and said, You call me master. It sounds good. The other side paused. And then Chanela lowered her tone. That depends on your ability. When we meet next time, I will tell Treasure Island and publish it in the newspaper. And also release some news to increase publicity. Wu Heng said. Okay. Sanera agreed. And then said, I won't talk to you anymore. I go talk to Brittany. It's up to you. My love. Hate it. After hanging up the call with Sanera, Wu Heng continued to contact Treasure Island. Deliver the matter of the upcoming potion auction. After all, it is necessary to advertise in advance. And the last potion auction was very successful. As long as it is well managed. This time it will attract more wealthy merchants and dignitaries to buy potions. In the current world, potions that directly improve attributes are no different from longevity drugs. After telling Minnie about the newspaper, Wu Heng also hung up the call, sat in his seat, and thought about this matter. The Vatican hero wanted to recruit Brittany, which must be because of the cooperation between Treasure Island and Netale City. But everything he did now can be regarded as a kind of bullying between forces, using the Vatican and his identity as a hero to suppress himself. In fact, Brittany is smart. She knows that the church recruited her to suppress Wu Heng. Otherwise, she would have helped her when she was in trouble. Why now? Brittany trusts me very much. She won't agree to it easily. Wu Heng muttered. Then he thought quickly in his mind about how to deal with it. The Corpse King caught yesterday may be a way. If it can be verified that the Corpse Core accelerates the evolution of the distorted zombies, a batch of level 20 skeletons can be cultivated. It can also be regarded as improving one's own strength. The church has a suppressive effect on the undead, but hot weapons can make up for it. There is also the matter of cultivating the Corpse King. This time, it was discovered that the Corpse King can evolve, which is also a direction for improvement. The direction is feasible. It seems that we should go back to Treasure Island first. The original plan was to stay in the Sedded Fortress and see the actions of the second prince and the eldest prince. Look for opportunities and prepare for one's own reputation. But everything has been quiet recently. So let Manshaw and Hartel keep an eye on this. I will deal with the zombies first. Moreover, there is also the potion auction mentioned by Manshaw, which can be handled together on Treasure Island. After thinking it over in his mind, Wu Heng got up and walked out of the room and went to the study. The three ghosts were busy with their own things. Is there something? Grinda asked. The hero of the church has come to Netale City and wants to recruit Brittany to become the local bishop. Wu Heng carefully repeated what Shannara said. Xiao Xiao turned her head. Who is Brittany? The fifth princess. Oh, her. The princess sister. Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Grinda asked. What do you think? There is nothing for us to do here in the short term. I plan to go back to Treasure Island first to deal with the purchase of animal culture corpse cores and the auction of potions. Wu Heng put his hands behind his head and answered. Okay. Grinda nodded in agreement. And then said, You can write to the leader of Hong Wenhui and the leader of Lilith to invite them to participate. It will also be good for you to maintain a good relationship with them. Good idea. And there is also the Sword of Justice. When I was a field envoy, he was also my top hero. Wu Heng said. It feels a bit like forcing a relationship. But you can try it, Grinda said with a smile. Wu Heng took out the letter paper and began to write to the three people. He still reported the case he was investigating first, and then invited the other party to attend the auction. After writing, he asked Glinda to check it for him again. Then he put it in an envelope and sealed it with wax directly. He took the 3 letters and went downstairs. The lobby on the first floor. Hartle stood up and saluted respectfully. Master, breakfast is ready. Wu Heng handed the 3 letters in his hand to her. Arrange someone to send it to Blackstone Town and send it out through the association over there. Yes, Master. Hartle took the letter and left. Wu Heng sat at the dining table and started to eat breakfast. Hartle came back from outside and stood upright beside him. Master, I have arranged for someone to send it out. Well, I will return to Treasure Island tonight. Wu Heng put down the tableware. Hartel frowned, looking a little anxious. Did I fail to take good care of you? No. I have to go back to deal with some things. I will come back to see you after I finish them, Wu Heng said, and then instructed, Be careful here. If they can't capture the fortress, they may resort to assassination. Before I leave, I will select a few level 15 skeletons to protect you. Chapter 753. Can we kill him? Havel's eyes were still dim, and he subconsciously answered, Okay. Are there any recent news from the south? Wu Hung continued to ask. Havel said, We caught a few people who came to investigate yesterday. After asking the skeleton mage, we learned that they were the investigation team of the Yek Kingdom, who came to investigate the fact that the transport team did not return. The investigators have come. Kill them all? Kill all those who were found. I'm not sure if there are any other people who have investigated. Havel answered. Are there any other intelligence? Havel continued. The corpse also said that the army received orders from above, and was shrinking its formation to avoid some wars recently. The second prince's army has also begun to keep a low profile? It is estimated that they have also received news about the association's investigation team. Do you have any information about the second prince? No relevant information. Well, pay attention to collecting information in this regard, and notify me directly if there is any news. Yes, sir. Wu Hung stood up. Let's go. I pick a few high-level skeletons for you. Are there any professional requirements? As the sir arranges. The battles along the way have made the team have a lot of skeletons above level 15. Wu Hung deployed the entire commander's mansion, and then transferred 6 level 15 skeletons of different professions to serve as Hartel's personal guards. After all, this is the front line, and there may be more dangers. After everything is arranged, Wu Hung went upstairs again, returned to the study, and went to the zombie world. Walked out of the boundary gate. Wu Hung released 3 ghosts. Walked outside together. It was dark last night, and I couldn't see too clearly, looking at the whole road at this time. It was covered with a layer of meat carpet formed by rotten flesh and blood. Some were fallen from transformed skeletons, and some were left behind from the fight between 2 waves of zombies. Go find some tools, and sort out the rotten meat on the road, Wu Hung said. The skeletons took action, looked for tools, and began to clean the surrounding environment. Wu Hung took the ghost and 2 skeleton attendants into a room next door. The room was more than 30 square meters. The corpse king, with horns on his head and insect armor wrapped around his skin, was tied tightly in the middle by layers of iron chains. There was blood splattered on the walls around. It seemed that he was not honest last night, and was poked a lot of holes by the guarding skeletons. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, the corpse king was strangled by the iron chain and roared, with a look of resentment and ferocity, like a beast that had been hungry for a long time, and was very angry. Are you going back to Treasure Island? Do you want to take this thing back to the base first? Grinda asked. Xiao Xiao carefully hid on Wu Hung's shoulder. Its eyes are so scary. Don't worry. Leave it here for 2 days. Wu Hung looked at the skeletons around him again. Keep an eye on it. Don't show any mercy. The skeletons around gathered in. They formed a circle, staring at the corpse king in the middle with empty eye sockets. The corpse king stared back at the surroundings, and then closed his eyes with swollen eyes. Leave the house. At the door, the rotten meat and internal organs were piled into a meat mountain. Wu Hung released grease spell, then released fireball spell to ignite the meat mountain. Dark smoke rose, and the fire covered the meat mountain. Let's go. There is still some time. Let's upgrade Benny. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the skeleton army around gathered here, leaving a part to guard the corpse king. Wu Hung sat in the truck and continued to rush forward along the road. After walking a safe distance, zombies began to appear in front. Wu Hung got out of the car and asked the skeleton dog to attract the zombies. The spear formation fought with the zombies. Wait for the residual souls to rise into the sky. Benny rushed up again and began to devour the residual souls in the sky. Headquarters of the Korean rescue team. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and the tightly closed door was opened a crack. A woman in a professional suit walked in and said softly, Report to the chief. The information department just called and said that the satellite captured some information. In the room, a middle-aged man sat at the table with a cigarette in his hand. What information? The location of the zombie king that was detected before has been completely occupied by skeletons. There are no traces of zombies in the entire range, and they have been completely replaced by skeletons. The deputy reported in a flat tone. So fast? The middle-aged chief frowned, with surprise and fear in his eyes. There is no need to guess the identity of the other party. After all, they revealed the news to those people in Shanfu Port. But they didn't expect the speed of cleaning would be so fast. It took almost a day. Even if bombers were deployed to carry out a blanket bombing, it would probably not end so quickly. He took a deep breath and waved to his deputy. You go back first. I call the information department about this matter. Yes. The female deputy left. The chief picked up the phone on the table and called directly. Tell me about the satellite again. Are you sure they are all skeletons? A positive voice came from the phone. The satellite captured it very clearly. Can you confirm the superpower? The chief lowered his voice suddenly. We did find a human target, but we can't confirm whether it is a superpower who controls the skeleton. The person on the phone said. What weapons can be used at this distance? KTS-1 guided missiles are enough to destroy the target. The chief fell silent. Should we take a gamble? If the other party is the superpower, we can kill him directly. But what if he is not? And the missile is pushed to other countries? No. It is difficult to cover up such things. The chief took a deep breath and said, Don't rush. Don't do anything for now. At dusk, Wu Heng returned with the skeletons. The number of skeletons increased again, and Benny devoured a lot of residual souls. Although it has not been upgraded, it will almost reach level 20 after a few more attempts. He looked at the locked corpse king again. This time, it was covered with scars, probably because it was beaten again. After confirming that there was no problem, Wu Heng returned to the room, passed through the boundary gate, and returned to the Seted fortress. After having dinner in the restaurant, Wu Heng said goodbye to Hatter, and put on the train conductor's hat in a deserted place outside the fortress. He boarded the train directly, and returned to Treasure Island. In the radio room, Hatter said, Madam, the master has returned to Treasure Island. On the other side, when Manshaw's voice came while coaxing the child. There should be a new plan. You just need to take care of the fortress. Okay, Madam, Hatter said, and then said, the master said that he will come back to see you after he is done. The other side suddenly fell silent. When Manshaw said with a slight smile, next time you come back, I will let you serve the master. I dare not. The master is yours. Madam. Hatter was terrified. It's okay. Although I have signed a contract with you, I still treat you as my sister. When you come back next time, you can serve me together. After saying this, when Manshaw asked back with some joking, if you don't want to, forget it. There is no need to force you in this matter. Hartle's voice choked. Then he said softly, Thank you, Madam. I am willing. A few days later, the headquarters of the association, the Hall of Glory. A group of people carried bundles of newspapers and entered the hall. The latest issue of Treasure Island has arrived. Clatter. The hurried crowd turned around at the same time, picked up the newspapers at the front desk, and then dispersed. Treasure Island will strengthen management, except for the association members. No forces are allowed to arrange armed personnel. This is aimed at the Snake Emblem Consortium. Right? I guess so. They may be looking for a reason to clear out the Snake Emblem Consortium. See the next one. The second potion auction will still be held in Treasure Island. And there will still be 5 bottles of potion. No. I want to go to Treasure Island. I want to go too. Let's go together, so we won't be lonely on the road. The association headquarters, which was originally calm and unchanging, became lively again because of the newspaper. People walked out in groups, each holding a newspaper, discussing the contents above. In the dim castle, a slight knock on the door sounded, and the heavy wooden door with carved patterns was gently pushed open. An old man in a straight butler's uniform walked in slowly. She bowed slightly to the wooden coffin in the middle of the room, then slowly spoke. Miss, Treasure Island has sent the latest issue of the newspaper, which contains a new issue of the great detective story, and a letter from the owner of Wuheng Island. After that, the room fell into silence again, just when the housekeeper was about to leave and close the door again. Swish. Bang. The coffin lid was slowly pushed aside and fell on the carpet, with her white fingers resting on the edge of the coffin. Lilith slowly sat up. What's in the letter? It hasn't been opened yet. Give it to me. Chapter 754. The butler handed over the newspaper and letter respectfully. Lilith just took the letter and opened it to read. As the content read, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Surprise appeared on her face. Miss, what's wrong with the letter? The butler noticed something unusual and asked softly. Lilith threw the letter aside and asked in a cold voice, Is Treasure Island going to hold the second phase of the potion auction? The butler nodded. The newspaper did mention this matter. And it is still selling 5 bottles of potion. Give me the newspaper. The butler continued to hand over the newspaper. And Lilith took it, and saw the huge headline on it at first glance. The second phase of the potion auction is about to start. Magic potion. Subverting alchemy and continuing to break through the limitations of the body. Missing it once. Falling behind by 1,000 years. Falling behind by 1,000 years. Lilith's eyelids twitched. Who came up with this word? And it is so targeted. There are not many races that can live for 1,000 years. No. The undead can indeed reach 1,000 years. It fits his future plan. Wu Hung invited me to the auction. Lilith leaned against the side of the coffin. The housekeeper sorted out the items in the room and said softly, after becoming the captain, Wu Hung Island Master has been keeping in touch with you through letters and has handled some things for you that are inconvenient for you to show up. If you accept the invitation, it will also be an encouragement to him. After that, the housekeeper added, of course, everything depends on your intention. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. After thinking for a long time in the wooden coffin, she yawned and stood up. Get ready to go to Treasure Island. Yes, miss. The housekeeper replied and left the room directly. Lilith picked up the newspaper again and looked at the great detective story on it. Scholar Tower. Leader. Wu Hung Island Master of Treasure Island has sent you a letter. The door opened, and the deputy came over with the letter. Claudio, the leader of the Hongwen Society, was deciphering an ancient stone tablet, still with his head down, saying, see what it says. The deputy tore open the envelope, took a quick look, and then said, Treasure Island is holding the second potion auction, and invite you to attend the auction. Auction? Claudio raised his head slightly, took off his gloves. Show me the letter. After rereading the content of the letter, he looked thoughtful, then said slowly, you will go to Treasure Island on my behalf to attend this auction. Yes, leader. The deputy nodded and left the room. Training ground. Hatterai, the Sword of Justice, raised his eyebrows slightly after reading the letter in his hand. I never thought that the owner of Treasure Island, who was in the limelight, would write to me and invite me to attend the auction. Interesting. This kid is quite clever. He wrote this letter to me as a former field envoy. He took out a pen and paper from the space ring and wrote a letter. He stood up and walked out of the training ground. An association member saluted. Chief Hatterai, send this letter to the front desk and mail it out. Yes, Chief. Wu Hung appeared in the wild of Treasure Island after getting off the train. He looked around and released the 3 ghosts. Go home. A little cheer. The other 2 ghosts also smiled. And Granda said, Treasure Island is still good. Well, it's still lively here. Benny also said, let's go. And we sigh when we get back. Wu Hung walked towards the direction of the city. Treasure Island is still lively. Vendors selling goods. Lively crowds. And some dignitaries who come to the island to play. It's more lively than before. It's hard to find a place comparable to Treasure Island in the entire coastal area. He called a carriage on the side of the road and rushed to the central area. The carriage drove for a distance. The speed began to slow down. The driver tapped the wall of the carriage and shouted loudly, there is a bit of traffic ahead. Don't worry. Sir. Don't worry. Wu Hung pulled open the curtain and looked outside. At this time, they had arrived at the cinema area. A long line had formed at the entrance of the cinema, adding the vendors carrying goods and the crowds chatting. The whole street became extremely crowded and messy. The carriage moved forward at a snail's pace. Some chattering sounds also came in. I wrote a letter to the tribe, and they said there was no such thing as the Demon King casting a ring, and said that I was crazy. It's posted on the door. It's purely fictional. You don't need to write this letter. It's too real. I feel like it's real. This is called a movie. It's a new thing from Treasure Island. It's not available anywhere else. The elves in the movie are as elegant as us. The crowd gathered together and talked about the movie. Movies are really popular. At least the scene in front of us proves how popular movies are. The carriage passed the cinema and began to move smoothly. It kept going inside. When passing the central area, Wu Hung looked at the location of the church in the distance. The building has not changed much. There are already some clergymen at the door, preaching the doctrine. Then, Wu Hung winked at the window, and 3 ghosts directly penetrated the carriage and flew towards the church. The carriage did not go far before the ghosts flew back. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, There are some people cleaning inside. There is nothing, Benny added. I checked the single rooms in the building. They were all converted into bedrooms. And there was nothing special. Grinda flew back last and said, we found 7 clergymen. The highest level is 18. Good guy. He arranged an 18th level clergyman for his little broken island. The last time I investigated the city of Nidal, the accompanying priest was only level 15. You arranged for level 18 people on the island. Damn it! It should still be under renovation. So keep an eye on it, Wu Hung said. Okay. The 3 ghosts nodded. Soon, the carriage stopped at the alley outside the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung paid the fare, and the carriage left directly. Walked into the island owner's mansion. Minnie and Robe ran out of the room, seeing Wu Hung taking off his mask. They were surprised. Master! The 2 shouted and rushed over directly. Wu Hung caught the 2 on the left and right. Don't be afraid of falling. Master! We miss you so much, Minnie said coquettishly. Robe also hugged his waist and rubbed his head hard. I miss you too. Master! I miss you too. Dear. He rubbed the hair of the 2 and walked into the room together. Master! Do you want to eat? Minnie asked. Prepare something simple and eat together in the evening, Wu Hung said casually. Okay. Minnie agreed and went to the kitchen. Robe helped him take off his coat and brought him slippers. Very diligently. And then stood aside, wagging his tail. Wu Hung felt that she was cute, touched her little head, and Robe squinted happily. Soon, the skeleton put the prepared food on the dining table, and Wu Hung simply washed up and started to eat. On the train, the senses disappeared. So you can't feel hungry, but you have to calculate the time to replenish some, to avoid starving yourself on the train. It tastes tasteless, just to maintain eating. So every time you get off the train to eat, you feel particularly appetizing. While Wu Hung was eating, the 2 maids sat on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Minnie looked at him and whispered, Sister Wenman Shah, are you and the baby all right? Very well. The baby has grown fat, Minnie said with some envy. Sister Wenman Shah is so lucky. If I were a human, I could give birth to a baby for the master, Robe also said. Yeah. Sister Wenman Shah is so lucky. You 2 are my babies too. Dear. Wu Hung pinched their faces separately. The master is so nice. Minnie hugged his arm and continued to act coquettishly. The master is so gentle, Robe also said. Wu Hung asked while eating. Did anything happen on the island during this period? Minnie shook her head. Nothing. Deacon Zalogli said that if the Holy See does not make trouble, no one dares to come to the island to make trouble. After all, the hero just left. Although the other party targeted Treasure Island, it indirectly brought some stability factors. That's good. Wu Hung nodded. Took a simple bite. He stood up and said, Minnie, I'm going back to my room to rest. We have dinner together tonight. Okay, Master. Minnie and Rob took the tableware down, and Wu Hung got up and went upstairs. After returning to the study, let all 3 ghosts return to their bodies. Open the door and go to the zombie world. This is still the temporary store I chose when I left. Walked out of the room and went out to check the skeleton team. It was still densely packed with people standing in the entire area, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. After confirming that he had left and nothing had happened here, walked into the room where the Corpse King was imprisoned. Make way, Wu Hung said. The skeletons surrounding the room made way, and when the skeletons moved, the Corpse King, who was tightly tied with iron chains in the middle, shuddered violently. I found that these skeletons did not chop at me with axes, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I looked at Wu Hung who came in, and my expression became ferocious again. Has its level changed? Glinda shook his head. Nothing has changed. If you want it to continue to improve, you can continue to feed it corpse cores. Wu Hung nodded, took out a plastic bag from the space ring, and handed it to the skeleton next to him. Feed it 3 a day, at different time periods. You're going to eat it? Glinda was a little speechless. And he had 3 meals a day. They are all first-level corpse cores. We build a laboratory later and increase the number of them, Wu Hung explained. Yeah. Glinda nodded. Wu Hung asked Caxia to reinforce the chain of the Corpse King again, and then commanded the skeletons to continue clearing a distance along the road. When it got dark, they returned to Treasure Island. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and dinner was ready. A few people sat at the dining table and ate. and Anweer reported the income of the island during this period. Pens, bicycles, watches, newly opened cinemas, and developed real estate. Every day, a large amount of gold and silver coins were delivered to the island owner's mansion, which was exaggerated. The maids were also numb from the initial surprise. Money! It's easy to make. After dinner, several people went to the warehouse underground in the island owner's mansion together, walked to the second underground floor, through the rooms guarded by layers of skeletons. In the innermost room, there are boxes of neatly stacked treasure chests. Anweer opened a box at random, and it was full of gold coins. Master, the warehouses next door are all silver coins, which are simply stored in wooden barrels. Minnie said calmly. Minnie is the housekeeper of the island owner's mansion, and she will also recount the things in the warehouse. Wu Hung looked at the treasure chests in the room and nodded. It seems that moving factories one by one during this period has played a big role. At least the benefits are significant. Arrange more skeletons to guard. I will see when the time comes. Let's build a treasure house, Wu Hung said. Okay. Several people looked in the warehouse for a while and left the basement again. The night gradually darkened. Wu Hung lay on the bed and thought about the plan he had made in his mind again. Looking at the time, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. The sound of maids playing and laughing came from the door. Master, have you rested? We are here to chat with you. Minnie's voice came in. Come in, Wu Hung said. The door opened and 4 maids walked in one after another. Anweer was wearing a white gauze skirt. Minnie was wearing a floral sling. Annette was wearing black underwear. And Robe was the smallest, wearing a black skirt. The 4 people stood at the door. They were just laughing and playing, but they started to feel shy after entering. Wu Hung smiled and opened his arms. Come on. Don't catch a cold. The maids smiled and cheered, and all 4 of them hugged him. The 5 of them lay on the bed together. Let Sister Wei take the first bite. Okay. Okay. Wu Hung patted the remaining few people. Aren't you here to chat? Don't keep your mouths idle. The next day. Morning. City Hall. Meeting room. Wu Hung sat in the conference room and waited for a while. Anderville knocked on the door and walked in. He handed over the information in his hand. Master, this is the Chamber of Commerce I selected. Wu Hung took it and looked at it in front of his eyes. He checked and marked the selected chambers of commerce. Sifong Chamber of Commerce. Human Chamber of Commerce. 100 Giant Pigs. Hernan Chamber of Commerce. Dwarf Chamber of Commerce. 2,000 white rabbits and colorful chickens each. Yueshi Chamber of Commerce. Elf Chamber of Commerce. 500 star-spotted deer. Nightingale Shop. Taming Shop. 500 hyenas, giant bats, and iron-mouthed crocodiles can be purchased. After filling it out, he returned it to Anderville. That's all for now. Sign an agreement with them and send them directly. They all need to be able to breed. Okay, Master. I asked them to arrange it as soon as possible. Anderville nodded. Pigs, rabbits, chickens, and deer are all raised for the zombie world. Hyenas, bats and iron-mouthed crocodiles are used for corpse core experiments. This matter has been delayed for a long time, so I will confirm it as soon as possible this time. Anderwire put away the documents. The door was knocked again. The staff of the City Hall said softly, Miss Wire, the owner of the Shining Arrow prop shop is here, and said he has an appointment with you here. Anderwire explained to Wu Hung. This is the owner of the magic arrow. Wu Hung suddenly realized that he needed to engrave the shells, so he asked Anderwire to notify the owner on the island. Let him in. Anderwire also repeated to the outside. The door opened and a bearded dwarf walked in. He looked inside the room, was slightly stunned, and immediately saluted. My Lord Island Master, Miss Anderwire. Chapter 755. Scroll explanation. Sit down. The dwarf sat down opposite and asked directly. Miss Anweer said you have a need for magic arrows. What type of arrows do you need? It's not really an arrow. Take a look first. Wu Hung took out several electromagnetic cannon shells and placed them in a row on the table. The dwarf frowned and looked puzzled. What is this? Wu Hung said, I need to engrave magic on it to increase the power after the impact. The dwarf's eyes fell on the iron lumps on the table again. Then, a thought flashed in his mind. This is prepared for the skeleton dragon as a throwing object. A fern? Otherwise there is nothing that can throw such a thing out. Why not just use rolling thunder? The technology is mature, and the cost is low. The dwarf collected his thoughts and said, "My lord, what kind of magic do you need? Do you have any recommendations?" Explosive fire, lightning, and poisonous gas are all relatively mature and not prone to problems. The dwarf replied, "2 of each. I try the effect then." "Sure, sir." The dwarf smiled and replied. Wu Hung then asked, "How much is the price?" The dwarf hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Wu Hung and said, "It's just a simple thing. How can I ask you for money? Just give me a normal quote, so I can know the cost of using this weapon." The dwarf pondered again and quoted directly. "Then I give you 380 silver coins for each one, which includes the material cost and labor cost." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded, then said to Underwire, "Wire, sign an agreement with him." Underwire took out an agreement and signed it with the dwarf. After the agreement was signed, Wu Hung said, "Go back and prepare. If you have any questions, just come to the city hall." "Okay." The dwarf put away several shells. After bowing again, he left the room. Anvir also followed him out, and soon returned again, saying, "Master, the Chamber of Commerce representatives who participated in the exhibition and the 2 heads of the stage play troupe are here. Let the Chamber of Commerce representatives come in first," Wu Hung said. Then, the door opened and several representatives walked in. "Master," the island owner, "sit down." The rest of the time, Wu Hung met with the Chamber of Commerce representatives who participated in the commodity exhibition on the island, as well as the heads of the 2 stage play teams preparing for the movie. The exhibition on the island has formed its own standards. It needs to be reviewed by Treasure Island. Only after passing it will it be arranged to be displayed in the exhibition hall. After chatting with the Chamber of Commerce representatives for a while, Sabin and Siska, the 2 heads of the stage play team, came in. Wu Hung talked to them about the progress of the filming of the movie. The movie screenings on the island still brought a lot of pressure to the 2 teams. They never thought that the movie Wu Hung described would turn out like this. Immersive sound effects, intense plot, and exaggerated visual impact. Especially the overwhelming orcs fighting against dwarves and elves. If the movie the island owner said was like this, they couldn't get so many people together, and they couldn't get this effect. They might not be able to get it in this lifetime. Seeing that both of them wanted to give up, Wu Hung comforted them and made some promises. People would be arranged to help them later. And even if the movie couldn't achieve the effect of The Lord of the Rings, they would help them sell it. There would definitely be gains. Seeing that Wu Hung had made promises, the 2 were a little relieved and continued to go back to plan the movie. After the 2 left, Wu Hung was relieved. During this period, all the things that had been piled up were finally done. After thinking about it again, he felt that he hadn't left anything behind. So he said hello to Anvir and left the city hall. Standing at the door, I looked at the busy street. I continued to walk towards the direction of the association. The association was bustling. I could see the association guards with silver armor and spears all around. The local association was also getting better. Even the number of guards had increased so much. It seemed that the level standard had also been raised. I wore a mask, and no one paid attention to me along the way. I walked through the corridor and knocked on the door of the deacon's study. After hearing the voice coming from inside, I opened the door and walked in. The study was air-conditioned. When the elf sisters saw Wu Hung taking off his mask, their eyes lit up. "When did you come back?" Zalodwi said with a smile. "I came back yesterday." Wu Hung sat down on the side. Sure Yali brought over the flower tea, complaining in a tone. "You came back yesterday. Why did you come to see us today?" "Too many things to deal with. I just finished." Wu Hung took a sip of the tea. Sure Yali sat down opposite him, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him. Zalodwi then asked, "Do you have any new information outside this time?" "No special information. Just that the eldest prince and the second prince almost control half of the Yek kingdom." Wu Hung leaned on the sofa. "The second prince?" Zalodwi frowned. Sure Yali didn't listen to this at all, and didn't care, just stared blankly. "This second prince can still occupy half of the land?" Zalodwi was a little surprised. If the information is correct, it should be like this. Zalodwi pondered for a while and asked, "Then who is supporting the second prince?" The eldest prince occupied the royal city, which can be said to have the support of the main ministers and dignitaries. And later it was found that some sects were involved. He even dared to kill the deacon and the investigation team. There are so many level 18 strong men, and their style of doing things is very arrogant. and the second prince can still occupy half of the land. Prove that the other party also has a certain strength. Wu Hong was also a little confused. And from the attack of the army from Rentam City, it seemed that the second prince had no masters under him. It's not clear yet. Maybe there are some means and helpers. The Yeko kingdom is really in chaos. It will be difficult to recover in decades after this matter is over. She Logui sighed. Wu Hong continued. This news is not accurate. I heard it all. Don't tell anyone else. And don't report it to the headquarters, so as not to mislead them. Well, this matter has nothing to do with us anymore. I'm too lazy to get involved. She Logui said with a smile. Wu Hong picked up the teacup and took another sip. Will Hong Wenhui write to me? When he was in Rentam City, Wu Hong wrote a letter to the leader of Hong Wenhui, mainly mentioning his interest in engraving scrolls. Even if he didn't plan to provide any information to himself, he should write back. Give him books, letters, and things. Shi Logui said. Wu Hong was happy. Sure enough, he provided some things. Just said it. The watch and pen were not given away for free before. Seeing that Shiryali did not move, Zalogui shouted again. Shiryali, what are you obsessed with? Shiryali came back to her senses. Ah? What flowers? The things that Hong Wenhui mailed to Wu Hong. I really can't stand you, Zalogui said helplessly. I didn't hear it again. Shiryali stood up, walked to the cabinet beside her, took out the books, the record book and a letter, and handed them to Wu Hong. Then she returned to her seat and continued to be in a daze. Wu Hong looked at the book in his hand, which was called The Elementary Explanation of Scrolls, and the other was a somewhat old handwritten note. He put these two things into the space ring and directly tore open the letter to read the contents on it. It was a reply from the leader of Hong Wenhui, which mainly talked about some things about engraving scrolls and asked him not to be too distracted. Concentrate on magic research and level improvement, and reach level 18 earlier. The leader of Hong Wenhui is an elf. In the eyes of the elves, human lifespan is too short. Only by focusing on improving the level can we achieve certain achievements. Like Wu Hong, he made a watch today and improved a potion tomorrow, although it caused quite a stir. In the eyes of the other party, it was still a bit unprofessional. Level is the right way. He quickly read the content of the letter and put it into the space ring. Zalogui asked, what did the other party say? Tell me not to pay attention to everything and concentrate on improving the level. Chapter 756. Learn everything. Shi Logui immediately felt that she had found a teammate and said, Look. The leader said so too. Wu Hong smiled and said, I just want to learn about it. And I won't really engrave the scroll. I'm so rich. I can just buy whatever I need. Nouveau riche. Shi Logui muttered. Shiryali still propped her chin up and said, Come to my house for dinner tonight? Wu Hong glanced at Shi Logui, then glanced down at the heavy objects on the edge of the table. The latter noticed his gaze and wanted to dodge at first, then pushed forward. The chin was slightly raised. Wu Hong smiled. Come to my place tonight, and you can watch a movie after dinner. Shi Logui looked at Shiryali. What do you think? I'm fine with it, Shi Logui said. Then let's go directly there tonight. No need to buy anything. Buy you a big head ghost. Shi Logui rolled his eyes at him. Wu Hong stood up again, shook his stiff neck, and said, I go home first. And I be there soon. We be there soon, Shi Logui said. Wu Hong nodded, put on the mask again, and left the study. Returned to the island owner's house. Wu Hong hung his coat aside and said, Minnie, Shi Logui and Shiryali will come to our house for dinner tonight. Okay, master, Minnie agreed with a smile. Wu Hong turned and went upstairs. From the first floor, Robert asked, Deacon Shi Logui, you've been here so many times recently, Minnie said. It should have something to do with the master. Right. With the master? The last person who always came to our house for dinner was the Wood Elf Guild president of Starflower. Mrs. Chanella, did you always come to our house for dinner before? Well, now you've even come to the bedroom, Minnie said. Wu Hong paused as he went upstairs. Although it is not reliable to say that eating for free is related. It seems to be a guess. It seems that Shawnera always came to eat for free at that time. I always find reasons to eat at her place, which is a bit like the current Zalogui. It doesn't matter. I will tell my maid in the future. Continued to walk upstairs and enter the study. Only Grinda was reading a magic book in the study. In terms of attributes, Ghosts can also learn the spells of the Necromancy faction, which have not been unlocked yet. Xiao Xiao and Benny are not in the room. They should go out to play. Everything is done? Grenda looked over. Wu Heng sat down at the desk. The purchase of livestock has been settled, and I have met with several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce. Have you thought about the place to cultivate zombies? Grenda continued to ask. Wu Heng said, there was a prison before, and the facilities and equipment there are very complete. It feels good there. When occupying the Xinfu City prison, Grenda had not yet become her ghost, so she didn't know about that place. I heard from Xiao Xiao that it's okay there. Glenda nodded. The wild animals haven't been transported here yet, so there may not be any changes in the meantime. We see what happens. That's true, Glenda said, and turned his eyes back to the book in front of him. Wu Heng also took out the magic scroll book he brought back and placed it on the table. The name of the book is Elementary Explanation of Scrolls, Revised. There is no text on the surface of the notebook, and the sky blue cover is a bit old. Wu Heng first opened the book and began to check it out. The first few pages are all famous quotes from the leaders of the Hanlin Society and some scholars in the past. It feels like they were forced in to gain fame. After a rough glance, he skipped this part and looked at the content behind. The title of the first part is also quite interesting. It's called Casting from Scrolls. It says that all material expenses are provided when the scroll is created, and when using the magic scroll, no material and external expenses will be required again. If the scroll requires a certain prop, you need to use the prop to complete the use of the scroll. This is relatively simple and clear. It means that the scroll is a disposable consumable. You can use the magic inside by tearing it open, without spending any other consumption. Wu Heng continued to read down. Then, there is the engraving of magic scrolls, the tools needed to prepare in advance, and the choice of scroll style. This point is also a rough look. After all, I don't plan to really make a scroll, just to understand it. After that, it is the knowledge of scroll making, packing patterns, the production and proportion of magic ink, and the rules that need to be followed in painting. A large number of symbols and professional terms appear in the book. Even if you have never seen it, you can understand what it wants to express. After reading the whole book, Wu Heng waited for a while. There was no system prompt to unlock any skills. It seems that it is not a skill book and cannot unlock any skills. Did you get anything? Glenda glanced over, changed his book, and asked casually. One thing that can be confirmed is that the production of magic scrolls is related to the ink mixed with materials. The energy contained in the ink acts as the magic power needed to release magic. Wu Heng answered. Will it help your talisman? Wu Heng thought for a while. I think it will. I can try to change the materials and copy the talisman again. I remember there are scrolls that can resist ghosts. It should be similar to using that material. Glenda rolled his eyes at him. Don't get involved with the church. Ask about the materials. If you don't need them, go to the church and ask, Wu Heng said with a smile. Glenda nodded and said nothing more. Wu Heng continued to take out the notebook and read it again in a focused state. The content recorded in the notebook is some experimental experience. It is also relatively elementary, without too much profound content. After reading it all, he put it into the space ring again. At this time, he looked up and looked out the window. The sky was getting dark. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny, the two souls, flew back together. Where did you go? Wu Heng asked. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, I went to the island tavern to listen to stories, and then went to the church to take a look. How is the church? Nothing. The same few people. It's empty inside, Xiao Xiao said. Then, he and Benny floated to the side, found the tablet, and started playing the movie. Wu Heng also got up and went downstairs. Walking down the stairs, I saw the El sisters had come over and chatted with the maids. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, Zalagui smiled and said, Let us come to eat. Why don't you come downstairs? I was just reading the magic scroll book and forgot the time. Wu Heng smiled apologetically. I forgive you, Zalagui said. Shiryali raised the cloth bag in her hand. I brought nectar wine. Okay. I have some wine here too. You can try it when the time comes, Wu Heng said. Minnie went downstairs to ask the skeleton to serve the meal, and a sumptuous dinner was served on the table. Several people sat together, and Shiryali filled each person's glass with nectar wine and kept urging them to drink. Don't drink too much again, Zalagui whispered. Shiryali smiled and said, I know. Today I mainly let Minnie and the others taste it. Zalagui nodded and looked at Wu Hung again. How do you read the scroll books? Some gains. Shiryali also said. You are not going to improve any new scrolls again. I just took a look casually. I just started in this area. How can it be so easy to improve? Wu Hung shrugged. I think so too. No matter how talented you are, you can't know everything. Wu Hung glanced at the short-haired elf, who was a little provocative. If you say that, it will arouse my man's self-esteem. What can your self-esteem do? Forget it. I'm just studying it for fun. Wu Hung said. Humph. I knew it. Shiryali said. And turned to chat with Minnie and the others. Wu Hung also talked with Zalagui about some things that happened in the association when they left while eating. After dinner, they went to the theater room together. The lights turned off, and the movie screen began to show the scene of Lord of the Rings 2. Even if they had seen it before, everyone once again focused on the screen in front of them. Wu Hung leaned close to Zalagui's ear and said, Where is the blanket? Cover your legs. Zalagui's expression was choked, and she looked at the other person in surprise. After hesitating for a while, she took out a blanket and covered her legs and waist. Wu Hung smiled, put his hand in along the blanket, gently touched his lower abdomen, and gently stroked along the waist of his pants. Zalagui moaned, opened her legs slightly, found a comfortable position, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to the bathroom. Shiryali on the other side suddenly stood up. Shilagui's body froze, and Wu Hung's movements also paused. Not long after, Shiryali returned from outside. She glanced at Wu Hung and Shilagui, and then sat down on the other side of Wu Hung. Then, under Wu Hung's puzzled gaze, she also took out a blanket and covered her legs. Chapter 757. Little movements under the blanket. The same style of blanket was also covered on Shiryali's legs. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and carefully glanced at the other person, who was not looking away. When he was stunned, Zalagui on the side felt that his movements suddenly stopped, twisted a little uncomfortably, and touched his legs to indicate that he could continue. Wu Hung continued to coax Zalagui and glanced at Shiryali on the other side. In fact, it can be felt that Shiryali is somewhat in love with him. But this blanket covered. Is it really a bit cold from the air conditioner? Or did she discover the little movements between him and Zalagui and give herself a hint? He suspected it was the second one, but he was afraid that he was overthinking. As Wu Hung was thinking, he felt a smooth and slightly cool hand, which got into his palm and scratched it lightly. Turning his head and looking, he saw Shiryali's face full of smiles and a mischievous smirk. Wu Hung held the other's hand and did not take it away. Shiryali also breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on her lips became more obvious. Then, Shiryali pulled his hand under the blanket and put it on her leg. The two sisters looked similar, but their figures were still somewhat different. Zalagui's legs were more rounded, while Shiryali's legs were slender and straight. Although she was wearing pants, she felt very elastic. Wu Hung put his hand on the other's leg, thought about it, and like Zalagui, he touched the flat belly and then touched it down. Feeling the hand suddenly move down, Shiryali's body suddenly stiffened, and her legs clamped the hands that were making trouble, and her eyes were at a loss. She looked at the situation on her sister's side, and her eyes were even more surprised. Wu Hung was also shocked. It's over. It's too much. Shiryali's face flushed and glared at him, pinched the back of his hand hard, took it out, and put it back on her leg. Wu Hung smiled awkwardly. This is fine. Take it one step at a time. The movie is over. The lights in the room are also on. The maids chattered about playing games. The two elf sisters blushed and put away the blankets with a guilty conscience. Deacon Zalagui, Assistant Shiryali, stay and play games? I teach you. It's very simple. Robe jumped out and said. Zalagui glanced at the sky outside the window. It's too late. Let's do it next time. If it's late, you can stay here. There are a lot of rooms anyway. Wu Hung said. Zalagui said unhappily. If people know that I, a deacon, stayed at the island owner's house, it will have a bad influence. I teleport you back tomorrow morning, and no one will know. Wu Hung said. No. My sister is still here. Let's talk about it later. Zalagui said firmly. Shiryali stood aside, folding her arms and watching the conversation, without commenting. Seeing that the other party was determined to go back, Wu Hung did not try to persuade her to stay. Anyway, They all lived on the island, and could see each other every day. So there was no need to keep her. He sent the two sisters to the door, and arranged a team of skeletons to send them home. Wu Heng and the maids returned to the house. The maids went to play games, and Wu Heng simply washed and went back to the room to rest, lying on the bed. Involuntarily, the scene just now came to mind. If the last time Yali acted exaggeratedly, it was because of the effect of alcohol when she was drunk. But this time, although she drank a little, it was within the tolerance range. It can already show the other party's thoughts. This elf sister also likes me. Moreover, she is quite courageous. The relationship between me and Logwi has always been a cooperative battle. Mutual trust has gradually turned into a kind of emotion between men and women. When did Yali start to pay attention to me? It can't be that she has some fetish. Yali also likes me. And she is actually happy in her heart. Who doesn't like such a pair of beautiful elf sisters? But Zalogwi can accept that I have a maid. But I don't know if she can accept that I have taken her sister. It's unlikely that Zalogwi can accept it. Oh! Just reject Yali? Why are you touching her with your hands? Deacon's mansion. Zalogwi soaked in the bathtub and exhaled heavily. The nectar wine has a strong after effect. And watching a movie makes people feel uncomfortable. I hate it so much. Squeak! The bathroom door was pushed open, and Yali walked in with a white bath towel around her. Zalogwi glanced through the mist and complained, "You are so slow." As he said, he moved forward in the bathtub and let Yali sit behind him, leaning on each other's arms. The two grew up together and have been very good since childhood. Yali is the elder sister. She came to Treasure Island with them. Even though she died once on the island, she still stayed and helped process the information, cook and clean. She is a caring elder sister. Logwi also cares about her elder sister. Everything she has now is what she fought for with her life. Yali hugged her sister and whispered, "It's so soft." No wonder Wu Heng likes to touch it. Logwi slapped her hand. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yali leaned close to her ear. "When you were watching the movie, there were so many little movements. I saw them." Logwi's body trembled. What? What little movements? Just the little movements under the blanket. Logwi's face and body were visibly red. And then she said cunningly, "It's just holding hands. It's normal that you don't know since you don't have a man." Yali smiled, putting her arm around her sister's waist. She continued, "I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous." Yali leaned forward again. "Tell me, what else did you do besides holding hands? Why are you saying these things? Are you sick? What are you hiding from me? I keep it a secret for you." Logwi said unhappily. "You're lying to a child by saying these things again. Then will you tell me?" "Oh, this is annoying. I just touched you," Logwi said angrily. "Where did you touch? Don't go too far." Yali. The next morning, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. Rogue trotted all the way and brought the dishes and chopsticks. "Master, it's time to eat." Wu Heng rubbed her cute little head, and Rogue giggled. Then, the other maids also came over. They sat at the dining table and started eating. While eating, Endwire said, "Master, the dignitaries who want to participate in the auction. The time is almost up. I want to discuss with the association to strengthen the safety of the island and the route. You and Zalogwi will arrange it. All the skeletons on the island will be arranged." Wu Heng said. Endwire nodded. "Okay. When we get to the city hall, I will call the deacon and arrange this matter." Wu Heng added, "If there is a ship from the association headquarters docking, remember to notify me." No one replied to the letter I wrote to the headquarters. I don't know if there will be heroes participating. It doesn't matter whether there are or not. The main thing is to keep in touch with the other party. At the critical moment, it may be possible to speak for yourself. Okay. Endwire agreed again. After a brief chat, they finished their breakfast. Endwire and Annette went out to the city hall. Minnie and Robe also packed up and prepared for daily training. The maids in the island owner's mansion have a good life. There is no hard labor. And the most tiring thing every day is training to improve oneself. In terms of life, there is air conditioning, separate rooms, and they eat whatever Wu Heng eats. According to Philippa, the princess and queen should live this kind of life. The maids all went to do their own things. Wu Heng went upstairs and returned to the study, entered the study, called his 3 ghosts, and went to the zombie world. walked out of the boundary door, and looked at the environment outside the window. There was no change. At a glance, the streets and open spaces were still filled with skeletons. Released the ghosts, and went to the room where the Corpse King was imprisoned. The Corpse King was still tied up in the same place, and the look he raised was as fierce and resentful as before. Like a trapped beast, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate. Take him out together. Wu Hung gave an order and turned to leave the room. The skeletons dragged the Corpse King and followed behind him all the way to the back of the truck. Put it in the truck bed. Wu Hung then gave an order. The Corpse King felt that he was about to be taken away and began to struggle violently. After being stabbed by countless spears, the Corpse King stopped struggling and twitched in pain, and was thrown on the back of the truck. Are we going back to the base? Glinda asked. There are not many zombies here. Let's go back and find a new place first, and then upgrade Benny's level. Wu Hung said. Thank you, everyone. You have worked hard, Benny said with a smile. Xiao Xiao said. It's not hard. We are ghosts and can't feel the hardship, Wu Hung reminded. Xiao Xiao. I'm still alive. Chapter 758. Inquiring about your information. Uncle has worked hard. Hee hee. Let's go back first. Xiao Xiao hasn't seen your mother for a while. Wu Hung opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The big-headed skeleton and 2 skeleton attendants also sat in the back seat of the car. Xiao Xiao flew in through the door and said, Yes, I miss her a little. I'll be able to go back soon. Wu Hung continued. See if the Corpse King has been loaded? Xiao Xiao penetrated the back of the truck, glanced at the truck bed, and flew back and said, It's loaded. Drive back to the port base. The skeleton driver started the truck and returned to the base surrounded by the skeleton army. The return journey was not far. When entering the base gate, it was also approaching dusk. The truck stopped, and Chi Honkai brought several managers of the base to greet them. Leader. Chi Honkai saluted first. The others followed suit. Wu Hung nodded. You're welcome. Everyone go and do your own things. Chi Honkai, come with me. The crowd dispersed, and Chi Honkai stayed. Wu Hung took her to the back of the truck bed, lifted the canvas, and a pungent fishy smell came over. In the darkness, you can see a tightly bound giant beast, held in the car by a skeleton. It was like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness, with a ferocious and fierce look. Also looking over. Tap tap tap. Chi Honkai's face changed drastically, and her steps back. Zombie King. Wu Hung said, It's not like I haven't seen it before. Chi Honkai quickly hid behind him and whispered, Why did you bring the Corpse King into the base? Kill it outside. This is what I want you to tell you. I need a place for the time being, not too far away from the base, to lock the Corpse King inside and observe the situation. Wu Hung said, Observe the Corpse King? Chi Honkai frowned, thinking of the zombie research mentioned by the main station. But the research was all about ordinary zombies. How could the Corpse King be brought back for research? Took a deep breath and didn't ask any more questions. Wu Hung always had a clear purpose in doing things, and that was to arrange a place that was safer and prevent the Corpse King from escaping. Research whatever you want. He thought quickly about the location of the Corpse King, and then said, I know a basement outside the base, which is quite solid and can be used to lock up the Corpse King. Outside the base. According to Wu Hung's idea, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Just find a room. Let the skeleton watch the Corpse King. Feed some corpse cores every day and wait for evolution. But for Chi Honkai and the others, it does have some psychological burden. And if the Corpse King really reaches level 20, it is hard to say whether it will have any new abilities. It is also safer to put it outside. Is it far? Not far. It's in a building behind the base. I found it when I looted it before. Chi Honkai said. Let's go and take a look. Let's drive over there. Chi Honkai sat in the driver's seat and took Wu Hung out of the base. Not far away, they stopped in front of a building that looked like a hotel. Walking all the way down the building, they saw the basement. It was about 30 square meters in area, with a metal iron door, concrete walls inside, and tiles. It looked like a private vault. Is this place okay? It was open when we found it, Chi Honkai said. Wu Hung walked in and took a look. There was a ventilation duct on the top, so he wouldn't be suffocated. The walls around were indeed solid, and it was definitely better than just finding a room. It's pretty good. Wu Hung nodded, and then said to the skeleton beside him, Bring the Corpse King in. The skeleton dragged the Thai Corpse King into the room. Feed 6 corpse cores a day. And keep an eye on it. Wu Hung gave instructions. And then left the room. Crash! A large number of skeletons squeezed in, gathered in a circle, and stared at the Corpse King with their empty eye sockets again. After the skeletons in charge of guarding entered, Wu Hung locked the door again. Let's go. Let's go back, Wu Hung said. Chi Honkai put his arm around his arm. Is this Corpse King the one mentioned by the Korean radio station? Yes. There are 2 over there. One died, and the remaining one was brought back for research, Wu Hung said with a smile. These guys didn't say there were 2. Chi Honkai complained. Return to the base. Wu Hung sat in the conference room and listened to the progress reports from the rest of the base. The construction of the base, and the repair of facilities, and the training of skeletons by several expert institutes. Now, there are already a lot of skeletons of various professions. When the cities occupied by Rentam City are stabilized, some can be arranged. After the others finished their reports, they also saluted and left the conference room. Only Wu Hung and Chi Honkai were left again. Chi Honkai said, Sister Yang said that the domestic main station has settled all the remuneration owed, and everything is normal at the military factory. 500 double-barreled machine guns have been produced. The remuneration owed by the main station was agreed upon by both parties for helping to kill the ghost last time. 5 armored vehicles. 7 level 3 corpse cores. It seems that all the payments have been made one after another. Chi Honkai asked curiously again. What remuneration? How come I don't know? Last time, a group of people from the main station were trapped by ghosts, and they asked me for help and promised to pay them, Wu Hung explained. Oh, no wonder, Wu Hung continued. By the way, tell Li Yang and ask him to ask Lu Chanan, the commander who contacted the main station and us, if he has any books on talismans. Just say I want to see them. Okay. I talked to Li Yang later. Chi Honkai wrote it down in his notebook. Then, Chi Honkai seemed to remember something and said, There is one more thing. When we traded food with the Korean headquarters last time, someone on the other side asked our base for information about you. Who did you ask? There are quite a few Koreans in our base. So I asked them. But no one is stupid. We have food and drink here. I told you when I came back, Chi Honkai said. All the food needs to be exchanged from here. The headquarters is obviously not doing well. It is almost autumn. If the food supply does not meet the requirements, many people in each base will starve to death. Wu Hung then asked, What information did you ask me? Appearance, behavioral characteristics. Where are you? And they also want your photo, Chi Honkai said. Wu Hung frowned even deeper. It is not surprising that he is interested in me. In the eyes of outsiders, his ability is really too abnormal. The current scale of the skeleton army is enough to destroy the base of any force. And it is still increasing. It's normal to ask about me casually, but asking where I am and asking for photos. It's obviously not just curiosity. Do you know the purpose? Chi Honkai shook her head. I don't know yet. This Korean rescue team has been quite unstable recently. First they said this is their country and asked the skeletons to return the territory they occupied. Later they asked me to cooperate, provided the location of the Corpse King, and asked about my appearance and where I am. What are they going to do? After thinking quickly in his mind, he said, Just find a reason to talk to them again, and I will go with you then. Chi Honkai looked puzzled. Are you really going to show up? I feel there is something wrong. What can I talk to them about? I just want to see what they want to do, Wu Hung said. Okay. I contact them after I go back and try to meet them in the next 2 days. Chi Honkai agreed, then hesitated and asked, Will you stay tonight? Then, let's go to your room. Chi Honkai also smiled. Okay. The two went out to the cafeteria for dinner and returned to the dormitory bedroom together. Wu Hung sat on the bed and flipped through the book of magic scrolls. And Chi Honkai also came out of the bathroom. Look, I won't disturb you, Chi Honkai said with a smile. Spread the bathrobe on the ground. Kneel beside the bed and kiss his lower abdomen. Wu Hung touched the other's head and continued to look at the book in his hand. The next day, Treasure Island. The island has added a patrolling skeleton team again. The port location is also more lively, and many wealthy merchants and dignitaries bring their families to the island. Looking at the clean streets, rows of streetlights, and colorful propaganda advertisements hanging on the streetlights, All of them widened their eyes. This is Treasure Island. Those poles are streetlights. They will glow at night. There will be no night in the whole city. Is it true? Of course it is true. The men showed off to some women in a low voice. Central area. Endweir led the skeleton guards and went straight into the church. A group of clergy were cleaning. When they saw a large number of undead soldiers coming in, their eyelids trembled. The skeletons swaggered into the Orthodox Church. I am afraid that they have never appeared in any period. At this time, the person in charge of the local church came out. He looked at the fox girl in the front, and then at the skeletons behind. He frowned slightly. Chapter 759. I have something to say to the leader. Inside the church, the local bishop, wearing a bishop's crown and a long white robe, came towards them. Bishop Dirk Gavin. Endweir saluted. Duke Gavin, the local bishop of Treasure Island. After Wu Hung came back, he told her that he was an 18th level priest. It was exaggerated to arrange an 18th level priest on Treasure Island. The bishop smiled from frowning. Miss Endweir, what happened? Endweir said seriously, Bishop, the number of people going to the island has increased recently. Let's see if there are any problems. Oh, everything is fine. The public security of Treasure Island is still very good. The bishop replied with a smile. It's good that Bishop has confidence in the public security on the island. There is another thing to do this time. That is, the various forces on the island cannot station too many people. Endweir mentioned this matter. The bishop's smile faded, and he also understood the other party's intention. The newly published newspaper did mention that the island's forces were not allowed to station too many armed forces. But I didn't expect that they would really come to the Vatican to mention this matter. With the influence of the Vatican in various places, it is the second force that can be free from the management of the local government besides the association. But it seems that Treasure Island doesn't think so. Now the church has not been built yet, and there are only a few priests left here. And there will be knights who protect the religion to go to the island later. The number of priests must meet the other party's requirements. Now it is mentioned. It should refer to the subsequent knights who protect the religion. Miss Endweir, our Vatican should not be counted as the forces you mentioned. The bishop said. We can't do anything about it. We have also been to the Snake Emblem Consortium. They will also withdraw their personnel in the near future. Bishop, please don't make it difficult for me. Endweir said helplessly. This, Miss Endweir, let the island owner and chief side to talk to it. The bishop's tone was still calm, but his attitude was very tough. In other words, you Treasure Island can't control us. If there is something, go and tell the leader. If he agrees, we will do it. If he disagrees, we can't do anything. Endweir also said, I am just notifying according to the regulations. Why don't you go and tell the island owner? If he agrees, we naturally don't want to disturb you. The scene was quiet in an instant. Both sides asked the other to find their superiors. The bishop suddenly smiled and said, I will visit the island owner. I heard that he is a rare genius. That's the best. Endweir agreed with a smile. And then said, the auction is coming soon. Large-scale construction is prohibited. The decoration of the church will also be suspended for a while. Let's continue after the auction is over. The bishop narrowed his eyes again and said nothing. Endweir saluted again and left directly with the skeleton. Only the bishop was left standing there with a gloomy face. Zombie world. A town that deviated from the main road. A large group of zombies crashed into the spear formation. And the sounds of screaming and grabbing resounded throughout the area. Wisps of residual souls floated into the sky. And Benny rushed up quickly to devour the residual souls. This morning, Wu Hung got the location for cleaning up the zombies from Chihan Kai, and arrived here with the skeleton army to clean up the zombies. The situation in the other world is becoming more and more unstable. Only by accelerating the improvement of one's own strength can one better ensure one's own safety. It is still a bit difficult to upgrade to level 20 by oneself. But the ghost can still work hard to reach level 20. The fighting in front is fierce. And Benny is busy devouring the residual souls in the sky. Xiao Shuza flew down and said, Uncle, a car is coming. Wu Hung grabbed the car and looked back, and saw a modified off-road vehicle parked outside the skeleton team. A survivor got off the car, and was adjusting the frequency band of the short-range walkie-talkie. The people around Chihan Kai came out from Dong'an village and joined the Shinfu city base. It is considered his own team. Then, a voice came from the intercom hanging on the skeleton on Wu Hung's side. Chief, I have news. Come over. Wu Hung pressed the intercom. Then, looking at the big-headed skeleton, let the skeleton make way for him. The skeleton army blocking the back made way, and the survivors of the base quickly passed through the skeleton group and came to Wu Hung. Chief, Sister Chi didn't say on the radio that she asked me to come and tell you that a new type of pill was sent from the Shinfu City base, saying that it was made by the alchemical skeleton, the survivor said quickly. The pills were finally produced. This is good news. I know. You go back first. Don't tell anyone about it, Wu Hung said. Okay, Chief. The survivor nodded, passed through the skeleton army again, got on the off-road vehicle and left. After the people left, Xiao Xiao and Granda appeared on the left and right. What pills? Xiao Xiao thought. It's a different world medicine developed into pills, which is convenient to carry and use. Oh, I remember. Grenda continued, in your world, this kind of medicine is not used very often, and it is easy to cause trouble if it is sold to others. Wu Hung nodded. It was originally prepared for Treasure Island. These few days, rich people from all over the country have come to participate in the auction. Let's show the pills to let them know what the reform of medicine is. It's indeed an opportunity. Wu Hung continued to look at the battlefield. As time passed, the number of zombies began to decrease. Give orders to move forward and start killing the remaining zombies along the way. Then, the army continued to move forward. After arriving at the next area, start fighting with the new zombie group. Speed up the speed of clearing zombies, and the speed of devouring residual souls as much as possible. Wait until dusk. After transforming the corpses on the ground into skeletons, get on the truck and return to the base with the skeletons. Back to the base. It was already 10 p.m. The lights in the dormitories in the base were on, and someone could be seen standing at the window smoking. Let Skeleton drive the truck to the garage, and he entered the dormitory building. You're back a little late today. Chi Honkai was wearing pajamas and leaning against the door frame. The skeleton army has already trotted back, Wu Hung said. Chi Honkai smiled and said, if Skeleton had any thoughts, he would definitely scold you, the black-hearted slave owner, for taking the car and letting them run. After that, he walked over slowly and hooked his neck. Wu Hung said, you just came back. Be careful of any virus that may infect you. I'm going to become a zombie. Do you still love me? Chi Honkai stared at him. I'm afraid you spit your tongue in my mouth. Wu Hung slapped her on the butt. Don't say unlucky words. Where are the pills that Li Yong sent? Here. Chi Honkai went back to the room and took out a white medicine bottle. Then he said, Sister Yang said that 2 tablets are equivalent to the effect of 1 bottle. Wu Hung put away the medicine bottle. Okay. I won't accompany you today. Rest early if you are tired. How can a leader like you work so hard every day? Chi Honkai helped him straighten his collar. For our future. Yeah. Chi Honkai nodded. Wu Hung returned to his dormitory and asked the ghost to look at the corpse king. After confirming that it was restored to its original appearance, he took the ghost back into his body and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the island owner's mansion. After washing in the bathroom, he went downstairs. The whole island owner's mansion was silent, with only the sound of insects coming from outside the window. Walked to the kitchen, asked the skeleton chef to prepare some supper for himself, and sat at the dining table and started eating. Upstairs, Underwire came down in a white suspender pajamas. Seeing that it was Wu Hung sitting on the first floor to eat, a smile appeared on his alert face. Master. Wu Hung patted his thigh lightly, and Underwire sat obediently on one side. The furry fox tail swayed gently behind him. Wu Hung continued, have more people come to the island? Underwire replied, a lot of people have come. Deacon Zalagui and I have rearranged the island's defenses. The association guards and the island patrols have increased the number of patrols. Then he said, we also went to the Snake Emblem Consortium and the church today. The church was a little uncooperative. They said that you should talk to the religious leader about reducing the number of troops stationed there. The local bishop will come to talk to you in person. Chapter 760. Going to the island one after another. Wu Hung made this plan mainly to restrict the people of the church, so as not to leave too many knights or priests on the island. The Snake Emblem Consortium was unlucky, but the local bishop is quite arrogant. He directly brought out the leaders of the church. Don't worry about them. Wait until the auction is over, Wu Hung said. Okay, master. Envier nodded. After eating, Wu Hung wiped his mouth, pulled down the sling on the little fox's shoulder, and then said, "The alchemical skull has produced another kind of pill. Tomorrow, I will take it to the association to make a proof of efficacy, and then put it on display at the booth. Which one do you want to replace? The pen. Okay, master." Wu Hung patted the little fox's hips and said, "I'm going to brush my teeth. Wait for me in the room." Envier smiled. "Okay, master." After that, she jumped upstairs. Exhibition. The fountain pen booth was removed and replaced with new exhibits. Soon, the news that the island owner's mansion was displaying new products spread quickly on the island. Watches and fountain pens became bestsellers everywhere, regardless of race or country. This kind of product is very recognized, and the various shipping chambers of commerce have also made a lot of money. Now there is basically no news about replica products, and they are all increasing the purchase quantity and continuing to sell them. This time, no one knows what new products have been made and will be displayed before the auction. The dignitaries on the island, representatives of various chambers of commerce, residents who are joining in the fun, rush to the exhibition all at once. The crowded gathering hall. The booth in the middle is already full of people. The advertisement hanging on the screen above is playing a new video. A wounded soldier quickly took out a medicine bottle, poured out 2 white pills from his hand, and swallowed them into his mouth. The next second, the wound on the body stopped bleeding and the flesh closed. This time the exhibits are potions, therapeutic ones. It is indeed more convenient to carry when it becomes this small round shape. Wow! The island master Wu Hung is going to get involved in the alchemy industry. My lord, after making money, the first thing you will do is to improve the potion for us. My lord, you really still consider us? The crowd began to discuss fiercely. Products such as pens, watches, and bicycles, even if they are designed, are not of concern to most ordinary people. The price is too high, and it is not a necessity. But potions are different. Potions are related to everyone. If it is not liquid medicine, it will be more convenient for mercenaries and adventurers without space rings to carry this kind of potion. It would be better if the price could be reduced, and everyone can benefit. So, this time the potion improvement is more like research and development and production for ordinary people. In an instant, the people present were excited. What kind of person is the island master? He is a genius of mankind and owns an entire island. He is still thinking about ordinary people like himself. The previous products were probably designed to make money first, and then come back to research and develop medicines. Good man. Very good man. Near the booth, a row of alchemists gathered in front of the counter. No one discussed whether the island owner was a good man. All the alchemists lay in front of the counter, observing the appearance of the pills, and then fanning them gently with their palms, trying to smell the smell on them to identify the ingredients. But all they smelled was sweat, and the odor of the people around them. But all the alchemists present knew it. After this, the alchemy industry is likely to undergo a huge change. And it is even more serious than the watch and bicycle of the mechanic. If they can't keep up with the progress, they will probably be eliminated. On the other side, Wu Hung sat in the deacon's study, looking at the straight-figured elf scholar opposite him, wearing a straight long suit and silver-rimmed glasses. Zalagui introduced, "This is Mr. Kelmick, the deputy of Claudio, the leader of Hongwenhui." Then she introduced Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, the flag-bearer of Emerald Sea, the owner of Wu Hung, the owner of Wu Hung, Mr. Kelmick. The two smiled and greeted each other. Wu Hung himself is a member of Hongwenhui, but he has never been to the headquarters, nor has he participated in the research related to Hongwenhui. This is the first time I have seen a deputy of a leader. This is also the first time I have heard of this position. The elf deputy still smiled and said, "Leader Claudio has been studying ancient stone tablets recently and really has no time to come. So he asked me to come instead and participate in this potion auction. I didn't consider the leader's schedule. I hope I didn't interfere with the leader's research." Wu Hung said with some regret. It doesn't matter whether the other party comes or not. Arranging a deputy to come can also show the attitude that the other party wants to express. It is still relatively important to take me seriously, and it is considered that the leader came in person. In the past, I only learned about the development of Treasure Island in the newspapers. This time, I was really surprised, the deputy said in a calm tone. Wu Hung was curious. When did Kelmick go to the island? This morning. The island will be more lively at night. Do you mean the street lights that illuminate at night? the deputy asked. Wu Hung nodded. Yes. It is the streetlights. Of course. The liveliness refers to the state of the residents. If you have time, you can go out for a walk in the evening. I am looking forward to tonight, the deputy said, and then asked, My lord, when will the auction start? It will be held the day after tomorrow. I will arrange someone to pick you up at the venue. Well, our accommodation for the next 2 days will be handed over to the island owner and Deacon Zalagwi. The deputy was still polite. Zalagwi nodded, looked aside and said, Sure, Yali. You take Mr. Kelmick and several staff members of the headquarters to the association dormitory. Sure, Yali stood up and gestured. Mr. Kelmick, I will take you to see the dormitory. Okay. Then I will go to deal with the accommodation first. Kelmick stood up. Wu Hung sent him to the door and waved goodbye. Returned to the room. Zalagwi took out another letter from the space ring. This is a letter from the leader Hadarai. How many leaders did you invite? Hadarai is the sword of justice. The leader of the field envoy. Wu Hung stood up and took it. Only 3. Zalagwi looked at him unhappily and said, What do you mean by only 3? Really? There are only 5 ruling heroes in total, leaving aside the somewhat contradictory heroes of the Holy See. And there is only one who has not been invited. It seems that there are very few. Wu Hung smiled and opened the letter to check. The content of the letter said that he was stationed at the headquarters and could not come. He praised Wu Hung's improvement during this period, and then encouraged him to continue working hard. Looking at the above content, he still recognized Wu Hung's identity as a former field envoy. It seems that reporting to the leader more often will be useful everywhere. The leader also wrote me a letter, affirming the development of Treasure Island during this period and praising my good work. Zalagwi said happily. Do you know each other? Wu Hung asked. We are of the same tribe. And he is the leader of the field envoy. There should be no problem. Zalagwi asked back. They are all elves. As long as the tribe members are promoted through the association, they will naturally be assigned to that side. Religious heroes dare to bully themselves. A big reason is that they have no backing support. They don't even have a country. After the auction is over, I will prepare a gift for Chief Hadarai and send it to him at that time, Wu Hung said. Zalagwi frowned. Just give gifts directly. Will this have a bad influence? No one will tell anyone. It's okay, Wu Hung said. While the two were talking, the door suddenly opened. Sure Yali quickly poked her head in, glanced at the 2 people sitting in their respective seats, and said with a smile, See if you have done anything bad. What nonsense are you talking about? Zalagwi rolled her eyes at the other party. Sure Yali smiled and then asked, Go to your place to watch a movie tonight? Okay. It's too late. Just stay at my place, Wu Hung still said with hope. Zalagwi frowned and looked at the 2 people who sang the same tune, and said, Wait until the auction is over. There are many people coming to the island recently. That's fine. Wu Hung nodded. Sure Yali muttered. These guys are so annoying. Zalagwi said. You live on the island. Why don't you go to the movies anytime? I just sighed. Wu Hung, please teleport over to eat tonight. Just don't get caught. Sure Yali continued. Wu Hung glanced at the other party. I see what happens. After talking about the matter, Wu Hung also stood up and said, I go back first and arrange the rest of the matter. Well, go back. Zalagwi smiled and nodded. Leaving the association, Wu Hung also walked towards the island owner's mansion. Returning to the island owner's mansion, Wu Hung walked into the study, poured himself a cup of tea, took out the letter he had just received and took another look. 2 leaders. One wrote to himself, and the other arranged a deputy. What's the situation with Lilith? I think I have a good relationship with the other party, so he can't ignore me. It seems that he has never replied to me in the past. So cold. Chapter 761. For the future of alchemy. Think carefully. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Lilith comes or not. As long as the message is sent, we can keep in close contact with each other. Just like when I first came to Treasure Island, I found that the people of the secret society had captured a girl to hold a blood feast. I wrote her a letter on the grounds of destroying the reputation of the blood race. At that time, the other party did not reply, and no news came back. But not long after, news came from outside that the secret society was searched and captured in various places. This time is probably the same. The Cold Blood clan leader, thinking in his heart, he took out the book of magic scrolls from the space ring and flipped through it again. Be prepared first, and wait for Li Yang to borrow the talisman book, so that he can try to draw it, no matter whether it succeeds or not. Just give it a try. After reading it carefully for a while, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back from outside together. How was the exhibition? Wu Heng put the book away. Xiao Xiao said, It's very successful. There were a lot of people around the exhibition. They all said that you are a good person, different from other rich people. Why do you say that? Wu Heng was a little confused. Xiao Xiao thought about it and said uncertainly, It seems that they can use these medicines. Benny said on the side, They think that the pills you are producing now are designed and improved for them. After all, rich and powerful people have space rings, and only ordinary people can feel the importance of this kind of pills. That's right. I am considering the pills, which are indeed prepared for those who don't have space rings. That's right. I am a good person. Wu Heng gave a thumbs up. Uncle is so stupid. It's really stupid. The two ghosts nodded in agreement. Wu Heng was speechless. What are you talking about? While talking, Grenda also flew back and looked at the two souls. What are you talking about? Uncle said he is a good man. Grenda nodded, agreeing. He is indeed not in line with his profession in this regard. It might be better for him to be a priest and pray for people. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. Auntie, you don't really think so? Of course, Grenda said with a smile. Wu Heng also smiled, and did not let Xiao Xiao continue to speak, interrupting and asking, Grenda, how is your side? Grenda looked over and said, The island is very lively, and you can see many rich people on the street. Seeing Wu Heng and Grenda start to talk about business, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew aside. Take out the tablet, turn down the volume, and start watching a movie. Wu Heng took a sip from the teacup and continued. By the way, I just came back from the association. The leader of Hongwen arranged for a deputy to come. Judging from Zalagwi's attitude towards him, he should also be a level 18 professional. The deputy should be a confidant. And it seems that he also cares about you. Glenda flew to the side of the desk and asked, What about the other leaders? Didn't you write 3 letters? The Sword of Justice wrote to me, saying that it was inconvenient to come because he had to stay at the headquarters. Later, he encouraged me. There was no news from Lilith. No one came. And no reply. Didn't Lilith arrange anyone to come? It seems that your charm has decreased. Glenda laughed and joked. Wu Heng looked at her unhappily. I haven't even met the other party. So how can there be any charm or not? Have you been to the exhibition? Glenda said, I walked by and saw many alchemists observing the pills from there, looking and smelling them. It shouldn't be difficult to make pills. After they are released, they should be developed. Then we will have to fight a war of quantity and price. We have large machines, which is an advantage. Glenda casually pulled out a book, opened it and said, You also said that the fountain pen is not difficult. Now no one has imitated it. But the purchase volume has been increasing. It's really not difficult. Who knows why they gave up on research? Of course, it is definitely a good thing to produce it by yourself, so that you can sell it better and occupy the exclusive market. But the pills have changed the form of the medicine, and I am afraid that all alchemy organizations will have to change with it. If they don't change, they will be eliminated by the market sooner or later. So, unlike fountain pens and watches, the market will force them to change. And Wu Heng advantage is the large-scale pharmaceutical machinery. Maybe there will be no need for alchemists to mix it in the future, and the machine will produce it directly. Saving labor will naturally reduce costs. Knock. 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 The door knocked, followed by the voice of Catwoman Roby. Master, there are several alchemists outside, holding Shannara's invitation letter, and want to see you. Alchemist? Invitation letter? The invitation letter should be an invitation to the auction. Holding this thing, they come to the island master's house to see me. Wu Heng opened the door and walked out. Take them to the living room. Okay, master. Robe agreed, turned around and jumped onto the handrail of the stairs. Sliding down, Wu Heng followed him downstairs and waited in a living room. After a while, a noise sounded. Through the window, you can see 3 people following Robe. 2 humans and a dwarf, all wearing alchemy robes, standard alchemist attire. Following Robe, he glanced at the skeleton guards around him as he crossed the courtyard. Careful and cautious. Enter the hall. Robe said, Master, people are coming. The 3 looked at Wu Heng, then bowed slightly. Master, Island Master. Sit down. You're welcome. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. The few people sat down, and Robe brought tea and snacks and placed them in front of them. Wu Hung looked at them curiously and asked, "What do you want to see me about?" One of the middle-aged alchemists smiled and introduced, "Master Island Master. This is Mr. Sid, the Vice President of the Fumali Alchemy Association. I came to the auction this time and happened to see the medicines on display. I feel that this is a great reform." The person who introduced was the old human sitting in the middle. He looked to be about 50 years old. "Thank you," Wu Hung said politely first, then looked at the old man. "Vice President Sid, what are you doing here this time?" The old man looked around and then said, "The way of presenting the medicine in pills is indeed a good innovation. But you are not an orthodox alchemy organization after all. And there must be many defects. We can develop this kind of pill together and produce it. Continue to develop with them? They have all been verified by the association and can meet the standards of medicines. How can they conclude that there are defects?" "Vice President, the potion has no defects. And the association's alchemists are also very professional," Wu Hung said. The other party's eyes condensed. His body leaned forward, and his tone became more serious. "Each potion is the result of continuous improvement and research and development by generations of alchemists, which has led to the current alchemists. The production method in your hands is indeed somewhat innovative, but it will also bring crisis to the entire alchemy industry." He sighed slightly, with earnestness in his eyes. "If you can make the improvement method public, it will be a bold and colorful stroke in the long scroll of alchemy history. And you will also be a hero in the history of alchemy." Hearing the last word, Wu Hung's eyes widened instantly. After talking for a long time, it turned out that he wanted to make himself public. "You are much faster than robbing. Just opening your mouth and asking for things." Looking at the other party's face still with a righteous look. "It feels a little funny," Wu Hung said. "Indeed, we will naturally invite some masters who have made achievements and contributions in alchemy research to study together." The other party's eyes lit up and coughed lightly. "I still have some achievements and prestige in alchemy." Wu Hung smiled and said, "I will report this matter to the leader Claudio of Hongwen Association. I think the achievements of Vice President Esser will definitely appear on the other party's list." The eyes of the three people on the opposite side widened instantly. The leader of the association? It actually involves the association. It also appears on the list. The other party doesn't know who he is as the vice president, since the island owner has made arrangements. There is nothing more to say. But the island owner can also consider our proposal, so that alchemy can go further and more people can benefit. "Okay, I will consider it." Wu Hung smiled and nodded, and then said to the side Robe, "Send the gentleman away." Robe was also a little angry, and said in a bad tone, "Let's go. Leave this way." The three got up and followed the maid to the outside. After Robe came back, he continued, "Tell Minnie that if anyone comes again, tell them that I'm not here, especially if the alchemists are missing." "Okay, Master," Robe agreed. Wu Hung nodded, got up, and went upstairs again. I thought he was looking for something, but it turned out that he wanted to get the formula for free. As for the nomination of Hongwen Association, it was just an excuse to give both parties a way out. Even if they had never heard of the Alchemist Association, it was impossible for them to have any connection with the leader of Hongwen Association. He went upstairs and waited until the afternoon. Wu Hung put on the mask again and went out to see the layout of the auction venue. Sayonara had not returned from Netail City, so he needed to keep an eye on these. Of course, the details were all arranged by Sayonara, and Wu Hung would see if there were any adjustments. It was getting close to dusk. Several people from the headquarters stood at the gate waiting. Someone said, "I learned from the local staff that street lamps are lighting props that emit light, and they are even rarer in the eyes of ordinary people." That's not true. The fact that they can be used to decorate the entire island proves that this kind of prop can be mass-produced, which is better than the light stone. You know when you see it. As we chatted, the sky gradually darkened. Click, click, click. Street lamps lit up one by one, and the whole area was instantly bright. Then, with a whoosh, many people emerged from all directions. The bard carrying wooden boxes stood under the street lamp, cleared his throat, and began to tell a great detective story. The vendors carrying goods on their shoulders sold their goods with a smile. Children chasing and playing. Residents gathered together to chat. There were also strangers with equally surprised faces, standing on the other side, looking at the city that suddenly came alive. It's really different from other places. The people here seem happier than during the day. Church. Inside the bishop's room. On both sides of the round wooden table sat the local bishop, Dirk Gavin, and another burly man. The street lamps outside the window lit up, and the noise came in. Dirk Gavin took a sip from the water cup and said, "Come with me to the island owner's mansion tomorrow to meet the young island owner." "What's wrong? You can't handle a level 15 kid?" the burly man said softly. Dirk Gavin's tone was still calm. "After all, it's on Treasure Island, and there are some things I can't do. You want me to kill him?" He issued a decree to limit the number of troops stationed on the island. "Let's go and talk to him so that he knows what can and can't be done." "Okay." The burly man nodded. The next day, the Golden Sail Tavern. The first floor of the tavern was already full of drinkers. Unlike the past when it was filled with nearby residents, it was also filled with people in gorgeous clothes today. The bard also performed more vigorously. It was very lively. A private room on the second floor. There was a knock on the door, and an old man in a neat suit walked into the room. After bowing, he said, "Miss, I have found out that the auction will be held tomorrow. The most lively thing today is the exhibition on the island. It is said that a new medicine has been updated at the exhibition. It is in the form of round tablets, and has the same effect as normal medicine." In the room, a woman with brown hair and a purple long skirt sat in front of a wooden table. She looked beautiful, but her face gave people a cold feeling. She said calmly, "Did Wu Hung also make it?" The residents on the island said that he made it, but it is not certain whether it was made by the owner of Wu Hung Island. The old man said again, "Let's go. Let's go to the exhibition." The woman stood up, put on her hood and walked out. When she reached the door, her body shrank slightly and her appearance became younger. She looked like a girl. Going downstairs to the door of the tavern, the old man put on his hood himself, opened a black parasol, shielded the girl from the sun, and walked out directly. Called a carriage on the side of the road. Go to the exhibition. At the entrance of the exhibition, a few figures sat in a circle. Someone said, "Boss, there is nothing to gain today. It is difficult to start with so many patrols. Wait a little longer. Let's change ports. There are also many rich people there. Look carefully when you start. There is nothing to steal from those with space rings, and it is easy to cause trouble." "I understand. We are not stupid." Hiss. Suddenly, someone made a noise and gestured to a place not far away. A few people looked back and saw an old man with a young girl getting off the carriage, holding a parasol, wearing gorgeous and rich clothes. "Whose lady? It looks like there will be some gains. Be careful when you start. The old man next to you may be a high-level professional. If there is any problem, just get into the crowd." "Got it, boss." The person who spoke was full of confidence. This kind of little girl and an old servant are the best to deal with. The other party has no strength, and threatening can get more benefits. If you are strong, you won't make things too extreme with a burden, and it will end up in nothing. "Go!" The man called the boss nodded. The two jumped off the wall and followed directly, taking advantage of the crowded crowd to touch the waist of the target girl. Chapter 762. Lilith is here. Looking at the target in front of them, the two of them were secretly delighted. Then, they would touch some valuable things, and feel the slender waist of the noble lady. Taking advantage of the cover of the crowd, they approached the old and the young. One person cooperated, and the other took advantage of the chaos to reach out his hand. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, the man felt something was wrong. He looked down at the outstretched palm. His eyes suddenly widened. The outstretched palm had turned purple at some point, and he could not feel the existence of his palm. "Woo!" His face was horrified, and he was about to scream, but he found that he could only make a wooing sound. The other hand touched his mouth in panic. His eyes were even more panicked. The mouth was gone. Through the skin, the outline of the teeth could be vaguely felt. The man trembled in his heart. His hands could not move, and his mouth was gone. He fell to the ground, turned around and stumbled out. Behind him, the companions who were responsible for covering him looked at the running figure and immediately chased after him. "Why are you running? What good stuff did you get?" In the crowd, the girl and the old man slightly turned their heads to look at the person who left, continued to follow the crowd, and walk into the exhibition. In the bathroom, "Wu Hung, a level 20 hero has come to the island." Glinda walked through the wall and said directly, Wu Hung paused and frowned instantly. A level 20 hero has come to the island. Who has come to the island? Glinda's tone was a little uncertain. It looks like Lilith. But the image is a little different. I'm not sure if it's a disguise. Lilith? Wu Hung had killed the vampire exile. When Glinda devoured the other party's ghost, he saw some broken memory scenes. Among them was the scene of Lilith, which was considered to be what he had seen. Later, he shared it with Wu Hung. Glinda said that it was a little different now, which should mean that it was different from what he saw in his memory. Let me see, Wu Hung said. Glinda got into the body, and the scene of the exhibition location was shared. In the square outside the exhibition, a person was running out recklessly, and Glinda looked in the direction where the other person ran out. Then he found the level light column that shot up into the sky. He flew over quickly, and two figures, one old and one young, appeared in front of him. The person at level 20 was the girl, and from the appearance, it was indeed Lilith. The girl version of Lilith. If she didn't have sisters or biological daughters, then it would be her. Glinda flew for a distance, and seeing that the other party was just visiting the exhibition, he flew back directly and told Wu Hung about this matter. Is it her? Glinda asked after coming out again. It should be. I haven't heard that she has any sisters or daughters. Wu Hung wiped his face. Glinda said angrily. You've been confused by the elf sisters. Where can you get so many twins who can all become heroes? That's what I said. Wu Hung walked out and said casually, next time I'm in the bathroom, can you not come in through the wall directly? Respect your privacy. Okay. TSK. I've seen everything on you. Glinda pouted. Peeping Tom. You're talking about me. Don't look for me if you're in danger. Glinda was a little angry. Wu Hung smiled. Don't. I'm just teasing you. I love you. Humph. Returned to the bedroom, thinking about this matter while putting on clothes. I thought Lilith would not send any news, but I didn't expect that she would come directly on the last day before the auction. It seems that among the many heroes in the headquarters, Lilith trusts me. What are you going to do next? Glinda flew aside. Go pick her up. If she's left outside? What if someone provokes her and something goes wrong? Wu Hung changed into a more formal outfit and went downstairs. Lilith's personality was still a bit arrogant and domineering. On the island where pirates once gathered, if anyone provokes her, he will be killed on the spot. Maybe things will get out of hand. Go downstairs. The maids are sorting out the gifts in the hall. The launch of the new product seemed to have returned to the beginning of the exhibition. People from the Chamber of Commerce came to give gifts and inquire about the release time of the products. For this kind of thing, the sooner you get the goods, the earlier you can make money. There are very few people like those alchemists yesterday who asked for the formula and production method as soon as they came. Master, here are the new gifts. Do you like any of them? Minnie said. Wu Hung went downstairs. Pick them out. If you don't like them, send them to the warehouse. There may be guests coming later. Okay, Master, Minnie replied. Several maids opened the boxes one by one. Their faces flushed. Wu Hung walked to the phone and dialed the number in the butler's study. Hello? Shiryali voice came from the other side. Shiryali. This is Wu Hung. Wu Hung. What's wrong? Shiryali asked with a smile. Where's Zalagui? She's in the meeting room, giving tasks to the teams. Is there anything? After thinking for a while, he continued, let her get ready. I go to the association later and pick someone up together. Who to pick up? What do you need to prepare? Prepare 2 teams and a carriage. I tell you when I get there, Wu Hung said directly. Okay. I tell Zalagui when she comes back. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung said to Minnie, Minnie, I'm going out for a while. Don't look at it. These are all yours. Clean up the house and prepare some snacks. Is it the guest you said is coming over? Yes. It's possible that he will come. If not, we eat by ourselves. Minnie smiled and said, Okay, Master. Wu Hung took the 2 skeletons and left the island owner's mansion directly. Ghost took Granda, Xiao Xiao and Binny to stay in the study first. Arrived at the association. From a distance, he saw Zalagui, Shiryali, and 2 teams standing at the door waiting. And 2 carriages were parked on the side. Seeing Wu Hung coming, Zalagui waved and got on one of the carriages. Wu Hung also got on. Go to the exhibition, Wu Hung said. Zalagui tapped the wall of the carriage. Go to the exhibition. The carriage started moving, and slowly moved towards the direction of the exhibition. "Who's coming?" Zalagwi asked. Shiryali also looked over curiously. The 18th level professional of the headquarters didn't ask him to call so many people to pick him up. Wu Heng lowered his voice. "The leader from the headquarters." "Leader? Lilith?" Zalagwi exclaimed. Shiryali was even more exaggerated. Her body trembled. "Why is it Lilith? Although heroes and leaders are always mentioned during the chat. But the two sisters have never seen a real person of level 20 from beginning to end. Now they are on the island." Shiryali glanced at her sister. "Calm down," and explained. Wu Heng wrote invitation letters to 3 leaders. But there is no news about leader Lilith. The leader of the field envoy wrote a letter, and the leader of the Hongwa Association arranged for his deputy to come. Only Lilith is left with no news. Now that a leader is mentioned, it must be Lilith. "Oh, then is it too late for us to pick her up now?" Shiryali was inexplicably nervous. Shiryali's face began to turn red. "It's okay. We have helped her leader clean up the exiles several times. And our relationship is pretty good." Wu Heng held Shiryali's hand. Shiryali also put her hand into his other side. "Yeah." Zalagwi nodded. Soon, the carriage arrived at the exhibition. The driver said, "Deacon, there are too many people in front. Do you still want to go?" Zalagwi looked across. Wu Heng said, "Just wait here." Outside the exhibition, Lilith and her followers walked out of the exhibition slowly. The old man opened an umbrella to block the sun above the girl's head. "How do you feel about improving the potion into a pill?" The girl's voice was flat. The old man said seriously, "It should have a good effect. And it will also make those alchemists, who are conservative and unwilling to change, lose their original advantages." "So, you are very optimistic about this exhibit?" the girl asked back. The old man answered as he walked. "The things made by Wu Heng Island Master have never disappointed people." The girl nodded and did not speak. This sentence is indeed true. The several items made by Treasure Island all showed market value beyond imagination. It's hard to judge other aspects, but innovation is really great. The old man continued. "The residents here are talking about medicine. With his prestige on the island, I'm afraid he can easily surpass the 18th level reputation requirement." "It's very likely. Maybe this is what he is preparing for," the girl said softly. Walked out of the crowd. The two looked at the intersection ahead at the same time. There were 2 association carriages parked there, and several members wearing field envoy armor stood there waiting. Chapter 763. Looking for trouble. The two paused. "The association is waiting for someone. Could it be waiting for me?" The girl glanced at him and said softly, "Let's go this way." "Miss, are you going to the association?" "Let's go to the cinema first and go there when it gets dark," the girl said. The two turned around and wanted to leave. At the opposite side of the association team, an elf girl came over quickly with the association members. As expected, they were coming for me. "Leader Lilith, the carriage is ready." The leading elf saluted respectfully. The association members behind him also saluted immediately. Voila! The people around him looked over instantly. Maybe they didn't hear the word leader clearly, but the deacon took the lead in saluting, which also proved that the old and the young in front of them were of extraordinary status. Whose little girl is this? She must be a princess from someone's family. Attending the auction. She must be from our headquarters. Otherwise it wouldn't be the butler's turn to pick her up. She must be someone special. There was a lot of noise all around. A circle gradually formed, and people were talking around this place. Now it was impossible for Lilith to go out for a walk. She looked at the people in front of her expressionlessly and asked, "Just you guys?" "The island master Wu Heng is in the car. If he gets off, it will attract more onlookers. Please forgive me," Shiryali said again. At this point, with so many people watching, there was no way to carry out the next plan. "Let's go. Lead the way," Lilith said. "This way. Please. Walk to the carriage together." Shiryali opened the door for her. "Chief, please." Lilith got on the second carriage and said, "Let Wu Heng come over." Shiryali nodded, walked quickly to the first carriage and said something. Wu Heng walked over with a hood. The door opened, revealing the young Lilith. "Chief Lilith, come up. I have something to ask you." Wu Heng got on the carriage. Shiryali asked, "Are you going to the association?" Lilith didn't speak. Wu Heng said, "Let's go to the island owner's house first. I will treat Chief Lilith to dinner." Lilith still didn't speak. Shiryali returned to her carriage and moved forward slowly. In the dim carriage, Lilith sat on one side. Wu Hung sat opposite. The old follower followed the coachman and stayed outside, looking not worried about Lilith's danger at all. Wu Hung looked at the other party, and Lilith was also looking at him carefully. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then, they looked away. Why didn't you tell me before the leader came? So that I could pick you up at the port. Wu Hung spoke first to break the deadlock. The intelligence work on the island is good. I just arrived on the island today, and I was discovered by you, Lilith said. As expected, Granda was not noticed. In other words, a level 20 ghost is difficult to be discovered by professionals of the same level if they keep a good distance. I also felt that you would come, so I asked my men to pay special attention to it, Wu Hung said with a smile. Did you also make that kind of medicine? It was my idea, and the alchemist realized it. It was not my credit alone. The people at the exhibition have a high evaluation of you. Helping more people is also the purpose of the association. The carriage stopped at the association halfway. Zalagui and the team members returned to the association halfway. Wu Hung carriage continued to move forward and headed for the island owner's mansion. Entering the island owner's mansion, Lilith looked at the skeletons holding guns around with interest. There was no fear of the dead in her eyes, only strong curiosity. Walking into the living room, Wu Hung asked her to sit down. The maids immediately brought the brewed tea and various cakes. Then, they stood aside in a proper manner. There was confusion and surprise in her eyes. Is this little girl the distinguished guest mentioned by the master? Is she another princess? Lilith sat on the sofa and said, The island is well managed. It can be seen that you have some talent in this area. It's all the hard work of everyone. On the contrary, I, the island owner, did nothing. Well, modesty is also a good virtue. Lilith nodded in praise. Wu Hung continued. Where did the leader go when he was on the island? I see if there's any place you haven't been to, and I can take you there to have a look. There's nothing on the island, except for the cinema. Lilith thought for a moment and said. Wu Hung said, It's really not suitable for you to go there. There are too many people, and the environment is a bit chaotic. The island owner's house has a home theater, which has a better viewing effect. I asked the maid to prepare it later. It depends on your arrangement as the island owner. Knock. Knock. While the few people were chatting, the gate of the courtyard was knocked. Minnie went to check the door, and soon ran back. Master, Bishop Dirk Gavin of the Holy See is here, and he said he has something important to discuss with you. Wu Hung frowned. The Bishop of the Holy See? Lilith on the side also cast a puzzled look. Wu Hung looked aside. Chief, look. It's okay. You guys chat. I just sit next to you. Lilith sat directly at the tea table next to him. Robe brought all the tea and cakes very attentively, and introduced softly what flavor each one had. Wu Hung didn't know what to say, so he said to Minnie, Bring them in. Soon, footsteps sounded, and Minnie walked in with two figures. The leader was Bishop Dirk Gavin of the local Holy See, and behind him followed a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall and broad, compared with Minnie, who was leading the way in front. It was like a giant moving slowly. As the two walked, the skeletons guarding on both sides began to make a rattling sound. It seemed that the machine was disturbed and was in an unstable state. Granda flew back and got into the body. The shared picture showed 2 level 18 professionals. Entered the hall. The bishop and the two glanced at the room. His eyes swept over Robe and Lilith, who were huddled together, and then fell on Wu Hung. Lord Island Master, Lord Bishop, please sit down. The two sat down opposite. Wu Hung asked, What are the two of you doing here? It's still the decree of the garrison personnel on the island. Our church is in a special situation. We hope that the island master will make adjustments according to the corresponding situation. The bishop went straight to the point. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The day before the auction, he brought another level 18 to discuss this matter. He is good at choosing the time. What special situation does the church have? You can tell me. If it is really a special situation, it is not impossible to make adjustments. Wu Hung said. The bishop smiled. Due to the particularity of the church and the deterrence against cults and pagans, there are many situations where there are dangers, and certain weapons are needed to maintain the safety of the priests. Wu Hung said, Don't worry about this. Treasure Island is very safe. Another burly man, his eyes fixed, asked coldly, Where do all these undead on your island come from? Far more than the number of pirates you killed? You have been looking for excuses to reduce our personnel. Is there something wrong with your island? Wu Hung frowned. This is really looking for trouble. Lilith was present, and it was not good to make things too ugly. She still said, this island has always had an association reporting to the headquarters at any time. So there is naturally no problem with the way it came. The headquarters is so far away. Who knows if you have done anything? The burly man snorted coldly, and then said, I think there is a problem on this island. Today I will search your island owner's mansion first. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, and understood the intention of the two. This is not to talk, but to show off his power. In their opinion, 2 level 18 warriors were enough to suppress the entire island owner's mansion. Especially since they had already entered the room. His expression became serious, staring at the other party, and smiled. What do? You don't need to know who I am. Wu Hung's eyes fell on the bishop. My lord bishop, are you bringing a bandit to rob the mansion of my association's flag bearer? The bishop still didn't speak. The burly man said again, I give you 2 choices. One is to revoke the decree limiting the number of people, and the second is to explain the source of the skeletons on the island one by one. I can't explain it. Wu Hung shook his head. Ha! There was laughter from the side. The burly man with an ugly face suddenly turned to one side and said angrily, Little girl, are you laughing at us? Chapter 764. Evil Occupation. The burly knight suddenly changed his target and angrily scolded someone nearby. Wu Hung frowned and turned his head to look behind him. Then he saw Lilith's eyes, also looking over here. Her eyes narrowed on her cold face, as if she had not expected that she would be dragged into this while watching the fun. Lilith looked at the burly man. Her voice was very textured. Are you talking to me? You are so ignorant of the world, and you dare to ask me back. The knight's voice became more severe. Wu Hung also immediately made his attitude clear. This is my guest. Talk about your business. Don't disturb others. After all, it was in the island owner's mansion, and it would be a bit unreasonable for him to say nothing. Oh! The man's eyes fell on the girl again, and he looked at Wu Hung again. Your guest is not from an evil profession? Come back with us and investigate it clearly before coming back. Wu Hung glanced at the other party, and his guess was quite accurate. Tap tap tap. Lilith jumped off the chair and walked down slowly. You still want to catch me? The burly man saw that the other party dared to come down, and he stood up suddenly. His body was more than 2 meters tall, and he had a sense of oppression like a huge mountain. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will. Before he finished speaking, he saw the girl in front of him waved her white index finger casually. The next second, he felt that his mouth was getting smaller and smaller, and he gradually couldn't speak. He touched it with his hand and found that his mouth was gone. Then his vision became more and more blurred, and his eyes disappeared. Woo! The burly man's face changed drastically. Relying on his memory, he suddenly jumped up and punched the girl. Bang! A muffled sound. The man's body flew backwards in an instant, smashing the tables and chairs behind him. The bishop's face changed drastically, and the holy light suddenly lit up. But at this time an object similar to the emblem was thrown over. Subconsciously, he wanted to dodge, but when he flipped, he could vaguely see the emblem. He reached out to catch it and took a closer look. Headquarters, the emblem of the ruling leader, represents the power of the current ruling. His voice trembled, and there was still some disbelief in his tone. Chief. Although he had not been to the headquarters, he had reached level 18 after all, and he still had enough experience. This emblem was recorded in the association's books, and it was the emblem of the ruling leader, the burly man who stumbled to his feet in the distance. His mouth and eyes disappeared, but he heard the words here clearly. His face changed. Association leader? Here? Lilith looked at the bishop, still expressionless, and asked, What's your name? The bishop's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Dirk Gavin. Lilith nodded and sat down on the sofa again. It's the first time in so many years that I have attacked and insulted the leader. Do you think that if this leader kills you too, will Saida fight me to death? The bishop's forehead was sweating. Chief, spare me. There is only one ruling female leader. No need to guess. And her relationship with the Holy See is indeed not good. Now I take the initiative, and give the other party a suitable reason. Lilith said faintly, Take him to the headquarters for punishment. After saying that, she waved her finger again. The bishop's mouth disappeared in an instant, and he could only make a humming sound. Go back and prepare. The bishop wanted to speak, but he couldn't speak. He honestly put the emblem back on the coffee table, then helped the burly man and left. He came in with a swagger and left carefully. He left the mansion like this, and Robert followed and closed the door directly. After leaving the island owner's mansion, the bishop and the burly knight both put on their hoods. They supported each other and walked towards the carriage waiting in the distance. Bishop, where are you going next? The priest stood outside and asked softly. He stretched out his arm from the window and pointed in the direction of the Holy See. The priest nodded. Back to the Holy See. The carriage began to move slowly. Inside the carriage, the bishop's eyes were still full of fear, and the burly knight's face was also extremely solemn. Obviously, he was going to cause trouble for the other party, and intended to warn the other party with his strength. But he didn't expect it to turn out like this. How come a leader appeared in the island owner's mansion of Treasure Island? Didn't he say that he didn't have any backers? Damn it! The burly man continued to cough dryly. His mouth disappeared, and a stream of blood flowed out of his nose. The bishop released the holy word to stabilize his injuries. The burly man took out a pen and paper from the space and fumbled to write. Is it really the leader? Lilith? The bishop also wanted to write a reply, but his mouth was also sealed, and the other party's eyes could not see, so he could only write on the other party's palm. It should be her. What should we do next? The bishop continued to write. First write a letter to the leader Saidu, and then go to the headquarters to be punished. The two remained silent again. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and regret. They went there in a hurry, but did not cause any damage to the other party. But the two of them ended up like this. It's easy to save face. When you get to the headquarters, you may not be punished. Moreover, with the current situation of the two of them, I'm afraid that Treasure Island can't stop reducing its personnel, unless Chief Saida comes back. The whole situation can be suppressed. The rest of the journey remained quiet. The carriage slowly went to the church, the island owner's mansion. After the two left, Wu Hung glanced at Lilith, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. I thought Lilith would just kill one directly. After all, in the memory of the Devourer of Exiles, Lilith was quite ruthless. It seems that she still gives face to the church, or doesn't want to have an unsolvable conflict with the church because of this matter. This is good. If he really died on the island, he would be in trouble. Thank you for your help, Chief. Wu Hung thanked him. The burly man provoked Lilith, but some polite words still need to be said, so that they can help me next time. Lilith asked, how did you allow the establishment of the church on the island? Ah! Wu Hung sighed first, and told the story of the church leader who bought the store and built the church when he was not on the island. His tone was a little aggrieved, as if he was not at home and bullied the islanders, who had never seen the world. It was as if the matter was decided directly. After listening, Lilith said without much expression change, so, you issued a restrictive decree, and the target is also them? Wu Hung immediately denied it and said, in order to restrict local gangs. This was originally a pirate island, and the residents are used to forming gangs. But I didn't expect the church to react so strongly. Lilith glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and then said to the old man behind her, choose a building on the island and build the Grey Saint Church. Okay, miss, the old man replied. Damn, here comes another one. What the hell are they all gathering on their own island? By then, the two sects will be in chaos on the island. Wu Hung said, what are you buying? The island is expanding recently. I will leave you a better building. It can't be worse than the Vatican. If we are outdone by the Vatican, they will think we are not as good as them. Yeah. Lilith nodded with satisfaction. Then I will wait for your news. No problem. Wu Hung immediately changed the subject. Minnie, is the cinema ready? Minnie immediately replied. It's ready, Chief Lilith. Sir, let's go to the movies first. Don't let those impolite people disturb your interest. Wu Hung stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Lilith nodded. Wu Hung led the way in front, and Lilith and the old man followed and walked into the cinema room. Sit down at the selected seat. Minnie went to play the movie, while Wu Hung sat beside Lilith and introduced. This is a movie. The content is arranged according to the story's script, and the scenes in it are also recorded in advance. Don't be too nervous. Lilith glanced at him and waved her hand, indicating that she knew all this. Needless to say, Wu Hung stopped talking And the movie began. When the sound effects and pictures appeared, Lilith's body still trembled suddenly. She saw Wu Hung and the other maids did not react. And her eyes continued to fall on the picture. Association. She loudly returned from her inspection, took off her helmet, and exhaled heavily. Walking aside and turning down the air conditioner a few degrees, she said, "Is there any news from Wu Hung?" Sure Yali brought her cold tea. "No. There has been no news since I went back." She loudly sat down at the desk. Sure Yali leaned against the side of her chair and said in a very low voice, "Sister, you said she would not use her status as the leader to force Wu Hung to do anything?" "What?" Male Pet. Chapter 765. Want to learn? Poof! She loudly spit out a mouthful of herbal tea, wiped the table in a panic, and said angrily, "What are you talking about? There are many stories about this leader's love affairs circulating among the people. There are many male favorites in the castle, and they will walk around the courtyard like dogs." Sure Yali whispered in the other's ear. She loudly frowned, and the image of Wu Hung wearing a collar appeared in her mind. "You believe these? Which leader doesn't have these rumors?" Sure Yali put one arm around her shoulders. "Then should we go and see it tonight? And visit Leader Lilith again, by the way? Isn't it a bit too deliberate? Silly sister. What if the man is robbed?" She loudly took a deep breath. "Okay. Let's go and see it tonight." "Yeah." Sure Yali also smiled. 2.5 hours later. The first movie is over. Lilith frowned. Still not recovered from the plot just now. After a long while, she asked, "What is this made of?" "A strange machine called a camera. Do you think the story is okay?" Wu Hung looked at her sideways and asked with a smile. "Not bad. It is very innovative. And it should be very popular on the island." Lilith took the tea and put it to her lips and took a sip. If it weren't for the fact that she still looked like a little girl, her body movements would look more like a lady enjoying afternoon tea. Not bad. There are people queuing up in front of the cinema every day waiting to watch movies. Of course, the most people who go there are still some men and women in love. Wu Hung said with a smile. "Love? Who is your wife here? I haven't seen you introduce it." Lilith asked again. I don't have a wife yet. They all came from a small place with me. And they are all family members," Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith glanced at the side. The cat girl in a maid outfit was shaking her tail like a rattle. After retracting his gaze, he continued, "What kind of person do you like? I introduce you to someone who fits your identity, so you can have a backer. Let it go. Wait until I become a hero." Lilith raised her eyebrows. "Why? Are you so confident of becoming a hero?" Wu Hung leaned to one side. "I'm a necromancer. If I can't do it, I be a ghoul. If I don't die, I be successful sooner or later." Lilith rolled her eyes at him. "I thought you were confident that you could be promoted before you die." Knock knock. The door knocked, and Minnie came in with a brocade box and handed it to him. Wu Hung took it, put it on the table between him and Lilith, opened the lid of the box, revealing the beautifully shaped potion inside. "This is the strengthening potion we developed. I hope the leader can accept it. The potion bottle has been redesigned, and its shape is like a prismatic crystal. It looks more precious than an ordinary potion bottle. This is also a suggestion made by Shawnera. It has been sold at a sky-high price, so it naturally has to have a matching appearance." Lilith looked at the potion. "Is this the strengthening potion you mentioned? How about mass production?" "Very little. On average, only 4 to 5 bottles can be made in 5 months. And that's if everything goes well." Lilith nodded. "I take the things, and I won't bid tomorrow," Wu Hung said. "This potion is to thank you for your care all the time. And it has nothing to do with the auction. You can bid at any price at the auction, or buy all of them, and I can make more money." "Oh, you make me more and more satisfied." Lilith smiled on her cold face. If she wasn't too young now, she would definitely look good. The potion was put away. Minnie brought some snacks and cakes. Wu Hung continued. "Chief." "Yeah. Is your trick to shut people up a skill?" Wu Hung asked curiously. "Why? Do you want to learn it?" "It's not suitable for your undead faction." Lilith picked up the dried fruit and put it in her mouth, saying lightly, "Even if I can't learn, I've learned a lot, which is pretty cool," Wu Hung said, and then tried to ask, "Can you lend me a skill book?" Lilith didn't answer directly, but asked, "What else do you want to see? If there are high-level skill books for the undead faction, or methods to improve ghosts, I want to see them, Wu Hong said directly. Lilith was silent for a while, and then continued, I help you look at it when we get back. Thank you, leader. There is a second movie. Do you want to continue watching it? What is the second part? Just like a novel. It is divided into 2 volumes. Wu Hong explained. Let's put it on. Just in time to finish watching it together. And then we will go back to the association. Lilith continued. Compared to when she first came, she obviously talked a lot more. Aren't you staying for dinner tonight? I've asked the maid to prepare it. No need. The room was dark again. The movie started playing again. It was getting close to dusk. Zalagwi and Shiryali came out of the association. As they walked, they discussed how to compete with this female leader for men. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw a carriage slowly stop. And Wu Hong and the purple-dressed girl walked down together. Back? It was useless to prepare an excuse for the visit. Leader Lilith. The 2 immediately stepped forward. Well, is the room ready? It's ready. I take you there. Zalagwi led the way in front, saying as she walked, there are a few elders from the headquarters over there in the dormitory. It's okay. Don't tell them that I'm here. I understand. There are air conditioners and lights in the room. See if there's anything else you need. I have someone prepare it. The figures of the few people gradually faded away. Wu Hong also turned around and walked towards the auction house. The venue was Shannara's opera house. The venue is large and the facilities are very complete. As soon as they entered, several wood elves came out directly. Master Island Master. Is the venue ready? Wu Hong asked. Everything is ready, and we can start normally from tomorrow. The wood elf replied calmly. Wu Hong continued. Many high-level professionals came this time. So let the servants be careful, and don't cause trouble for themselves. Understood. The wood elf nodded in response. Prepare a VIP room, which will be useful tomorrow. Okay. Go ahead. I don't have anything to do, Wu Hong said. The wood elf nodded, went to prepare the VIP room, and held a meeting with his subordinates, explaining the matter again. At this time, footsteps sounded. Zalagwi and Shiryali also came back from outside. Have you arranged the room? Wu Hong asked. Zalagwi looked at him and said, I thought she was going to live with you. What are you thinking? Why is she a woman living with me? Shiryali whispered. It's said that she likes male favorites. She thought you bowed to power. I tell Lilith. Shiryali's face changed and she hugged his arm. You are crazy. She will kill me. Is it right? I'm wrong. Okay, Shiryali said in a delicate voice. Wu Hong continued. The people from the Holy See went to my place and mocked me in person. They were beaten by the leader Lilith. What happened? Wu Hong told the story. The 2 women raised their eyebrows. It's really a relief. It's their bad luck. Seeing that Lilith didn't know them, she mocked them, Wu Hong said with a smile. Shiryali followed up. Now that they have lost their mouths, and Lilith can't go back in a short time, let's see how they eat and drink. They won't starve to death. Will they? No. They shouldn't be that high level, Wu Hong said. Keep an eye on them. If they die, check where their bodies are buried. You won't let go of their bodies either. Wu Hong smiled and said, Let's go to my place for dinner. I've made a rich meal today. Let's eat and chat. The 3 of them walked out together. We plan to visit you today. In the room of the Vatican, a group of priests chanted devoutly, and the holy light slowly fell on the 2 people in front. After the holy light, he immediately touched his mouth and eyes, but there was no effect. The bishop immediately stood up, walked to the side and began to quickly flip through the books. In the end, his expression was still depressed. Written on the palm of the burly man's hand. Wait for the leader to come back. Or wait for that person to calm down. And remove the effect. Bang! The burly man punched the ground, and the stone slab cracked. Night. The girl in the purple skirt returned to the room from outside. To be honest, she liked it here very much. The night was still bright, and there was no annoying sun. There were also lively crowds around. Even the gangsters fighting on the street were much more interesting than the headquarters. From Lighthouse Street, they walked back to the central area. When it was dark, there were basically no people outside. Only a large number of patrolling skeletons, shuttling on the street. Then they returned to the dormitory with their followers. After entering the room, they took out the wooden coffin from the space ring and prepared to lie down and rest. Just as they were about to close the coffin lid, their eyes looked directly at one side of the room. he said calmly. Are you Wu Hung Ghost? A little head poked out and asked curiously. Sister, did you beat those bad guys away today? Chapter 766. Don't you have a father either? Lilith looked at the ghost in confusion. Judging from his body shape and vague appearance, he was not very old when he died. At such a young age, he became a ghost after death. To some extent, he is also talented. Are the bad guys those people in the church? Lilith came out of the coffin and sat down. The church is defined as the bad guys, and the necromancers and ghosts are the good guys. I am afraid that only this place is Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao moved forward, then timidly retreated to the corner of the roof and said, Yes. They always come to trouble Uncle. And Uncle dare not beat them. Lilith raised her eyebrows. Your uncle is Wu Hung? He also wants to beat the people of the church? Humph. They are just average. Xiao Xiao floated in the air with his arms folded. Lilith took out the wine from the space ring and filled it for herself. Xiao Xiao flew forward again. Sister, if you beat them, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? No. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, looked at the other party again, and then said, Then do you want to live on the island? The scenery here is very beautiful. Lilith took a sip of fruit wine. You want me to help your uncle and keep beating the people of the Holy See? Is it okay? What can I get? You can't let me work for nothing. Lilith smiled. I let my uncle give you a house, a game console, and everything you want. Xiao Xiao promised. Lilith shook the wine glass in her hand and asked, I don't know your name yet. You can call me Xiao Xiao. Your name is Lilith, right? Xiao Xiao. Lilith repeated her name and then asked, How many ghosts does your uncle have? Xiao Xiao immediately became alert and stepped back a distance. Uncle won't let me say. Oh, who does your uncle like the most? Of course he likes me the most, Xiao Xiao said firmly. Lilith took another sip from the wine glass and continued. You promised me a house, games, etc. Will your uncle agree? Xiao Xiao paused, thought for a while, and said, Then tell him yourself that he doesn't let me run around. Is he very strict with you? It's okay. He just always wants me to learn to write. But I'm dead. You can't even write? Xiao Xiao was a little unhappy, hugged her shoulders. Everyone has their own strengths. Lilith thought for a while and said, I can go and see the house tomorrow. And I don't need your uncle to send me. Really? Xiao Xiao was a little happy. Lilith looked at her and nodded. Well, does your uncle really have no wife? Wife? Xiao Xiao looked at her strangely, with a puzzled tone. Sister, don't you have a father too? The next day, the opera house. The magnificent hall sprinkled bright light, and the huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, making the whole space shrouded in brightness and fantasy. The guests, dressed in luxurious clothes, walked to their respective seats under the guidance of the staff. While talking in low voices, they sighed at the wealth of Treasure Island. After everyone sat down one after another, a bronze bell rang at the exhibition, and the gorgeous wood elf auctioneer in a formal dress walked onto the high platform. The auctioneer bowed and saluted. Dear guests, welcome to the second Treasure Island medicine auction. Click. As he spoke, the big screen behind him suddenly lit up. The entire stage was played in real time, so that people in any position could see and hear. Damn. What kind of technology? Treasure Island's things. There are small promotional products at the exhibition. Too exaggerated. There was chaos below. The auctioneer clapped his hands lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. He announced directly, Then the auction officially begins. The staff came up with a tray, and the silk in his hand was lifted, revealing a glass bottle of exquisite medicine, physical strengthening potion, certified by the association and the consortium. Still 5 bottles. Starting price 500 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 20 gold coins. Guess. You can start. After the auctioneer finished speaking, he stepped aside and left the potion in the middle of the stage. And in the stands, after a brief silence, someone raised the number plate in his hand. 520 gold. 540 gold. 800. 1,000 gold. After a few minimum bids, the price began to increase rapidly, breaking through 1,000 gold. And the price still did not stop, and continued to soar. 1,500 gold. 2,000 gold. One after another, they began to ignore the minimum bid and began to raise the price by hundreds of gold. The price soared all the way, and below. Listening to the rapidly rising prices, many dignitaries began to sweat on their foreheads. This auction is really exaggerated. The bidding of gold coins is just like that of copper and silver coins. If I had known, I would have said it first when the bidding started, so that I could feel involved. In the VIP room on the second floor, Lilith sat on one side, watching the bidding below with interest. After just a few rounds, it reached more than 2,000 gold, which surprised her. It's not that the potion is not worth the price, but it has risen too fast. This treasure island has really made him run it into an island that lives up to its name. The people next door are bidding, Wu Hung said. Lilith came back to her senses. Is the person next door also from the headquarters? It's the deputy of the leader of Hong Wenhui. And there are several elders and 18th level professionals from the headquarters, Wu Hung explained softly. It seems that everyone recognizes your potion. Lilith's face remained calm. It's all because of everyone's support, Wu Hung said with a smile. As he spoke, the first round of potion bidding ended. Finally, the potion was bought for 7,260 gold coins. It's really exaggerated. Lilith sighed when she heard the price. In the next room, Deacon Zalagui, didn't you say the price was 3,000 gold? The difference is quite big. An elven elder had a red face. He was not angry with Zalagui, but was bidding with the downstairs, which made him feel angry. Zalagui said, the last auction, the first item was sold for a little more than 3,000 gold. I didn't expect it to be like this today. Wu Hung accompanied Lilith, and Zalagui was responsible for receiving the other elders of the association. After all, they were all members of the association, and they had asked Zalagui about the price before. But I didn't expect that the difference from the expectation was quite big, and the first item was doubled. The elder took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then asked, based on the experience last time, will the price increase or decrease in the future? The other people in the room also looked over. They came all the way here for the potion, hoping to take a bottle back. Under everyone's gaze, Zalagui said awkwardly, it will only get more expensive. Chapter 767. Sold at a sky-high price. The first item was sold, and then the second bottle of potion was brought up. The auctioneer did not introduce it, but just lifted the silk and announced, the rules are the same. Everyone can start bidding. 600. 1,200. 7,000. The price went straight to 7,000, and the number of people bidding began to decrease. Lilith glanced at her side, and the old man walked to the window and raised the wooden sign in his hand. 8,000 gold. The distinguished guest on the second floor bids 8,000 gold. Is there anyone who wants to bid? The auctioneer repeated. 9,000. The old man continued to bid. 12,000. When the price reached 12,000, no one continued to bid. The auctioneer asked 3 times in a row, and finally Lilith bought it. Wu Hung listened and did not stop it. I have already given her 1 bottle, and now she wants a second bottle. It is her own choice. You must abide by the rules of the auction. If I help secretly, it will only reduce the value of the potion in her heart. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and the staff brought the potion over. Seeing Wu Hung in the room, the staff was also slightly stunned. Wu Hung gestured to the side. This lord bought it. Sir, your potion. The staff was more respectful. Lilith put the potion away, and the old man took out gold bricks and began to pay the auction price. Several staff members began to check the money. Downstairs, the auction continued. The third bottle was auctioned for 36,000 gold coins, and it was an old man in the middle position downstairs. The price of the fourth bottle was 37,000 gold coins, and it was bought by a woman. Then, the last bottle was brought up. The auctioneer reminded softly, everyone, the last bottle, the starting price is still 500 gold. If you miss it today, you don't know when the next auction will be. Or maybe there will be no auction in the future. Everyone, please start. The whole audience was silent for a few seconds, and then someone spoke. 7,000? Just a bottle of potion. There's no need to argue like this. Indeed, this gentleman is right. Treasure Island has made so much money. We can't let him make more money. 8,000. The races with long lifespans should stop competing with us. 9,000. We can't let Wu Hung make too much money. Everyone calm down. 9,500. The whole place started to get noisy, while people were shouting not to raise the price randomly. The price was still rising rapidly. The final price was set at 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins once. Is there anyone who can raise it again? Any expenditure is not as real as investing in yourself. 50,000 for the second time. Guests on the second floor. Potions are rare. This is the last chance to raise the price. The whole place was still quiet. It seems that the price has indeed reached the top. Seeing that the price could not be raised, the auctioneer directly dropped the hammer. Dong! The gavel fell. Congratulations to guest number 387. This bottle of potion is yours. The guest who was named did not smile at all. He gritted his teeth and took out gold bricks and some bills of the Snake Emblem Consortium from the space ring. The rest of the people walked out one after another while chatting about the auction. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Then, Zalogwi walked in from outside, saluted Lilith first, and then said, "Several elders of the headquarters will take the boat to leave directly." "So soon?" Wu Hong was a little surprised. "I am a little anxious." Wu Hong looked at Lilith and said, "Chief, I will see the elders off. The carriage back to the association is still waiting at the original location." Lilith waved her hand gently, and Wu Hong took Zalogwi out of the room directly. In the carriage, Wu Hong sat on one side, and opposite him sat the deputy leader of Hong Wenhui. "Kelmick, Mr. Kelmick, are you in such a hurry to go back?" Kelmick smiled and said, "There are still many things that need to be dealt with in the headquarters. One day is not a big deal. I will take you around the island." Wu Hong tried to persuade him to stay again. After all, they are all colleagues of Hong Wenhui, so they should be more enthusiastic. "There will be a chance next time," Kelmick said. Wu Hong then asked, "Did you get anything at the auction?" "Originally, the leader asked me to take a bottle back, but the price was a little unexpected." Kelmick was a little embarrassed. For the leader, the price of the potion is a bit high, but it is not so high that he cannot afford it. I just didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. When he heard that the other party did not buy the potion, Wu Hong hesitated. Then he gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion and a watch from the space ring, saying, "Mr. Kelmick, this watch is the latest product of Treasure Island. I hope you don't dislike it. This bottle of potion is reserved for myself, and now I give it to Chief Claudio." Kelmick raised his eyebrows. "That's not the case. I wait until next time." "Some thoughts. I can't take care of the others. I must take them back to the leader," Wu Hong said. Kelmick saw that the other party was serious, and it was not easy to refuse. "Okay. Thank you, Island Master. I will also convey your thoughts to the leader." "Yes." Wu Hong nodded. Soon, the carriage arrived at the port. Kelmick and the other people from the headquarters got off the carriage and greeted Wu Hong respectively, then boarded the scheduled cargo ship. The ship slowly left, and Wu Hong also boarded the cargo ship again. The potion was originally given to the leader of Hong Wenhui. This kind of first-level potion is only valuable in this world, and it is used to manage the relationship with the upper level. It feels worthwhile. Especially the leader of the Holy See is very prejudiced against him, relying only on Lilith. It may be difficult to have any say among the 5 ruling leaders. Return to the island owner's residence. After returning, Wu Hong called Zalogwi, inquired about Lilith's situation, confirmed that the other party returned to the dormitory and had no intention of going out at present. It seems that this person has no intention of leaving. Wu Hong scratched his nose. Lilith was in charge of the association's whisperer and was still doing intelligence work. Was she not so busy? Should I remind her that there was nothing to do on the island, and it was almost time to go home? But it was just a thought in my mind, and I couldn't really say it. It can be said that in the entire association headquarters, the relationship between him and Lilith was the best. To continue to maintain it. After discussing with Zalogwi for a few words, he hung up the phone. Afternoon time. The gold coins after the auction were escorted to the island owner's residence. The maid and the staff of the city hall began to count them, and then sent them to the underground treasure house together. Wu Hong continued to talk to Shannara. Tell the other party about the success of the auction, and the price of the potion was sold at a sky-high price. Zombie World. Korean Rescue Team. In the chief's office, the middle-aged man held a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. His face became more and more solemn as he talked. After hanging up the phone, he took 2 deep puffs of the cigarette and dialed a number again. Then, there was a knock on the door, and a woman in a professional suit walked in. "Chief, is there no news about the skeleton mutant on the intelligence side?" the chief asked. The woman shook her head. I have secretly asked several survivors in the other base, but no accurate news has been sent back. The chief took 2 more puffs of the cigarette and continued. Notify them to contact Shanfu Port again. This time we need to know the other party's appearance and whereabouts. Yes, Chief. The next morning, in the tavern of Treasure Island, the bard described the situation in the auction house. When they heard that the highest price was 50,000 per bottle, everyone in the tavern was dumbfounded. 50,000 gold coins. To buy a potion. This is crazy. With so much money, it would fill up a cabin. You talk as if you have seen so much. I have never seen so much money. But I have never caught so many fish. There are definitely so many. Oh my god. How many women can I find with this money? If you cast a woman out of gold, she will last a lifetime. Everyone sighed for a while. Then someone else said, by the way, the church is closed. When I passed by there, I couldn't see any priests. Maybe there are too many people on the island recently, so it is temporarily closed. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung had breakfast and walked back to the study. He glanced at the 3 ghosts in the room and asked, Xiao Xiao, why do you always go out at night these 2 days? Xiao Xiao raised his head halfway. Uncle, you don't mean to say that it is dangerous outside at night? There are still some high-level professionals on the island who are afraid of discovering you and doing something to hurt you. Wu Hung said, I'm level 18. Okay, I can go to college. Xiao Xiao continued. I made a friend and chatted with her. Wu Hung glanced at Benny, who shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Is she okay? Wu Hung wanted to ask. Is she not afraid of ghosts? When the words came to his lips, he asked if she was okay. It's okay. We had a good chat. And she may not have a father. Hearing this, Wu Hung's heart ached. And then he said, it's a good thing that Xiao Xiao has a friend. But we must not tell her our secrets. And don't let her ask us questions. What do you mean by asking questions? It means to find out about our affairs in a roundabout way. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao nodded. Don't worry. I don't think she is as smart as me. Wu Hung didn't say much. And said, okay. You come back first. Let's go to the zombie world to take a look. It's been several days since we went there. 3 ghosts got into the body. Wu Hung also opened the door and walked in directly, walking out of the boundary gate. It was still the bedroom of the base. After sitting on the bed and waiting for a while, Benny flew back from outside. Said, the Corpse King seems to have changed a bit. I'm not sure if it's a sign of upgrading. Let me see. Wu Hung said immediately. Benny got back into her body, and the picture was shared from her mind. In the dim room, the original Corpse King had expanded a circle, and the expanded muscles had left huge dents under the restraint of the iron chain. Even the iron chain made a tightening sound. The Corpse King's epidermis showed clearer blood vessels and throbbing muscles. It really looked like it was going to evolve. And on the side, there were not many corpse cores left in the plastic bag. Benny was released again. How is it? Is it going to evolve? Benny asked. Wu Hung said, it seems so. Feed it for a few more days and see the situation. Oh! After confirming the Corpse King, Wu Hung picked up the intercom and called Chi Han Kai. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and Chi Han Kai walked in with her owl. After sitting down, she said, the Korean headquarters contacted us and wanted to exchange materials again as soon as possible. It is possible that they want to get your information. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes and said, then let's set it for tomorrow. Chapter 768. And others. I notify them now. Speaking of this, Chi Han Kai adjusted the frequency band of the intercom and told the radio station about the matter, asking the radio station to contact the Korean shelter directly and settle the matter directly. Soon, a reply came from the other side, confirming that the Korean main station also agreed to this time and scheduled a material exchange at noon tomorrow. After hanging up the intercom, Chi Han Kai asked, do you need to prepare anything in advance? Wu Hung also thought about it and said, didn't you say that you were collecting my photos? Just find someone to give them. Preferably someone who is no longer there. Understood. I arrange it later. Chi Han Kai agreed. After this matter was settled, Wu Hung then asked, are there any new news from the other bases? The auction has not come for several days. I still need to confirm whether there are any changes. Chi Han Kai took out the notebook he had recorded from his trouser pocket, glanced at it and said, no problem. Sister Yang mentioned the talisman book to the main station. They may think that the book has some secrets. So they agreed to it. But they haven't said it yet. It seems that my desire to borrow this book has also made the main station suspicious. Maybe they think that the talisman book can have any special effect. After all, zombies and ghosts have appeared. And talismans can also work. Which is actually not strange. Let them study it. And there is no need to ask about this matter. Wu Heng didn't care. The talisman is not very effective. And I want to combine it with the magic scroll technology to try it out. The main station is exhausted and can't study anything. Chi Honkai smiled. I understand. I tell Sister Yang. After everything was said, Wu Heng also stood up and said, Let's go. Let's go to the Corpse King. Chi Honkai nodded, and also stood up and walked out together. Walking out of the dormitory building, Chi Honkai drove an off-road vehicle. He took him to the room where the Corpse King was imprisoned. Basement. Chi Honkai waited outside the door. Wu Heng opened the metal door, and a strong stench hit him in the face. The skeletons still gathered in a circle, and the state of the Corpse King in the middle was the same as the picture shared by Benny, and began to show signs of evolution. A pair of eyes stared at Wu Heng, who walked in. There was no impatience and anger at the beginning, but a bloodthirsty hatred. It seemed that it also knew that it might evolve to a higher level. Then it would have the opportunity to break through the shackles and take revenge on the enemies here. Wu Heng glanced at the Corpse King, and then retracted his gaze. He continued to hand a plastic bag of corpse cores to the guarding skeleton. Continued to feed it on time, and increase the amount appropriately. Seeing the corpse cores taken out again, the Corpse King's eyes became hot. The skeleton calmly took the plastic bag and put it on the shelf beside him. Wu Heng glanced at the room again, confirmed that there was no problem, left the room and closed the door. Let's go. Let's go back. Wu Heng walked out. Chi Honkai quickened his pace and followed a few steps and said, How is the Corpse King? Still the same. No change. Chi Honkai then asked, Can it evolve into a higher level distorted zombie? Not sure. But it's just a matter of time at the moment. Wu Heng answered. Chi Honkai could also think of what to do by locking the Corpse King here and arranging the skeletons to feed the corpse core. After all the skeletons in front of him were transformed from zombies. The higher the level of zombie distortion, the stronger the strength of the skeletons. They must be planning to cultivate zombies above the Corpse King and then transform them into skeletons. Although I understand the intention, my heart still pounded when I thought about it. I haven't heard of zombies above the Corpse King, but I have to cultivate one here. It's really scary. And since it's already called the Corpse King, there's no way to name it higher. Then keep an eye on it, and don't let it run out. Chi Honkai said again with some concern. The two walked out of the building together, and got on the off-road vehicle to return to the base. It was afternoon time. Chi Honkai gathered the people in the base for a meeting, and Wu Heng also followed to listen. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The canteen was open for dinner, and Wu Heng returned to the dormitory and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the Island Master's mansion. After a simple wash, Wu Heng walked downstairs. Minnie and Robe were still selecting the gifts sent today. It seems that another Chamber of Commerce representative or other people came to visit with gifts. Now the Island Master's mansion does not need to buy daily necessities. Some exhibition samples or gifts sent are enough for the Island Master's mansion. Master, the two called sweetly. Wu Heng walked down the first floor and said with a smile, Well, is there anything happening on the island? Nothing has been reported back. Minnie said. Where is Lilith? It's the little leader who came to our house before. Wu Heng continued to ask. Minnie shook her head. I haven't heard any news. Okay, you guys go ahead, Wu Heng said, and continued to walk to the phone and dial the number of the butler's study. After 2 rings, the phone was connected, and Shiryali's voice came over. This is the butler's study. Shiryali. I'm Wu Heng. Is Chief Lilith still in the association? Wu Heng asked. Shiryali lowered her voice. Chief Lilith went to the cinema to watch a movie today, and stayed in the dormitory in the afternoon. Went to the cinema to watch a movie again. There were only 2 Lord of the Rings movies shown on the island, and she had watched them both in the island owner's mansion. She went to the cinema to watch them again. No one messed with her. No. She loudly followed. Shiryali continued. Wu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Where's Zalagui? Come to dinner tonight? Okay. Zalagui is out. We go over when she comes back. Shiryali said happily. Waiting for you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung continued to call Macintosh, first asking about the situation on the island. Then he asked her to come to the island owner's house for dinner. Dusk. Envier and Annette came back from outside. The sisters Zalogwi and Macintosh, who was in charge of intelligence work on the island, arrived at the island owner's house one after another. They sat together at the dining table, chatting and eating dinner. Because of Macintosh's joining, the nectar wine brought by Shiryali was not drunk, and was placed on the shelf aside, intending to continue drinking it next time. After dinner, several people sat in the living room, waiting for Wu Hung to talk about asking them to come. Is there something going on? Zalogwi asked curiously. Shiryali and Macintosh also cast curious eyes. Wu Hung directly took out 3 bottles of medicine. 1 bottle for each of you 3. Don't tell anyone. The pupils of the 3 people suddenly shrank when they saw the familiar potion shape. Although they had drunk this potion before, a bottle was sold for 50,000 gold at the auction yesterday. The association's level 15 wanted criminal only has a reward of 600 silver coins. 50,000 gold coins. Enough to buy all their lives. Zalogwi frowned and stared for a long time before saying, for us. Why not sell it together at the auction? Shiryali also said, yes. We are not in a hurry. Wu Hung smiled and said, the money is enough to spend. What we need to do now is to improve our strength so that we can keep the money. That's what I said. But I think it's better to sell it. If it's 30,000, it will definitely sell if the news is released. Zalogwi said again. Macintosh glanced at the few people and said lightly, I'm not a combat profession. Deacon Zalogwi and Assistant Shiryali can drink it. Mine will be sold by the island owner. The publicity of the potion is that the materials are expensive and the output is low. Except Wu Hung and several maids in the island owner's mansion. The rest of the people also think so. Wu Hung continued. Money is important. And our strength and safety are also important. Listen to me. Each of you has a bottle. The 3 looked at each other. And seeing that Wu Hung was serious, they didn't say anything more. The entire island has been able to develop to the current level. And it is also operating according to Wu Hung ideas, which is naturally more than they think. Each of them took the potion in front of them, opened the bottle stopper and drank it. The sour feeling flowed into the stomach, followed by the side effects of the potion, and the body curled up and endured the pain. Soon, the pain gradually subsided, and the 3 of them straightened up. How is it? Wu Hung asked. I can feel that my body has become stronger, Zalogwi said. Shiryali wiped the sweat from her forehead. 50,000 gold. Just gone like that. Macintosh also shook his shoulders and stretched his muscles. Wu Hung said, remember? Don't tell anyone. Understood. The 3 of them nodded seriously. Association. Dormitory. Lilith sat on a chair, looking at the 2 bottles of potion on the wooden table in front of her. Wu Hung gave her 1 bottle, and the other was bought at the auction. After thinking for a while, she opened a bottle of potion and drank it directly. The moment the potion was swallowed, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled instantly, and she stretched out her hand and flipped it, and a bottle of special antidote appeared in her hand. But soon, the discomfort disappeared, and a sense of power filled her whole body. It really works. Even though she knew that the option would not be fake, this clear feeling still surprised her a little. Then, she opened the 2nd bottle and drank it. The same feeling appeared again. This treasure island is really a special place. Sister, let's go out and play. Xiao Xiao poked his head in from the side of the wall. Lilith put away the potion bottle and asked, where are we going to play? Let's go to the pub to listen to stories. It's not closed yet. Wait for me to change clothes. Lilith changed her clothes and jumped directly from the window. Walked towards the main road. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung followed the convoy and arrived at the Korean rescue team before noon to set the place to exchange supplies. Near noon, Chi Honkai intercom received a slight electric current, followed by a voice. Sister Chi, the Korean convoy has arrived. Take them to the meeting room. Got it. After hanging up the call, Chi Honkai looked at Wu Hung. Do you have any instructions? You trade with them normally, and I will handle the investigation. Wu Hung said. Don't you need to record it? It will also be a good piece of evidence. Wu Hung smiled and said. There is no chance of going to court, so there is no need to record it. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded, tidied her clothes, and walked out of the room and went directly to the meeting room next door. After sitting in the room for a while, The door opened and the Korean representative walked in. Deputy Chief Chi? Commander Lee? The Korean representative sat down opposite with a smile on his face. Deputy Chief Chi, this time we still have to buy some food from you. This is not the first time we have traded. Why be so polite? Chi Honkai glanced at the person beside her and said, Go check the supplies and settle the food. Yes, Sister Chi. The person behind her nodded and walked out directly. Chi Honkai eyes fell on the other party again, and she smiled and asked, Commander Lee, how are the skeletons I arranged to your side learning? Still learning? Are you sure these skeletons can learn? Another room. Wu Hung sat in the room, closed his eyes, and listened to the conversation next door. The five senses were enhanced, even if there was a wall between them. As long as he concentrated and kept quiet, he could vaguely hear the other party's conversation. They were all normal trading conversations. Collecting appearances. Isn't it what the other rescue team does? Why is the attitude so normal? Thinking in his heart, Granda flew back and said, Come to get the phone and photos. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes suddenly. Let me see. Granda got into the body, and the picture was also shared in his mind. After the Korean convoy arrived, the main people entered the building and went to discuss the material transaction with Chi Honkai. Granda followed the survivor, who was arranged to collect Wu Hung appearance. Soon, a person came directly over. After confirming that there was no one around, he asked, Did you get anything? Yes. The base member patted his pocket and continued. Tell me what you want this photo for first. I don't want to cause trouble. The other party took out 2 chocolates and stuffed them in. Your leader is too famous outside. Who doesn't want to know what he looks like? And now there is no portrait rights. What are you afraid of? The base member frowned. What does being famous have to do with the photo? Don't ask. I don't know the details. Anyway, the people above are more interested in him. Then I can't give it to you. Who knows what you are going to do? The other party was anxious and said, Don't worry. It will definitely not implicate you. The two whispered for several sentences, and they were also afraid that if they talked too much, others would find out something. The base member still stuffed a mobile phone into the other party. It's in the album. There is no password. Thank you, brother. After that, he stuffed 2 more boxes of cigarettes and turned away. Glinda followed the other party and returned to the convoy. Seeing that the other party and others did not mention this matter, he flew back directly. After the shared screen ended, Wu Hung released Granda again. What is the right of portrait? Granda asked. It's my appearance. Others can't use it indiscriminately. If they do, it's illegal. Wu Hung explained. The laws here are indeed more complete, Granda said, and then asked, Did you find anything? No, but he mentioned that the people above were investigating, which should refer to the senior management of the main station. Wu Hung said after thinking for a while. The phone given to the other party was arranged in advance by Chi Honkai. The people in the photo are gone, and it doesn't involve him no matter what he wants to do. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back one after another. Uncle, how many people did you arrange to give the photo? Wu Hung looked at her. 1. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao said, Sister Benny, and I also found that someone was exchanging phones. Did they also take photos? Wu Hung looked at Benny, who nodded. More than one. It seems to be related to this matter. There are others. Chapter 769. I didn't know it was so serious. The news brought back by Xiao Xiao and Benny changed things again. Others also provided photos to the other side. So the fake photos arranged by themselves were useless. How many people provided photos? Wu Hung asked. Xiao Xiao said, I found one. And Sister Benny found 2. Benny also said, I checked nearby and found 2 people who provided information. And they also gave things like mobile phones. The other side is indeed doing this in an organized manner. Glinda said, It seems that not everyone in the base is optimistic about you. It's inevitable. People are the most wavering. Wu Hung looked at Xiao Xiao and Benny again. Let me see who these people are. Xiao Xiao and Benny also got into the body, and the picture was directly shared. The people in the picture traded in different places. The way is to hand over the mobile phone to the other party. There is nothing special about the picture. Just open it and take a look and it's over. Let Xiao Xiao and Benny out. Walk to the window and look out. The transaction between the 2 parties continued, and each party counted the other party's supplies. Uncle, are you afraid that they will use your face to do bad things? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Wu Heng looked outside and said casually, "Do you always spend your mother's money in this way?" Xiao Xiao crossed his arms. "I don't." At this time, Wu Heng looked down, smiled, and said, "Let's go down and take a look. Where is the person? Where did he hide in a blink of an eye? Fuck. You use fake pictures to cheat me of things. You?" In the carport, a person muttered and looked around. Wu Heng walked over, and the other party's expression was instantly choked. "Come over and smoke a cigarette," he explained. And when he saw the appearance of the person who suddenly appeared, his brows first frowned, and then he showed a surprised expression. "Skull." The word stopped immediately at the tip of his mouth. Wu Heng said, "Let's go. I take you to a quiet place to smoke." I don't smoke." As the man said this, his body suddenly stiffened. He walked over uncontrollably. Wu Heng put his hand on his shoulder. A magic circle appeared, and the two disappeared in an instant, returned to the original room. The man looked at the suddenly changed scene. His pupils widened, and he couldn't react for a while to what happened. His body was still unable to move, as if his hands and feet were tied, and he said in a confused voice, "Don't. Let's trade and live in harmony." "Search him," Wu Heng said. The skeletons waiting in the room stepped forward and began to search him. Walkie-talkies, pistols, cigarettes, and mobile phones were placed on the table one by one. "This is a bit against the rules. If you have any questions, you can negotiate with us." The other party looked a little ugly, and forced himself to calm down and tried to negotiate. Wu Heng glanced at the things on the table, opened the collection, and began to check. "If there is anything, we can talk it out. You can let me go first. I will cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. Don't you advocate mutual help in Shanfu Port? It's not good for your reputation if you treat me like this." Seeing Wu Heng looking through his phone, the other party began to feel more and more guilty. He began to talk non-stop. Wu Heng threw the phone aside, looked at him, and then said, "Kill him and ask the corpse." "Ka! Ka!" Without waiting for the other party to beg for mercy, the neck turned violently and turned back again. The corpse also fell directly to the ground. The dead talk after being released. The corpse sat up again. The turbid eyes looked over here. Wu Heng asked directly, "Why do you want to confirm the appearance of the leader here?" The corpse replied, "I don't know. The order was issued from above. I really don't know." Wu Heng then asked, "From your feeling, what might be the purpose of investigating this matter?" The corpse was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. "The skeleton army is constantly occupying national territory. Because of this, the base held several meetings and mentioned several ways to get the skeleton leader to give up the land. It may be related to this aspect. It is related to the skeleton occupying the land. The Korean side believes that the skeletons clearing the zombies and occupying the land is a disguised invasion of their country's land. They have negotiated with this side before, wanting to return all the occupied territory to them, and promised their official position and identity. Some of them are not remembered. It sounds like an honorary position." Wu Heng is a little confused about these people's brain circuits. If the skeletons don't clear the zombies, they won't go either, waiting for the trapped survivors to starve to death bit by bit. They mention the land and the country when they cleared it themselves. They have the energy to not think of ways to clear the zombies and rescue the survivors themselves, but come to collect their own appearance. I don't understand what they think. Wu Heng sat in his seat and thought. 3 ghosts floated on one side, quietly guessing each other's purpose. One was young, and the other 2 were from another world. After talking for a long time, they still cursed through their appearance, or used technology to change their faces, and used Wu Heng's appearance to spread some false news. It is possible, but it feels that if it is just like this, the risk is not equal. After thinking for a while, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Who knows the purpose of collecting photos? The director? Or the heads of several departments in the base? Where are these people you mentioned?" "In the base. There is only one question left," Wu Heng asked. "What is your name?" "Shin Dongmin." After 5 questions, the body lay back on the ground. Grenda asked curiously, "Why ask this? We still need to erect a monument for him." Wu Heng took out the faceless mask from the space ring, put it on the face of the corpse, and said, "Go to their base and take a look. We don't have time to waste on arguing with them. The plan of the Yek Kingdom. The target of the Holy See. I don't have so much time to investigate this matter bit by bit and guess the other party's purpose. Moreover, modern technology is more powerful than other worlds in long-distance killing. So I still have to solve this matter as soon as possible. Are you going to their base? Lilith is still in Treasure Island. Grenda said. It's okay. Lilith is not as dangerous as we think. And it's only one night. Wu Heng replied. Yeah. She's a good person. A little nod. While talking, the mask collected the appearance of the corpse. Wu Heng also began to change into the clothes of the corpse. And put the mobile phone, cigarettes, and pistol back into the clothes. Wu Heng. It seems that the transaction outside is over, Benny said at the window. Going to the window and taking a look. Chi Han Kai and the other party walked out of the building and stood at the door and said something. Wu Heng picked up the intercom and said, Sister Chi, come over here. Then, Chi Han Kai's voice came. Yeah. Wait a minute. Waited in the room for a while. Chi Han Kai opened the door and walked in. He looked at the corpse on the ground. And then at Wu Heng, who had changed his clothes. Did they kill someone? So serious? They also arranged for other people to collect photos and found 3 people. You deal with them. Chi Han Kai's face also became serious. Who? I killed them. All 3 are Koreans. One has a mole on his lip with a square face. One wears a red shirt under a stab-proof suit. And the other has long hair tied into a ponytail at the back. It seems that he has applied lip gloss. He is also a man. Wu Heng told him what he saw. I wrote it down. Chi Han Kai nodded. And looked at his outfit again. What are you doing? I followed them to the base to investigate and see what they are going to do. Wu Heng said. Follow them? Wu Heng nodded. Put on a mask and turned into a corpse lying on the ground. Chi Han Kai saw it for the first time. And his eyes widened. Oh my god. Disguise. I follow. You deal with this. And wait for my news. Wu Heng said. Okay. Chi Han Kai nodded. Left the room and walked downstairs. Wu Heng stood at the window and looked down. Released the teleportation spell. And appeared at the previous carport. Then he walked quickly towards the Korean convoy. Fuck. Where have you been? One person cursed. Wu Heng lowered his voice. He used fake photos to cheat me of 2 boxes of cigarettes. I won't be able to sleep well all night if I don't beat him up. Okay. Get in the car quickly. We go back later. The other person stood in front of the car and urged. Wu Heng walked to the truck, opened the door and walked in. The other people also got in the car, waiting for the commander outside to finish talking to Chi Han Kai. Soon, the Korean commander outside separated from Chi Han Kai, returned to the convoy, and got on an armored vehicle in front. The intercom began to confirm the number of people. After confirming that there was no problem, the convoy started and left directly. At the door, Chi Han Kai looked at the convoy going away, and the smile on his face gradually became cold. Turning back, he said in a serious and cold voice, Close the door. All Korean personnel gather in the square. The people behind him looked at each other, as if something big had happened. Still nodded and agreed. Yes. Soon, everyone gathered in the open space in the middle. In addition to the Koreans accompanying the base, there were also survivors transferred from the old base, divided into 2 teams, standing in the open space. Sister Chi. Everyone is here. The subordinate whispered. Chi Han Kai nodded, walked directly into the crowd on the Korean side, and began to look at everyone. You come out. And you too. Come out too. The 3 people whose names were called stood outside. And those with poor psychological quality were already sweating profusely. Chi Han Kai stared at the 3 people and asked, Do you know why I asked you to come out? I don't know. Leader. One person gritted his teeth and said. Chi Han Kai smiled and said to the skeleton beside him, Take them down and kill them. Everyone's eyes were fixed. Are you going to kill people now? Swish. Several skeletons came over from not far away, carrying the 3 people towards the flower bed. At this time, the 3 people also became scared. Deputy leader. I know why. I gave the other party a photo. One person shouted, and the other 2 followed and begged for mercy. Leader. I was wrong too. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please let me go. I didn't know it would be so serious. Chapter 770. General. The 3 shouted loudly and struggled violently. But no matter how they resisted, they could not break free from the skeleton's palm and were dragged away little by little. At this time, The others basically understood what happened. These three people provided some photos to the outsiders, which was similar to betraying the intelligence of the base, and were discovered by Chi Han Kai. Under the gaze of everyone, the three were dragged into the flower bed, and a sound of swords entering flesh was heard. The begging and screaming also stopped. It was really killed. Everyone's face turned pale, and fear arose in their hearts. Chi Han Kai looked at the others again and said coldly, "Don't forget who rescued you from the zombies. At that time, you couldn't even eat a bite of food. Now that you can eat enough, you want to sell out the base information. There is only one consequence of betraying the outside world, and that is death. You also know the situation outside. The general rescue team is also buying food from us. Among all the bases in the world, only here can eat enough. Use your brain before doing things. If you don't want to eat and want to go to other bases to be dogs, don't let everyone down. The rules are set here. Anyone who betrays the base and members will be executed, no matter what you did before. Without exception," Chi Han Kai said loudly. His tone was still cold, and someone translated beside him. Some particularly long sentences still need others to translate. The others listened silently, and they could also hear Chi Han Kai anger at this time. They lowered their heads and responded in unison. "Yes." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy slowly approached the shelter base. The first thing that caught my eye was the towering concrete wall, which was covered with mottled marks on the surface. Sharp barbed wire could be seen on the top of the wall, and there were guards patrolling with guns. Damn. I'm finally back. I was so nervous outside. It's great to have survived another day. The food we exchanged this time was quite a lot, and it should last for a while. There are so many people in the city. How can this be enough? I don't know where those guys got the food to exchange it like this. Dongmin, what's wrong with you? You're pretending to be deep, right? You're so quiet today. Don't mention it. The photos are messed up, and I can't explain it when I go back. I've arranged several people, and you're not a big deal." As they spoke, the convoy approached the gate of the wall, and the guards began to check each vehicle one by one. After confirming that there was no problem, the gate opened and the convoy drove in directly. Entering the base, there was a noisy scene inside. On both sides were various temporary tents and simple sheds. Ragged women and children followed the convoy, kneeling and begging for food. In their eyes, there was tiredness and numbness, and no confidence in life. Is this the main base? It is not much better than the Sanfu port when I first arrived on the island. Or it is an enlarged version of Sanfu port. The convoy did not stop and continued to move forward. Then, it entered another city wall, with the same towering walls, barbed wire, guards and heavy weapons. Those women and children followed for a distance, and did not dare to get close to the inner wall. The gate opened and the convoy entered. Houses, basketball courts, armored vehicles, and some special vehicles can be seen in the distance. It turned out that this is the real base. Somewhat like Ratam City, it is divided into an inner city and an outer city. A military base. The outside is more like a slum. The convoy stopped in front of the warehouse. Someone immediately came up to carry supplies. The rest of the people got off the bus. "Let's go to the cafeteria to eat," someone called. Wu Hung shook his head. "You go first. I report the situation here. Why are you so weird today? It's up to you. If you go too late, there will be no food," the others said, and walked to one side. Wu Hung looked at the commander in the convoy, winked, and Benny followed immediately. He sat on a chair outside the basketball court in the distance for a while. Xiao Xiao, who was checking the situation, flew back, leaned on his shoulder, and whispered, "Uncle, there are so many weapons here. They feel better than ours. Let me see what they are," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture was shared. In the large warehouses, Xiao Xiao quickly passed by, and in his sight were armored vehicles, helicopters, and missile vehicles with thick cylinders. Missiles. There are such things here. After releasing Xiao Xiao, Benny also flew back and said, "They met the general manager and showed him your photo. The general manager was very happy and promised that they would all be promoted. I feel that it is not good for you." Wu Hung nodded and looked at the building not far away. "The general manager is over there, right?" "Yes. Let's go and see what the general manager wants to see me about." Wu Hung stood up and walked towards the building in front. He went upstairs and came to the floor where the general manager was under Benny's secret guidance. The woman who looked like an assistant or deputy looked at him curiously and asked, "What's your business?" "It's about the photo. I have important information to report to the chief," Wu Hung said immediately. The female deputy looked at him carefully again. "Wait," I asked. "Soon." The female deputy came back. "Come here." Wu Hung followed him into the chief's office. The room was not small, and the furniture inside was also very complete. The middle-aged chief was sitting behind the desk, looking at his mobile phone. "What information do you have? Tell me." "Chief, those people know our news. And the photos they gave are fake," Wu Hung said immediately. "Fake?" The other party frowned. "It's fake. The people in their base told me so." Wu Hung stepped forward and said, seeing that the two were talking normally. The female deputy also closed the door and walked out of the room. The chief asked, "Do you have the real thing?" "Of course I do." Wu Hung glanced at the door, took out the soundproof pot, and put it on the coffee table. Then said, "Control him." The next second, the chief's body stiffened and his face changed drastically. "You are not from our base." Wu Hung took off his mask, twisted his neck, and said seriously, "Chief, why are you investigating my appearance? Tell me." "Wu Hung, it's you." The chief looked horrified and then shouted, "Someone, come quickly." Wu Hung sat down opposite him, picked up the phone on the other's table, and looked at it casually. There was really a photo of himself on it. He threw the phone into the space ring casually, and began to ponder, as he looked at the chief whose face was getting uglier and uglier. "I met this chief, and the population of the entire base is not small. What should I do next? How can I control this base more simply and better? Wu Hung, you can ask for any conditions, and I will agree to all of them." The chief was tired of shouting, and seeing that there was no effect, he immediately started to speak. Wu Hung also raised his head and said directly, "Kill him." Crack! The general's neck turned again, and his body went limp, falling to the floor with a thud. Chapter 771. Night Battle. It seems that the living conditions of this chief are not bad. The body fell to the ground, and the fat on the body spread out to both sides. "If we kill him directly, will it be difficult to deal with it later?" Glinda asked softly. "With Wu Hung character, it is impossible for him to really kill everyone in the base. Now that the leader here is killed directly, many things in the future will be difficult to deal with." Wu Hung kicked the body aside and sat down on the chair. "Ask the corpse first, and see what the situation is." Talking with the dead after being released. The corpse sat up awkwardly and looked over with turbid eyes. Wu Hung asked directly, "What is the purpose of collecting my photos?" The corpse replied, "Use satellite images to capture and carry out precision strikes." Damn! Hearing this answer, Wu Hung's heart trembled. Precision strike. The words that I only heard in the news now actually set myself as the target. Oh! The missiles I saw in the warehouse before were prepared for myself. Fortunately, this matter was not delayed. Otherwise, they might have gotten the photo and really done the same to me one day. No matter how many skeletons there are, no matter how high my level is, I can't withstand the power of modern missiles. Seeing Wu Hung's ugly face, Granda asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao and Benny also looked over curiously. Wu Hung explained, "It is a kind of information technology that can capture the location of the target and then carry out precise strikes. That is, artillery shells, missiles, etc., directly thrown over to kill the target." The three ghosts nodded in unison to show that they understood. Xiao Xiao flew closer to the corpse and said, "You eat our food, but you are still so bad. You big bad guy." Wu Hung also looked at the corpse again and continued to ask, "How many main departments does your base have?" "Logistics support, equipment development, combat formation, information communication." He said several in one breath. It is indeed more professional than his side. But the two are also different. Wu Hung main technology and combat power are provided by skeletons, so there is no need for so many departments. Wu Hung continued to ask the third question. "Are you the supreme commander of this base?" "Yes, but to make a decision, you need to discuss with the other departments." The fourth question. "How did you become the supreme leader here?" The corpse replied, "I have the main armed command. In the final analysis, whoever has the force can be the leader, and the rest are either technical or former high-ranking officials. Without troops, there is no right to speak." For the last question, Wu Hung directly said, "Tell me the names of the heads of each department here." The corpse was silent for a while, and then began to report the names of each department one by one. Wu Hung used the paper and pen on the desk to write down all the names. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back on the ground. Wu Hung continued to open the desk drawer. In the middle, there were pistols, bullets, watches and 2 boxes of open small umbrellas. Below was the diary. Wu Hung opened his eyes and saw that it was all about some account records. Continued to open the rest of the drawers, and several piles of documents were taken out. In one of the file bags, there was a list of the reorganization and heads of each department, as well as the distribution of guns in the city, the layout of the city, and the distribution of lines near the base. He took a quick look at all of them. Wu Hung continued to stand up and search the bookcase at the back. In the middle of the bookcase is a hollow antique shelf, and on both sides are symmetrical wardrobes with vertical doors. The vertical door on the right is a fake door. Inside is a separate bedroom with a bed, TV, and shower room. There is also a small door at the back of the single room, leading to another emergency passage. Wow! From this nesting doll, layer after layer, Wu Hung found a set of clothes similar to the one just now in the other party's wardrobe, and then used a human skin mask to record the appearance of the corpse. "Are you going to pretend to be the chief?" Grinda asked. Wu Hung began to change clothes. "I feel that my acting skills are improving rapidly now. You can use the deputy outside the door to slowly replace all the people on these lists, and then occupy this place." Grinda glanced at the list on the table and said directly, Wu Hung said as he buttoned his clothes, "There is no time to waste time with him here, and I can't sit here every day pretending to be the chief. What do you want to do? Try to deal with it tonight." Wu Hung rolled up the body with a carpet and put it into the space ring. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Wu Hung put on a human skin mask and his appearance began to change. He hooked his hand, and the soundproof pot flew into his hand and was put away. "Come in." The female deputy walked in, glanced at the room, frowned. "Where is the person just now?" He left after he finished talking. "What do you want?" The female deputy continued. "Chief, the cafeteria asked if you want your dinner to be delivered. Send it here." "Okay." The female deputy turned and left. Not long after, she came in with a plate of food and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. "Sit down first. I talk to you," Wu Hung said. The female deputy's eyes condensed and said, "Chief, we agreed that I will only be responsible for administrative work. Where are the skeletons arranged by Shanfu Port now?" Wu Hung skipped the other party's words and asked directly. The female deputy was stunned, bowed and apologized first, and then said, "They are all arranged in a warehouse. Let them watch a few computers." "Aren't they arranged to learn satellite knowledge?" "According to your order, no knowledge was passed on to them. Just some videos of satellite launches were played every day." "Fuck. These guys. They have been acting with me all this time. They said they were selling satellites and teaching skeletons. But they were all arranged in the warehouse after they were sent here." Wu Hung took a deep breath and said, "Go. Call all the heads of various departments to the meeting. And call all the heads of several armed forces in the base to the meeting room." "What is the content of the meeting?" "Kill the leader of Shanfagang." "Yes." The deputy answered and left the room directly. Meeting room. Ministers and military commanders walked into the meeting room one after another. Sit down on the chair. Cross your legs. Smoke cigarettes. And chat about things. "It's so late. What's going on?" "I just rescued a few members of a girl group, and they want to watch a performance." "What else?" "It's about the skeleton superpower. I've got a photo." "Don't worry. As long as we can confirm his appearance and body characteristics, we can complete the targeted strike. No matter how powerful his superpower is, the missile can hit him in his bed." "Can you be sure that the skeleton will disappear if the person dies?" "According to the superpower rules sent back from the United States, when the superpower dies, the superpower effects created will also disappear." "Your word should makes me feel a little unsure. There are not many areas left. We can just clean up the rest by ourselves. What we need to consider is how to deal with the Shanfu Port base and the China Central radio station after killing the person. Wu Hung is dead." "They are shit," the crowd said excitedly, puffing out smoke. And the whole room was covered with smoke. Squeak. At this time, the door opened. Everyone looked up and saw the chief with his deputy and 2 figures wearing round helmets walking in. Everyone frowned and looked at him curiously. Why is the chief different? His whole body shape and temperament are obviously different from before. Has he awakened his superpower? Or has he secretly taken corpse cores to change his body state? I heard that you got the appearance of the skeleton superpower. Can you confirm what he looks like? A person near the door asked directly while blowing out a smoke ring. Wu Hung ignored him and asked the deputy beside him. Are all the people here? The female deputy confirmed again and nodded. Everyone is here. Wu Hung made way. Do it. Faster. As soon as the voice fell, the helmeted skeleton behind him rushed out. What are you doing? The first person frowned and asked. The next second, his throat was shattered by a punch, and his body flew backwards and fell on the wall, with blood and smoke flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fuck. You're crazy. Someone immediately reached for the pistol from his waist. As soon as he raised it, his hand and the gun were cut off and flew away. A second sword light appeared and cut across his throat. The rest of the people were also startled by the sudden attack and were in a mess. Two figures rushed towards the chaotic figure again. General, if you have something to say, please tell me. No. No. The power is yours. Spare me. General. Spare me. The voice of begging for mercy sounded, but it still couldn't stop the attacking figure. Help! The female deputy widened her eyes, shouted, and turned to run out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the guards of the ministers waiting outside the door, all lying on the ground. The last figure broke his neck on the way to the stairs. The steps that wanted to take a step out suddenly stopped, and his legs kept shaking. The battle in the conference room was also over. The air was filled with blood. All the senior executives of the entire shelter died here. Do you want to die? The female deputy shuddered. General, I don't want to. Come back. Wu Hung sat down on the chair. The female deputy walked back stiffly, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Please don't kill me. Raise your head. Wu Hung took off the mask. The female deputy raised her head tremblingly, and saw Wu Hung's true appearance. Do you know who I am? I don't know you. The female deputy avoided her eyes. I am the skeleton leader you are looking for. You want to kill me, but it should be no problem for me to kill you in return. Wu Hung continued. I still have room for you. If you are smart, just cooperate honestly. If you are not smart, just go down and accompany your leaders. The woman trembled and continued. I can help you take over here. I am very familiar with this place and the business here. I will definitely be able to help you. You are really quick to react. Wait on the side first. Wu Hung praised. Then he took out the information he found in the office and began to check the identities of the corpses through photos. Use talk to the dead on one of them. The corpse suddenly sat up and looked over here. The woman behind him curled up in the corner and hugged her head. Wu Hung looked at the corpse. What should I do if I want to cut off the power? There are two sets of power supply. After the normal power supply is turned off, there is another backup system that needs to be disconnected. Where are they? After questioning the corpse, Wu Hung asked the skeleton to bring the woman curled up in the corner back. You all know the location I just mentioned, right? Yes. Yes. Take me there. Whether you can survive depends on your performance. Wu Hung said. Okay. I take you there. The woman replied, and walked outside with a group of people. At this time, the sky had darkened. Occasionally, when they met patrolmen, they would bow slightly and then pass by. Wu Hung came to the room where the switch was turned on and pulled it down directly. The whole base suddenly darkened. But the next second the backup power box started, and the searchlights and street lights outside lit up again. Then, the backup power switch was turned off again. The whole base fell into darkness in an instant. Wu Hung locked the woman in a room. Then, he opened the boundary gate, and a large number of skeletons poured out and rushed to the armory, dormitory and city gate. Wall. All power was cut off, and the world seemed to be covered by a heavy curtain. The guards guarding the wall fell into darkness and began to ask what happened. Just when everyone was discussing what was going on and why the power was out, a creepy clacking sound came from the darkness. It was like leaves rubbing against the ground, or teeth grinding non-stop. Flashlight. Shine this direction, someone shouted loudly. The beam of light swept over, and a dense army of skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons had already rushed to the bottom of the wall. Damn. It's a skeleton monster. Sanfu Port is coming. Shoot. Shoot quickly. The gunshots exploded like a thunderstorm, and tongues of fire sprayed out from the muzzle. The skeleton was shot, leaving holes on his body. But he stood up again, staggering, and rushed to the wall with the skeletons behind him. The wall and the armory have been occupied. It's not difficult. Mrs. Grinda stays at the armory to prevent anyone from getting close. Benny flew back from outside. What's the gunfire outside? There are still some teams resisting. It's not a big problem. The number of people is not large. Benny answered. The most dangerous are the heavy weapons. But it's not a big problem. With the existence of ghosts, there is no way to limit the people here. Even if they hide in an armored vehicle, they can kill people directly. Wu Hung nodded and pulled out the female deputy who was locked in the next room. Lead the way to the radio room. The scattered fighting lasted all night. When it was dawn, the skeleton moved the corpse to the open space in the middle, and the rest of the people were all locked in the dormitory. As long as they didn't come out, the skeleton would not take the initiative to rush in and kill. If they came out to resist, they would only die. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the convoy of the Shanfu port base arrived at the main station base. Passing through the civilian area outside, they entered the internal military camp area. Chi Hankai asked his men to wait at the door and walked into the office himself. Looking at Wu Hung, who was sitting at the desk, he widened his eyes. You wiped out the general rescue team? One night. Chapter 772. Missile Vehicle. Last night, Chi Hankai was stunned after receiving the news from the radio station. Wu Hung asked her to organize and set off immediately to take over the main station. She was stunned for a long time at that time. She changed her appearance during the day and followed the main station. And she had to take over at night? Changing to another unit. The handover work is not so fast. Faced with Chi Hankai exclamation, Wu Hung signaled her to calm down and explained, there is no way. They collected photos and planned to use satellites for precision strikes. That is, to lock me with missiles and kill me. Chi Hankai eyes condensed, and her face calmed down instantly. What's the reason? It's still the land thing. If I die, all the skeletons will collapse and disappear, and the land that has been cleared of zombies will still be theirs. Wu Hung said. Chi Hankai gritted her teeth. These people really deserve to die. The two sides have been maintaining transactions. It can't be said that the relationship is very close, but they are also providing each other with a steady supply of food. In the current situation, being willing to accept their gold and provide food is also providing assistance. How many bases around the world are trying to contact this place and exchange food? In the end, they almost got bitten back by these guys and killed their own leaders. Don't worry. I've killed them, Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Hankai sat down opposite, with his legs raised, his expression still serious. This place is different from our base. There are some deep-rooted levels in power, which may not be easy to manage. No need. I killed all the management. Half of the army died. You can promote some people again and reuse them. Wu Hung picked up the water cup and took a sip. Kill them all? Wu Hung nodded. The chief, the minister, and the commander of the guard are all in there. Now I have turned them into skeletons and sent them to sweep the streets. Chi Hankai took a deep breath to calm herself down and asked, what should I do next? The configuration of the army is probably a little different from ours. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair and said, it's okay. I arrange a deputy for you. She will assist you. Deputy? Chi Hankai raised his eyebrows. Wu Hung pressed the phone. Li Jining. Come over here. The door opened and the female deputy walked in. She looked a little tired, and there was still vigilance and caution in her eyes. Chief. The female deputy bowed to Wu Hung and then bowed slightly to Chi Hankai. Wu Hung introduced, this is Chi Hankai, who will be the head of the base besides me in the future. You will be her deputy. If you do a good job, you will definitely not be worse than the chief you follow. The female deputy looked at Chi Hankai and said in Chinese, Chief Chi Hankai. Do you speak Chinese? Chi Hankai looked at her. I know Chinese, English, and German. The female deputy answered respectfully. Chi Hankai nodded. Call me Deputy Chief from now on. And call him Chief. Yes, Deputy Chief Chi. Chi Hankai continued. You go down first, and take me to familiarize myself with the various departments here later. The female deputy saluted again and left the room directly. The door closed. Wu Hung said, she was originally the deputy of the general manager. While she is familiar with the territory, she is also more careful. It is not certain whether there is any problem. Okay. I will pay attention. Wu Hung smiled, stood up and gave up his seat, and stretched out his hand to indicate the chair. Come. Try sitting here. Chi Honkai also smiled, and sat in the general manager's seat. After feeling it, he said, it's just SOSO. Not as comfortable as my chair. This is the feeling of power. Who asked you to evaluate the chair? Chi Honkai smiled. From now on, only we have the final say here. Right. Husband. Yes. You are the general manager. Wu Hung pinched her chin and kissed her condescendingly. The two separated. Chi Honkai's eyes were a little reluctant, licked her lips, and said, let's deal with the business first. Let's go. I go to the armory to take a look. The two walked out of the office together. The people at the door and the deputy saluted and followed behind. Chi Honkai asked his deputy to take him to see several important departments, while Wu Hung went directly to the weapons warehouse. After taking a look at the guns and ammunition in the armory, Wu Hung took the skeleton to the garage of special vehicles. Armored vehicles and special function vehicles appeared in front of him. They had gained more than any previous single harvest. No wonder they dared to say that they were the general rescue team. They did have some capital. After seeing the armored vehicles, they continued to go to the garage where missile vehicles were stored. There were 3 missile vehicles in total, stored in a separate garage. It was like a steel behemoth, exuding a sense of coldness and majesty. The tires were more than 1 person tall. The surface was painted with camouflage. The body was a thick armored steel plate, and the back was pulled with a slender and thick missile launch tube. With the size of this launch tube, it was afraid that it would cause huge damage if it was just loaded with ordinary gunpowder. Wu Hung glanced at the body of the vehicle, which was written with Xuanwu 3. He didn't know much about this aspect, and was not sure whether it was the vehicle number or the missile number. When the base was completely under control, Chi Honkai asked someone. The 3 ghosts appeared beside him. Grenda asked, is this a precision strike missile? It should be this kind. The 3 ghosts had seen shells and bullets. They had also heard Wu Hung talk about some principles. The power of shells was so great, and this kind of exaggeratedly large missile might destroy a city. Xiao Xiao went straight into the missile and stuck half of her head out. There are so many lines inside. Wu Hung looked at her. Xiao Xiao, come out quickly. My heart is not good. Don't make trouble. What are you afraid of? Xiao Xiao said, but still flew out obediently. You are not afraid. I am afraid. Wu Hung covered his heart. Hee hee. I won't go over there. Uncle is really timid. Xiao Xiao smiled, then remembered something, half lying in the air, and analyzed, Uncle, will you not be able to go out in the future? What if other bases have such missiles? This is indeed a problem. It is hard to say whether other countries will have such thoughts in China. But it is not easy to achieve this. It is not enough to have missiles, and satellites must be used. We must pay more attention in the future. Try to be low-key. And now we also have satellites and missiles. Under the condition of mutual restraint, we will not act easily. Wu Hung said. Oh, I don't understand. Xiao Xiao said. After checking the armory, Wu Hung transferred a large number of skeletons to seal it off. After handling it, Wu Hung also followed Chi Honkai, mixed into the crowd, and looked at several departments here together. And the skeletons that he had arranged to study before were also rescued from the warehouse. When opening the warehouse door, Wu Hung felt sad. The skeleton was covered with dust, standing in the warehouse, watching the video projected on the wall. Damn it. If I don't kill them, I will feel sorry for the injustice suffered by the skeleton. He was busy until dusk. Wu Hung handed everything here to Chi Honkai, and returned to the dormitory building where the high-rise residents lived. He chose a suite room, opened the boundary door, and returned to Treasure Island. He walked out of the boundary door, released the 3 ghosts, and went to do his own things. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and the skeleton chef just brought dinner to the table. The maids looked over and greeted with a smile. Master, is there anything going on the island these 2 days? Wu Hung walked down the stairs. Andweir said, Master, Chief Lilith bought a property on the island. You were not here, and there was no time to report. Chapter 773. Holding an umbrella. Real estate? Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. Is Lilith planning to live on the island permanently? Why is she unwilling to leave after coming here? It's okay. You can't stop her from buying things as a leader. You don't have to worry about what she wants to do in the future. Just remember to report to me afterwards. Wu Heng said. Okay, master. Several people walked to the restaurant together and sat down. Wu Heng then asked, "What real estate did you buy?" "A mansion in the Snowburn district." And well answered. The Snowburn district is the area where Wu Heng rented when he first came to the island. They are all separate mansions, and some wealthy merchants and dignitaries live nearby. Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood. He and Lilith have a good relationship. Among all the leaders, he is the closest one. It is more beneficial to him in dealing with the affairs of the Holy See. In the past few days of contact, although he is indifferent, he is not as domineering as he seems. It's still easy to talk to. If you settle on the island, the possibility of discovering your secret is not high, and the main possibility is danger. Robe held the steak and asked while eating, "Master, will it affect us if Chief Lilith lives here?" "It's okay. Lilith is our ally. I go talk to her tomorrow," Wu Heng said with a smile. The few people continued to eat, and we are continued to talk about the situation on the island. The auction has been over for a few days, and the people who went to the island to participate in the auction have also begun to leave the island one after another. Although the commercial street and the cinema are still busy, the number of people has begun to decrease linearly. It is estimated that in another week, it will be almost back to normal. After dinner, Wu Heng called Zalagui. The main purpose was to ask about Lilith's purchase of real estate. Zalagui knew about this matter. In her opinion, this was just Lilith's temporary residence. She will not stay here for a long time. After all, she is the ruling leader and has her own race. Why does she always live in Treasure Island? The two chatted for a while, whispered some sweet words, and then hung up the phone. Wu Heng went upstairs and took a shower in the bathroom. After washing up, Wu Heng lay on the bed in the bedroom. He looked at the ceiling and pondered what happened yesterday. The Korean Central Station wanted to kill him with satellites and missiles, which was really unexpected. In the past, the tricks used on TV to kill the heads of hostile countries in the Middle East were almost used on him. "You really think highly of me." Fortunately, he went directly and destroyed the other side. Otherwise it would be a problem sooner or later. The Korean Central Station was incorporated, and the plan has changed a little. But it's not a big problem. Wu Heng's brain turned quickly, and he recalled the plan he had thought of before and sorted it out. The first point is that Benny upgrade has now reached level 19, and she will strive to reach level 20 in a short time to improve her overall strength. The second point is the plant growth potion ordered from the Wood Elves, which is used to increase the income of the grain fields in the zombie world. After this period of time, there should be results. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. I will ask the local representative tomorrow. The third point is the evolution of the Corpse King and the mass production plan of corpse cores, which must also be implemented. In the zombie world, these 3 points must be determined first. And in the other world, the biggest problem for you to encourage yourself is still the improvement of reputation. After a period of hard work, you have earned a lot of money, but the improvement of reputation is still limited. I have nothing but money. Putting his arms behind his head, he thought again about how to improve his reputation. Is there any way to buy it with money? After thinking about it, he didn't find a good way. At present, we still have to start from the Yeko Kingdom. The 5th princess occupied the city of Netale, which means that there is a conflict with the plan of the eldest prince. And the city of Rentam in the north has already started a war with the 2nd prince. The 2 princes who are most likely to sit on the throne have conflicts with themselves. The association has already intervened on the eldest prince's side, so it's best not to make any big moves. As for the 2nd prince, it's best to wait and see for the time being. If the war continues, it will easily attract attention. So, we can't move there for the time being. Let's wait until the association's investigation has results. On the Treasure Island side, Lilith bought a house on the island. A level 20 professional is indeed an unstable factor, but it may not be a bad thing if handled well. At least Lilith lives here, and the leader of the church will not come to make trouble unless he is looking for trouble. Maybe it can also promote Treasure Island. I still have to think about this carefully. And satellites and missiles. In the modern world, the Korean Central Radio Station itself has satellites in use. Can I also launch one in another world? Used to observe the enemy's movements. And whoever provokes me will be accurately attacked. As long as the hero is still in the flesh, it is impossible to survive under the missile. It's really feasible. It's not difficult to attack the headquarters. It's just a matter of a missile. This thing is feasible. And we need to find a way to implement it. I thought about everything again. I felt sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. In a dark mansion in Snowburn Street. The girl in a purple dress slowly fell from the sky and said to the air, "This is the new property I bought." "How is it?" "Why buy it? There are so many rooms in the island owner's mansion." Xiao Xiao floated aside. Lilith looked straight ahead and explained calmly, "We adults cannot live in other people's homes." Xiao Xiao nodded and continued, "Then it would be great if your uncle could give you a house that is closer to the island owner's mansion." "Is your uncle rich?" Xiao Xiao raised her head. "Just average. Just a mountain of money." Lilith felt a little funny and continued, "Won't your uncle notice you running out every day?" "I told him that I made a new friend. And my uncle asked me to get along with you well." Xiao Xiao followed and floated forward, adding, "My uncle loves me very much. You can see that. I take you to the room. It's not decorated yet, and it's a bit messy." "Okay." One person and one soul entered the house. The next day, the city hall. Wu Heng sat in the meeting room and waited for a while. The door was knocked, and the representative of the Starflower Chamber of Commerce walked in. He bowed slightly. "Master." "The island master." Wu Heng nodded and asked directly, "Any news about the formula and potion from the Wood Elves?" "There are two types of transactions with the Wood Elves. One is the potion. Wu Heng directly ordered a batch to increase the food harvest in the zombie world. The second is the formula of the potion. Wu Heng wants to buy the formula of the potion. But he needs to discuss this matter with the Wood Elves elders." The representative of the Wood Elves said respectfully, "Master, the finished potion will be delivered in the next 2 days. I will arrange someone to deliver it to the warehouse. As for the formula," the elders said that they still need to discuss it and cannot give you a reply for the time being. In other words, they do not agree to hand over the formula to this side. Wu Heng nodded. "Notify me in time after the potion is delivered." "Okay, sir." Wu Heng continued, "A pharmaceutical factory will be built on the island recently. Do you have any medicinal materials for sale?" The eyes of the Wood Elf representative lit up. "The pill exhibits have spread on the island. It seems that they will start purchasing medicinal materials and mass production. Of course, food and medicinal materials are our main export goods. If you order them, we can arrange the lowest price for you. There will be other chambers of commerce bidding. When the time comes, you will report the price to the city hall, and we will screen it." "Okay. We will calculate the price as soon as possible," the Wood Elf said immediately. At present, Treasure Island is almost the largest customer of the Wood Elves. The purchase volume of goods is more than that of previous major customers. I am also glad that I did not expand the conflict with Treasure Island before. But both sides took a step back and solved it properly. "Okay. Go back and prepare." Wu Heng nodded. The Wood Elf saluted again and left the room directly. Wu Heng also got up and walked out. Told Endwire about the matter. Put on his hood. And walked out of the city hall. Go to the association. The association is still lively. The hall is full of mercenaries and team members who are checking tasks and handling business. Wu Heng bypassed the hall and went to the dormitory building of the association. Standing in front of the door. Knocking on the door. After waiting for 2 seconds, the door opened automatically, and a cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Entering the room, I saw Lilith sitting at the table, reading a book in her hand. "Chief Lilith." Wu Heng saluted. Lilith looked up and glanced. "Come and sit down." The room was a little dim, and the curtains were closed. Wu Heng walked in, sat down on a chair opposite, and said, "I heard that Chief Lilith bought a mansion on the island. It's nice here. It's easier to come here after buying a house," Lilith said calmly. Wu Heng said, "The people living there are all chambers of commerce and dignitaries. I will arrange a mansion suitable for you. And I can arrange for someone to decorate it later," Lilith said lightly. "The one I bought is pretty good. You may not know much about the lives of wealthy merchants and dignitaries. There are always some dances and night activities, which are not so quiet." Wu Heng changed his way. Lilith raised her eyebrows, seemingly persuaded. "I have arranged a more suitable place for you, which is close to the island owner's mansion and more suitable for your status," Wu Heng said. "You are indeed very rich," Lilith said. "This has nothing to do with money." Wu Heng was stunned. Why did he mention money? "I will take you to see the new house." This time, Lilith did not refuse. "You go out first. I will change clothes and go out." "Okay." Wu Hung stood at the door and waited for a while. The door opened again, and a girl in a Lolita skirt stepped out. "Let's go!" "Where is the old man?" "He went to deal with some things." "We can go." When he walked to the door, an umbrella was handed over. "Hold the umbrella." Wu Hung put on his hood and opened the umbrella to block Lilith. The two walked out together. They got on a carriage waiting at the door and rushed to the arranged mansion. Chapter 774. Emerald Sea Unlimited Arc. The two sat in the car, with noisy streets outside the window. The car fell into a brief silence. Lilith was not a talkative person. Wu Hung thought about it and took the initiative to find a topic, saying, "The church is closed, and the two 18th level bishops should have left the port." At this time, Lilith raised her head slightly, and there was still no expression on her fair and tender face. Her tone was gentle. "They went to the association to find me before, but I didn't see them." It turned out that they went to the association to find Lilith. The sealed mouth was untied? Wu Hung was curious. Unless Saida comes back, they can only live like this in this life. Lilith smiled and said, "Saidu is the name of the religious leader." From Lilith's tone, it feels that this religious leader is quite powerful. "Did they go to the headquarters to receive the punishment?" Wu Hung asked. "Go to the headquarters. Someone will arrange the punishment according to the rules." "Is it severe?" Lilith looked up at him. "With the guarantee of the church and no substantial losses, it won't be severe." "What a pity." Lilith glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and then said, "So, having a backer and power is a necessary condition in any environment." Wu Hung also understood this truth. He belongs to the human race, and the heroes of the human race belong to the church. So he has never had a real backer. Lilith is actually one, but they only have some correspondence in private. Of course, now he is level 19, and the ghosts have reached level 20, and they are about to become someone else's backer, with the current strength. As long as he doesn't provoke two powerful targets, there is no problem in protecting himself. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. Perhaps Lilith also felt that she had said too much, and asked curiously, "How many stories are there in The Great Detective?" "Several unit stories, and there are several more in succession later," Wu Hung said. Lilith looked at him carefully. "At your age, can you have so much energy to solve the case?" Wu Hung said. "I have rich life experience." Lilith smiled and said nothing more. Wu Hung then asked, "Captain Lilith, do you also like to read detective stories?" "I read them occasionally to kill time." The carriage drove for a while, and slowly stopped. The two got off the carriage, and Lilith set her eyes on the building in front of her. It is very close to the island owner's mansion, and you can see the wall of the island owner's mansion when you look up. According to the original layout of the island owner's mansion is the residence of the Pirate King, and the row of mansions here are the residences of the important backbones of the fleet. However, after Wu Hung became the island owner, this place was not sold. It has been empty until now. Wu Hung introduced, "You live here first. The city is still expanding. I will arrange to build a larger mansion for you." She was deliberately separated from the residential area, mainly to ensure the safety of others. If there is a dance party next door, and this person is disturbed, I am afraid that everyone at the party will be silenced. Then the chaos will be huge. Lilith did not speak, but walked straight into the building, and Wu Hung followed behind with an umbrella. The layout of the building is relatively simple, not much different from the mansion in Snowburn Street, but it occupies a larger area and is wider. There are some weeds growing in the courtyard, and a fruit tree on the left is unusually lush. The two stood in the yard and looked at it. There was a slight knock on the door behind them. Then, the door opened, and two dwarfs carrying briefcases walked in with compact steps, saluted and said, "My Lord Island Master." Then, he looked at the delicate girl under the umbrella, and his eyes condensed slightly. The Island Master held the umbrella himself. He immediately saluted again and said, "Miss. Miss." He immediately saluted again. "No matter what your identity is, there is no problem in saluting first." Wu Hung introduced, "These two are designers on the island. If you have any needs, you can tell them, and we will decorate together." The two dwarfs still bowed to show humility. This little girl is indeed a big shot. The island owner even uses honorifics to speak to her. The island owner dares to beat even the prince. And the princess of the kingdom of Yek needs the island owner's help. This little girl must be above the royal family of the kingdom. Lilith nodded. "Come in with me." Several people entered the room together, And Lilith explained to the two designers according to her own ideas. Wu Heng stood at the door and waited for a while. Lilith came out again with the two dwarfs. Back to Wu Heng. Said, they will arrange the basic decoration. And I will arrange some furniture and accessories myself. I will have someone install the lighting and cooling props for you. That's fine. Do you want a theater for watching movies? Prepare an extra set of these. And I will take them away when the time comes. Lilith spoke softly. Wu Heng explained. These can't be used outside. They are all driven by a kind of energy that only Treasure Island has. Lilith narrowed her eyes and glanced at him. Then looked forward again without saying anything. Wu Heng said, Really? At this time, two dwarf designers walked out of the room. He bowed in front of the two people. My lord, miss, I have measured the dimensions. I will rush to work according to the requirements and arrange the furniture and facilities to enter the site. How long will it take to complete the decoration? Wu Heng continued to ask. The designer replied, 3 days. Hurry up. There may be some places that need to be modified later. Yes, my lord. Let's go back and prepare first. Wu Heng nodded, and the two turned and left. Chief, I will take you back. Wu Heng still held the umbrella and took the carriage with Lilith again. Wait to send Lilith back to the dormitory. Wu Heng will take the carriage again and return to the island owner's mansion. In the carriage, Wu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. In today's plan, the most likely problem is Lilith's side. It seems that there are no big requirements for the house. It seems that the other party will not live here for a long time, just as a temporary resident on the island. In short, it is good for Lilith to stay. It will be better if the house stays here and the people are not there. Return to the island owner's mansion. Minnie helped him take off his coat, shook it in the empty space, and asked, Master, is Lilith's side going well? It's going well. There will be a decoration team decorating the mansion outside in the next few days. If you have time, go and help watch it. Wu Heng said. Okay. Let Robe watch it later. Minnie said directly. No need. Just take a look in the morning and evening. There are decoration teams supervising there. Our island owner's mansion occasionally shows some attention. Wu Heng said. Minnie nodded. Robe also breathed a sigh of relief. He just showed up to take a look. It's okay. After chatting with the two maids, he asked them to prepare lunch. Wu Heng called the butler Zalagui. He told her about Lilith's change of house, so that she would have a better idea. The two chatted for a few more words, and hung up the phone. After lunch, Wu Heng returned to the study, called the three ghosts, opened the boundary gate, and went to the zombie world. Walking out of the boundary gate, the other side was the suite dormitory when he left. After releasing the three ghosts, he walked to the window and looked out. Among some busy people, you can see the old people in the original base. It seems that Chi Honkai has transferred more people here. Standing at the window and waiting for a while, the three ghosts flew back. There is no problem with the armory. The warehouse is closed, and the skeletons are also guarding it. Uncle, the missiles are all there. It's okay. Your girlfriend manages it well. And everything in the base is normal. There is no problem. The ghosts floated above their heads, reporting their respective situations. Wu Heng said, Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. And then arrange a vehicle to upgrade Benny level. Walk downstairs and go straight to the general manager's office building. Skeletons have been arranged to guard the stairs. When you walk up the stairs, you will see the female deputy sitting in your seat. Seeing Wu Heng going upstairs, the female deputy trembled and saluted and said, Chief, is Chi Honkai in there? Yes. Just go in. Wu Heng nodded, knocked on the door twice, opened the door and walked in. In the office, Chi Honkai was buried in some documents. When he heard the knock on the door, he looked up and smiled immediately. How is it? Wu Heng sat down opposite. Chi Honkai put the documents aside. The heads of various departments have been reappointed, and our people have also been arranged in, especially in the satellite communication area. I went to see it, and it is indeed clear who they want to find. So, I almost died. Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai said, I specifically consulted these people, and they can indeed find the target clearly. But the area is too large, and it is not that easy. But being watched all the time is very dangerous after all. That's true. Chi Honkai nodded, and then said, All the troops in the base have been disbanded. and all the city defenses and armed forces have been replaced by skeletons. The disbanded people have been scattered and placed in the transport team and rescue team. I plan to send some people to Sister Yang and enter the factory. That's fine. You can discuss it with Li Yang, Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai glanced at the documents on the sign and said, there is another problem. What problem? The living environment in the slum area is too poor. Once there is a fire or chaos, there may be bigger problems. I am considering whether to build houses in the winter, or to move the population to the city center like Shinfu City, where the houses and buildings are ready. Chi Honkai expressed his concerns. The places where refugees live outside are no different from shacks. It's actually not that bad now, except that there are more mosquitoes. In winter, I'm afraid a large number of people will freeze to death. So the living environment needs to be changed. Wu Heng said, we have also cleaned up the urban area. When the time comes, let the skeletons check it carefully again, and place them in a community. I think so too. Chi Honkai nodded. The base was finished. Wu Heng said, several technical departments should resume operations as soon as possible, especially satellite launch and control. The skeletons arranged before should continue training, and give them a set time to teach the skeletons basic operations. Okay. I arrange it right away. Wu Heng nodded. Chi Honkai saw that he had finished speaking and said, do you know the girl group? Yes. A singing and dancing team. There are a few members of the original girl group. Are you interested? Chi Honkai raised his eyebrows. Wu Heng squinted at her. You think so much about me? Interested? Chi Honkai said directly. Are there any photos? I don't really know what a girl group looks like. Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai came out with a tablet, sat on his lap, and began to call up the photos inside. Several women, wearing pajamas, made some seductive poses. Wu Heng took a look. Young, with a good foundation. But in terms of skin condition and temperament, the women in the other world can't compare at all. Even Chi Honkai, Li Yang and even Zhao Yanxiu can't compare. In terms of nutrition and medicine, a woman's condition can be changed. How is it? It's pretty. But I have you guys. Wu Heng patted his waist. Chi Honkai smiled and touched his face. You speak so nicely. Wu Heng continued, okay. Prepare a car. I will take the skeleton to clean up the zombies. Okay. Chi Honkai agreed. After arranging the vehicle, he took out a heavy and sturdy keypad phone. Satellite phone. No need to use the radio's public channel. It's really convenient. Wu Heng took it and shook it. It was still quite heavy. Then I'm leaving. Call me if you have anything. Wu Heng went downstairs, and a truck was waiting downstairs. Sitting in the passenger seat, a large number of skeletons gathered from the military camp area. Then, escorted by the skeleton army, they rushed out of the city, leaving the inner city gate. The truck and the skeletons entered a messy and narrow street with shacks on both sides. The sallow and skinny survivors scattered back to the shacks, revealing their eyes in the gaps. Some ragged survivors knelt down along the way, kowtowed to the convoy, and shouted thank you in other words. It seems that Chi Honkai propaganda is still effective. My reputation should increase. Leave the base. Leave all the way to the distance. When you get close to the location on the map, you can see zombies wandering around in the distance. Wu Heng puts on a mask, changes his appearance, and gets off the truck. The skeleton dog attracts the monsters, and the skeleton spear formation faces the zombies. A fierce fight begins, and wisps of residual souls fly into the sky. Benny rushes up and starts to devour the residual souls in the sky. During the intense devouring, Benny's experience is also increasing rapidly. It is estimated that after 1 or 2 more times, the upgrade can be completed. Gradually, the battle ends. Wu Heng commands the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, and he also begins to transform skeletons. After everything is handled, find a place to stay around and return to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. It rained a little last night, and the streets were filled with heavy humidity in the early morning. People got up early to busy themselves with their own things, and the streets gradually became lively. At this time, the newspaper man on a bicycle quickly came to his fixed intersection. Holding the leader's newspaper high, he shouted, the latest story of the great detective. The highest price of the potion auction is 50,000 gold coins. The hero of this department praised the outstanding people of Treasure Island and bought a mansion on the island. The busy crowd suddenly stopped, and the whole street seemed to be quiet. Today is the latest story of the great detective. And you can read news stories again. The matter of the potion option of 50,000 gold coins has also been circulated before. But the hero bought a mansion on the island? What is this news? A hero has come to the island. A level 20 hero will appear here? Hula! The crowd rushed up and rushed to buy newspapers again. The Golden Sail Tavern. The newspaper was on sale, and many people gathered in the morning, waiting to hear the latest story of the great detective. Sitting in the seat, I waited for a while, and then I saw the Bard Sabin in brocade clothes, holding a newspaper. Is Mr. Sabin telling stories today? I love listening to Mr. Sabin telling stories the most. Everyone whispered, "Good morning." Everyone. Sabin came on stage with a smile on his face, and full of energy. I know you all came here early in the morning to listen to the great detective story. But before we tell the story, let's read the news in the newspaper as usual, especially the most important one in the middle. As Sabin said, there was a discussion from the audience. When I came here, I heard that a hero came to the island. It seems that he bought a house. Mr. Sabin, tell me quickly, is it really related to the hero? Yes. We haven't seen the hero yet. Just as the audience was discussing, Sabin tapped the table with a bang. Take a deep breath and slowly say, "It has been confirmed that the leader Lilith of the headquarters has settled in Treasure Island and is working together for the safety of the island." Everyone in the audience was stunned. Who is Lilith? The leader of the association headquarters. You don't even know this. Level 20 heroes have come to live on the island. Oh my god. Is Treasure Island so powerful? Inside the association dormitory, Lilith looked at the newspaper in her hand, and her eyelids twitched when she saw the huge headline in the middle. The leader of this department moved into the Treasure Island and built the unparalleled Ark of the Emerald Sea. At this time, she really didn't want to lose anything. Yesterday, she gave a house away, and today she used herself to advertise the island's real estate. As a hero, she is also responsible for the safety of the island. Right? The old man's follower stood aside and said with a smile, "The owner of Wuhing Island does have a unique business mind." Lilith threw the newspaper aside. Naive. Chapter 775. Level 20. Deacon Study. Hillary held the phone, her tone full of seriousness. "Are you crazy? You're using Chief Lilith to advertise." On the other side of the phone, Wu Hung's voice came. It only said that the chief settled on the island, and didn't say anything else. Have you discussed this with Chief Lilith? No. Hillary covered her forehead. You're done. I can't save you. And your mouth will be sealed by then. What will you do? No. The newspaper only mentioned it vaguely. And you're going to seal my mouth? So cruel. Wu Hung's voice also rose a lot. I hire a sign language teacher for you. It shouldn't be difficult to learn. Damn. There's no need to consider it so comprehensively. I don't think it's that serious. Wu Hung continued. Zalogwi took a deep breath and said, "It has already happened. It depends on what Lilith thinks. If the leader is really angry, I will apologize then." Wu Hung continued. Zalogwi didn't have a good solution, so she could only say, "Let's see what happens first." After the two finished talking, they hung up the phone. Sure, Yali supported her chin on the side. "Why are you so angry?" "I don't think it's a big deal." Zalogwi rolled her eyes at her sister. "You have been brainwashed by him. You think nothing is wrong with him, isn't it? The whole Treasure Island is well managed by him. It's more comfortable to live in than the elves." Sure, Yali said with a smile. Zalogwi curled her lips, said nothing, and sat back in her seat. Island owner's mansion. Wu Hung put down the phone and sat back on the sofa. The newspaper published the content about Lilith settling on the island, which was also something they had thought about before. The purpose is also very simple. To send some signals to the outside world. The leader settled in a place, which must be very recognized by the comprehensive conditions here, which is exactly what Treasure Island needs. Not only to increase the publicity on the island and sell houses to the dignitaries at high prices, but more importantly, some high-level professionals and cults who have grudges with themselves. The church built a church on the island, which can reduce the number of wanted criminals on the island. The heroes settled on the island, which is enough to deter more people. It also saves me from worrying about the safety of the island every time I go out. Another point is that the closer the relationship between the church, Lilith and Treasure Island is, it is also sending a signal to the church. When the leader of the church comes back and wants to deal with me, he must also consider Lilith. I think I am unlucky. I have to guard against cults and enemies in front. And I have to guard against sneak attacks from the church in the back. The profession of necromancer is so stressful. I sat in the living room for a while. And it was calm. And Lilith didn't arrange anyone to find me. It seems that there is no problem. He stood up and stretched, saying, Minnie, I'm going upstairs. If anyone wants to see me, just tell them I'm out. Okay, master, Minnie answered from the other side. Wu Hung went upstairs and entered the study room, waited for the three ghosts to return, learned about the situation outside, and confirmed that there was really no problem. Let the ghosts come back. Open the boundary gate and go to the zombie world. Zombie world. Walked out of the boundary gate and released the three ghosts from the body. Walking out together, chatting casually. Sister Benny, is it almost level 20? Xiao Xiao asked. Benny said, I heard from Wu Hung that it should be almost there. It feels like it's almost there in the next 2 days. Uncle, is it almost leveled up? Xiao Xiao lay on Wu Hung's shoulder. Wu Hung glanced at Benny panel. It's almost there. If you work hard, it will be almost there today. Sister Benny is level 20. Our team has grown again. Xiao Xiao cheered. Yes. Then you will be 18 levels away. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao flew aside and said, Uncle is also level 19. And you are still talking about me. The three souls chatted and walked outside together. Wu Hung sat on the co-pilot of the truck and ordered directly. Keep going forward. The vehicle started, and the skeleton army followed along. After driving for a distance, corpses began to appear again in the distance. The skeleton dog ran over to attract the zombies, and the swarm of zombies rushed over and crashed into the skeleton spear formation. The sound of fighting resounded through the sky. Ghosts also slowly rose from the ground. Benny did not delay. Flew up and began to devour the residual souls in the sky. Time passed. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the entire area was shrouded in darkness. Only the blue fire in the skeleton's eye sockets kept flickering. Fierce fighting was still going on outside the car. Since Benny was about to upgrade, everything was speeding up. Wu Hung didn't even have time to eat, and he was clearing zombies all the way. This was the third wave of zombies that had been cleared today. Benny was also constantly devouring the remaining souls. But until now, there was no prompt for upgrading. Wu Hung was just about to open Benny panel to take a look. The system prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. Ghost upgraded to level 20. Agility plus 5. Intelligence plus 3. Perception plus 4. Charm plus 3. Unlocked feature, Legendary Heroic Spirit. Unlocked feature, Legendary Invisibility. Legendary Possession. Unlocked ability, Telekinesis. Hearing the prompt, Wu Hung was also happy. Looking in the air ahead, he saw Benny figure still shuttling between the residual souls, and her speed was even faster. Benny also felt her own improvement and flew back directly from a distance. With a somewhat excited tone, Wu Hung, I seem to have upgraded. Wu Hung nodded. Congratulations, Benny. You will be level 20 in the future. Benny's eyes were full of excitement. Level 20. A level that only appears in stories in the tavern. And one day, he can reach this level. The same level as those high-ranking leaders of the headquarters. Although excited, he still managed to smile. Thank you, Wu Hung. Thank you, Lady Glinda. Xiao Xiao. That's great. I also want to reach level 20. Xiao Xiao muttered. Benny smiled and said, when you unlock the unfinished business, you can reach level 20. I don't know what this is now. Xiao Xiao pouted. Wu Hung smiled and said, it's okay. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry, and my uncle can't level up either. Thank you for accompanying me. We are the best. Wu Hung pointed at the residual souls in the sky. Swallow all the rest, and then go back to rest. The three ghosts all flew out and began to devour the residual souls in the sky. Wu Hung opened Benny's attributes and took a look. Heroic Spirit. Level 20. Attributes, Agility 50. Constitution 34. Intelligence 41. Perception 45. Charm 38. Features, Legendary Heroic Spirit. Legendary Invisibility. Legendary Possession. Telekinesis. Ability, Psychic Vision. After reading the attributes, his brows slightly furrowed. He opened Granda's level 20 attributes again and compared them. When Granda was level 20, Telekinesis became Legendary Telekinesis Control, and Benny unlocked Telekinesis only after reaching level 20. In terms of ability, She also lacked the ability to steal the body compared to Granda. It seems that she has not improved as much as Granda. Think about it carefully. In fact, the problem is not that big. As long as she can reach level 20, and the attributes can suppress the enemy. The simplest and most efficient way for ghosts to kill is to possess and kill. Legendary possession and legendary invisibility are enough. Now Benny has also been upgraded to level 20. And only Xiao Xiao is missing. Next, we have to find a way to solve Xiao's unfinished business. The three ghosts devoured the residual souls. And there were not many zombies fighting below. Wu Heng directly ordered the skeleton army to move forward and kill the remaining zombies along the way. Then, it was the usual cleaning work. Wu Heng collected corpse cores and released dead corpse battlefield to transform all zombies into skeletons. After everything was done, he still found a house on the roadside, opened the gate, and went back to rest. When he returned to Treasure Island, it was already dark. After a simple wash, he went downstairs and asked the skeleton chef to prepare some supper. In order to upgrade Benny, he didn't even have lunch. While eating, he thought casually in his mind. Now he is level 19. And the three ghosts are 2 level 20 and 1 level 18. In this other world, it can be regarded as a force that cannot be underestimated. But now it seems that the level of his skeleton attendants is a bit low. Caxiu is a level 18 boxer. Although Karama has the blessing of the evil sword and has a high ability to kill enemies, his level is only 17. We still have to speed up the Corpse King. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom carefully, lying on the bed to rest. Chapter 776. Angry Lilith. The next day, at the port, Wu Heng took Andwire and several skeletons to board the Starflower cargo ship. The Wood Elf representative saw several people boarding the ship and walked over quickly to salute. Master Island Master. Miss Andwire. Has the potion arrived? The potion is on this ship. And the other two are loaded with grain ordered by the island. The Wood Elf said. Wire. Go check the grain and have someone move it to the warehouse. Yes, sir. Andwire nodded, took her skeleton attendant, and boarded another ship through the porthole. Wu Heng followed the Wood Elf representative and continued to the cabin. In the dim cabin, there were wooden boxes that were fixed and neatly stacked. The Wood Elf representative waved his hand, and immediately a crew member opened the wooden box, revealing the potion bottle inside. My lord, the goods you ordered are all here. When you use them, you need to add water according to the measurement, and then water them. Wu Heng nodded and said to the skeleton alchemist who came with him, take a few bottles for inspection. The skeleton alchemist came forward to check. Wu Heng then asked, what do the elders think about the formula? The Wood Elf was a little embarrassed. They just said they are still discussing it. Still discussing it. It feels like this is going to drag on with me. Wu Heng said, you can tell the elders and tell them directly if you have any concerns. After all, the cooperation between our two sides has always been good. Compared to buying finished medicines, Wu Heng prefers to buy the formula back. When mass production is ready, it will be much more useful than chemical fertilizers. By then, the food problem in the zombie world may be guaranteed. It also saves me from transporting supplies back and forth. The Wood Elf said, I will write to the elders personally, but the result depends on the plans of the tribe. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. The skeleton who checked the potion also came back, and the potion that was sampled was put back, which also meant that there was no problem. Wu Heng put all the potions into the space sachet and said, for the balance, you can go to the city hall to settle it normally. Understood, sir. The Wood Elf nodded. He walked out of the cabin and waited on the deck for a while. Andwire also came back and said that there was no problem with the grain, and arranged for workers to move the grain. The goods were confirmed. Wu Heng and Andwire got off the cargo ship together and took a carriage back to the central area. On the carriage, Wu Heng asked, Wire, is there any news about the livestock and animals that were ordered? I have contacted several of the ordering companies before, and they will be delivered in the next few days. Andwire said, tell me when you get there. Okay, master. Andwire smiled. Wu Heng smiled and said, with Ware handling it, everything is in order. Master is teasing me again. And we are pressed against his palm and acted coquettishly. The carriage stopped in the central area, and after Andwire got off, she returned to the city hall. Wu Heng continued to go to the island owner's mansion. The carriage stopped outside the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung got off the car and saw the mansion in the distance, with workers coming in and out. Walking over and looking inside through the gate, he saw the old man standing under the tree and the petite Lilith. The old man was still wearing a suit, like a straight pillar, holding a black parasol in his hand, and Lilith in a princess dress was below. Wu Hung looked over, and the two people under the tree also looked over. Leader Lilith, Wu Hung greeted softly. Lilith raised her eyes slightly and looked at him, but did not respond. The old man seemed to see Lilith's gaze, and looked at Wu Hung again, handing over the parasol. Island Master Wu Hung here just in time. I have something to deal with here. Please wait here with the young lady for a while. Wu Hung took the parasol, stood behind, and continued to hold the umbrella for Lilith. Is the leader still adapting to the island? There is a new movie coming out soon, and I will send a carriage to pick up the leader then. Have you taken the potion? The effect of the potion is still quite obvious. Wu Hung found several topics in succession, but Lilith still stood there. She had no intention of talking to him, and didn't even move. She just stared straight at the busy workers in front of her, scaring the workers, sweating profusely, and working unusually quickly. Wu Hung also felt the pressure. It's over. I'm really angry. The only leader who has a good relationship with him was also angered by him. Didn't the leader want to take some equipment from Treasure Island away last time? Wu Hung suddenly spoke. Lilith tilted her head slightly, still without saying anything. The equipment in the house cannot be taken away. Lilith turned her head back again. But I have a very cool and unique device that I want to give to you. I guarantee you have never seen it. Wu Hung said immediately. Chief, please come this way. Let's go and take a look. Give me a chance to correct my mistake. Lilith pondered for a moment, but still walked out. She walked out of the gate and came to an empty street on the side of the island owner's mansion. There was no one around, only some patrolling skeletons passing by. Wu Hung took out a black motorcycle from his space ring, patted the body of the motorcycle, and introduced it, the latest vehicle of Treasure Island, and it will not be sold to the public in the short term. Lilith frowned and glanced at the motorcycle standing in front of her. Bicycles are sold on the island, so it's not surprising that two wheels can move. But the one in front of me is a little different. I show you. Wu Hung sat on it. He twisted the throttle and rushed out instantly with a buzzing sound. Lilith's eyes suddenly condensed, and the hem of her skirt was slightly lifted by the airflow. Then, Wu Hung rode back with a buzzing sound and stopped in front of her. Come up and try it. I teach you. Wu Hung got off the car. He gestured with his hand. Lilith's eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. She glanced at the other person, but she still took his hand and sat on the car. With just two legs, she couldn't reach the ground no matter how hard she tried. Lilith looked down and saw Wu Hung's expression of holding back laughter. Her body gradually grew bigger, from a petite loli to a long-haired queen, and the hem of her skirt also became a short skirt, revealing her white calves. It was indeed Lilith in the memory fragment. After so many years, her appearance has not changed at all. What's next? Lilith said coldly. Her voice also changed from that of an indifferent girl to an unusually textured one. I tell you, don't move yet. Wu Hung began to tell her about the throttle, brakes, and how to control it. Then, he asked her to slowly turn the throttle. Slow down. Get used to it first. The motorcycle began to move forward slowly, and Wu Hung followed beside it, helping to hold the motorcycle, and slowly circled in the open space. After circling a few times, he slowly became familiar with it. The speed also increased rapidly, and it passed quickly on the road. The hem of the skirt was drooping in an unreasonable way, and the scene I wanted to see did not appear. After riding for a while, Lilith turned over. Her figure shrank and turned back to a lowly, and she put away the motorcycle casually. Then she walked back without looking back. Wu Hung immediately opened the umbrella and quickened his pace. Don't like the color? If black doesn't work, you can change it to other colors. Lilith quickened her pace again angrily. You can also change it to pink, and it will definitely be the most beautiful when you ride it out. I only have this one, and I give you all the good ones. I promise not to be angry. Wu Hung chased after her, muttering in his mouth. Lilith suddenly stopped, stretched out her finger, and pointed it at his mouth. Wu Hung grabbed the other's finger. No more. No more. Returned to the mansion. After standing under the tree and waiting for a while, the old man returned in a carriage. He took the parasol and returned to the association with Lilith. The carriage left, and the curtain of the carriage was lifted to look over here. Wu Heng waved goodbye to her. Returned to the island owner's house. Wu Heng said a few words to the maids, and then went to the zombie world. Benny has reached level 20, so there is no need to stay here. The rest of the cleanup work can be left to the skeletons. Walking out of the building, while organizing the skeletons to prepare for retreat, he took out the satellite phone and contacted Chi Han Kai. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. You go. Wu Heng said, I have to go to Shanfu port first, and then arrange a plane. I will return to Shinfu City tomorrow. Chi Han Kai said, okay. I will arrange it now. There are still people stationed in Shanfu port. You can go directly. Yes. Hang up the phone. Wu Heng got on the truck and returned directly to Shanfu port under the escort of the skeleton army. The sky was dim. The convoy and the skeleton army arrived near Shanfu port. The heavy door opened, revealing the Corpse King curled up inside. Still level 19. Glenda looked at the Corpse King and said, the Corpse King's body has expanded, and his limbs are frighteningly strong. Even the chains tied to his body left deep marks on his muscles. It was like a swollen steamed bun after being tied up. The Corpse King suddenly raised his head and looked at this side fiercely. He didn't roar or struggle, just looked at it. Wu Heng didn't say much, and directly released mansion technique. The stone door opened, revealing the electromagnetic cannon behind and the remaining empty space. Drag it in, Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton immediately grabbed the chain and pushed it into the mansion technique. At this time, the Corpse King began to struggle violently, and the chain was broken and creaked. After being dragged into the mansion technique, Wu Heng mind moved, and the heavy iron plates on all sides immediately appeared out of thin air. The Corpse King was tightly wrapped inside, leaving only the ferocious and roaring head. Then, artillery platforms appeared out of thin air around the iron plate. Densely packed machine guns were loaded and aimed at the Corpse King in the middle. The Corpse King's expression froze, and he closed his mouth. Chapter 777. Return to Shinfu City. Seeing that the Corpse King showed fear because of the machine gun, Wu Heng was also a little surprised. It seems that as the corpse core is fed, the intelligence of this Corpse King is getting higher and higher. It may not know the machine gun, but it should know that it is a weapon that can kill it. So it keeps quiet to avoid angering itself. No, this Corpse King may not have never seen the machine gun. The place where it was captured. The Korean rescue team arranged the army to attack there, and it must have used the corresponding modern weapons. Maybe it knew the power of the weapon and chose to keep quiet. Either way, it proves that the Corpse King's intelligence is increasing. I don't know if it will really evolve into an intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. By then, will it also belong to a new race? Just like the various strange races in the other world. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. And the guarding skeletons also followed into the mansion technique and guarded around the Corpse King. After confirming that there was no problem, he directly closed the mansion technique. All handled. Wu Heng walked out. Xiao Xiao floated on one side. Uncle, are we going back to Shinfu City? We take a plane back tomorrow morning. Oh, I go tell my mother first, Xiao Xiao said. Okay. Back to Shanfu Port Base. There are still people stationed here. After Wu Heng came back, the skeleton army went to the location where the army was stationed. He said a few words to the person in charge of the stationing, and then returned to his bedroom. Returned to Treasure Island. The sky got dark again. When I came back these few days, it was already dark, and the maids went back to their rooms to rest. Wu Heng ate something, took a bath in the bathroom, and returned to the study while wiping his hair. Glenda was reading a book, and Benny unlocked the telekinesis push, and could control the stylus to play movies on the tablet. Where's Xiao Xiao? Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea. She went to play with her friends. Benny said. Wu Heng sat aside, drinking tea and frowning, and asked, what industry does her friend work in? Why can you play with her so late at night? The other two ghosts were stunned. How about I go with you tomorrow to see if you can't lead the child astray? Glenda said. Not so good, Bernie. Ask when you have time. What do you play so late at night? Wu Heng said directly. Benny also nodded. Okay. I ask when I have time tomorrow. Wu Heng continued. Benny. After level 20, ghosts can try to learn some skills. There are spells of the Necromancer faction on the bookshelf. You can take a look when you have time. Really? I can also learn spells, Benny said with a smile. Theoretically. Yes. Wu Hung said, glancing at Glinda, who was reading a book on the side. Glinda noticed the other person's gaze and said to Bernie, "It's possible in Wu Hung theory, but I haven't learned any of them yet." Bernie looked a little withdrawn. "Mrs. Glinda hasn't learned it yet, so it's even harder for me. In terms of attributes, Glinda has higher intelligence and Bernie has higher agility. In addition, Glinda was born well and read all kinds of books at home before he died. Although Bernie can read, she works in a tavern. There is still a big difference. Just take a look. There is plenty of time anyway." "That's right." Bernie nodded. "You guys are busy. I'm going back to rest." Wu Hung drank the water in the cup, stood up and stretched. "Good night." "Rest early?" Wu Hung nodded, walked out of the study, and went back to the bedroom to rest. After lying on the bed for a while, he fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, the maids reported the situation on the island. Wu Hung went upstairs to the zombie world. Without the escort of the skeleton, he just got on the truck and went all the way to the Korean General Rescue Team base. A room in the base. Wu Hung said to Chi Han Kai, "I took the Corpse King from Sanfu Port. It's quite dangerous. I think it's better to kill it." Chi Han Kai was still a little cautious. "Some large shelters have reported that they are studying zombies. But I'm afraid that only my side is keeping a Corpse King and feeding corpse cores every day waiting for evolution. Maybe a new monster will be created." "Don't worry. It's okay." Wu Hung comforted. Chi Han Kai didn't say anything more. He took out 2 thick satellite phones from his backpack and said, "Satellite phones are for Li Yang and Gao Rong. You can contact them by phone if you have anything." In China, several bases have been connected to the telephone lines. But with Chi Han Kai, they can only contact by radio. The problem with radio is that everyone can enter the frequency band to hear the news. Just like a chat group. Now with satellite phones, some secret things can be said. Wu Hung put away the satellite phone and continued. "I leave this to you. Be careful with everything. Aren't you coming back?" Chi Han Kai raised her head, her eyes full of reluctance. Wu Hung patted his legs gently, and waited for Chi Han Kai to sit in his arms before saying, "There is a plane. And it only takes 3 or 4 hours to go back and forth. If you miss me, just fly over directly." Chi Han Kai pouted. "It's like a long-distance relationship. Why don't you come back with me? Be an honest wife?" Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Han Kai puffed out her chest. "I don't want to be supported by others every day. I still have a group of brothers under me. Look. Okay. I'm just afraid of missing you. So I take a plane to find you when the time comes." Chi Han Kai said with a smile. Not long after, the sound of the plane being ready came from the intercom. Wu Hung went downstairs with Chi Han Kai. Walked downstairs. Waving goodbye, Wu Hung got on the plane directly. After waiting in the plane for a while, Xiao Xiao came back. "Uncle, you are already on the plane. Have you said goodbye to your mother?" "Yes. I'm done." Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Hung smiled and said, "Let's go there first. If we stay there for a long time, we can pick up your mother." "Okay." Xiao Xiao smiled. The 3 ghosts were all around him. And Wu Hung said directly to the front, "We can take off and go to Yantong Airport." The plane started to start, and flew into the sky with a slight tremor. It took about 3.5 hours. The plane landed at Yantong Airport. Wu Hung continued to ride the skeleton flying dragon, and went directly to the military factory. The flying dragon fell from the sky, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Wu Hung turned over and jumped off the dragon's back, and walked directly to the office building on the side. At the same time, he took out the intercom here and called Gao Rong. As soon as he reached the door, Gao Rong came out from inside. "Chief." Gao Rong saluted. Wu Hung nodded and said, "How many machine guns have been made?" "According to the quantity, there should be 72 finished products." Gao Rong replied. "Take me there." "Leader. This way, please." Gao Rong led the way, and Wu Hung followed to the warehouse. On the way, Gao Rong also talked about the progress of the base during this period. Wu Hung didn't say much, but he could also hear that there was basically no breakthrough in progress since he came back last time. The significant developments were all incremental to the equipment developed before, all the way to the warehouse where the machine guns were stored. The door opened, and there were wooden boxes inside, and inside were brand new double-barreled machine guns. Gao Rong said, "Just assemble it, and it can be used normally." "Is it difficult to assemble?" Wu Hung asked. "It's not difficult. The gun body is assembled. Just connect the bracket and the ammunition belt, Gao Rong explained. Wu Heng nodded, put away all the machine guns, and then said, take me to the ammunition warehouse. Gao Rong continued to lead the way to the warehouse where ammunition was stored, and various types of bullets and shells appeared in front of him. Wu Heng didn't say much, and put it away directly. At the same time, he handed him the satellite phone and said, this is a satellite phone. If there is something important, you can contact me or other bases by phone. Gao Rong took it in his hand. I know. Leader. Is the train at the station? Take me to Xinfu City. I arrange it now. Wu Heng took the off-road vehicle and continued to the station and rushed to Xinfu City. On the train, there was a rumbling noise in his ears. Wu Heng took out the meat pie that Minnie prepared for him in the morning and ate it while lying on the chair. Glinda said, I went to several research laboratories, and the people there were not as motivated as before. Benny also said, it looks pretty idle here too. Let me see. Wu Heng said directly. The ghost entered the body, and the picture was shared. In the laboratory, the equipment was roaring and running, but no one was at their post. They chatted and drank tea, and some people were dating. No wonder Gao Rong's report has not made much progress during this period. It seems that life is good, and slacking off has become popular again. After reading it, Wu Heng released the ghost. Is it a bit slack? Glinda said. It seems that the military factory is doing too well, and they should reduce some personnel and supplies. Wu Heng said. When this base was first built, it was very different from today's situation. At that time, everyone was working hard. The things that were handed down would have results within a few days. Of course, Wu Heng was also at the military factory at that time, and no one dared to be too lazy. Although Wu Heng also understood the matter of slacking off at work. But now is not that time. People outside are taking on dangerous and physical work, and the military factory also has its own tasks. High-quality resources are provided to you, not for you to be lazy in the office. It's not enough to just arrange work. If it continues like this for a long time, you can learn from the association's model and arrange 1 or 2 inspections or business ratings. Granda suggested. It's worth considering. Wu Heng nodded. At 3 p.m., the train arrived in Xinfu City. Continue to take the off-road vehicle to the downtown office building. Unlike other places, Xinfu City is more like the city before. People's clothes are no different from before the end of the world. Some people talk to each other in groups, and they all have smiles on their faces. Wu Heng walked into the central office building. In the lobby building, the survivors lined up in a long line, signing in front of a wooden table to receive canned food. Wu Heng stood behind the crowd and took a look, then continued to walk upstairs. When he came to the office, he knocked on the door and pushed it open and walked in. In the office, Li Yong sat at the desk and looked up at the door. Frowning, she looked him up and down. What's the matter? Wu Heng took off his mask, revealing his original face. You don't even recognize me now, right? When Li Yong saw him, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she rolled her eyes at him unhappily. You're wearing a mask. Who knows who you are? Now I'm very careful when I go out, so as not to be discovered. Wu Heng sat down opposite. You're not a big star. Why are you so careful? Really? Wu Heng continued to tell the story of South Korea. After hearing that South Korea was going to use missiles to attack him, Wu Heng destroyed the other side's base overnight. Li Yong's mouth was wide open, and her face was full of surprise and disbelief. After a long while, he said, Oh my God! You guys are so fierce over there. You use missiles to fight directly. Yes. So I try to keep my whereabouts secret from the outside. Li Yong also nodded seriously. Well, don't attract missiles here. Heartless woman. Li Yong smiled and continued. The main station hasn't sent the talisman book yet. They really treat it as a treasure. Li Yong also asked seriously. Does the talisman work? If you're talking about that book, it's useless. What about the talisman? How should I put it? It can be a little psychological comfort. After all, it can be a little sustenance. Wu Heng said with a smile. The effect of the talisman is too small, and it really doesn't work. It's more like a psychological safety. Almost like praying. Li Yong rolled his eyes at him. You did it on purpose. I guess the main station is crazy about research, looking for the effect of this book. I'm just interested. Who knows they think so much? Wu Heng shrugged and said. The two talked about the situation. And Li Yong asked, "What are the plans for the next step? I can also prepare in advance." Wu Heng said, "I brought the medicine for promoting the growth of grain. And some purchased grain. Just right for you." Li Yong's expression was delighted. "Really? That's great. Let's go. Prepare a warehouse for me." "Okay." The two stood up and walked out together. Wu Heng first took out the boxes of medicine and placed them in a warehouse, and wrote the instructions for use on a piece of paper for Li Yong. Then, Li Yong arranged for people to move them. Wu Heng continued to go to the warehouse next door, and commanded the skeleton to move the grain from the warehouse in the other world. After everything was handled, he handed it over to Li Yong, and returned to the dormitory. The next day, 3 trucks sped on the road. The convoy slowly slowed down when it approached the Xinfu City prison. The convoy stopped at the gate of the prison, and Wu Heng, Li Yong and others got off the car. "I miss this place a little bit," Li Yong suddenly said. This was their base before, which was snatched from the prisoners in the prison. There were not many skeletons at that time, and they lost a lot when they attacked here. Now there are no survivors here. Only a group of skeletons are left to guard it. "Let's go in and take a look." Wu Heng led Li Yong and others forward. Approaching the gate, he shouted to open the door on the wall. The heavy iron door was slowly opened. Wu Heng walked in directly. The interior was still tidy. On one side were a large number of skeletons holding spears, and a huge black-haired giant spider could be seen among them. There were densely packed small spiders on its back. "You go check the vehicle first. I go in and take a look," Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded and directed the vehicle to drive into the gate for inspection. Wu Heng walked directly into a prison and opened the mansion's bell. Drag the Corpse King out. Chapter 778. The investigation team seems to have started a fight. The Corpse King in the mansion was dragged out by the skeletons. The moment he was dragged out of the stone gate of the mansion, the iron plate wrapped around his body disappeared, leaving only circles of chains. The iron plate disappeared, and the Corpse King seemed to see hope. He suddenly stood up and began to struggle violently, throwing the skeletons who pulled the chains away. It crashed against the walls around. The skeletons quickly turned over and stood up, holding axes, and rushed over to chop. The Corpse King was still bound by the iron chain and couldn't even take a step. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground under the chopping of the skeletons, and roared angrily. After more than 10 axes, the Corpse King also became obedient and was dragged into the prison cell with blood. The cell was about 20 square meters, and all the supplies and utensils inside were cleared out. The Corpse King was thrown in the middle, and the skeleton followed him in and continued to guard closely. Wu Heng took out the corpse core and handed it to the skeleton. "Continue to feed it the corpse core." The skeleton took one directly from the plastic bag, and stuffed it into the mouth of the Corpse King. "Close the door." Wu Heng left the single room and said directly. The iron door was closed, and the scene inside was isolated from the outside. Unlike the iron fences of the prison in the other world, the cells in the modern world are all solid iron doors. There is a narrow horizontal observation hole in the middle. Open the observation hole, and you can see the scene inside. The solidity should be safer. After the Corpse King was dealt with, Wu Heng took the skeleton and walked around several prison areas along the way. The prison is divided into different prison areas, each of which has more than a dozen different types of cells. And the cells are divided into single rooms and multi-person rooms. Wu Heng is a little unclear about what kind of criminals live with multiple people, and what kind live with single people. What he thought in his mind might be divided into serious criminals, or ordinary criminals. After opening all the cells and taking a look, he had a general idea in his mind. He walked out of the prison area, and called Li Yong over using the satellite phone. He also called the electrician skeleton, and the welding skeleton. In the office, Wu Heng took the map of the prison area and explained the transformation plan to several technical skeletons. After the explanation, he asked them to go down and prepare, and they could start work at any time. After the technical skeleton left, Wu Heng looked at Li Yong again. "Do I need to do anything?" Li Yong asked. Wu Heng said, "The materials needed for the skeleton work. You can arrange someone to deliver them when the time comes. The personnel should be reliable and can keep the secret. Don't worry. The clay doll you gave me is still here. I can find out who is talking nonsense," Li Yong said directly. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then said, "Are there many cameras in the warehouse?" "Quite a lot," Li Yong said. "Bring some over. Let skeleton install one in each cell." It will be convenient for observation. Okay. Li Yong agreed. And then said, by the way, do you need smart home? Electric curtains, sweeping robots, etc. I got a lot of these. And they are all gathering dust in the warehouse. Bring some. I want to experience smart life too. Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded. And then said, aren't you going back with me? Let Skeleton do the work here. I won't go back yet. So I don't waste time on the road. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Li Yong continued to talk. Stood up and said, let's go. I help you clean up in your dormitory. You are so frivolous. You don't look like a leader at all. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders and walked out together. You are the best. Slippery. I don't know who you learned it from. The two went upstairs, and Li Yong helped to tidy up the room that had not been occupied for a long time. It was not until the afternoon that Wu Heng stood in front of the gate and waved goodbye. Li Yong led the convoy away. When he could no longer see her, Wu Heng returned to the prison and asked the skeletons to close the gate. In the following time, Wu Heng rearranged the defense of the entire prison. Machine guns and machine guns were added to each wall, some facing the outside to defend against the enemy, and some facing the inside to prepare for the cultivation of corpse cores in the future, accompanying the skeletons until dusk. Only then did he let the skeletons continue to work. And he returned to the dormitory and continued to return to Treasure Island through the dormitory. Walked down from upstairs. Minnie and Rob were directing the skeletons to collect the quilts drying in the courtyard. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, he immediately said, Master, wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Well, is there anything going on the island these 2 days? Wu Heng sat down on the sofa. Rob immediately trotted over and brought a cup of tea. Minnie said, nothing happened on the island. But Sister Shannara sent a message through the radio this morning. Shannara? Since the auction ended, Wu Heng hasn't contacted Shannara for a while. She took the initiative to contact me this time. What happened in Nidal City? It's been a while since I last saw Shannara, but I still miss her. I go upstairs and take a look, Wu Heng said. Minnie continued, Master, do you want to eat anything? I asked the chef to add a few dishes. Nothing. Just arrange it. Okay, Master. He went upstairs and walked directly into the radio room. He looked at the record books in front of each radio station one by one, except for some complaints from Philippa. Only Shannara left a message. Wu Heng picked up the microphone and tried to say, Shannara, can you hear me? Soon. Shannara's voice came from the other side. I'm here. Why weren't you here this morning? I went out to do some things and just came back. How are you? Wu Heng explained and asked directly. Everything is fine. I accompany the fifth princess to deal with some things every day. After a slight pause, Shannara continued to ask. The association investigation team seems to have made some progress. Do you have any information? Wu Heng said. Treasure Island is a bit far away from there. There is no way to pass the news here immediately, and the investigation team may not reveal any information to me, Shannara said seriously. A group of resident association members were withdrawn from the direction of the kingdom. There are rumors that the headquarters investigation team and the sect, as well as some hostile forces, have taken action. Taken action? Wu Heng's eyes also condensed. Is the news reliable? Not sure. Just some gossip. But judging from the actions of the association in the city of Nidal, there is a possibility in this regard. Brittany asked me to ask you if you have any information, Shannara said. Wu Heng's brows were still frowning. In terms of time, the investigation team should have also contacted some forces within the kingdom. However, whether there was a real fight, there was really no way for him to receive news. The leader of the only flying fish pirates, who was arranged to go in, was also in a free-range state, and no one paid much attention to him. And it was difficult to pass any news out because he was lurking in the sect. Is Brittany with you? Wu Heng asked. Brittany is the fifth princess, who is now in charge of the city of Natalia. No. I will tell her about any arrangements later, Shannara said. Wu Heng continued. I have received some news here, and it depends on whether you can get any useful information. Isn't Lilith the leader on the island? She is in charge of the association's intelligence, so there should be some news, Shannara suddenly mentioned. Lilith. Wu Heng suddenly hesitated. Hearing that the tone here was wrong, Shannara asked in confusion, why? Did she leave the island? Still on the island. But she was angry with me recently. Wu Heng told the story here again. Although the motorcycle was sent out, the other party still looked angry. Wu Heng felt like he had given the motorcycle away for free. Shannara was speechless. You should be the first one who dares to promote the leader like this. Didn't you tell me to expand the publicity of Treasure Island? Stop talking nonsense. I didn't ask you to use the leader for publicity. Shannara immediately denied it. And then said, do you want to make a will first and give me the island? Heartless woman. Wu Heng snorted. Shannara stopped joking and continued. Pay attention to your relationship with the leaders. The religious leaders have some prejudice against you. If there is another one, it will be even more difficult. It's not that serious. I gave a gift at the time, and the relationship can be eased. Wu Heng said. Shannara didn't say much, and continued to instruct. Let's inquire about both sides. If there is relevant information, tell each other. Okay. Then, the two whispered to communicate with each other. Then, they hung up the communication. Wu Heng returned the location to the skeleton, opened the door again, and went downstairs. Walked down the stairs. Andreville and Annette also came back from outside. Dinner was served on the table, and several people sat at the table and started to eat dinner. After filling their stomachs, Andreville put down the tableware and said softly, Master, Chief Lilith moved into the mansion you arranged this afternoon. The decoration of this world is still simple, and it was completed in a few days. Have some equipment been installed? Wu Heng asked. Installed, tested, and can be used normally. Wu Heng also put down the tableware and asked curiously, Chief Lilith, are you satisfied with these? Nothing said. I should be satisfied, Andreville said uncertainly. Lilith really gives people the feeling that she rarely speaks. Wu Heng is okay, because he is only one level lower in level, and he doesn't think that a level 20 hero is that high. But in the eyes of ordinary professionals, she is a heaven-like existence. It's okay. Minnie will pick some gifts later, and I will go to visit Chief Lilith tomorrow. Okay, Master. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to continue training. Wu Heng thought about it, and still picked up the phone and dialed the number of Zalagwi residence. Zalagwi voice came from the other side. I am Zalagwi. I am Wu Heng. Wu Heng. What's wrong? Zalagwi tone softened immediately, and the seriousness at work was gone. Wu Heng leaned against the edge of the table and asked, have you received any information about Natalia City recently? No. Has anything happened in Natalia City? Zalagwi also became a little serious. I just asked, but I didn't receive any news. Haragwi's tone relaxed, and she complained. I thought something had gone wrong again. Wu Heng smiled and said, Leader Lilith has moved into the mansion. Let's go and congratulate her on her move tomorrow. Okay. Let's do it in the afternoon. Do you want to bring any gifts? Haragwi agreed readily. Wu Heng thought for a while. I help you prepare. There are still many things said by those merchants before. Okay. Then I leave it to you. Call me tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng still leaned aside, with his relationship with Zalagwi. If there was any news, it would be impossible to hide it from him. There should be no news that has reached Treasure Island. Let's see if there is any information from Lilith tomorrow. Looked in the direction of the training room. Wu Heng went upstairs directly and returned to the study. In the study, Glenda and Benny were busy with their own things, and Xiao Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Wu Heng sat down and said to Granda, Sayonara sent a message saying that the headquarters investigation team may have fought with the sect, but the authenticity of the news is uncertain. Benny looked over. Granda said, Is it the investigation team led by a religious hero? It is very likely. There is no accurate information. Wu Heng said. Granda said, If it is really a religious hero, he will not have the energy to target Treasure Island. Wu Heng lowered his voice. Do you think he will be beaten to death outside? Granda also understood what he meant and lowered her voice. It is unlikely. At most he will be injured. Both of them spoke in a low voice, as if they were afraid of being hurt at home. Pray? Who are you praying with? Are you walking into a trap? That's right. Wu Heng looked at Benny again. Did Xiao Xiao go out to play? Benny said. She went out. I asked her friends. Xiao Xiao said her friends also like to go out at night because of their race. Prefer night? Race? Wu Heng frowned and looked at Glenda beside him. The latter also looked at him with some surprise. Treasure Island is suitable for races at night. Plus there is time to make friends. Glenda said. Do you want to tell Xiao Xiao? No. It's good for them to make friends. as long as they are not bad people. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "It can be basically confirmed that it is very likely Lilith. I don't know how the two of them can play together when they are so different in age. But this is not a bad thing." At the beginning, Wu Heng didn't let Xiao Xiao and Benny avoid Lilith because he was afraid of any danger. After all, the two ghosts were slightly lower at that time. Now I feel that Lilith is a good person, and Xiao Xiao has no problem in getting in touch with her. Another point is that Xiao Xiao can really get along well with Lilith. It will also be good for me. Bring them closer. After confirming that there is no problem, Wu Heng stood up and said, "Okay. I'm going back to rest." The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng directed the skeletons to rebuild a prison in the prison. Li Yan also transported various materials from outside. As for work, skeletons who are proficient in using tools are more efficient than humans. In some special environments, they can also work normally. He stayed in the prison until the afternoon, and Li Yan left with the convoy. And Wu Heng returned to Treasure Island. He said that he and Zalogui would visit Lilith. Waited for a while at the island owner's house. Zalogui and Yali came in a carriage, and Wu Heng distributed the prepared gifts to the two. Then they went to Lilith's mansion together, standing at the door and knocking on the door. Soon, the gate opened, and the old man in neat clothes looked out. Island Master Wu Heng, Deacon Zalogui, Assistant Yali. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Is Chief Lilith here? Please wait a moment. The young lady is resting. I ask for instructions," the old man said, and then turned back to the house. He soon walked out again, and the gate opened. "Come in." Wu Heng followed the butler into the building. Stepping into the gate, he saw Lilith sitting on a red classical chair. A pair of eyes also looked outside. Chapter 779. "You won't stab me, will you?" Lilith's face was cold, and she glared at Wu Heng as she glanced at him. Wu Heng pretended not to see it, and followed the old man's servant into the living room. "Chief Lilith." The three of them bowed slightly. Lilith nodded gently. "Sit down." The gift was handed to the old man, and the three of them found a seat and sat down. The old man took the gift and walked aside, and began to prepare tea and snacks. "Chief, are you used to living here?" Zalogui was the local deacon and spoke first. Lilith said lightly, "It's just a temporary residence. It's not bad." Zalogui nodded and continued to find topics to chat with Lilith. Wu Heng and Yali. One was not liked by Lilith, and the other was just an assistant, so she could only smile and rarely speak. After chatting for a while, the scene suddenly became a little quiet. Zalogui didn't find a new topic, and Lilith also sat in her seat and remained silent. Zalogui glanced at Wu Heng. The latter took a sip of the teacup. "This tea tastes good. Did the leader bring it from the headquarters?" Lilith took the cup and drank the tea. After a long while, she slowly spoke. "Some tea leaves collected from various places. If you like, you can take some with you when you leave." "Thank you, leader." Wu Heng thanked him and felt relieved. Lilith was willing to talk to him, and it seemed that her anger had subsided a lot. She said, "Leader, Treasure Island has been supplying necessities to Nettle City. I don't know how long it will continue to supply. We can also arrange the subsequent procurement of supplies here." Lilith glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Supplies continue to be supplied. Things over there are not over yet." She really received information from Nettle City. Wu Heng continued, "How is the progress of the investigation team? What do you want to know?" Lilith spoke calmly. She looked like a lowly, but her behavior was like a queen who was high above. There was a sense of contrast. Wu Heng didn't waste words. Too much indirection would make people feel hypocritical. He simply asked directly, "I just want to ask the investigation team, how is the progress over there? Does the royal family have any relationship with the cult?" Lilith replied, "The investigation team has already had some contact with some members of the sect." Contact with the sect? Lilith didn't say it directly, but combined with Shannara's news, the possibility of both sides taking action is very high. The association arranged a leader to lead the team, and mobilized so many high-level professionals, which is not reasonable in the past. In addition, the previous Zuinching church dared to kill the local deacon, and it was not easy to mess with the master. "What about the leader Saidu?" Wu Heng asked. "Interested in him? Just ask, or wait for him to come back, so that we can be prepared." Wu Heng said, "I can't come back in a short time. He is busy over there," Lilith said calmly. Wu Heng smiled. "That's good. Lilith hesitated to speak, and the look she cast over seemed to say, "Look at your achievements. You elves should know more about plants. Help me plant some flowers and plants in the garden." Lilith spoke again. Several people went to the courtyard together to discuss planting some flowers and plants in the front and back courtyards. Shiryali is more proficient in this aspect. The flowers and plants in the deacon's mansion were also selected and planted by her. When they arrived in the courtyard, it was Shiryali who was talking about the selection of some plants. Lilith listened carefully. They chatted for a while in the mansion. Lilith asked the old servant to pack some tea for each person, and the three of them said goodbye and left directly. Walked out of the mansion. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Lilith's cold personality was still a bit stressful to get along with. Zalagwi and Shiryali were very nervous when chatting with the leader. After all, they had to be careful when speaking to avoid negative effects caused by improper words. Wu Hung felt that Lilith was not so angry, but the anger in his heart was not completely gone. Fortunately, he found out some news about the city of Nitalii. The investigation team that went to the kingdom of Yeko did indeed come into contact with the sect there. Moreover, it is very likely that a battle has already occurred. But the religious leader seems to be fine, and is still leading the team to investigate. If he is injured or the enemy is too powerful, Lilith will not say that the other party is busy there, and cannot come back in a short time. This religious leader is not good either. I thought that the leader could directly scare off those sect members when he went there. And he just went hard. Should I provide them with some weapons, and kill them with a borrowed knife? Forget it. In the current situation, it is best not to drag myself into the water, and sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Wu Hung, come to our place for dinner. Don't go back to the island owner's house. Shiryali suddenly spoke. Shilagwi also looked up, with some questions in her eyes. Wu Hung thought about it, and realized that he really had nothing to do. And it was time for dinner. Okay. Shiryali will cook again. Both women smiled. And Shiryali said, "What's the trouble? You can come every day if you want. Let's go. Go back early and eat early." Wu Hung waved and said, "Come here. I teleport over." "Ah? How to teleport?" Shiryali was curious. Both women had seen Wu Hung teleport, but they were still a little unclear about how to do it. "Stand next to me." Closer. The two women were on the left and right. Shilagwi hugged his arm, and Shiryali hugged his waist directly. Wu Hung snapped his fingers lightly, and the magic circle appeared under the feet of the three people. The moment the magic circle was formed, the figures of the three people disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, they had returned to the steward's mansion. Shiryali exclaimed, "Wow! It's so convenient." Shilagwi pushed her. "Go prepare dinner." "I know. Is there anything Wu Hung wants to eat?" Shiryali asked with a smile. "Whatever you want. With your cooking skills, everything you cook will taste good," Wu Hung said. Shiryali smiled even more. Wu Hung is still good at talking, unlike some people who are picky about food and drink every day. Shilagwi curled her lips and pretended not to hear. The three of them entered the house together, and the two sisters went back to their rooms to change clothes. Shiryali went directly to the kitchen, and Shilagwi accompanied him to chat in the living room. The association has updated some wanted criminals recently. "I show you," Shilagwi said, taking out a tablet from the space ring and flipping through the wanted pictures in the album. Wu Hung pulled her in front of him, resting his chin on his shoulder, and also looked at the wanted criminals above. The level is not high. There are basically no wanted criminals on the island. It is still useful for you to put the matter of Chief Lilith in the newspaper, Shilagwi said. "I knew it would work." Wu Hung reached into the elf girl's clothes, untied her bra, and held her exaggerated roundness. Shilagwi looked at the kitchen vigilantly and said, "Are you crazy? Shiryali saw you. Be careful. Keep an eye on her." Wu Hung kissed her neck lightly and stroked every inch of the elf girl's skin with his hands. Shilagwi wanted to stop her, but was afraid that she couldn't get away with it. She looked at the kitchen, her body tense. After a while of tenderness, Shiryali's voice came from the kitchen to notify her to eat. Shilagwi jumped up suddenly, adjusted her dress, glared at Wu Hung again, and walked towards the restaurant together. Time was tight, so it wasn't that rich, but it was still pretty good. Shiryali took out fruit wine from the wine cabinet and sat down on the other side of Wu Hung to fill his glass. "There's a lot at home. Take some back when you leave." Shilagwi looked at the full glass and complained, "You have such a low alcohol tolerance. But you always want to drink." Wu Hung finally came once. And there was nothing to do. Why are you so distressed? Shi Yali said with a smile. Nonsense again. Shi Logui rolled her eyes at him. Everything was ready. And dinner officially began. The three of them ate and talked. And occasionally the sisters laughed. After dinner, the sisters were also slightly drunk, leaning on his shoulders on the left and right. This nectar wine tasted sweet, but the alcohol would rise after drinking it. And Wu Hung also felt his face swollen. It seems that he did drink a little too much today. He gently touched Zalagui, who was resting on his right shoulder, and said, How is it? Are you okay? Zalagui raised her head. Her white and tender cheeks flushed, like a ripe peach, with a drunken blush. When Wu Hung called her, she hummed softly, raised her head gently, and closed her eyes gently to wait. Wu Hung gently lifted her chin and overlapped her lips. Zalagui became more and more emotional, and moved forward more and more. She stretched her hand through his clothes and began to touch his chest. Wu Hung moved away a little and said, Sure, Yali is still here. It's okay. She sleeps very deeply. What the hell? Wu Hung said. Send her back to the room first. It's not comfortable to rest here. Zalagui nodded. Let's go. Send her to the room first. Wu Hung picked up Shiryali, followed her upstairs, and sent her to a room. After settling down, the two walked out. Zalagui took him into the opposite room, and they kissed each other directly. Soon they took off their clothes and lay on the bed. It was late at night. Squeak! The door opened. Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door. Shiryali, wearing a light blue lace nightgown, opened the door and walked in. It's over. Zalagui insisted that Shiryali slept deeply, and it was okay to stay overnight. The quilt was blocked in the middle of the night. It felt like doing something bad with the other girl and being caught by the parents. Wu Hung still closed his eyes, feeling a little nervous. In his perception, Shiryali's footsteps stopped in front of the bed, as if she was standing by the bed and looking at him. She wouldn't stab him. Chapter 780. Congratulations to the city lord. No. I feel that Shiryali likes me very much. So she shouldn't kill me. Just when I was about to open my eyes, I felt a strand of hair falling on my cheek. Then came the cold and soft lips, kissing my lips. Wu Hung opened his eyes. Shiryali sat on the side of the bed, kissing him gently. When the two separated, their eyes met. Shirya. Shoo. Shiryali made a gesture to keep quiet, then got on the bed and got into the quilt from the outside. Shiryali felt a little crowded and looked out in a daze. Shiryali's body also stiffened. And then she said softly, It's okay. It's my sister. Yeah. Shiryali continued to turn to the other side to sleep. Shiryali leaned in his arms on the other side. I don't know what's good about you. You're doing it again under the influence of alcohol. Wu Hung also said softly. What else can I do? Shiryali said helplessly, her cold fingers gently stroking the muscles of her chest. Wu Hung hugged her. How do you explain to Zalagui? My sister? I'm not afraid of you. So what are you afraid of? Wu Hung looked at her again, turned around and lifted up Shiryali's shirt. He was very careful. When his hand touched her, Shiryali shook her head. It will be yours from now on. Wu Hung did not force her. Let her rest her head on his other shoulder, and fell asleep. Early morning. Zalagui widened her eyes and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Shiryali also shouted, What do you say I did? I'm your sister, and I'm at a disadvantage. I think you're crazy. I'm going to tell your mother. Zalagui said angrily. Look who Mom is talking about. You let a man stay at home. Shiryali continued. Why didn't you say anything about Wu Hung just now? Shiryali said, He is a mage. He drank so much wine. I didn't wake up. How could he react? Shiryali said again, What should we do now? Shiryali also sat there in a daze. Shiryali sighed softly and hugged Shiryali in her arms. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. I don't want this. You helped me kill him. For my innocence. Shiryali's angry eyes instantly turned into surprise. What are you doing? Why kill him? Wu Hung left the deacon's mansion. His heart was still pounding. When he got up in the morning, as expected, the two quarreled directly in the room. Wu Hung also wanted to stay and persuade them to stop fighting. But Shiryali and Shiryali told him to leave it alone and leave first. He could only leave in disgrace, feeling like he would just pull up his pants and leave. Drinking is harmful. Wu Hung muttered. He also returned directly to the island owner's mansion. As soon as he entered the living room, Minnie said, "Master, Sister Weir said that the last batch of wild animals purchased has arrived." "Okay." Wu Heng walked to the phone and called the city hall. "Soon." And Weir's voice came from the other side. "Master, the last batch of animals purchased last night was delivered and stored in the warehouse of port number 2. I go there now." "Okay, Master." After hanging up the phone, he simply washed up and left the island owner's mansion again. Arrived at the warehouse area of port number 2. The door opened, and a foul smell of animals came to the face. The warehouse was full of various iron cages. Some were covered with canvas, and some were directly open, exposing the tired and listless animals and wild beasts inside. Wu Heng roughly checked it, then asked someone to close the door and open the boundary gate from the prepared door inside. Let all the skeletons be moved to the other side of the boundary gate. Wait until all the iron cages are moved in. Wu Heng also followed him to the zombie world, took out his phone, and called Li Yong. The other party answered quickly. "Hello. It's me. What's wrong?" Li Yong asked. Wu Heng looked at the iron cage and said, "Last time you said the poultry you raised had arrived. When will you come to pick it up?" Li Yong said directly. "The convoy is on the way. I will arrive there at noon." "Okay. We talk about it then." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng looked back at the cages. There are 2 types of animals purchased. For the survivors to raise, there are white rabbits, colorful-tailed chickens, star-spotted deer, and giant-tusked pigs. Of course, the number of these purchases is large, and some will be reserved for corpse core experiments. There are only 3 types of wild animals: hyenas, giant bats, and iron-mouthed crocodiles. They are completely used for experiments. Carry them and follow me. Wu Heng walked into the cell and began to assign cells to these wild animals. Ratam City. When Manshaw sat on the throne, holding the baby in her arms, humming softly while feeding. At this time, a voice came from the side of the corridor. "Madam, there is someone outside the door, saying that it is a representative of the Yek Kingdom." When Manshaw raised her eyebrows. "Representatives from the Kingdom of Yeko?" During this period, it is rare to see any representatives coming. She handed the burp baby to the skeleton ghost woman beside her, straightened her clothes, and said, "Take him to the living room. Let the skeleton guard him, and strengthen the guard." "Yes, madam." Soon, the servants of the city lord mansion came in with 2 people. The tall and thin figure walking in front, wearing a gorgeous dress, looked more like some dignitaries, and the person following behind had a serious expression, bulging on his body, and seemed to be wearing armor. He should be a guard. The 2 were taken to the living room and bowed. "Lord, City Lord." When Manshaw stretched out her hand to gesture to the sofa opposite. "Please sit down." The sofas were kept at a certain distance, so both parties could talk normally without any danger. "A few years ago, I came to Ratam City once, but it was not as big as it is now," the tall and thin man said with a smile. When Manshaw didn't want to talk to him about this, so she asked directly, "Do you represent the Yek Kingdom?" "Yes." "The eldest prince or the second prince?" When Manshaw asked. The 2 people on the opposite side frowned instantly, seemingly not expecting that when Manshaw would know this. After all, the eldest prince's power is in the south, and it is difficult to spread here. "The second prince," the other party said. When Manshaw nodded. "What do you want to say?" "You can say it. In fact, there are some guesses about the other party's purpose in my heart. It's nothing more than peace talks. Wu Heng asked me to suspend the attack, so I can talk to the other party first, delay time, and listen to what the other party wants to do." The tall and thin man smiled and said excitedly, "We came here this time, of course, to tell you a great thing." "Oh, tell me," the other party said directly. "His Royal Highness the Second Prince is in love with you and wants to marry you as his wife, the future queen of the Yek Kingdom." When Manshaw frowned instantly. Zombie world. Prison. Wu Heng sat at his desk, with a group of skeletons arranged beside him. Among them, there were alchemical skeletons, and more than a dozen skeleton investigators of slightly higher levels. Wu Heng gave the skeletons instructions on the experimental tasks, but he was not sure if they would work, so he gave them instructions in detail. Beep! At this time, the sound of car horns came from the gate. Looking out the window, he found that the convoy had arrived. "Okay, that's it. You can use the equipment and rooms here as you like. Remember to complete the records. The higher-level skeleton saluted and left. Wu Heng also went downstairs and walked towards the convoy. Chapter 781. Conspirator. As they approached the convoy, Li Yong also came over and said, "Where are the poultry you mentioned?" "Here. Have someone sorted out in the car compartment," Wu Heng said. Li Yong turned around and waved her hand, and the survivors who were accompanying her began to sort out the back of the truck. The materials that were transported were moved into the warehouse, and some things that were not needed for the time being were also transferred to a car. Wu Heng took Li Yong and continued to walk to another open space at the back. As soon as they approached, they saw iron cages filling the open space and various animals inside. The ones left behind were all poultry suitable for breeding. Seeing so many animals, Li Yong's eyes lit up instantly and said, "Are these prepared for us?" In the base, the food was all flour provided by Wu Heng, and the plant growth agent had already begun to be used in the fields. Meat was the only thing missing, and many people had not touched meat for a while. During festivals, some looted canned food would be distributed, and many of them were past their expiration date. Wu Heng smiled and said, "They are all yours. Have you arranged a place to raise them?" "It has been arranged before. Experienced survivors will be arranged to raise the skeletons for a period of time. When the skeletons have learned enough, they will be completely raised by the skeletons." Li Yong looked at the iron cages in front of her and told her own arrangements. "Okay." Wu Heng nodded and continued to order the skeletons on one side. "Move these iron cages to the garage." Clatter. The garrison skeleton army began to move. 2 skeletons carried an iron cage and walked outside. The animals were not heavy, and they were half dead from the bumpy ride and hunger. But the iron cage was still heavy. The 2 stood aside, and Wu Heng continued, "I found that many survivors in the base have slacked off." Li Yong frowned. "What's wrong?" Wu Heng told everything he saw at the military factory. Li Yong sneered. "You think of that place as a place for retirement. Any suggestions? After all, there are only a few people who know the technology, and other people cannot replace the relevant technology. And we can't really drag these people out and kill them. Although the base is stable, it is not the time to retire and lie down." Li Yong continued. "Arrange people to check frequently, which should have some effect. I will think about it when I go back and tell you then." Wu Heng said, "You discuss it with Chi Han Kai." "Okay." The 2 stood at the door and chatted for a while. All the iron cages were moved to the truck. Wu Heng took Li Yong and continued to walk around the prison, and roughly talked about the plan for the future. Li Yong listened carefully, but she was still a little pessimistic about this corpse core cultivation plan. Unlike other headquarters rescue teams, there are basically no relevant scientific researchers here, so they use corpse cores to feed them so roughly. It always feels unreliable. But it's hard to say. After all, the things Wu Heng didn't feel reliable before. After the visit, the convoy stayed until the afternoon, and then left the prison directly. After sending Li Yong away, Wu Heng returned to the prison office. Through the installed monitor, he could observe the situation in each cell. The skeleton alchemist had begun to inject the virus into the animals. Soon, the animals in the camera began to show zombie-like behavior. The body also began to gradually change. On the side, the skeleton investigator and the skeleton alchemist also began to record all the changes. Wu Heng watched the dust through the monitoring, and waited for the 3 ghosts to come back from outside. He completely handed this place over to the skeleton, and went through the boundary gate to return to Treasure Island Master's mansion. After washing, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, Minnie said, "Master, Deacon Zalagui called several times today, but you were not there." Mentioning Zalagui, Wu Heng was a little nervous. Without thinking, he knew what the other party called about. "I know. I call her back later," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Okay, Master." Minnie also smiled slightly, and followed Robe to the courtyard. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Wu Heng picked up the phone and dialed the number of the steward's mansion. After 2 rings, Zalagui voice came from the other side. "Hello, Zalagui. It's me." As soon as the voice came out, a low voice scolded from the other side. "What's wrong with you? You haven't called for a day. You are a mage. You know that you can't drink well. Why do you still drink so much? I wish I could go over and chop you." Wu Heng held the phone. waited for the other party to vent for a while, and then said, "It's my fault." Zalogwi's tone was choked, and she sighed softly. "Don't come over recently. Stay away from Shiryali." Wu Heng frowned. "What's wrong with her?" "You said that." "I'm actually worried," Zalogwi said helplessly. "Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to say. You know my sister's personality. She's usually carefree, but she thinks a lot. Wait for a while. When she's calmed down, you can buy some flowers to apologize and say that she was drunk and confused. In fact, you can see that she likes you very much. If you are sincere, there won't be any problem." Wu Heng was stunned and didn't react for a while. What's going on? What happened to these two sisters during the day? No. How did Shiryali explain it to Zalogwi? Damn. A negotiation expert. Wu Heng didn't say anything. Zalogwi urged anxiously. "When you come, don't smile, and don't be afraid of her getting angry. Wait until she vents her anger, and I help you talk. You must not make any mistakes this time. Otherwise, I really can't forgive you." Wu Heng hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will I go there tomorrow?" "No. Don't come these days. And stay away from her. If she hits you, hide away. She's just in a bad mood. Don't hurt her. She's my sister. We grew up together." Zalogwi continued. "Shiryali wants to kill me." Wu Heng's eyes widened. "She's angry. Don't hurt her. Do you hear me?" "Yes. If she hits me, I run away." Wu Heng continued. "When will I go there?" "I call you then. Don't eat her food, lest she poisons you." Zalogwi emphasized again. "Okay. Where is Shiryali now?" Wu Heng asked in a low voice. Zalogwi said, "I'm cooking. She likes you too, but she always thinks you are a human and not suitable for the elves. I will speak for you when the time comes. She has been accommodating me since she was a child. It's okay. She will accept you. I will be good to you too." "Humph," Zalogwi snorted, and then said, "Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. If she hears, she will quarrel again. Well, if she wants to fight with you, she will run to me." "How is it possible?" "I won't talk about it," Zalogwi said hurriedly, and hung up the phone directly. Wu Heng also put the phone back and stood there thinking about what Zalogwi had just said. It seems that the direction of the development of the situation is somewhat different from what he thought. Zalogwi believes that the three of them drank too much. Wu Heng stayed and did not leave, and Shiryali got on the wrong bed. In the end, the three of them slept together. Now Shiryali is angry at home and wants to kill her. Zalogwi feels that she also has a responsibility and is trying to mediate this matter. In her words, she seems to accept the three of them being together. Damn! Shiryali is a conspirator.